an imaginary time, completely fictional. In 1968, after the beginning of autumn, rain kept falling without pause. The chilly wind made people shiver. At the Jiang family's apartment near the steel factory, Chen stepped out of her room, wearing a coat. Her first glance was toward her two daughters' room. Seeing no movement and hearing no sound, her face darkened immediately. She opened her mouth to scold them, but before she could speak, she sneezed. Quickly, she went to the iron stove, cleaning out the ashes while shouting toward the girls' room. "You two lazybones. Do you know what time it is? Do you expect me to cook and feed you in bed? You never give me a moment's peace. Do I have to come in there and drag you out myself?" Bang, bang, bang. Clang, clang, clang. Chen Hongmei scolded as she banged the fire tongs. Inside, the two girls were still sound asleep. Seeing that the fire was already burning well but her daughters hadn't gotten up, Chen Hongmei threw the tongs to the ground and marched straight to the small room on the north side. With a loud bang, the door flew open. "Ouch! That hurts. You still know what pain is? Get up right now. Boil water and make breakfast. You two are hopelessly lazy. If you keep this up when you marry someday, people will say I didn't raise you properly." The sudden burst of cold air and scolding filled the room. On the other bed, Jiang Cha-Cha blinked awake, still half asleep, and turned her head toward Chen Hongmei. She saw her mother pulling Jiang Yunyan out of bed, and instantly, she was wide awake. She quickly grabbed her clothes and started dressing, glancing out the small window. Outside, it was pitch dark. Nothing could be seen. This was the 10th day since Jiang Cha-Cha had crossed from the spirit realm into this world. Cha-Cha had once been a little spirit, but because she was too playful, she accidentally fell from the spirit realm. When she woke up, she had become Jiang Cha-Cha. The little spirit quickly accepted her new life, though she found it hard that she couldn't roam freely anymore and had to do housework every day. She also had no memory of the body's past. That had made her uneasy for a while, but luckily, she soon discovered that her body's instincts helped her handle daily life easily. That comforted her. Even so, Cha-Cha knew she could never return to the spirit realm again. But life here wasn't really that hard. More importantly, she was an easygoing person who believed that as long as she stayed happy, she could live well anywhere. After going out twice with the twin sisters, Cha-Cha saw many new and interesting things in this world and met many warm, lively people. She almost forgot about the restless spirit world. Just as Jiang Cha-Cha was thinking about how to act cute later, so Chen Hongmei would cook something delicious, she suddenly heard a complaining voice. Jiang Yunyan walked over, leaned on her, and said impatiently, "Ah, why are we up so early today? Oh my, Mom is so annoying. It's still dark outside. What does she want us to do?" Jiang Cha-Cha didn't answer. She looked out at the dark sky, then lifted her fair little face and urged Jiang Yunyan, "Hurry up, or Mom will come in soon. Her feather duster only has the stick left now besides. It's not like we're getting up on our own. We can just..." Hee. Hearing that, Jiang Yunyan remembered their usual trick, and her bad mood disappeared. She looked up excitedly, about to speak, but then noticed how fair and bright Cha-Cha's skin had become. "Hey, wait a second, Cha-Cha, you're getting prettier. Your skin's so fair, and you even smell nice. Let me smell again." Cha-Cha sighed at this forgetful girl. If they didn't go report to Comrade Hongmei soon, they'd be in trouble. She knew about the featherless duster thanks to this girl, yet here she was still wasting time. Cha-Cha patted Yunyan's head and pulled her along. "All right, let's go show up in front of Mom quickly." Although Cha-Cha was a bit lazy, she wasn't foolish. She was a clever little spirit. Since she arrived, she and Yunyan had always followed one rule. The whole family working together is the most honorable thing. So if there was work to do, everyone had to get up and help. Over the past few days, Cha-Cha had also figured out the Jiang family's personalities. Although the parents favored their sons a little, they still cared for their daughters and treated them quite well. At least in Jiang Cha-Cha's eyes, life for her, Yunyan, and their younger brother at home was much better than that of the girls in the neighboring families. Even though the two sisters had only finished high school and hadn't found jobs yet, the Jiang family never looked down on them. Their older brothers and sisters, who were already working, were all kind and friendly, so Jiang Cha-cha felt very happy living in the Jiang household. The eldest brother, Jiang Qingshan, joined the machinery factory after high school through a family connection and worked there with their father as a full-time employee, earning 32 yuan a month. The second brother, Jiang Qinghe, and the third, Jiang Qingyu, were twins. One worked as an apprentice in a transport team, and the other was a temporary worker at a supply and marketing cooperative, each earning about 18 or 19 yuan a month. As for the fourth and fifth children, Jiang Cha-cha and Jiang Yunyun, they were also twins. Unfortunately, the college entrance exam had been suddenly canceled that year, so after finishing high school, they had to stay home and look for work. Lately, some people wearing red armbands had appeared outside, taking people away without warning, so the Jiang family didn't let the two girls go out. They had already stayed home for 2 days. There was also the youngest, Jiang Qingqing, a little boy still in primary school. After coming out of their room, Jiang Cha-cha and Jiang Yunyun went straight to the kitchen. After greeting Chen Hongmei, they exchanged a quick glance and then hurried toward the 2 bedroom doors. "Big brother, are you still sleeping? The sun's already up. You should be more diligent. Everyone says work is honorable. You're a grown man and even your younger sisters are awake. You're the laziest one here. Get up, sleepyhead. Youngest one, time to get up. The early bird catches the worm." Jiang Yunyun knocked hard on Jiang Qingshan's door, shouting to wake both him and Jiang Qingqing. As for the second brother, Jiang Qinghe, he wasn't home. He had gone out with his master on a delivery trip. After a short while, the 2 brothers came out dressed neatly. As soon as Jiang Qingshan opened the door and saw Yunyun still knocking, he glared at her in annoyance and tapped her on the head. "Jiang Yunyun, can't you let your big brother rest for a bit? It's not even fully light outside yet. Why are you up so early?" Yunyun glared back, grabbed Jiang Qingqing, pushed him into the bathroom, slammed the door shut, and stood in front of it. "Humph. You talk too much, Jiang Qingshan. The right to use the bathroom has been taken away, so you'll just have to hold it in. Anyway, Qingqing won't be out for at least half an hour." "Oh, and getting up this early was Comrade Chen Shumei's decision, so go talk to her. I'm just a little alarm clock, a little alarm clock."
La la la.
After saying that proudly, Jiang Yunyun glanced at Jiang Qingshan and quickly ran off to join Jiang Cha-cha in bothering Jiang Qingyu. Jiang Cha-cha had been knocking on Jiang Qingyu's door for quite a while, but there was no response. When Jiang Yunyun came to help, the two exchanged a look. Could it be that the third one stuffed her ears with cotton? Jiang Yunyun asked in confusion. Jiang Cha-cha shook her head, reached out, and tried the door. To their surprise, it opened. The two looked at each other in shock, then dashed inside and jumped onto Jiang Qingyu like a pair of playful kittens. The sudden weight startled her awake. She had been sleeping soundly and thought for a moment that a ghost was pressing on her. But no, it was just her 2 mischievous sisters again. Outside, Jiang Qingshan heard the noise growing louder in the third sister's room. With a helpless sigh, he went over to close the door so they wouldn't disturb the neighbors, then headed to the kitchen to help. In the kitchen, Chen Hongmei also heard her 2 daughters making a racket. She frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. After all, the children were happy, and it was nice to see the siblings getting along. She didn't want to spoil the mood, though she sometimes felt sorry for her son. When she saw Jiang Qingshan come in, she simply told him to squat by the stove to keep the fire going and didn't let him do anything else. She handed him a boiled egg and said softly, "You still have to go to work later. You got up so early. Here, eat this before it gets cold." Meanwhile, Jiang Cha-cha and Jiang Yunyun had successfully woken Jiang Qingyu. When they came into the kitchen, they saw Chen Hongmei quietly handing something to their brother. Jiang Yunyun, being the straightforward one, immediately coughed and said, "Cough, cough."
"Mom."
"What are you doing?" Chen Hongmei was startled for a moment, but quickly recovered. The boiled egg had been agreed upon by everyone. She wasn't doing anything secretive. Straightening up confidently, she gave Jiang Yunyun a sharp look, turned back to her chopping, and said, "Early in the morning, You're all flapping around like noisy birds, waking everyone up. You're so loud and restless. What will your in-laws think of you one day? And what am I doing? Isn't this what we all agreed on? Every month, those who hand in their wages can each have one egg every 2 days? I'm giving one to your brother now. Jiang Yunyan responded with a long "oh," then leaned closer to Chen Hongmei. How am I being lazy? There are 6 lazy ones at home. I'm just trying to make sure no one stays lazy. I'm doing this for the family. Meanwhile, Jiang Cha-cha was called over by Jiang Qingshan to sit beside him by the fire. Are you cold? What kind of meat dish do you want today? I traded with someone yesterday for a meat coupon so we can have something nice for dinner. When Jiang Cha-cha heard there would be meat, her eyes lit up. Chen Hongmei, who overheard, quickly put down what she was holding and walked over. She gently tugged Jiang Cha-cha's ear. Meat? What meat? People are watching closely these days. Have you noticed any family nearby cooking meat lately? No one dares. We can't either. Jiang Cha-cha was caught off guard by the ear tug, and when she heard there would be no meat, she immediately looked upset. Chen Hongmei ignored her and turned to warn Jiang Qingshan in a serious tone. Eldest, you're not allowed to buy any either. I heard from your aunt that the government is planning to send educated youth to the countryside to help with rural development. We have so many children in our family, we can't draw attention right now. Jiang Qingshan quickly nodded. He had been wondering why the factory leaders had become stricter lately, so this was the reason. Brother big brother meat. Jiang Cha-cha covered her ear and looked at Jiang Qingshan pitifully. Seeing his little sister's pleading eyes, he felt sorry for her, but in the end, he still refused. Be good, Chut. In a few days, when things calm down, I'll take you to the state-run restaurant for a nice meal. Okay? Jiang Cha-cha knew there would be no meat today, so she nodded reluctantly. All right then. Well, comrade Jiang Qingshan, you don't have just one sister. Playing favorites isn't fair. At the kitchen door, Jiang Qingyu leaned against a frame, staring straight at Jiang Qingshan. Her look made it clear, if he only took Cha-cha, she would definitely make a fuss. Jiang Qingshan chuckled. Haha, yes, I have 3 sisters. But what's going on with my eldest sister lately? Why do you keep asking when I'll have time off? Instead of answering her question, he threw one right back at her. When Jiang Qingyu heard that, she suddenly became a little shy. After hesitating for a moment, she walked over and patted Jiang Cha-cha on the shoulder. Cha-cha, be good, okay? Let your sister talk to your big brother for a bit. Jiang Cha-cha nodded. Seeing Yunyan working with the sweet potatoes, she went over to help. Jiang Yunyan was sorting out the bad sweet potatoes to cook first, planning to save the good ones for later. Suddenly, a hand handed her a sweet potato. She looked up in surprise. Cha-cha, you're not warming by the fire? You roasted them yesterday, so it's my turn today. Jiang Cha-cha shook her head and whispered softly, my sister wants to talk privately with Big Brother, so I came to help you. Jiang Yunyan smiled happily. She knew Cha-cha was always the nicest to her. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingyu and Jiang Qingshan sat together on a small bench. Qingyu, a little embarrassed, explained why she had been asking about her brother's vacation. Brother, I wasn't asking for myself. I was asking for my good friend Chen Taotao. You don't have a girlfriend, right? Taotao is a really nice girl and I thought maybe… Jiang Qingshan froze for a moment. Chen Taotao, his sister's friend? He had no impression of her. Judging by his sister's tone, she was trying to introduce them. But the problem was he already had a girlfriend. So Jiang Qingshan smiled and looked at his sister seriously. Qingyu, who said I don't have a girlfriend? I do. Qingyu had thought she could match her brother with her friend, but when she heard that he already had someone, she jumped up in shock and stared at him in disbelief. What? You have a girlfriend? Are you kidding me? Thud. Thud. Caught off guard when Qingyu suddenly stood up, Qingshan lost his balance and fell to the ground, the bench tipping over with him. Hearing the noise, Chen Hongmei turned around, saw her son on the floor, and came over to lightly tap Qingyu on the shoulder, scolding her a bit. Why did you stand up without saying anything? You made your brother fall first thing in the morning. Falling in the morning brings bad luck. Quick, Qingshan, shake it off. Qingyu ignored her mother and shouted loudly, Mom. Did you hear that? My brother said he has a girlfriend. That did it. Everyone in the kitchen heard it again. Jiang Qingshan had a girlfriend. What are you shouting for? Having a girlfriend is a good thing. Are you upset your brother found someone? Chen Hongmei brushed the dust off Jiang Qingshan as he stood up, glared at Jiang Qingyu, then looked at him with eager eyes. Are you seeing someone? Where is the girl from? Oh my. The money I saved for you two brothers to get married is finally going to be used. She was full of concern and excitement. This was her eldest son's girlfriend, the future mother of her grandchildren. She couldn't take this lightly. Ignoring breakfast and the others, Chen Hongmei started questioning Jiang Qingshan nonstop. Jiang Qingyu stood nearby, wanting to hear what her brother would say. She still suspected he might be making it up. Jiang Qingshan felt a bit embarrassed with everyone in the kitchen staring at him. But seeing that they wouldn't stop until he spoke, he sighed, put down the fire tongs, and said, Mom, my girlfriend's name is Su Hongxia. She works at the textile factory. We've been together for about half a year. Hearing that, Jiang Qingyu stomped her foot angrily, her face turning red. Her brother really knew how to make her mad early in the morning. She glared at Jiang Qingshan, snorted, and said before leaving the kitchen, Jiang Qingshan, if you dare go to the state-run restaurant without calling me, just wait and see. Meanwhile, Chen Hongmei forgot all about cooking. She kept pulling Jiang Qingshan aside, asking endless questions, as if she wanted to know everything about his girlfriend's entire family. Jiang Yunyan, hearing the water boiling in the pot, looked at Chen Hongmei and said, Sigh, Cha-cha, looks like we'll have to eat steamed sweet potatoes today. Oh well, I guess a future daughter-in-law is more important than us right now. Jiang Cha-cha nodded casually, thinking to herself, why is my brother's girlfriend named Hongxia? That's almost the same as Mom's name, Hongmei. The two sisters quickly cooked the sweet potatoes, then took their towels and cups to wash up at the outdoor sink. Lately, they hadn't been allowed out much, so they came up with this excuse, washing up outside in the morning, to listen to the neighborhood gossip. Sometimes they even heard interesting news. Jiang Yunyan ran ahead to grab two spots by the sink. By the time Jiang Cha-cha arrived, Yunyan was already chatting with an aunt nearby. Soon, the area around the sink was full of people washing up and gossiping, the place lively and noisy. Jiang Cha-cha slowly wiped her face with a towel. It was so cold that she could only clean a little at a time. Suddenly, someone squeezed in beside Jiang Cha-cha and nudged her. Jiang Cha-cha, did you hear? They've been arresting a lot of people lately. Even some of our teachers were taken away. I heard they're being sent somewhere to work. Jiang Cha-cha slowly put down her handkerchief, rinsed it under the tap, and quietly listened. After a while, the woman finished speaking, then suddenly asked, Hey, your older brothers. Well, now that the college entrance exams are canceled and you don't have a job, what are you planning to do? My mom says I should find work soon, and if I can't, she'll start looking for someone for me to marry. Jiang Cha-cha immediately understood. This woman was trying to find out about her family, especially her brothers, Jiang Qingshan and Jiang Qingcheng. I'm not sure. My mom hasn't been letting us go out lately. Yunyan, are you done washing up? Let's go home before Mom comes looking for us. She quickly left the sink area, moving away from the crowd. Hearing her, Jiang Yunyan responded right away, grabbed her handkerchief, and squeezed out of the crowd. As she left, she called back, Auntie, let's talk tomorrow. I'm heading home now. Jiang Yunyan joined Jiang Cha-cha, and the two walked home arm in arm. The woman they left behind looked displeased and muttered something unpleasant. A few nearby wives overheard and just smiled knowingly. Some people really don't know their place, one of them whispered. She should look at her own family situation before dreaming about the Jiang brothers. When Jiang Cha-cha and Jiang Yunyan returned home, breakfast was already on the table. They quickly sat down in their spots, picked up a sweet potato, and began eating while quietly listening to the conversation between their mother and brothers. On the other side, Jiang Qingyu and the little boy Jiang Qingcheng were eating, one with a serious expression, the other completely absorbed in his food. Before long, a middle-aged man entered, dressed neatly in a Lenin-style suit, his hair slicked back. He had a strong nose, sharp features, and calm, deep eyes. His presence was gentle yet commanding. This was Jiang Lianqing, the father of the family and the head of the Jiang household. As soon as he sat down, everyone's attention turned to him. Some people naturally draw attention without saying a word. With his clear, steady voice and composed manner, Jiang Cha-cha thought that no one in the Jiang family was unattractive. Her brothers, Jiang Qingshan and the others, looked quite like him, but somehow, none of them had his quiet, dignified charm. Maybe this was the charm the other little spirits in the spirit world talked about. The power to attract others was truly impressive. Jiang Cha-cha muttered to herself while finishing the sweet potato in her hand. Why are you up so early today? Don't we usually start making breakfast around this time? Jiang Lianqing spoke first. When Chen Hongmei saw him awake, she stopped scolding their eldest son and told him to hurry up and eat before asking for leave later. Jiang Qingshan nodded and began to eat quietly. After saying so much earlier, his mouth was a bit dry, so he took a sip of soup. Meanwhile, Chen Hongmei glanced sideways at Jiang Lianqing, feeling that he didn't take her words seriously, and said in a slightly sarcastic tone, not everyone is as lucky as you. Did you forget what I told you yesterday? My brother got something for us in the village, and we need to bring it back today. If we don't get up early, should we wait until the afternoon? When Jiang Cha-cha heard this, the sweet potato in her mouth suddenly didn't taste so good. Her eyes lit up. Village? Did that mean she could go out today? At first, she found this place interesting. After all, she had stayed in the spirit world for a long time. But after only a couple of days here, she had been kept inside the house, and it was driving her crazy. Now that she might have a chance to go out, she was thrilled. She quickly nudged Jiang Yunyun, and the two sisters exchanged a smile, eating faster and faster. Hearing his wife's words, Jiang Lianqing smiled helplessly. Even though she complained, she was the one who hadn't woken him up earlier. All right, it's my fault for forgetting what you said yesterday. Don't be mad, my dear manager of the house. Here, have some breakfast first. I'll go with you after we eat, okay? As he spoke, Jiang Lianqing handed the peeled sweet potato to Chen Hongmei. She snorted, took it, but still couldn't resist scolding him. What's wrong with the skin? Your daughter washed it perfectly clean. On the table, only in front of Jiang Lianqing was there a small pile of sweet potato peels. But it was understandable. He had once studied at a private school in Shanghai and later went to university, a very good one at that. Although, for certain reasons, he eventually came to Beijing, joined the steel factory, and started a family. It had been about 20 years now, but some habits were hard to change. Jiang Lianqing listened to Chen Hongmei's words without saying anything. He looked at her gently, then turned to Jiang Qingshan. Qingshan, what were you all talking about just now? Jiang Qingshan was still eating and hadn't swallowed his food yet when Chen Hongmei spoke up, smiling excitedly. What else could it be? Your son is already 21 and has a girlfriend. Lianqing, our son is finally getting ready to marry. Once the oldest starts, the second and third won't be far behind. Soon we'll have so many grandchildren we won't know what to do. Hearing this, Jiang Lianqing was very happy. He wiped his hands with a napkin, then patted Jiang Qingshan on the shoulder. Good. My good son, once you get married and have children, I can finally tell your late grandparents that I've done my duty. Jiang Qingshan was touched by his father's words. He placed his hand over his father's and said, Dad, with so many children in our family, Grandpa and Grandma must already be at peace. After breakfast, following Chen Hongmei's plan, Jiang Lianqing went to work. As a senior engineer, it wasn't worth taking a day off. Jiang Qingyu also went to work. Her job as a temporary worker wasn't stable, and times were uncertain. Since college entrance exams had been canceled, finding a job later would be hard, so she couldn't afford to lose this one. That day, only Chen Hongmei, Jiang Qingshan, Jiang Cha-cha, and Jiang Yunyun went out together. Once they left home, they split into 3 groups. Chen Hongmei urged the 3 siblings to hurry. Along the way, Jiang Cha-cha kept looking around curiously, finding everything new and interesting. Chen Hongmei walked ahead with Jiang Qingshan, soon leaving the 2 girls far behind. Unlike Cha-cha, Jiang Yunyun knew that things outside hadn't been peaceful lately, just as the neighbors had said. Seeing that she and Cha-cha were falling behind, she quickly pulled her sister along. Cha-cha, hurry up. Otherwise, we'll lose sight of Mom and Big Brother. Dragged along, Jiang Cha-cha ran hard to catch up. When they finally did, they were scolded. Hurry up. We have something important to do today. Honestly, if your second brother were home, I wouldn't have bothered bringing you too. After saying that, Chen Hongmei quickened her pace even more, eager to reach her parents' home as soon as possible. Jiang Cha-cha and Jiang Yunyun didn't take her words seriously. They knew she often complained, but rarely meant it. Chen Hongmei's family lived in a village on the west side of the northern city. When she was young, she was clever and heard from traveling merchants that life in the city was better. So she decided to go there on her own, found a job, and then started thinking about her marriage. Later, she met Jiang Yenching, and they liked each other. She didn't rush into marriage, though. Only after she learned more about him did she calmly make her decision. After settling down in the city, she helped her eldest sister move there too, and later brought her eldest nephew and second brother's daughter to the city as well. Because of this, Chen Hongmei held a very high position in her family. Sometimes, even her parents listened to her more than anyone else. Of course, she wasn't foolish. She helped her family because they treated her well and wouldn't cause trouble for her own household. In her heart, her own family always came first. After all, as the great leader once said, one should unite with all who can be united. Her husband was alone, and she had no in-laws, so it only made sense to stay close to her own family. During the 3 years of famine, her family had sent her a lot of food. That alone made many married women in the neighborhood envious. Her village was lucky. It was surrounded by mountains, and a clear spring flowed from them. Even during the famine, the water never stopped, so the village not only had enough for itself, but could also help nearby villages. Huff, huff. Mom, I'm so tired. Can we slow down a bit? Jiang Yunyun leaned heavily on her sister Jiang Cha-cha, almost making her carry her. Even so, she couldn't keep up and had to ask her mother to slow down. Chen Hongmei turned around, ready to scold her. She had many urgent things to do today, and her daughter's constant whining was testing her patience. But when she saw the girl's pale face, she reluctantly nodded. All right then, you and your sister, beep, beep. Rumble, rumble. I Chen. Are you back to visit your family? Oh my, your daughter looks exhausted. Come on, get in the tractor. I'll give you a ride home. Chen Hongmei was anxious to get back, and since the driver was from her village, she greeted him and got on the tractor with her children. Hey, Brother Chong, where are you headed? Oh, we're really lucky. If we hadn't met you, we'd still be walking for a while. Chen Hongmei and Gao Guoqiang chatted while Jiang Qingshan watched Gao operate the tractor. Jiang Cha-cha was fascinated by the big iron machine. After all, nothing like this existed in the spirit realm. As for Jiang Yunyun, she leaned against Cha-cha's shoulder, breathing heavily. Seeing how far Cha-cha had walked with only a rosy face and barely any sweat made her feel a bit jealous. She reached out and touched Cha-cha's face. It was so smooth and soft, even softer than fresh tofu. Cha-cha, why aren't you tired? I'm so jealous. Cha-cha thought to herself. Of course, she wasn't tired. She was a little spirit now, and her arrival had greatly strengthened this body's soul and form. But she couldn't say that out loud. The rules forbade it. So she just patted Yunyun's head and said casually, maybe it's because I'm not picky about food? Yunyun could tell Cha-cha was teasing her. She quickly turned her head away and stopped talking. Rumble, rumble. Soon they arrived at Taoshi village. Chen Hongmei's house was just 2 doors down from the village office, so as soon as the tractor pulled in, the Chen family saw them. Cha-cha, Yunyun, Qingshan. Come quickly, the fruit I picked for you is at home. I've been waiting for you to come back. Hurry and eat. Before the tractor even stopped, Chen Hongmei's eldest brother, Chen Hongqi, was already calling out to them. Hearing his voice, everyone on the tractor grew excited, especially Cha-cha. She had tasted the fruit her uncle's eldest son brought to their house before. It was fragrant and delicious. She had finished it in just a couple of days, so this time she planned to eat plenty. As soon as the tractor stopped, Cha-cha and the others jumped down, greeted Chen Hongqi, and ran straight to the Chen house. As for Chen Hongmei, she didn't have time to deal with her troublesome kids. Instead, she took a small handful of candy from her big bag and handed it to Gao Guiqiang. Brother Guiqiang, thank you for giving us a ride home. Please take these candies for your children. Gao Guiqiang waved his hand seriously. What are you doing? We're from the same village, like family. It was just on the way, no need to be so polite. Chen Hongmei didn't feel like talking much. There was no way to refuse anyway, and she had something important to do today, so she couldn't waste time. She simply left the candy in the car, got out, and went home with her older brother, Chen Hongqi. Gao Guiqiang couldn't argue with her, so he ended up taking the candy home as she asked. As soon as Chen Hongmei and her brothers stepped into the yard, she smelled the strong aroma of meat coming from the kitchen on the west side. She hadn't eaten meat for a long time while living in the city, and even though she wasn't usually greedy for it, the smell made her swallow a little. Not seeing anyone in the yard, she called out, "Dad."
"Mom."
"I'm back." Two thin, elderly people came out from the main room, smiling happily when they heard her voice. "Hongmei, you're back? Your brother said you'd come today, and he was right. Have you eaten? There's food in the kitchen. If you're hungry, go eat. We've already had breakfast." Chen Hongmei looked at her parents. They seemed fine, not thinner than before. Well, life in the village did have its good sides. She glanced around the yard. Nothing much had changed. Even the old peach tree that had been there for decades looked healthy. Seeing that her family and the village hadn't been affected by the troubles outside, she felt relieved and nodded to her mother.
"Eve eaten."
"I had breakfast before coming. Otherwise, with those two girls dawdling, I'd have fainted from hunger on the road. By the way, where are they?" At the mention of Jiang Qingshan and the others, the old couple grinned widely. "They're inside eating. It's cold today, so it's fine they took their time on the way. Anyway, they're here now. Don't just stand in the yard, come in and eat. Your brother has already prepared what you asked for." Hearing that, Chen Hongmei looked at her brother. When he nodded, she followed her parents into the house. As soon as she entered the main room, she saw young Jiang Cha-Cha happily munching on a piece of fruit. Chen Hongmei turned her eyes away helplessly. That girl had always liked to eat, but lately, she seemed even more so. Luckily, she was a pretty girl, otherwise, people might find her annoying. After all, who would like a greedy and plain-looking girl? That would be unpleasant. Jiang Cha-Cha, sharp-eyed as ever, noticed Chen Hongmei's disapproving look, but didn't care. She simply reached out and grabbed another piece of fruit. The dried fruit made from baked fruit was really delicious. She had never tasted anything like it in the spirit world. As she ate, she shared the sweet aroma of the fruit with Jiang Yunyun, though it was almost too sweet. Jiang Qingshan sat nearby, telling his younger cousin funny stories from the factory while holding a piece of fruit himself. After all, Grandma's fruit was truly the best. Chen Hongmei had just sat down on a stool in the main room when her niece poured her a cup of water. "Auntie, have some water. Was the trip tiring?" Chen Hongmei happily took the cup, drank a sip of the warm water, and felt comforted. She quickly pulled her niece to sit beside her and gently touched her face, noticing how much they looked alike. No wonder people say my niece looks like me. Our Mir really does. And she's so thoughtful too. Look, Auntie brought you some pretty fabric from the market. Ask your grandma to make you a nice new dress. You're growing up, it's time to dress up a little. Chun Dami was delighted to hear that. Her aunt had always been kind to them, and she still was. Even better, when she glanced at her two older cousins, they didn't seem upset at all, and were still happily eating fruit. That made her even happier. In her mind, the fabric was worth more than the fruit, and if her cousins had gotten jealous, she would have felt guilty. "Thank you, Auntie." Hearing that, Chen Hongmei smiled even wider. She liked open-hearted girls. They were family. Why be shy about accepting gifts? A few younger children soon gathered around her too. "Auntie, Auntie." She didn't want to favor anyone, so she took out the rest of the gifts from her bag and handed them out one by one. When she finished, everything was gone, but two little hands were still reaching out. She froze for a moment. That couldn't be right. She always counted carefully when buying things. Auntie, the familiar voices made her laugh. It was her two daughters playing tricks again. She gave each of them a light tap on the hand. Always up to mischief. When there's real work to do, you're nowhere to be found, but now you're quick enough. Seeing that their mother was about to give them another playful tap, Jiang Cha-Cha quickly pulled her hand back and went back to eating fruit. Jiang Yunyan followed along, and everyone in the room heard Jiang Cha-Cha muttering, "I just heard the little birds chirping and thought if I learned to imitate them, I might get something nice. But instead, I got 2 slaps on the hands." Everyone burst out laughing at her words. Even Chen Hongmei couldn't help but laugh.
Ha ha ha.
"Oh my, Cha-Cha, you're just too funny." Jiang Qingshan was laughing so hard he could barely stop. His little sister really was something else. She always thought differently from others. After checking the supplies in the cellar, Chen Hongqi came over to call Chen Hongmei. As soon as he arrived, he heard the cheerful laughter from the main room and walked right in. "Little sister, the things are in the cellar. I've checked everything. Do you want to take a look?" This was the most important reason Chen Hongmei had come back home this time. Hearing her brother, she quickly stood up. "All right, big brother. Qingshan, come with us and take a look." Jiang Qingshan stood up and followed them out, leaving Jiang Cha-Cha and Jiang Yunyan to play with their cousins. In the cellar, Chen Hongmei looked over the grain her brother had helped her buy. "Little sister, it's lucky our family lives here in Taoxi town. Only the villagers here have a bit of extra grain to spare for you." Chen Hongmei nodded. She had only realized after moving to the city that life there was even harder than in the village. At least in the village, her family had land. They might not always have enough to eat, but it wasn't as bad as in the city, where food was rationed every month and people had to scramble for vegetables and meat. So, ever since rationing began in 1955, Chen Hongmei had been exchanging goods with her family in the village every year to get more grain. Yes, Taoxi village really is a blessed place. "All right, brother, let's go up. I'll give you the money and ration coupons so you can pass them to the villagers." Chen Hongqi nodded and led his sister and nephew back upstairs. After taking care of the most important matter of the day, Chen Hongmei sat in the main room, took a sip of water, and began thinking about what else needed to be done. But after a moment, she decided to wait a bit longer, since her sister-in-law wasn't there yet, and the next matter involved her eldest nephew. In the kitchen, the 2 daughters-in-law of the Chen family were busy cooking. With a steady chopping sound, the eldest daughter-in-law, Su Xiao, was cutting up some pork trotters. Meanwhile, the second daughter-in-law, Wang Qin, kept an eye on the chicken soup simmering on the stove. The smell of the meat grew stronger and stronger, making Jiang Cha-Cha and Jiang Yunyan in the main room even hungrier. Luckily, everyone else also twitched their noses a little, so no one noticed the 2 of them. Soon, the 2 people in the kitchen called out, "Father, Mother, Hongmei, Qingshan, Cha-Cha, Yunyan, children, everyone, it's time to eat." As soon as they heard it was mealtime, the children in the main room, along with Jiang Cha-Cha and Jiang Yunyan, couldn't sit still and quickly ran toward the kitchen. However, the Jiang and Chen family children were well behaved. They first helped carry the dishes and waited for Chen Hongmei and the others to start eating before picking up their chopsticks. Once everyone was seated and the 2 elders had started eating, Jiang Cha-Cha immediately picked up a piece of fragrant pork trotter for herself. "It smells so good. Aunties, your cooking is amazing. My cousins are so lucky. And my uncles too, they get to eat your delicious food every day." Jiang Cha-Cha's sweet words made everyone laugh. Su Xiao and Wang Qin were so happy that they couldn't stop smiling. They kept putting food into Jiang Cha-Cha's bowl and said kindly, "Oh, Cha-Cha and Yunyan, you must eat more. If you miss your auntie's cooking, just stay here for a while. You can eat as much as you like." Before the sisters could reply, Chen Hongmei spoke up, "Sister-in-law, don't worry about them. You all eat too." The atmosphere in the room grew warmer and happier. The elderly couple also ate heartily. After all, in this village, whose kitchen didn't have a bit of soot. But in their family, the daughters were generous and cared for their parents, the sons and daughters-in-law were grateful, and the children were kind and respectful. Their life was much better than when they were young. After the meal, everyone returned to the main room. Chen Hongmei took a sip of hawthorn water, cleared her throat, and looked at Chen Hongqi and his wife. Ahem, well, brother, sister-in-law, my nephew has started seeing someone. He asked me to tell you first. Next time he's on leave, he'll bring her home. A girlfriend? What? Where is she from? Is she a worker too? When the family heard Chen Hongmei's words, they all became excited and started asking questions. But Chen Hongmei didn't know much. Her nephew had only asked her to pass along the message. It should be one of Yenching's co-workers. I don't know much else, but he said he'll bring someone home next time he's on leave. Dad, Mom, brother, sister-in-law. You'll find out then. Chen Hongqi and Su Xiu smiled happily. As they chatted, the topic turned to Jiang Qingshan. Qingshan is about the same age as Yenching. Since Yenching already has a partner, does our Qingshan have one too? The children nearby perked up when they heard Qingshan's name. Jiang Yunyan quickly joined in, her face full of excitement. Grandma, Grandpa, Uncle, Aunt, my brother is so handsome. Of course he is someone special. Hee.
Oh.
Ha, that's great. Looks like we'll have lots of happy events next year. Wonderful. They stayed at the Chen family's home until late afternoon, almost evening, when Chen Hongmei called for everyone to get ready to go back. They couldn't carry all the grain home at once, so they each took some. Chen Jinxiang would help bring some when he returned to the city, and other Chen family members would also help on their trips. It would take several trips, but it was safer that way. Remembering how tired his two nieces had been on the way there, Chen Hongqi quietly went to ask Gao Guiqiang, the village tractor driver, to help take Chen Hongmei and the children home. Once again riding the tractor, Jiang Cha-cha looked completely relaxed. She had seen how heavy the grain her mother had assigned her was. Luckily, her uncle was helping this time. When they reached the steel factory area, Chen Hongmei was about to ask Gao Guiqiang to stop, but he drove straight to the factory's main gate. All right, everyone, time to get off. Chen Hongmei gently patted the sleepy Jiang Cha-cha and her sister, then told Jiang Qingshan to carry the grain and take his sisters home first. After the children left, she thanked Gao Guiqiang, shouldered her own heavy bundle, and walked toward the family housing area. At the gate, Jiang Qingyu and Jiang Lianqing were waiting. Seeing Chen Hongmei coming last, Jiang Lianqing tried to take the grain from her, but she stepped aside. No need, I'll carry it myself. It's quite heavy, it's for my parents' house. Jiang Lianqing couldn't argue with his wife, but he still went behind her to help lift the load a little. Jiang Qingyu walked ahead, lighting the way with a flashlight. By the time they had put everything away, it was completely dark outside. Jiang Cha-cha and Jiang Yunyan were already slumped in their chairs. All done? Do we have enough money and ration tickets? Jiang Lianqing handed Chen Hongmei a glass of water. He watched her drink and was about to pour more when she put the cup down. No more, or I'll have to get up at night, she said, placing the cup on the table. Then she added, everything's ready. The money and tickets are enough. Your older brother packed us some extra grain, so I'll find a way to make it up to them later. Jiang Lianqing nodded as he listened. Chen Hongmei usually made the decisions at home. All right, we've all had a long day. Let's rest early, he said. Everyone quickly got up to wash, and then went to their rooms. By the way, Lianqing, Chen Hongmei said as she lay in bed, looking at him with concern, how are things outside? The two sisters, Cha-cha and Yunyan, still haven't found work. The factory hasn't posted any job openings yet, he replied. I'll ask around and see if there's any chance. Well, that's fine. My older sister said the college entrance exam might not work out, so we shouldn't count on it. The most important thing now is to find the girls a job. Otherwise, they'll have to go to the countryside. Jiang Lianqing nodded, took a wooden box from the bedside table, and counted the money and tickets inside. Qingshan has a sweetheart now, so we should give him some money. The same goes for Qinghe and Qingqing. As for Qingyu and her sisters, we'll give each of them 100 yuan as dowry. After setting that aside, we still have some left. Tomorrow, take some tickets, buy a few things, and ask your sister if she's heard of any job openings. The couple talked for a while before going to sleep. Meanwhile, Jiang Cha-cha and Jiang Yunyan, who were still unemployed, were already fast asleep. They were truly exhausted. Early the next morning, just as the sky was getting light, knock, knock, knock. Fourth and fifth, get up. Time to make breakfast. I'm going to buy some vegetables. If I come back and you're still in bed, I'll be really upset. Jiang Cha-Cha and Jiang Yunyan quickly got up, and their noise woke the others too. They started assigning tasks. Big brother and the youngest, you handle the firewood. Third brother, you cook. Cha-Cha and I will wash the vegetables, tend the fire, and clean the house. The weather's nice today, so we should also do the laundry. The others nodded. Their tasks weren't too hard, and working together made everything faster. When Chen Hongmei came back from buying groceries, the main dishes were already ready. Only her part of the meal was left to cook. Qingyu, here's some bean curd skin. Stir-fry it with this pork belly. There's also tofu and cabbage. Make a tofu and cabbage soup. After giving her instructions, Chen Hongmei went to check the cleaning done by Jiang Cha-Cha and Jiang Yunyan. Luckily, the two hadn't been lazy. Everything was spotless. Still, Chen Hongmei wasn't satisfied. You two, come here and stand. Jiang Cha-Cha and Jiang Yunyan obediently lined up. Do you think cleaning is enough? Why didn't you go see how your third sister cooks? How will you manage in the future? As she spoke, Chen Hongmei tapped both daughters on the forehead. Jiang Cha-Cha's skin was so delicate that a red mark appeared right away. Annoyed, Chen Hongmei decided to ignore her. Then she turned to Jiang Yunyan, who was staring blankly into space, showing no reaction at all. What a headache. One daughter was too delicate, and the other didn't care about anything. What was she supposed to do with them? Neither of them looked ready for life in the countryside. Besides, after all her effort to move to the city, how could she send her children back to the village? No way. Unless there was absolutely no choice, she was determined to keep them in the city. And what if they went away and couldn't come back? Ugh, forget it. I'd better go ask my older sister for advice. At the dinner table, Chen Hongmei ate quickly. She was eager to visit her sister, Chen Hongying. Before leaving, she reminded her daughters, there's nothing much to do at home now. You two should go out and see if there are any job openings, understand? Replied Jiang Cha-Cha, her cheeks puffed out as she enjoyed her third sister's cooking. Murmured Jiang Yunyan, half asleep, her eyes closing as she ate. Seeing her two lazy daughters, Chen Hongmei rolled her eyes and left the house. At the gate of the steel factory, Jiang Qingshan had just parted ways with Jiang Yenching. Although father and son worked at the same factory, they were in different departments, so they usually went their separate ways once they reached the gate. Today, Jiang Yenching had something to do, so he walked quickly ahead and soon disappeared from sight. Jiang Qingshan more or less knew what it was about. He thought he should ask his colleagues at the union since more people meant more news. His two younger sisters were so gentle and well-behaved. If they were sent to the countryside and got bullied, what would he do? So, he decided they shouldn't go. As he was thinking and shaking his head, he suddenly heard someone calling from behind. Jiang Qingshan. He turned around and saw that it was his girlfriend, Comrade Su Hongxia. Comrade Hongxia, what brings you here? Aren't you working today? He smiled, checked the time. There were still more than 10 minutes before work started, and walked toward her. Su Hongxia looked pleased and finally felt relieved. She had come to the steel factory to find him yesterday, but waited a long time without seeing him. She had been worried. The two of them walked to the side. Jiang Qingshan looked at her and asked, Hongxia, have you eaten yet? Why did you come to see me so early? Seeing the concern on the handsome man's face, Su Hongxia couldn't help but feel sweet inside. Luckily, she had acted early. Otherwise, how could such a good man be hers? Jiang Qingshan noticed her staring blankly at him and waved his hand in front of her face. Hongxia, what's wrong? Is something the matter? Hearing that, Su Hongxia gave him a slightly playful look. What could be wrong? It's just, we're seeing each other now. When will you take me to meet your family? And I came to find you yesterday, but couldn't. I didn't go to your house either. Did you skip work yesterday? Jiang Qingshan thought for a moment. The matter of buying grain at home wasn't something he wanted to talk about. The fewer people who knew, the better. Were you with another woman? Su Hongxia grew uneasy when he didn't answer right away. Could another woman have taken her place? Jiang Qingshan quickly waved his hands. No, I went to my grandmother's house yesterday. She lives in the village. I left early in the morning and didn't know you came to find me. Su Hongxia studied him carefully and, seeing nothing suspicious, finally believed him. Then, when will you take me to meet your family? Otherwise, I wouldn't have made that trip for nothing yesterday. I could have just gone to your house to ask. Her face turned slightly red as she looked at Jiang Qingshan shyly. I told my family that I'm seeing someone. Let's meet this Saturday. Everyone will be home, so you can meet them all. Su Hongxia was overjoyed when she heard Jiang Qingshan's words and nodded repeatedly. Great. I'll go home and tell my family right away. Jiang Qingshan could only watch her run off. It was almost time for work, so he hurried into the factory. Meanwhile, Chen Hongmei went to the neighborhood office to find her older sister, Chen Hongying. Chen Hongying was sipping tea when she suddenly saw her sister coming. She quickly said a few words to the people beside her and came out. Hongmei, it's great that you came. I was just about to go to your house today. Chen Hongmei immediately thought of the recent rumors outside. She was startled, grabbed Chen Hongying's hand, and was about to speak, but when someone passed by, she quickly closed her mouth. When no one else was around, she leaned close to Chen Hongying and whispered, Sister, is it about what's happening outside? Chen Hongying nodded, then shook her head, her expression serious. Hongmei, the authorities are starting a mandatory countryside program. Starting next month, college students will be sent to rural areas in 3 groups. What? But my 2 daughters. Chen Hongying gripped her sister's hand tightly, afraid she might speak too loudly or say something she shouldn't. Don't worry yet. It probably won't be your daughter's turn this year, but next year. It's already decided that educated youth must go to the countryside. So you'd better help them find jobs as soon as possible, even temporary ones. If that doesn't work, marriage might be the only way. Hearing this, Chen Hongmei stared at her sister, who nodded firmly. They won't be able to come back easily. The ones who went in the past 2 years haven't returned, and life there is even harder than in our village. At least here, we're in our own homes. But going to the countryside means being sent far away. You have 2 daughters. You can't take this lightly. Chen Hongmei was so frightened by her sister's words that she quickly said, Sister, don't scare me. Please help me think of something. You work at the neighborhood office. You must know if there are any job openings. Chen Hongying gave her a look. Why would I scare you? You think I'm not worried? I watched Cha-Cha and Union grow up too. Of course I care about them. Chen Hongmei knew Chen Hongying well, and from the way she spoke, it seemed like there was some news. Oh, come on, sister. Just tell me if there's any news. You're the only one I can ask. Chen Hongying comfortingly patted her hand, leaned close to her ear, and said, All right, Master Zhu from the state-run restaurant passed me a message. They're looking for another waitress. Let Cha-Cha and Union go try. Chen Hongmei looked at her in shock, her mouth slightly open. What's that look for? This news wasn't easy to get. Do you believe me or not? Chen Hongmei nodded automatically. Of course, her sister wouldn't lie to her. After hesitating for a moment, she couldn't help but ask, But don't you have a daughter at home? Chen Hongying looked relaxed. Her? She doesn't need my help. You know how she treats me. Even if I took her there myself, she'd think I was trying to take advantage of her. She should know I'm not that kind of person. Her business has nothing to do with me. It was true that Chen Hongying had been brought out of the village by Chen Hongmei, but she was capable. She had remarried a doctor and brought along her son from her first marriage. The only problem was that the doctor also had 2 children from before, a boy and a girl. The son was fine. He was still young when Chen Hongying married in, and because she cared for him sincerely, he treated her like his real mother. The daughter, however, was another story. Ever since her biological mother came back, she and Chen Hongying hadn't gotten along. Chen Hongmei knew all this, but she didn't want to comment. After all, the job opportunity was for her own nieces, and as long as her sister was happy, that was enough. All right then, I'll go tell Cha-Cha and Yunyun right away. I'll tell them their aunt is always thinking of them. Chen Hongying glared at her. Do you need to say that? My Cha-Cha and Yunyun aren't ungrateful. Now hurry back and get this settled before something changes. Chun Hongmei didn't dare delay. She took a few ration tickets from her pocket and handed them to her sister. I don't have time to buy anything now. Take these and get some food for the kids. I won't stop by your place today. Maybe another day. I'm off. Chun Hongying didn't refuse. She worked at the neighborhood office and always had the latest news, but she rarely had enough ration tickets on hand. Every time her younger sister came over, she would take a few things for herself. Neither of them minded. They believed that by helping each other, both families could go further together. Jiang Cha-Cha and Jiang Yunyan had been wandering around all day as instructed, visiting every factory gate they could find, but there wasn't a single job notice anywhere. Finally, Jiang Cha-Cha couldn't hold back anymore. She ran up to the factory gate and asked the security guard, "Hello, comrade. May I ask if the textile factory is hiring workers recently?" The guard was sitting lazily in his chair, reading a newspaper. Without even looking up, he shook his head and said casually, "No. Move along. Don't block the gate." Hearing that, Jiang Yunyan's face darkened. She pulled Jiang Cha-Cha away at once. Jiang Cha-Cha looked confused and tried to pull her hand back. "Yunyan, what's wrong?" Yunyan didn't answer until they reached the gate of the steel factory courtyard. Then she finally let go and said, "Cha-Cha, asking them is useless. We don't have anything to offer, so they won't tell us anything. Talking more is just a waste of breath." Cha-Cha blinked in surprise. "Something to offer? What do you mean?" "The best would be good wine, tea, or cigarettes. Or anything nice to eat or drink. But even if we gave them something, they might not tell us. They have families too. Anyway, let's go home for dinner." Yunyan walked ahead, while Cha-Cha stood still for a moment and whispered, "But I do have tea, really good tea, and it smells wonderful." Although Jiang Cha-Cha had come from the spirit realm and lost all her spiritual power, her true form was that of a green tea spirit. Because of that, she could still take a few things from her own inner space. However, when she was a tea spirit, she never stored much, so her space only held some tea she had produced herself in the spirit realm. "Oh my, the Jiang twins. Why are you wandering around at this hour? Not studying, not helping at home? Girls should be diligent, you know. Otherwise, TSK, TSK." As soon as Jiang Yunyan and Jiang Cha-Cha heard that voice, they knew it was Auntie Wang. She was always watching other people's daughters, afraid they might outshine her own. She worried her daughter wouldn't find a good match or get a proper dowry, so she spent her days criticizing other girls. Jiang Yunyan and Jiang Cha-Cha both looked upset and didn't respond. They just stared straight at her. Aunt Wang wasn't afraid at all. They were just two young girls, smaller and weaker than her. Even if they fought, she was sure she could handle them. So Aunt Wang put on a lecturing tone and said, "Oh my, what kind of faces are those? I watched you two grow up. I may not be a real relative, but I'm still your elder. What's wrong with telling you to be more hardworking? You've been out all day. Who knows what you've been up to? None of your business. You're always watching other people's families. Are you our shadow or something?" Aunt Wang froze, clearly not expecting anyone to talk back to her. "Oh, dear, how can you two talk like that?" Aunt Wang means well. She just, before the person could finish, Jiang Cha-Cha cut in with a gentle smile. "Aunt Wang, you really are something. You spend all day watching other people's daughters and their business. Maybe you should pay more attention to your own home." She paused to watch Aunt Wang's face darken, then continued, "You're right. We're not real relatives, but I wouldn't want you to be misled. I heard from Aunt He next door last night that your husband has been giving away food from your house to someone else." "Oh my." Aunt Wang's face turned red with anger. She threw down the basin in her hands. "What? He Lianhua, tell me.
Who is it?
Who has my husband been giving food to?"
Speak.
Jiang Cha-Cha's plan worked perfectly. She had turned Aunt Wang and Aunt He against each other. He Lianhua's heart raced. Seeing Aunt Wang grab her and demand an answer, she panicked. She couldn't say anything. If she did, Aunt Wang would surely come after her later. Some people really have no shame. "Come on, Cha-Cha, let's go home." Jiang Yunyan was about to pull her sister away when He Lianhua suddenly shouted, "Jiang twins, don't you dare leave. Jiang family's fourth child, you shameless thing. When did I ever gossip about Wang Dagan? Show me the proof. Sister Wang, don't worry, they're just making things up. Wang Andy stopped when she heard He Lianhua shouting, but her suspicious eyes still stayed on her. After all, they were a couple. How could she not notice when things had gone missing at home? He Lianhua's palms were sweating under Wang Anti's stare. She felt guilty, but she forced herself to stay calm. She couldn't let Sister Wang see through her. Jiang fourth, Jiang fifth, speak up. How dare you accuse me? What did I ever say? Jiang Yinyan saw how fierce He Lianhua looked and hesitated for a moment, glancing at Jiang Cha-Cha. But she trusted Cha-Cha more. Auntie He, if Cha-Cha said she heard it, then she did. Why are you shouting so loudly? Feeling guilty? Guilty?
Me?
What nonsense. Jiang Cha-Cha spoke up directly. Auntie Wang, Auntie He knows everything. The things missing from your house are at her sister's place. Her sister came to see her, and that's how she met Uncle Wang. She's known all along. Auntie Wang froze, staring blankly at He Lianhua. Then, slap, slap, slap. You liar! I thought you were a decent person, but you were trying to steal my husband. Shameless. He Lianhua was caught off guard and got slapped several times. She tried to dodge and explain, but when she couldn't take it anymore, she fought back. You loudmouth. Maybe you should watch your own husband instead of blaming others. If he's unfaithful, that's your problem. Jiang Yinyan saw the two women fighting fiercely. The onlookers didn't dare step in, so she grabbed Jiang Cha-Cha and ran home, shouting as they went. Oh no. Auntie, he likes Uncle Wang. She and her sister both tried to win him over, and Auntie Wang found out. Now she's furious. Everyone come help. Bang. As soon as Jiang Yinyan finished shouting, the two sisters rushed inside, closed the door, and exchanged a smile. Hee Cha-Cha, that was amazing. How did you know Uncle Wang was giving things to someone else? Jiang Cha-Cha handed her a glass of water. Yunyan's loud shout had echoed through the whole building, and her face was still red from it. Hee Cha-Cha is still the best to me after gulping down a glass of water. Jiang Yunyan looked eagerly at Jiang Cha-Cha. Jiang Cha-Cha had no choice but to explain. You fell asleep first last night, didn't you? It was really quiet, and since I have sharp ears, I naturally heard it. Jiang Yunyan's eyes widened as she looked Jiang Cha-Cha up and down. Suddenly, she clapped her hands. Oh wow, our Cha-Cha is amazing. Such good hearing. Haha, after all that fuss, Aunt Wang won't be able to keep an eye on others anymore. The hallway was crowded, so two more curious heads didn't seem unusual. Before long, Jiang Cha-Cha and Jiang Yunyan closed the door, then opened it again to run out and watch the commotion. Why can't we hear anything? Maybe it's over? Over? No way. Aunt Wang went to the He family's place to argue again. I bet she won't be done today. Hearing that there was no more excitement to see, Jiang Cha-Cha and Jiang Yunyan quietly headed home. At the Jiang house, Chen Hongmei had just come in when she saw her two daughters grinning foolishly. She couldn't help but say, "What are you two laughing about? Got news about a job?" The sisters' smiles instantly disappeared. They both shook their heads. No, nothing at all. Chen Hongmei didn't expect much from her lazy daughters anyway, but she still couldn't help giving each of them a light pat. I knew it. Still laughing like that, not even a bit worried about yourselves. Honestly. Fine, go make dinner. Your aunt sent me some news, but there's only one opportunity. When Jiang Cha-Cha and Jiang Yunyan heard that, they quickly exchanged looks. You go. No, you go. I'm staying home, you go. Seeing the two of them whispering again, Chen Hongmei got annoyed and didn't bother arguing. She simply pushed them out the door. Don't come back for dinner until the laundry's done. So Jiang Cha-Cha and Jiang Yunyan carried the clothes to the wash basin. As they washed, they listened to the nearby aunties gossiping about what happened next between Aunt Wang and Aunt He. The story was so funny that they were completely absorbed. By the time Chen Hongmei had finished cooking lunch, the two sisters finally hung the clothes to dry and slowly carried the basin back home. Jiang Yunyan pushed the door open and saw that the whole family was already waiting for them to eat. Neither of the two looked guilty at all. They simply walked over and sat down in their seats. Mom, the food smells so good today. Let's eat quickly before it gets cold, Jiang Yunyun said cheerfully. Jiang Cha-cha nodded in agreement. Chen Hongmei glared at her two daughters, clenching and unclenching her fists. Her head was pounding. What had she done to deserve such shameless daughters? They really made her furious. In the end, Chen Hongmei decided to ignore them. She lowered her head and focused on eating, trying to fill her stomach so she wouldn't be filled with anger instead. Jiang Qingshan looked at Chen Hongmei, then at his two sisters who were eating happily. Remembering what he had heard earlier that day, he couldn't help but ask, I heard that Aunt Wang and Aunt He had a big argument outside today. Was that because of you too? Chen Hongmei's eyes widened. She had heard a bit about that when she came home. So it was her daughters who caused the trouble? She couldn't hold back anymore. She stood up and gave Jiang Cha-cha and Jiang Yunyun each a firm tug on the ear. Why do you two always have to stir up trouble? I told you to find jobs, but you never take it seriously. You'd rather sit in the sun all day, huh?
Fine.
Starting tomorrow, you'll both stay home and work hard. Let's see how long you can stand it. After scolding them, Chen Hongmei sat back down angrily and drank a big bowl of soup to calm herself. Jiang Qingshan hadn't expected his mother to react like that. He glanced carefully at his parents and said, Mom, Dad, I'm bringing Hongxia home this Saturday. Hongxia, Hongmei, and Hongying, 3 sisters with the same Hong in their names. Instead of dating her, you should call her godmother. Jiang Qingyu teased. Jiang Qingyu, are you 3 sisters trying to drive me crazy? What nonsense are you talking about? Your brother's dating someone. What's it got to do with you? Keep it up and see if I don't give you a good scolding. Chen Hongmei was furious. She rolled up her sleeves and looked around for her feather duster. Jiang Qingyu, Jiang Cha-cha, and Jiang Yunyun immediately backed down. Jiang Yunyun and Jiang Qingyu, the 2 most timid ones, quickly pushed the still-eating Jiang Cha-cha forward to act as their shield. Cha-cha, Cha-cha, Cha-cha. Tell me, don't the names Hongxia, Hongying, Hongmei, and Hongqi sound like they belong to the same generation? Cha-cha Jiang Cha-cha was so annoyed by the 2 people beside her that she couldn't eat anymore. She looked apologetically at Jiang Qingshan, then turned to stare at Chen Hongmei and Jiang Yenching. Dad, Mom, doesn't the name Hongxia sound like one of Mom's sisters? Anyway, to us sisters, they really do sound similar. Oh, and about Aunt Wang's matter. It wasn't me and Yunyun who caused it. Someone else was already trying to interfere. Chen Hongmei looked at Jiang Cha-cha's round, pink face and couldn't stay angry. She rolled her eyes at the 3 sisters and warned them sharply anyway, don't ever mention Hongxia again, or I won't let it go. Qingshan's father, what do you think? Jiang Lianqing was also speechless. How did his son end up dating someone whose name sounded so much like his wife's and her sister's? If no one mentioned it, it was fine, but once they did. Cough, cough. Well, your mom's right. Don't bring it up again. It makes us seem disrespectful to the young lady. Qingshan, it's Saturday, right? Yes, Dad, Saturday. Jiang Qingshan looked embarrassed. When he started dating Su Hongxia, he hadn't thought much about it. They met at a social event, and now that his sisters had pointed out the name issue, he also felt awkward. Especially when he imagined that after marriage, they'd all live under one roof, and the neighbors would be calling out Hongxia and Hongmei. That would be quite confusing. Bang, Mom, I'm back. Wow. Perfect timing, just in time for dinner. You have no idea how awful the food outside has been these days. Nothing beats home cooking. The second son, Jiang Qinghe, had returned. His arrival broke the awkward atmosphere, and Jiang Qingshan finally breathed a sigh of relief. But then Jiang Qingyu suddenly asked second brother, did you know Hongxia is coming to our house? Jiang Qinghe was just about to eat from Jiang Qingshan's half-finished bowl. He was starving. Caught off guard by the question, he looked up at Chen Hongmei in surprise. Mom, is Aunt coming? Qingyu, did Aunt upset you? Why are you calling her by name? Haha. Chen Hongmei slammed the table and shouted, Jiang Qingyu. At that moment, Jiang Qingyu had already run into her room and locked the door. Jiang Qinghe didn't understand what was going on. He stuffed 2 more bites of food into his mouth, satisfied his hunger, and finally put down his chopsticks. What's going on? He asked. Chen Hongmei, unable to find Jiang Qingyu, turned her anger toward Jiang Qinghe. What's going on? You ungrateful boy. Your aunt's name is Hongxia. Your other aunt is Chen Hongying. Have you forgotten your own family after being away for a while? Jiang Qinghe looked confused, but under Chen Hongmei's fierce glare, he quickly gave in and replied, Oh, I forgot. So Hongxia is one of Mom's sisters? Pfft. That's hilarious, Jiang Air. Hongxia isn't Mom's sister. She's Jiang Da's girlfriend. Jiang Qinghe looked completely shocked. He turned his head and stared straight at Jiang Qingshan. Brother? She's your girlfriend? Jiang Qingshan didn't know what to say. He could only nod quietly. Yes, her name is Su Hongxia. She's coming to our house on Saturday. Jiang Qinghe didn't know how to respond. After a moment of silence, he decided to just lower his head and keep eating. It was safer to keep his mouth full. The rest of the family ate absent-mindedly. Jiang Qingshan looked at his empty bowl, then angrily slapped Jiang Qinghe on the shoulder. Were you starving in your past life? Jiang Qinghe ignored him. After being away for a few days, he really was starving. After dinner, Jiang Chacha and Jiang Yunyun were called to wash the dishes. Chen Hongmei looked at Jiang Yenching, who was sitting nearby reading the newspaper. Yenching, I went to see my sister today and only got one piece of news. But we have 2 daughters. How should we decide who gets it? Jiang Yenching put down the newspaper and glanced toward the kitchen where the girls were washing dishes. What kind of job is it? A waitress position at a state-run restaurant. What do you think? It's a good job, right? My sister saved this opportunity just for our daughters. Jiang Yenching smiled and nodded. That's really nice of her. Your sister has always been good to our family. Of course. She's family after all. But I think this job should go to Yunyun. Cha-Cha's face is getting prettier, and I worry about her being out there. Besides, her personality isn't like Yunyun's. Jiang Yenching thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. All right, that's it for now. We'll talk about Cha-Cha later. Oh, and remember to get everything ready for Saturday. As for whether Qingshan's friend can come over, we'll see, but we still need to show the right attitude. Chen Hongmei glanced at him and muttered, Please, do you think I'm that kind of person? I'm open-minded and know how to behave. At 9 o'clock on Saturday morning, the whole Jiang family was at home waiting for Jiang Qingshan and Su Hongxia, except for Jiang Qingyu. Jiang Qingyu didn't want to meet this Hongxia, so she ran off early to her best friend Chen Taodao's house. But Chen Hongmei sent Jiang Qingcheng to bring her back, saying that if she didn't come home today, she might as well not come back at all. Jiang Qingyu had no choice but to pout and followed Jiang Qingcheng home. Just as they reached the gate of the residential compound, the 2 groups met. Jiang Qingyu glanced at the girl behind Jiang Qingshan. She looked ordinary. Round face, small eyes, not very tall, dressed simply, and she was only carrying a small bag of rice sticks. Jiang Qingyu rolled her eyes dramatically and said loudly, Who brings just rice sticks when visiting someone's home? That's so rude. Then she dragged Jiang Qingcheng inside and started complaining, Mom, Dad, you won't believe it. Qingshan's girlfriend came over with just a tiny bag of rice sticks. Oh my goodness. When Qingshan went to her house the other day, you even sent meat with him. And now she brings back rice sticks? That's ridiculous. At the gate, both Su Hongxia and Jiang Qingshan heard every word. Su Hongxia looked embarrassed, but she forced a smile and tugged at Jiang Qingshan's sleeve. Qingshan, let's go in. Show me where your home is. Jiang Qingshan nodded. He hadn't expected Su Hongxia to bring only rice sticks, especially since they were just something she had taken from home. Inside, Chen Hongmei was stunned after hearing Jiang Qingyu's words and didn't speak for a while. Mom?
Mom.
Aren't you going to say something? Chen Hongmei came back to her senses, just as Jiang Qingshan arrived at the door with Su Hongxia. Dad, Mom, this is my friend, comrade Su Hongxia, Jiang Qingshan said, sounding a little uneasy as he introduced her. Su Hongxia came out from behind Jiang Qingshan, smiling as she looked into the house. Uncle and Auntie, hello. I am Hongxia, Qingshan's girlfriend. Because Jiang Qingyu had just given a warning, the Jiang family members' eyes were now on Su Hongxia's hands. Seeing that her hands were empty, she only held a bag of rice sticks. Chen Hongmei felt a bit upset. Our manners are quite proper. Just a few days ago, Qingshan visited her house with wine, meat, and snow cream.
Why?
Jiang Liansheng's face also looked unhappy, but he wouldn't say anything to a young girl.
All right, come in.
Dinner is ready, Su Hongxia nodded. Just as she was about to step forward, Jiang Qingyu, who was not used to being polite, spoke up. Oh, what kind of manners are these? Bringing only a bag of rice sticks to your partner's house? No, I should say rice residue. That's really shameless. Hearing this, Su Hongxia looked up sharply and saw Jiang Qingyu, whom she had just seen at the gate of the courtyard. She looked embarrassed as she glanced at Jiang Qingshan and clenched her fingers silently. Qingshan this? Jiang Qingyu glared at Jiang Qingshan, crossed her arms, and looked unapproachable. I'm Jiang Qingyu, Jiang Qingshan's sister. I'm really confused. A few days ago, Jiang Qingshan went to your house empty-handed. Today, you bring only broken rice sticks to my house. My family isn't a junk shop. Su Hongxia's face turned red with embarrassment. Jiang Qingyu wanted to say more, but Jiang Qingshan interrupted her. Enough. Qingyu, say less. Hongxia, ignore her. Sit down first. Hearing this, Jiang Qingyu felt annoyed that Jiang Qingshan, who was not very smart, was protecting Su Hongxia. She angrily pulled out a chair and sat down loudly. Well, let's eat. Come on, sister, let's go serve the dishes. Jiang Qingyu didn't want to get up, but she was pulled into the kitchen by Jiang Cha-Cha and Jiang Yunyan. Once in the kitchen, Jiang Qingyu struggled to break free from them, looking unhappy. What are you doing? With just one person, do you still want to marry into our family? I'm not the one causing trouble. If you want to stay with her long term, I don't agree. Our family won't be peaceful then. Jiang Yunyan looked very understanding and turned to prepare the dishes to be served later. TCH sister, are you conscience-free? You just want your friend to marry Big Brother? Say what you want, but even if Hongxia doesn't work out, you can't force Big Brother to date your good friend. Isn't that harming him? The couple plans to spend their whole lives together, and they do so willingly and happily. Jiang Qingyu didn't expect her family to know her thoughts. She felt embarrassed and turned her head away awkwardly. She hesitated and said, I didn't force anyone to do anything. Big Brother can choose whoever he wants to date or marry. It's his own decision. But this Hongxia, I can't accept her. Jiang Cha-Cha was busy stirring rice porridge. Since Su Hongxia didn't seem embarrassed, they felt more confident. The rice porridge was a small comfort for them. All right, sister, stop overthinking. Big Brother will decide for himself. Just bring out those bowls. Jiang Qingyu looked at the bowls on the stove and suddenly smiled. Okay. I won't be angry. If Big Brother wants her, that's fine. But if it turns out to be the same person in the end, I won't give her a good look. After saying that, Jiang Qingyu took 2 bowls and left. Here, for the sister who brought broken rice sticks. Su Hongxia felt annoyed but kept a tolerant look on her face as she looked at Jiang Qingyu. Qingshan's sister, there's no need to be so polite. I'm Qingshan's girlfriend. From now on, we're family. Just call me Sister Hongxia. Jiang Qingyu didn't expect Su Hongxia to be so shameless. She froze in place, and when she saw a hint of pride on Su Hongxia's face, she almost exploded. But Jiang Cha-Cha and another person stepped in to stop her. We're not short of sisters. Sister Hongxia is quite impressive. Who would have thought that the first time someone visits her partner's family, she brings broken rice sticks? Luckily, no one in the big yard knows. Otherwise, our Jiang family might become a joke. Jiang Cha-Cha rarely showed her sharp side. She couldn't stand this girl either. Although choosing a wife was Jiang Qingshan's own decision, if Su Hongxia became the eldest sister-in-law, the Jiang family might never be peaceful again. Jiang Yunyan nodded in agreement. Seeing that no one in the Jiang family spoke up for her, not even her partner Jiang Qingshan, Su Hongxia's eyes flickered. She quickly looked at Chen Hongmei. Uncle and auntie, these are Qingshan's sisters, right? They are really beautiful, especially the girl in the middle. She's so pretty. Is she dating anyone? I have a younger cousin who works at a slaughterhouse, and he might have done something. Chen Hongmei could no longer smile. She forced a stiff smile and said helplessly, "Eat something first." "You probably haven't had a meal at home." Su Hongxia nodded, but when she looked down at the plain rice water in her bowl, she felt even angrier. Her mother had already asked around. The Jiang family isn't the best, but they're not bad either. Yet, when she visited, she was served only rice water. Sure enough, it must be Jiang Qingshan's younger sisters causing trouble. No wonder her mother warned her to be careful of these little sisters before she left. Su Hongxia took the rice water as a warning from Jiang Cha-cha and her sisters. She calmly finished it and said, "The rice water is well made. I guess I'll get to taste my sister-in-law's cooking every day in the future." Don't be so shameless. Don't think that just because you're called Hongxia, you can control everything in our Jiang family. You're not even married yet. Which girl's first boyfriend gives her broken rice sticks? And you want to taste her cooking? Uft. Su Hongxia clenched her soft flesh in her mouth, but kept a tolerant expression. She even smiled faintly at Jiang Qingyu. Her mother said that between the younger sister-in-law and the older sister-in-law, the younger one always has the upper hand. If she didn't show her attitude on the first day they met, she might be bullied later. Jiang Qingshan has more than one sister. All right, Yenching, take your third sister to visit the Chen family. Come back in the afternoon. Finally, Jiang Yenching spoke, and Jiang Qingyu followed Jiang Qingqing out. But Jiang Yenching wasn't very fond of Su Hongxia either. He sighed and looked at her. "Comrade Su, we didn't host you well today. Let Qingshan take you." Su Hongxia immediately waved her hand and eagerly mentioned her aunt. "Uncle Jiang, it's nothing to do with poor hosting. We're family now, no need to be so polite. I just think Qingshan's temper is a bit too strong. My aunt is very kind and good at seasoning. She has a son, and I think he's a good match for her. After they get married, I'll have my cousin work for me, and my aunt can season for him. It'll be even better than now." Chen Hongmei couldn't listen anymore. Although she thought her son was more important than her daughter, she didn't like outsiders criticizing her family. "All right, Comrade Su, this is our family matter. I don't think your aunt is very capable either. If she knows how to discipline people, why aren't you more sensible? Take your broken rice sticks and go home. Our Jiang family doesn't welcome you." After saying this, Chen Hongmei gave Jiang Cha-cha and Jiang Yunyan a look. Jiang Cha-cha immediately opened the door and loudly shouted, "Comrade Su Hongxia, bring your broken rice sticks with you. We Jiang family don't welcome you." Jiang Yunyan then reached out and grabbed Su Hongxia, pulling her toward the door. "By the way, next time you visit someone else's house, don't just bring broken rice sticks. Maybe it's better not to bring anything at all. Empty-handed is better than your broken rice sticks." Su Hongxia's face changed, and she kept looking back at Jiang Qingshan sitting nearby. "Jiang Qingshan, your family is bullying me? I'm your partner, you cowardly man. You can't even protect your partner."
Uft.
The Jiang family is bullying people. As soon as Su Hongxia shouted, the families in the apartment building opened their doors. Especially the households of Aunt Wang and Aunt He, who had been troubled recently and almost lost their jobs. They were hoping something would happen to the Jiang family. Now that it did, they looked eager to watch the show. Oh, how could the Jiang family bully a girl? And they say Jiang Qingshan isn't a real man. Did he do something to hurt the girl? Aunt Wang couldn't wait to speak. She was furious. Her husband almost lost his job because of this. It was all because of that shameless woman from the He family and the two mouthy daughters of the Jiang family. She was so angry. Luckily, they didn't find any real evidence of improper relationships. Otherwise, their whole family would be in big trouble. Aunt Wang was naturally upset. When she heard Su Hongxia shout, she immediately shouted back, "Jiang Yunyan, don't think you can bully a girl just because you're in the Jiang family. Our steel factory's family courtyard isn't a place for bullying." Aunt He also joined in. Su Hongxia thought she had someone backing her up, so she straightened her back. She wanted to pull herself out of Jiang Yunyan's grasp, but her strength was no match for her. "Hey, let go of me or I'll shout. Then we'll see what the Jiang family has to say about their reputation." Jiang Yunyan rolled her eyes. "Shout as much as you want. Do you need me to help you shout louder?" Su Hongxia was choked by Jiang Yunyan and felt unfair. She shouted again. "Jiang family is bullying me and won't let me leave. Help." Someone help. Aunt Wang and Aunt He ran quickly to the floor where Zhang's house was. They looked at each other, then turned their heads coldly and went to Zhang's house one after the other. Oh my, they're really holding on to the girl and not letting her go. My goodness, what is the Jiang family trying to do? Girl, don't be afraid. Our building definitely won't just watch you get bullied. Seeing Aunt Wang and Aunt He, Su Hongxia looked like she found a strong supporter, acting like a helpless girl who had been bullied. Tears started to fall as she looked at Aunt Wang and Aunt He, sniffling.
Thank you, Auntie.
I didn't know the Jiang family would be so mean. I'm Jiang Qingshan's girlfriend. I visited for the first time today, and his sisters bullied me to death. That coward just watched me get bullied. Boo-hoo. Hearing this, Aunt Wang looked serious, as if ready to stand up for her, and glared at Jiang Cha-Cha and the others. Cha-Cha, I told you not to be too fierce. Look at you, no job at home, and you're ruining your brother's marriage? That's really annoying. Jiang Cha-Cha nodded as if she understood something, then pulled Su Hongxia and pushed her into Aunt Wang's arms. Auntie Wang, it seems you really like Comrade Su. Fine, take Big Brother Dabo back. Oh, this is the rice stick that Comrade Su brought. Here you go. Also, her aunt can teach people a lesson. Send Uncle Wang over, and I promise she'll teach you to listen and behave. Aunt Wang looked at the big face in her arms with some dislike. Being so close, she could see the bumps on the girl's face. Disgusted, she pushed the girl aside into Aunt He's arms. Jiang Cha-Cha didn't want to let Aunt He go either. Oh, Aunt He, you also like this girl? Then who in your family needs to be taught? Uncle He or Painting? But she said her aunt can do it, so why don't your family and Aunt He's family go together to her aunt's place for some lessons? Jiang Cha-Cha spoke loudly, even deliberately using her internal energy, so everyone in the building could hear clearly.
Haha, Cha-Cha is right.
Aunt Wang, your man just needs some discipline. But I wonder if he's still your man after being disciplined.
Huh? You're right.
The He family is the same. Ha ha ha. For a moment, laughter filled the apartment building. When Aunt Wang heard it, she couldn't hold back her embarrassment. She glared at Zhang's two sisters and then ran away. Before leaving, she also rolled her eyes at Su Hongxia. Phew, who told you to teach your aunt? Do you think your aunt is the boss of the building? Discipline? Look at you, it's clear your family isn't good. Going to someone's house with broken rice sticks? My goodness, discipline? Buffed. Aunt Wang spat at Su Hongxia and Aunt He behind her, with spit flying. Su Hongxia was confused. Weren't they just defending her? Why did they suddenly turn against her? And that aunt's words were really rude. Yuck. After feeling sick, Su Hongxia quickly looked at Aunt He, hoping she would speak up. But Aunt He wasn't stupid. She wanted Zhang's family to have some trouble, so they would be the joke of the apartment building, but this person was clearly trouble she didn't want to get involved with. So Aunt He pushed Su Hongxia aside. Well, my family is very well behaved. No one needs discipline. And, you went to deliver rice sticks for the first time, and Zhang's family came empty-handed? Bringing broken rice sticks is hilarious. Even poor relatives don't bring leftovers when they visit. Where are you from? I'll tell everyone so no one ends up with someone like you. You'd be a big loss. After saying that, she rolled her eyes at Jiang Cha-Cha and her sister, and then left. Aunt He's sudden reasonableness surprised Jiang Yunyun. Cha-Cha, and he changed her attitude pretty fast. TSK, it's rare to hear her say something nice. Jiang Cha-Cha was also surprised. This person really was different from a spirit, sometimes good, sometimes bad. Su Hongxia, hearing Aunt He's words, looked upset. She turned her head, glared at the Jiang family, and hurriedly left. Finally, she ran back to her big yard. Su Hongxia threw broken rice sticks on the ground. Mom, what crazy idea did you have? Now I'm the joke of the Jiang family, and I got kicked out. Su Hongxia's mother heard this and quickly ran out from the nearby dry toilet. Oh no! This is valuable stuff. Why did you just throw it on the ground? Luckily, it was wrapped in a bag. Her family has been eating the things Jiang Qingshan brought over these days. It's been a good meal, but because they had no oil or fat before, they've been going to the bathroom more often these days. Su Hongxia is very angry. She took back the broken rice strips from her mother. Enough. What you're saying doesn't help at all. I've been kicked out. Seeing that her mother's attention was on the broken rice strips, Su Hongxia shouted in frustration. The Jiang family lives in a staff building. If her mother hadn't refused to buy her things with money, she wouldn't be talking nonsense. She wouldn't have offended the Jiang family. If she could marry into the Jiang family. Su Hongxia grew more annoyed with her family, especially since her mother just came out of the bathroom, smelling of the bathroom. Hongxia, why did they kick you out? Didn't your mother say you went to your partner's house today? Looks like good news is coming. Maybe we'll get to attend a wedding celebration. When Su Hongxia heard the neighbors' voices, she was startled. She turned around and saw the neighbors coming out. She could only force a smile, but her face looked worse. In the end, she ran back to her room. Hey, Hongxia's mom, does it look like Hongxia isn't doing well? Yes, maybe she's been bullied outside. Tell us what happened. If she's been bullied, that's not okay. Someone in our neighborhood wouldn't dare bully our girl. Su Hongxia's mother seriously explained what Su Hongxia had told her. Why would they kick out my girl? They're just guests. I swear, I'll go to their house and ask for my Hongxia back. The neighbors nearby thought Su Hongxia was being bullied, but listening to her mother's words, it was hard to say what really happened. The neighbors were surprised to hear that they used leftover broken rice from their own meal to threaten her. Sigh. Ever since old Su passed away, the women in the family have become more and more confused. They kept talking and complaining, sometimes cursing. The people around didn't know what to say. One kind-looking aunt stepped forward and said, well, maybe your family and the Jiang family just aren't a good match. I know the Jiang family. I work at the street office, you know? The older aunt and uncle from the man's family are called Honging, with Hong being a common name. If Hongxia from your family also becomes a name, it wouldn't be appropriate. It's not suitable to change the name, so forget it. One day, we can ask Sister Zhou, the matchmaker in our yard, to introduce a good person. Hongxia has a job, so she won't worry about that. All right, I have other things to do, I'm leaving. After saying that, she left, turning her head with a look of frustration. Yeah, that's probably not a good idea. No family has a daughter-in-law with a name similar to her mother-in-law's. It's not right. If there's a better option later, I'll leave it. I'm going back now. Yes, Hongxia's mom, don't worry. Soon everyone had left. Su Hongxia's mother thought about what everyone said and felt it made sense. She quickly went into her daughter's room to talk to her. In the evening, at the Jiang family's house, Chen Hongmei and Jiang Yenching were worried that Jiang Qingshan might be upset because they both looked at Jiang Qingshan carefully. Qingshan, I think you and Comrade Su are not a good match. You. Jiang Qingshan looked calm and shook his head. Mom and Dad, I understand. It's better to realize it now than later. Maybe what TT said is right. Her name doesn't suit our family. Let's eat now. Chen Hongmei and Jiang Yenching looked at each other in silence. After a moment, Jiang Qingyu broke the quiet. All right, from now on, Comrade Jiang Qingshan, please make it up to us. We've been upset today because of your poor judgment. I really don't understand what you see in her. She's average looking. If you really end up together, I'll be worried about my future nephew or niece. If she takes after her mother, it would be terrible. Jiang Qingshan glanced at Jiang Qingyu and helplessly nodded. Got it. Nearby, Jiang TT and Jiang Yunyan couldn't wait to start eating. They were very hungry. Luckily, they didn't let Su Hongxia eat with them, or that would have been a big problem. Hey, TT, you too. Eat without calling anyone. Jiang Yunyan pouted, too lazy to care about Jiang Qingyu. She knew very well that her older brother's relationship had fallen through, and her mind was now more active. She didn't have many friends to introduce to her brothers, so filling her stomach was more important. The other members of the Jiang family saw TT and Yunyan eating happily and also started to eat. Soon, all the food on the table was finished. That was so good, Mom. If I could eat like this every day, I'd be very happy. Jiang Yunyan, full and satisfied, started to complain. Eat every day? Old Jiangwu, you're really not afraid of trouble outside. Eating every day, what nonsense. By the way, tomorrow you will go with me to the state-run restaurant. The job my sister-in-law introduced. I discussed it with your dad, and you will go. Chen Hongmei's words hit Jiang Yunyun like a thunderbolt. She was already slumped in her chair, but immediately sat up straight. What? Why isn't he going? Mom and Dad, you're showing favoritism. How can I be separated from T? Besides, T is the youngest, and her job should be hers. Chen Hongmei coldly looked at Jiang Yunyun.
Ha!
If you dare not go, tomorrow I will use a feather duster to discipline you. Jiang Yunyun wanted to say something but was silenced by Chen Hongmei's firm tone. Next to her, Jiang Ti looked helpless. Anyway, she didn't want to work at the state-run restaurant. Watching but not eating there would be too uncomfortable. T, I will be separated from you. Jiang Ti pushed away the clingy Jiang Yunyun. All right, if you go to the state-run restaurant, you might bring me some good food. Besides, if I don't work, I have to go to the countryside. Do you want to go? When we're in unfamiliar places and no one answers our calls, that will be really sad. Jiang Yunyun was stunned for a moment and sighed. Aren't you sad? I have a job, but you don't. Jiang Ti shook her head. I'm not sad. Hee, when Yunyun gets her salary, she can take me to buy all kinds of delicious food. Okay, we'll go buy delicious food together then. The next morning before dawn, Jiang Yunyun was woken up by Chen Hongmei. She had let Jiang Ti sleep in today since the sisters were close. Yunyun went to work, and Ti could sleep a bit longer at home. So Jiang Yunyun got up under the threat of the feather duster. Mother and daughter tiptoed out of the room. Chen Hongmei suddenly grabbed Jiang Yunyun's ear. I'm warning you. You must work well for Teacher Zhu. If you get sent back, you'll have to go to the countryside. You need to think carefully. Once you go, you can't come back, and don't blame your family. At that point, you'll be completely separated from T, and it will be hard to see each other again. Jiang Yunyun felt a moment of guilt flash across her eyes. She chuckled nervously and promised, Mom, what are you thinking? I need to earn money for me and Cha-Cha. I will work hard and try to become a regular employee soon. Chen Hongmei looked at her and reluctantly believed her this time. All right, go wash up quickly. Your eyes are all crusted over, so messy. In a state-run restaurant, cleanliness is the most important. Otherwise, more than 1 or 2 people will be watching you work. After nodding seriously, Jiang Yunyun finally realized and gently rubbed her eyes with her fingers. There was nothing there. She felt a bit embarrassed and angry.
Mom.
I'm clean. I may not smell as nice as Cha-Cha, but I definitely don't have crust all over my face. You're lying to me. Nonsense. Chen Hongmei ignored her. She took Jiang Yunyun and Jiang Cha-Cha's wash basins from the doorway and handed them to her. Hurry up and wash. Later, more people will be outside. Also, don't tell others about your job. When you meet someone you know at the restaurant, then you can talk. Do you hear me? Keep your mouth shut. Jiang Yunyun nodded blankly. But she thought, Mom, the family isn't even up yet. I can wash here at home, right? Chen Hongmei pushed her out with a feather duster in one hand. Who mentioned water at home? Do I need to wash you myself? Go wash outside. You never mention water at home, let your brothers do it. Are they tired from work? They need a scolding. Go wash with cold water to wake up your brain. Reluctantly, Jiang Yunyun carried her basin and went outside to wash. On the same floor, a young girl from another family overheard Chen Hongmei's scolding and hurried out with a cloth and water bucket to wash. Jiang Yunyun placed her basin in the sink, turned on the tap, and immediately turned it off when the water started flowing. This water is too cold. Comrade Hongmei should use cold water to cool down. It's early in the morning.
Sigh.
Ha, Jiang Yunyun, you got scolded again? Well, staying at home all the time. If only you had a sister-in-law, then. Jiang Yunyun recognized the voice immediately. It was from the Wu family's house next to hers, near the stairs. The speaker was Wu Sanmei. Wu Sanmei looked a bit proud. Her mother had been unwell these past 2 years, so she had to take over the family. She thought she was better than those who didn't work, especially the Jiang twins. Now she was taking the chance to make some sarcastic remarks. Jiang Yunyun slightly turned her head and saw Wu Sanmei. She was too lazy to pay attention to her, quickly dampened a cloth, and patted her face twice. Wow, so cool. Wu Sanmei, standing nearby, first fetched water for the wooden bucket, then opened another tap to wash her face. While washing, she looked at Jiang Yunyun. She had a big braid and was wearing a cotton outfit. She looked quite showy. No matter how nice her clothes are, it's useless if she has no job. She knew that now the college entrance exams are gone. Going to high school doesn't matter. She herself only finished elementary school, but already has a job. You got scolded by Aunt Hongmei again, right? Haha, people without jobs are like that. Honestly, you and Jiang Cha-Cha should stay home and be more diligent. Be sharper, do more chores, and maybe you won't be kicked out so early in the morning. Who knows if there will be food later? Jiang Yunyun was surprised inside. No, although Aunt Wu's work was for her, she was just doing chores for free. Aunt Wu kept all the wages and benefits. If she made them do such work, Jiang Cha-Cha, and she would probably cause a big fuss in the Jiang family. That fool still thinks it's good? Really, so stupid it's obvious. What did you say? Jiang Yunyun didn't notice and said what she was thinking directly. Wu Sanmei heard it clearly. Cough, I may not have a job, but I didn't do nothing either. If I had a proper job with wages, I wouldn't do it for free. That's just stupid. Third sister, you're not young anymore. Don't you have your own savings? Wu Sanmei was stunned. Maybe that was true. She had been filling in for her mother for 2 years, but hadn't received a single penny. The family never mentioned it. Seeing her listen, Jiang Yunyun smiled slightly. Be more sensible. You're grown up now. Don't let everything go to waste. If you have no money and lose your job, that's even worse than me. After saying that, Jiang Yunyun poured out the water from the basin, wrung the cloth dry, and left without looking back. All that was left was Wu Sanmei, silent and looking down. Dinner's ready, Cha-Cha. I have to leave you today. I'll miss you, Cha-Cha.
Boo-hoo.
Jiang Cha-Cha finished dressing and was tidying her bed when Jiang Yunyun suddenly pounced on her. The neatly made bed was messed up again. Jiang Cha-Cha had to push Jiang Yunyun away. All right, it's not like I'll never see you again. You're going to the state-run restaurant to earn money. If you earn money, we can buy good food, right? Jiang Yunyun pretended to cry while nodding. That's good. Work hard, and I'll wait for you to buy me delicious food. Okay, my soft and fragrant tea. What are you eating? Fourth sister and fifth sister, I want some too. Jiang Qingqing suddenly interrupted, and Jiang Yunyun and Jiang Titi exchanged a quick look. They quickly stood up and pulled Jiang Qingqing outside. No way, I won't give you any. The candies you saved up are not for you. I'll give them to my desk mate. I don't want to give you any either. Exactly, favoring the younger sister over the older one. No way, no way. At the dining table, Jiang Yenching watched the siblings playfully argue and said rarely, All right, come, eat now. Yunyun, Dad has a few things to tell you. Once the head of the Jiang family spoke, Jiang Titi and the others immediately sat on the stools, obediently looking at Jiang Liansheng. Jiang Qingshan and Jiang Qinghe, the two brothers, looked at Jiang Titi and Jiang Yunyun, who suddenly became very well-behaved and couldn't help but smile. Cough, Yunyun, when you go to the state-run restaurant, do your best. Don't embarrass the Jiang family. If you don't do well and lose your job, I won't let our girl go to the countryside. Then you'll just have to get married, understand? Jiang Yunyun nodded obediently. Her father was usually easy to talk to, but when he was serious, he was quite intimidating. And he was very serious now.
She didn't want to get married right now. Got it, Dad.
I'll work hard to get a permanent position early. Hee. Jiang Liansheng nodded slightly and smiled. Good. Later, your mom will go with you. As for Titi's work, we'll also keep an eye out. Jiang Titi drank her sweet potato porridge obediently and nodded. Jiang Liansheng was very pleased to see her well-behaved. He thought to himself that the girl he raised was very obedient, unlike those shameless cousins. After breakfast, the Jiang family went to work or school, leaving only Jiang Titi alone. She didn't feel lonely at all. Instead, she was excited to take her bag and go out. Previously, she couldn't explore much with Yunyun, and the Jiang family didn't allow her to go out. Now that she had the chance, Jiang Titi couldn't wait to look around. However, as soon as she stepped outside, she ran into the women of the courtyard. Several of them chattered and stopped Jiang TT. Could she be going to find some shady people? Andy told you, you look so good. You must not be tricked or deceived by bad-hearted men outside. If you ignore everything and no one responds, that would be really upsetting. Yes, the Jiang family's children all look good. Sigh, it's a pity my own son isn't useful. Standing next to TT, he looks like a toad. Otherwise, we could have had the advantage first. Hey, I have relatives who are quite suitable for TT. They have good jobs, like working in the police. TT, would you be willing? TT Jiang's head was about to explode. These ants talk like they're gossiping with spirits, always saying these things. She couldn't reply or she'd be out of the yard today. All right, ladies, you're busy. I'm not in a rush. I haven't found a job yet, so I need to get one first. I'll go now, work is important. TT slipped away from the ants like a slippery eel, leaving a few of them looking a bit disappointed. Don't say it, but TT really is pretty. She looks so nice, even to young people. But she's right. She should find something to do, so she won't be disliked by her future in-laws. I don't like hearing that. Who would dislike her? Women are half the sky. We manage the home. Isn't that work too? That's true. We must have confidence. TT finally got out of her family's courtyard. Seeing the busy street outside, she felt so happy. She looked around, planning to visit Jiang Qingyu's workplace at the supply and marketing cooperative to see what good things they had. After deciding on her route, TT headed toward the cooperative. But on the way, the smell of braised pork from the state-run restaurant was so tempting she immediately changed her plan and went there instead. As soon as she entered, the rich aroma made her feel like she might faint from the smell of the braised pork. Smells so good, bah. You country bumpkin, you don't know anything. It's not even mealtime. No food here, get out quickly. Waiter He Jilly heard the voices, but didn't look up. She was casually wiping the table, tired of these people's messy ways. They really don't know how to keep the place clean, making the restaurant so dirty. She was exhausted. TT was stunned but still drawn in by the delicious smell of the braised pork. Sir, may I ask when the mealtime is? Are there braised pork today? He Jilly impatiently slapped a cloth on the table, frowned at Jiang Cha-Cha, and seeing that she was a pretty girl with a slim figure, she became even more annoyed and scolded her directly. I told you it's not mealtime. Can't you understand? The time is written on the door. Go check for yourself. Still want to eat meat? Do you have a ticket? So annoying. Just leave already. We're busy. After scolding, He Jilly still felt uncomfortable inside. She clenched her fists and thought that if she hadn't been scolded by the manager last time for hitting a customer here, she would definitely teach this person a lesson today. Jiang Cha-Cha listened to her scolding and felt unhappy. She was thinking of using some tricky things from her space to teach her a lesson, but suddenly she was interrupted. She quickly retracted her little tools. He Jilly, why are you scolding people again? Hurry up and clean. Do you think you have a stable job? Go clean the place. Manager Liu had just come back from a meeting outside. When he entered the restaurant and saw He Jilly glaring at a young girl, he was furious. He thought she really needed to be taught a lesson. So, Manager Liu scolded He Jilly harshly. Seeing that the person in charge had arrived, Jiang Cha-Cha decided not to stay any longer. Since she couldn't get any meat anyway, she might as well go to the supply store to see if there's anything good. So, Jiang Cha-Cha quietly left, but before leaving, she left her little tools with He Jilly. She couldn't just let herself be scolded for nothing. Jiang Cha-Cha didn't want to suffer losses. She had never been treated like this in her spiritual world, and she wouldn't accept it here either. Manager Liu didn't pay much attention to Jiang Cha-Cha, since it wasn't their restaurant's business hours yet. When the people left, he took the opportunity to tidy up the restaurant, so that he wouldn't be laughed at by Zhu Pengzi from the east side at the end of the month for poor performance. He, Liu Desheng, definitely wouldn't be worse than Zhu Pengzi, and he wouldn't give him a chance to laugh at him. He Jilly, I warned you last time not to hit or scold customers. Who do you think you are? A temporary worker thinking you're so capable? Humph. He Jilly lowered her head, her eyes full of anger. This Liu Desheng just knew how to scold her. He was just a lousy official. What's so great about him? Ludisheng got more and more excited as he scolded, and Jilly grew angrier the more she listened. Finally, she raised her hand. Get lost. I spit on you. You are shameless. You don't scold customers, but you always take your anger out on me. You're a temporary worker, so what? Are you eating for my rice? Do you think this restaurant is your home? Where do you get the nerve? You're not as capable as Manager Zhu from the east side of the city. He has skills and can do his job well, unlike you, who can't do anything right. Ludisheng was stunned, then immediately started fighting with Jilly, attracting a crowd of onlookers. No one knew what happened afterward, but later, the restaurant closed for a while. When it reopened, all the staff had been replaced. Meanwhile, Jiang Cha-Cha had arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative. As soon as she entered, she was drawn in by the lively scene inside. 1 bar of soap, 1 peony pot, sugar, white rabbit milk candies. Please weigh some for me. Don't push, don't push. You can't get in front. Please don't push. Jiang Cha-Cha couldn't keep her eyes from wide open. This market was so different from the spiritual market she knew, much more lively. She couldn't wait and pushed her way into the crowd. Today, there are 2 pieces of defective fabric. Please line up. After finally squeezing in, she saw more and more people behind her, almost suffocating her. She struggled to push to the counter and saw Jiang Qingyu. Cha-Cha? Why are you here? Jiang Cha-Cha wanted to pretend she didn't see Jiang Qingyu, but Jiang Qingyu directly poked her with a ruler. Hee sister, don't poke me. It's itchy and painful. Jiang Qingyu loudly shouted, get to the side and stand there. I'll deal with you after I finish. The noisy crowd immediately quieted down. They silently looked at Jiang Qingyu's face. Line up. No more noise. Say what you want directly. Prepare your money and tickets. After that, the line of people waiting became smooth and quick, gradually decreasing. Jiang Cha-Cha stood aside, afraid to move. Jiang Qingyu was so fierce that even those who didn't get the defective fabric didn't dare to cause trouble. Jiang Cha-Cha could only stand quietly to the side. With Jiang Cha-Cha acting as the representative, the people in line dared not make a fuss. They lowered their voices, afraid of getting scolded. Finally, after Jiang Qingyu finished her work, Jiang Cha-Cha was pulled aside. Are you going out to find a job? Did you visit the big factories? Do you have any news? Jiang Cha-Cha felt guilty. She had only planned to walk around this place today and didn't care about finding a job at all. When Jiang Qingyu asked her questions, Jiang Cha-Cha could only lower her head and gently shake it. No one pays attention to us. They told us to go away and not to stand around the door looking around. Jiang Qingyu sighed and turned back to the counter, stuffing the defective cloth she bought into Jiang Cha-Cha's hands. She also handed her 2 candies. All right, go home now. Don't wander outside. I heard the little red guards are catching people without introduction letters. Hurry back home so you don't get caught and your family doesn't know where you are. Do you understand? Be careful. Jiang Cha-Cha obediently nodded. She was already tired of the outside world, which was all dull gray. She couldn't get excited anymore. Plus, buying things required tickets, which she didn't have. She didn't want to stay outside any longer. Got it, sister. I'll go home first. Jiang Qingyu nodded and watched Jiang Cha-Cha walk away. A nearby shop assistant, curious, leaned over to Jiang Qingyu and lightly nudged her shoulder. Qingyu, is she your relative? She's quite pretty. Does she have a boyfriend? Whether she has a boyfriend or not, what does it matter? She's my little sister. Jiang Qingyu clicked her tongue and helplessly turned back to her counter. Her colleague rolled her eyes. Can I ask? Never mind then. Jiang Qingyu didn't bother to reply. She knew that if she started talking, she might end up bringing some unknown relative to her home tomorrow, trying to set her up on a blind date for Jiang Cha-Cha. After leaving the shop, Jiang Cha-Cha saw a group of little red guards heading angrily toward a household. She was so scared she hurried home. On the way back, she overheard about children being sent to the countryside. She felt annoyed. Her third sister said they were now checking for introduction letters, so she couldn't wander the streets every day, or she might get caught without one. She also wanted to eat braised pork, but it required a ticket. Jiang Cha-Cha felt very frustrated. Sitting on a stool in the Jiang family living room, she swung her legs and looked lost. The novelty has worn off. I realize there are too many restrictions in this world. Sigh, I can't wander outside anymore, and there's nothing to see. I just want to eat meat, but I don't have a ticket. Jiang Cha-Cha held her face and sighed. I can't wait for Yun to get her paycheck before I eat braised pork. I want to earn my own money and tickets so I can eat whenever I want. Jiang Cha-Cha quickly realized that if she wanted something, she had to get it. She decided to go out and find a job that would let her eat well, drink good, and not be tiring. Suddenly, the door lock clicked twice. Chen Hongmei and Jiang Yunyun came back.
Cha-Cha.
I miss you so much. Did you feel I was coming back? Did you wait in the living room just for me? Hee hee. Jiang Yunyun rushed over and hugged Jiang Cha-Cha affectionately. It's still my familiar, sweet Cha-Cha. Jiang Cha-Cha wanted to go out, but since Chen Hongmei and Jiang Yunyun had returned, she decided not to go today. She gently pushed Jiang Yunyun away and asked, Yunyun, how was your work today? Chen Hongmei was carrying a piece of pork and a block of tofu heading to the kitchen. When she heard Jiang Cha-Cha, she sneered coldly.
Huh?
Her? I think she's doing very well. She almost even fought someone. Hearing Chen Hongmei's words, Jiang Yunyun slightly pouted and tugged at Jiang Cha-Cha's sleeve. She whispered, Cha-Cha, that's not true. They all cut in line, didn't wait their turn, and even tried to take others' food. I told them to stop, but they didn't listen. I didn't hit anyone, just raised my voice a bit. Mom exaggerated it. Humph. Yes, Yunyun is right. Jiang Cha-Cha is a little protector who always takes Yunyun's side. Naturally, she believed everything Yunyun said. Hearing Jiang Cha-Cha firmly support her, Yunyun was very happy and spoke more quietly. Cha-Cha, you know, I'm just a temporary worker, but I earn 18 yuan a day plus tickets. If Master Zhu cooks extra dishes one day, we can buy food without tickets for our family. Hee hee. Plus, I get a free lunch. Isn't that good? Don't worry, Cha-Cha. What's mine is yours. Jiang Cha-Cha nodded. Her thoughts hadn't changed. She still didn't want to wander outside. She'd rather go to work herself, just looking for a job that's easy, good to eat, drink, and not tiring. Yunyun, when you go to work, I'll be alone at home and feel pretty bored. The factory outside isn't hiring workers lately. Where can I find information about jobs? Yunyun was stunned. She suddenly turned to look at Jiang Cha-Cha, thinking that if Cha-Cha went to work, she'd be lonely and bored at home alone. Being alone at home can be quite boring. By the way, Cha-Cha, the ladies in our building are very good at gathering news. Later, I will go with you to ask around. Okay, Yunyun, you're so kind. The two sisters exchanged smiles when Chen Hongmei, coming out of the kitchen, called them to help. Why are you both smiling foolishly? Jiang Yunyun, you go cook, and Jiang Cha-Cha, you start the fire. Hurry up and prepare the meal. Will the family come home hungry later? I have to call you two lazybones. Jiang Cha-Cha and Jiang Yunyun had no choice but to get up and go to the kitchen. After dinner, Jiang Yunyun wanted to go out with Jiang Cha-Cha, but she was stopped by Jiang Qingyu. Wait, where are the defective fabrics I asked you to bring back? Jiang Cha-Cha pointed to Jiang Qingyu's room. They are in your room. Jiang Qingyu nodded, went inside, took out the fabric, and handed it to Chen Hongmei. Mom, today the supply and marketing cooperative brought some defective fabrics. It's my turn. Since Old Wu is working, I made 2 outfits for her and Old Fourth. The colors suit them well. Jiang Qingshan and Jiang Qinghe heard this, and also took out what they had prepared. Cha-Cha Yunyun, this is snow cream from Big Brother. Cha-Cha Yunyun, this is a pair of small white shoes that second brother asked his colleagues to bring from Huqing. Chen Hongmei was quite happy to see the fabric Jiang Qingyu brought back. There was enough to make clothes for Cha-Cha and Yunyun, and also a piece of innerwear for Qingyu and Qingqing. But when she saw what Jiang Qingshan and Jiang Qinghe brought out, her face looked a bit displeased. Both of you are not young anymore. Don't you know what to do with the money you save? Buying these things. Jiang Cha-Cha and Jiang Yunyun looked at each other and quickly hugged the gifts from their brothers.
Mom.
Why didn't you say anything when sister was choosing fabric? I'm also getting older. You only care about the 2 brothers. Humph. Exactly. Hongmei, Be careful, or my brothers will make you red again. Chen Hongmei glared at the two sisters and stopped talking. If she spoke, they would argue back, which made her annoyed. Jiang Qingyu secretly smiled. She knew her parents favored boys a little, but her twin sisters had a way of handling things since they were young. So even though there were many siblings at home, she still felt the family was warm. Ultimately, Jiang Chacha and Jiang Yunyun did not go to the large courtyard's intelligence office. The next day, after breakfast, and once everyone had left the house, Jiang Chacha listened to Jiang Yunyun and filled 2 pockets with sunflower seeds before heading to the crowded area where the aunties gathered. Although the weather was getting colder, the aunties' gossiping hearts remained hot. Especially after the recent joke involving the Wang and He families, the women in the building kept a close eye, afraid to miss any good drama. As Jiang Chacha approached the gathering spot in front of the building, she overheard the aunties talking. Haha, you guys don't know. Wang Dagan gets scratched so badly every night by Aunt Wang. My house is right next to his, and I can hear everything from my daughter's room. I was laughing so hard. This morning, my husband saw Wang Dagan and noticed a cut on his forehead. When he asked, Wang Dagan said it was from a mosquito bite he scratched himself. Haha, even in this cold weather, mosquitoes are still around. That's hilarious. Don't forget, Wang Dagan probably wanted to cheat on his wife, but he got caught before he could do anything. Men with such thoughts deserve to be punished. Yeah, but that He family woman isn't any better. Aunt Wang usually treats her well, but she still did something so disgusting. Ugh, it makes me sick. Enough about that. Hey, Damei, has your daughter Manor found a job yet? I heard if she can't find one soon, she'll be forced to go to the countryside next spring. You, Zhang Damei, hands in her pockets, looked conflicted. Jobs aren't easy to find. I'm still stuck at home. She can look herself as long as it doesn't interfere with family chores. If she finds a job, she won't have to go to the countryside. If not, she has to go. I heard there are subsidies for going to the countryside, so it's like helping the family. She can send food back from the countryside, which is better than eating free at home. The others nearby listened and nodded, thinking her words made sense. Hey, you're wrong. Once she goes to the countryside, she won't be able to come back easily. And if she doesn't send food, there's nothing you can do. I think it's better to keep her here, find out if any factories are hiring, and when she gets married, the bride price might be better than the countryside subsidy. Exactly. She still has to give money to her family and get bride price, plus holidays and gifts to her family. That's better than going to the countryside. A group of people listened to this and immediately felt it made more sense. Yes, when people leave, everything is gone, but the person is still nearby. But where are they hiring now? Hey, Sister Chen, do you have any news? Of course. No, I don't. If I had any, I would tell you. Wouldn't I keep it for my family? Jiang Cha-Cha sat on a wooden stool behind the women, not hearing any work suitable for her to enjoy. She got bored, so she took out some sunflower seeds and started eating. Crunch, crunch. Hey, share some with me. A woman nearby heard the sound of sunflower seeds and felt curious. She poked Jiang Cha-Cha and asked for some. Cha-Cha, why don't you go look for a job outside? Or has your family arranged something for you? Jiang Cha-Cha chewed her seeds, unable to speak clearly, so she shook her head and then nodded. Zhou Qin thought she didn't want to talk and snorted, took her seeds, and went to share with the other women. Actually, the best jobs, respectable and easy, are those office jobs, like in our factory's publicity department or the union. The girls there all hold their heads high and look down on others. After cracking a seed, Zhou Qin immediately chimed in. Exactly. And there are sales clerks too. Some defective products can be taken home. But the problem is, we can see these jobs but can't get them. Maybe we should think about the workshop. Zhang Damei nodded in agreement. That's right. But I still think nothing beats being in the army. My village has a soldier. Wow, in just a couple of years, he built a house in the village and a few brothers got married too, with several children. Yeah, joining the army is a good way out. But most of us can't make it. It's a high requirement. Still, the benefits are great. They take care of your food and drink, and you don't have to worry about home or outside. With family helping with the kids, life is easier. Yes, serving in the army is honorable. And they even welcome our kids to join. There are more spots than factory jobs, but the requirements are high. That's true. Anyway, enough about that. I heard that soon they'll be giving out New Year gifts. What do you think the factory will give us this year? Probably nothing special. Meanwhile, the women beside them kept talking, but Jiang Cha-Cha, behind them, was distracted by what was said about joining the army. Her eyes lit up as she listened, and she stopped eating the sunflower seeds in her hand. She planned to ask Yun later if what the aunt said was true.
Hee.
Feeling like she had learned important information, Jiang Cha-Cha put the remaining sunflower seeds back into her bag and got up to wash her hands at the sink. Meanwhile, the people at the intelligence office listened to Zhou Qin crunching seeds and felt eager to join in. Qin, stop eating and give me some. I can't even talk with you crunching so loud. Yeah, you're too stingy. Don't say one for each of us. Are you just going to keep eating alone? Zhou Qin was surprised, looked at the 2 or 3 seeds in her hand, and suddenly shoved them all into her mouth. These aren't mine, they're hers. She even pointed behind her, but when everyone looked, there was no one there. No shells or anything. Zhang Demiai looked at her with a mix of disgust and frustration. I really shouldn't have asked you. You're just stingy and tight-fisted. Forget it, I'll go home and eat my own seeds. Zhou Qin, you're so thrifty. If you're that stingy, don't tempt us. You're making us want to eat, and you say someone else gave you those? Tightly held Zhou Qin. Exactly. I'm going home now. Zhou Qin had several seeds stuck in her mouth, making it hard to speak. When she finally managed to spit them out, everyone had already left. TCH. Those seeds were from one of the Jiang twins. I wouldn't buy seeds during festivals if I thought I'd be wasting my days. And I'm the stingy one? Look at how you all share snacks at home. She said this while peeling the shells and eating the seeds, then casually threw the shells away and went home. Not long after Jiang Cha-Cha returned home, Chen Hongmei arrived. Seeing Jiang Cha-Cha at home, she nodded with satisfaction. Cha-Cha, you should stop wandering around alone. I heard that these days they're checking the introduction letters of people hanging around the streets. You're a girl, and if one of those people has bad intentions, your parents are worried about your safety. Jiang Cha-Cha nodded. She wasn't in a rush. She already had a plan in mind. Once Yun returned and confirmed everything, it would be perfect. Okay, Mom, I won't go out wandering around. Zhang Yun was trained all day by Master Zhu and was so exhausted that she went home feeling very tired. She was starving and quickly ate a piece of egg cake that someone had brought back onto the table. Mom, who brought this egg cake? It's really good. The egg cakes in the department store are tasty, but the ones at my sister's supply station are so bad they even have eggshells in them. That's just careless, and the taste is average. Chen Hongmei was busy cooking and didn't have time to talk to her. Jiang Cha-Cha brought out a bowl and chopsticks, saw her eating happily, and smiled widely. This was brought back by your sister. Yun, be careful. She might not bring you any more in the future. Zhang Yun made an sound, and the food in her mouth stopped. She carefully looked at the egg cake in her hand. That's strange. This taste doesn't match the one from my sister's supply station, and there are no eggshells either. Jiang Qingyu came out of her room with a look of disgust. Yun, do you know what one saying is? Zhang Yun shook her head. No, what does sister say? Desperate people think everything tastes good, even if it's rubbish. Zhang Yun rolled her eyes after hearing that. Ha. I like it. I only eat what you brought back. And I wasn't wrong. It's not just me saying your supply station's egg cakes are bad. Seeing her dislike for her own food, Zhang Qingyu raised her hand to hit her, but Jiang Cha-Cha stopped her. Hey, sister. Why did you bring egg cake home today? Zhang Qingyu glared at Jiang Cha-Cha. Fine, you're all sisters. You just care about Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun smugly raised her eyebrows behind Jiang Cha-Cha. Hearing this, Jiang Cha-Cha immediately stepped forward and held Jiang Qingyu's arm. Sister, I have something to ask you. Jiang Qingyu looked like she was ready to argue, and Jiang Cha-Cha pulled her to sit on a stool. Sister, about the soldiers. When Jiang Qingyu heard this, her face immediately changed, and she looked at Jiang Cha-Cha with some nervousness. No, I haven't had any contact with soldiers. Jiang Cha-Cha was stunned, and Jiang Yun looked over as well. The two seemed to understand something. All right, Jiang Qingyu, tell the truth. Are you dating a soldier?
Who is he?
How long have you been seeing him? Which unit is he in? His parents do what for a living? Does he have any brothers or sisters? Jiang Yunyun's rapid-fire questions made Jiang Qingyu's head hurt. She already knew. Jiang Cha-Cha also looked like she wouldn't let go if she didn't speak. Jiang Qingyu had no choice but to explain. We were high school classmates. After he graduated, he joined the army. It's been 2 years, but we only got in touch 6 months ago. Seeing that Jiang Qingyu didn't seem to be lying, Jiang Yunyun's tone softened a little. Okay.
What is his family like?
Has he thought about your future? He could just leave things to others, but you're working very hard, and he's not doing anything in the army. You have to handle everything, which is too tiring. I don't agree even if our parents don't say anything. Hearing Jiang Yunyun's words, Jiang Cha-Cha's eyes lit up immediately, just like what her aunts had said. Joining the army really is better. Jiang Qingyu listened to Jiang Yunyun and quickly grabbed Jiang Cha-Cha's hand. Cha-Cha? What do you think? Oh, and I should tell you, they only have him as a child. His parents also work. I'm not losing out, haha. Plus, he said he'll come home on leave next year. Seeing Jiang Qingyu's excited face, Jiang Yunyun and Jiang Cha-Cha couldn't say anything. Big sister, Chen Hongmei peeked out from the kitchen. Time to eat. Come and serve the dishes, sisters. Hearing Chen Hongmei, Jiang Cha-Cha and Jiang Yunyun immediately relaxed. They knew Jiang Qingyu's expression would definitely make them say 1, 2, 3.
Hey.
You must keep this a secret. I'll tell our parents myself. Jiang Cha-Cha and Jiang Yunyun nodded obediently. Big sister, I still think being a military wife is tiring. You. Forget it, just think carefully about it. Jiang Yunyun still said this to Jiang Qingyu. As for Jiang Cha-Cha, her mind was now blank, only thinking about eating and joining the army. The next morning, Jiang Cha-Cha wanted to find out where she could sign up for the army. Since she had come here, her physical condition was excellent. She was confident she could pass the tests her aunts mentioned. She just needed to find out about one place. But Jiang Yunyun was very tired from work every day. After dinner and washing up, she just went to sleep. Where can I find out the information? Jiang Cha-Cha thought for a moment, then suddenly had a bright idea. Jiang's father read the newspaper every morning or evening, saying he could learn a lot from it. Should there be a notice in the newspaper? Jiang Cha-Cha, trying her luck, spread out a stack of newspapers on the corner of the living room table and carefully examined each one. This one isn't there. And why is there an announcement about ending a relationship? This one is mostly about finding someone. This one contains instructions from a senior comrade. Here's another. Hey, there's a character for soldier here. Let's see if it's the same. Jiang Cha-Cha had flipped through nearly half the newspapers when she finally saw a paper with a character for soldier. On November 10th, recruiting new soldiers in Yenching propaganda team. Found it, haha. Jiang Cha-Cha was very happy. She casually closed the newspaper and organized the rest without looking at them again. She missed noticing the words, Yenching Military District Art Troupe, at the bottom of the page. She had gone through more than 10 newspapers carefully, and her eyes were now blurry from reading so much. Initially, Jiang Cha-Cha had little hope, thinking she might just ask the women outside. But unexpectedly, she found a clue.
Oh.
Recruiting soldiers on November 10th. I must pass. I can eat whatever I want then. Hee, I won't have to worry about other things. This is great. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Cha-Cha? Are you home? Hearing the knock, Jiang Cha-Cha quickly tidied up her slightly messy clothes and hair from her excitement. Who is it? Coming in, when she opened the door, she saw her eldest cousin and a girl she didn't recognize. Eldest cousin. Chen Jianxiang saw Jiang Cha-Cha staring blankly and knew she probably didn't expect him to come. Cha-Cha, I'm here to bring something to my aunt. Oh, this is my girlfriend, Ching. And this is my cousin, Cha-Cha. Hello, Cha-Cha. I'm Yenching. You can call me Sister Ching. My cousin and I just came from the village. Sorry for dropping by suddenly. Although Jiang Cha-Cha was lively and clever, she was also very understanding. Seeing Yenching's kindness, she quickly greeted back. Hello, Sister Ching. Cousin, please come in. Chen Jianxiang hesitated to refuse but thought about what he was carrying. so he decided to bring it inside. He then led Yenching into the house. Cha-cha, where should I put this? Jiang Cha-cha also remembered that a few days ago, Chen Hongmei told her to watch out for her older cousin coming over. She said he was coming to deliver the rice they didn't finish last time. This time, he probably brought rice again. Older cousin, just leave it in the kitchen. Oh, here are some egg cakes my sister brought back. You and Sister Qing can have some. When Yenching came in, she was shocked by the size of the house. Jiang Cha-cha called her, but she didn't respond. Sister Qing? Eating egg cakes. Yenching casually took one, still looking around the house with envy in her eyes. Chen Jianxiang, who had carried grain from the village, was also a bit hungry. After eating 2 pieces and drinking some water, he was ready to leave. He needed to take his partner home and then return to the factory dormitory, so he couldn't stay longer. Yenching, are we leaving? Yenching finally snapped out of her daze and nodded. Jiang Cha-cha wanted to keep them, but she couldn't stop them, so she just saw them off. Older cousin Sister Qing, take care on your way. Okay, Cha-cha. You should go back now. No need to see us off. Yes, remember to tell your aunt I came by. Jiang Cha-cha nodded, watched them walk away, then turned to go home. Yenching, your aunt's house is really big, but didn't you say this was a house allocated by their factory? Yes, but that's because my uncle is a skilled technician, so he was given this big house. It wasn't that there was no fuss at first, but my aunt was very firm, and my uncle is quite capable, so they managed to keep the house. Otherwise, this big house would have been divided among several families long ago. Yenching nodded thoughtfully after hearing Chen Jianxiang's words. I see. You seem to have a good relationship with your aunt's family. You all are quite kind to her, even moving food to her house, and your family gets along peacefully. Your mother didn't say anything either. It looks like your family is easy to get along with. Chen Jianxiang looked up at Yenching and suddenly smiled. Haha, you're wrong. The reason I have a job and my family is where it is today is because of my little aunt. When she was young, she knew to go to the city, thinking that was the only way to find work. Later, she married my uncle, who not only introduced my eldest aunt to the city, but also helped me grow up. She's not an ordinary person. Yenching was surprised and a little doubtful, whispering, but your little aunt's actions, wouldn't your cousin, sister, or your uncle be unhappy? Chen Jianxiang looked at her with admiration for his little aunt. That's the clever part of my little aunt. When she chose my uncle, she specifically found out about him. My uncle has no other family, so she could take the lead at home and outside without interference from in-laws. Plus, she doesn't neglect her own family to help her husband's family. Naturally, my uncle is willing to have more relatives around, so others won't think he's easy to bully. Yenching listened to Chen Jianxiang and looked at him with admiration. A woman so capable, no wonder the older comrades say women can hold up half the sky. Your aunt is really impressive, Chen Jianxiang chuckled foolishly. What he didn't say was that when he was dating Yenching, he specifically asked his little aunt to meet her. Only after she approved did he dare to bring her home. All right, Yenching, today only Cha-cha is at home. Auntie and uncle are not here. We can meet another day. Tell me what you want to eat, and I'll buy it from the supply store. I took leave yesterday and today, but I can't take more days off now. That means I won't see you for a few days. Hearing Chen Jianxiang, Yenching blushed shyly and gave him a playful glare. What are you saying? Am I that greedy? You can buy whatever you want to eat. Besides, if we don't see each other, we just won't.
Who would be thinking of you?
That's what she said, but Yenching's eyes were fixed on Chen Jianxiang, showing some reluctance. After all, Chen Jianxiang had been very kind to her. Since they started dating, he sent her 5 yuan each month with his paycheck, and he paid for her food and drinks. Yesterday, she visited his home. The Chen family was very warm and welcoming. They kept piling meat into her bowl and kept telling her to take more. Now that he said he wouldn't see her for a few days, Yenching felt a little sad. Chen Jianxiang looked at his girlfriend, who was a head shorter than him. Her big eyes showed her reluctance, and her round face was red like a festive red bun. He looked around to see if anyone was nearby, then quietly reached out and hooked her finger. All right, Yenching, just a few days. Once I finish my work at the factory, I'll come find you right away. When I do, I'll bring my parents to your house to talk about us. Yenching's face turned even redder. She looked up at Chen Jianxiang and saw he was also a little shy and awkward. She couldn't help but laugh softly. Haha, okay. I won't eat snacks anymore. You're saving your money, and I'll get it all later. If I want snacks, I'd rather have money. We should work hard, like your aunt's family, and earn enough to buy a big house someday.
All right.
Whatever you say. Let's go, I'll take you home. When Chen Hongmei came back, she saw extra things in the kitchen and immediately turned around to ask Jiang Cha-Cha, Cha-Cha, did your cousin come over today? Jiang Cha-Cha didn't hear her. She was washing her dirty clothes, sighing as she scrubbed. Sigh, one bad thing about being here is that she has to do her own laundry and housework. It's not like when she was a little elf, when a rain spell would make her completely clean and fresh. But it's okay. The aunties say that after joining the army, you don't have to worry about anything. Someone else worries for you. Jiang Cha-Cha was most happy about this. She was flipping a radish in her mind while encouraging herself to finish her laundry. Cha-Cha, what are you muttering about in the bathroom? I'm asking if your cousin came today? Jiang Cha-Cha finally heard Chen Hongmei's voice. She carried out her clean clothes. She came over with a pretty little girl. My cousin said she's his girlfriend and told me to call her sister Qing. I also treated them to the egg cake that my sister brought home yesterday. Chen Hongmei nodded happily. She always said that the children she raised are better and more sensible than others. Her girlfriend? Yes, a few days ago, she told her parents that Yenching wants to bring his girlfriend home. Sigh, I've been busy lately and forgot. It's a real loss. But it's okay. We can get married later. Jiang Cha-Cha saw that Chen Hongmei had nothing more to say, so she was about to go hang the laundry. But she was called back again. Cha-Cha, Mom has been asking around these days. The outside jobs are all taken. But don't worry, I won't let you go to the countryside just because you're from there. If it's really impossible, I can transfer my work to you. Anyway, your dad's salary is enough, and I'm fine staying at home. When the time comes, I can also help find matches for your older brothers. Jiang Cha-Cha thought about her mom's salary. She looked confused. Her mom seemed to be an accountant, but she was a little fairy, and she didn't have the original owner's memories. She felt she couldn't do it.
Mom.
No need to worry so much. I saw a job posting in the newspaper. The deadline is tomorrow. I'll go check it out. If it's suitable, I won't have to trouble you anymore. Chen Hongmei looked at Jiang Cha-Cha in surprise. Could her daughter have been tricked by some false information? The real job listings wouldn't be in the newspaper, right? Otherwise, how come Jiang Yenching never mentioned such things? Mom, I saw it for real. It's even stamped. I'll try tomorrow. Seeing how determined Jiang Cha-Cha was, Chen Hongmei couldn't say anything more. Forget it. She'd go see for herself. Better than staying home all day and getting bored. As for the job, they should discuss it together. What kind of job?
But
do as you like. Tomorrow, bring your household registration book. If they ask for a referral letter, show it to them. Don't run around or wander off. Come back early. Jiang Cha-Cha nodded happily and took her clothes to go out. She didn't say what kind of job she saw in the newspaper. After all, she remembered what Chen Hongmei said before. Keep a low profile and make money quietly. Don't reveal everything too early. Plus, last night, Jiang Yunyan strongly opposed her third sister dating a soldier. Jiang Cha-Cha held back her desire to tell her family about it. This child doesn't want the job I offered. If someone had told me back then they would give me a city job, I would have been very happy. Now, these kids all have their own ideas. After sighing, Chen Hongmei turned and went into the kitchen. She needed to put away the grain brought by her nephew, so no one who came to the house could see it. If they saw, her family might stand out. That wouldn't be good. She needed to quietly make her fortune. The next morning, Jiang Cha-Cha, with pretty braided hair, wore a new yellow outfit and left the house carrying the household registration booklet Chen Hongmei mentioned. Where's the propaganda team? Jiang Cha-Cha looked around the street, confused and curious, not paying attention. Suddenly, a girl rushed out in front of her.
Oh, hey?
They bumped into each other and almost fell. Jiang Cha-Cha's steady legs kept her balanced, and she reached out to hold the girl. Are you okay? Are you okay?
Sorry about that.
I was in a hurry to get to the propaganda team and was too anxious. Sorry for bumping into you. When Jiang Cha-Cha heard about the propaganda team, her eyes lit up. She felt very lucky. She thought she would have to ask others for directions. No problem. Are you going to the propaganda team? I'm heading there too. Want to go together? Chao Chiyu was in a rush to reach the propaganda team. Her mother had told her that this time, the Yen City troupe was recruiting new members. Since the Flower City propaganda team didn't want her and preferred Chao Chunhua, she decided to join the troupe's arts group instead. After all, Chao Chunhua was already in the propaganda team, so she had no hope there. The troupe's arts group in the army was much better than the local propaganda team, so she didn't pay much attention to Jiang Cha-Cha. She casually responded, and the two headed toward the propaganda team. The Flower City propaganda team was in the south of the city, surrounded by government offices and the Flower City publishing house. Jiang Cha-Cha was visiting this area for the first time. There wasn't much here that attracted her. No delicious food or fun places. When Chao Chiyu arrived and saw people lining up at the propaganda team's entrance, she felt relieved. She hadn't been late. Now she had time to talk to Jiang Cha-Cha. She wanted to say something, but was immediately drawn in by Jiang Cha-Cha's beautiful, fairy-like features, pretty peach blossom eyes, a high nose, small cherry blossom lips, and smooth, bright skin. Chao Chiyu's mouth slightly opened as she muttered, "Why should I compete? Such a pretty girl. Even if her basic skills are not good, the art troupe would probably like her. After all, wherever she stands, others are drawn to her. They wouldn't mind if her skills are a bit lacking." She had completely lost the desire to talk to Jiang Cha-Cha, turned around and lined up, clutching her clothes tightly. Forget it. She was determined to join the Yen City art troupe. She had to be better than Chao Chunhua. She would not let her bragging in the propaganda team or at home intimidate her again. Thinking of Chao Chunhua, Chao Chiyu calmed down and kept recalling her dance routine in her mind. She must not make any mistakes. The girl who came with her could rely on her looks and figure to get in, but she could only depend on her effort. She couldn't afford to be distracted anymore. After encouraging herself, Chao Chiyu quickly focused on her movements. As for Jiang Cha-Cha, she was also in line. But her mind wasn't on the upcoming exam. She was watching the people ahead of her in line. Could it be that this recruitment was only for female soldiers? Did she come to the wrong place? Feeling confused and doubtful, Jiang Cha-Cha decided to ask clearly. She gently tapped the person in front of her. "Comrade, hello. Is this the Yenching propaganda team? Is the army recruiting soldiers here today?" Chen Yunduo was happily munching on an apple. She needed to eat quickly, or her aunt would scold her again for eating in front of her. So she was biting into the apple hard, unable to answer, and just nodded. Yes. Once Jiang Cha-Cha confirmed she was in the right place, she relaxed and continued to line up. To save time and for comparison, the leaders of the art troupe arranged 5 people at a time to go in. In the rehearsal room of the propaganda team, several leaders looked unhappy. How come after not coming for 2 years, there isn't even a promising candidate in Yenching? Cough, cough, we're not sure either. But our mountain city has more promising candidates. Commander and political commissar, maybe we should just decide on a few backup options from the mountain city. After all, Yenching doesn't have many good candidates. Before the 2 leaders could speak, Chen Jiaying couldn't help but interrupt. Since Yenching couldn't find anyone, her rival in the group lacked confidence, and Yenching might be overlooked in the future. As long as her mountain city has more people, her words will carry more weight. An older, kind-hearted person in the group saw that after a long time, no one could pick anyone. He sighed quietly, feeling worried. But he still had to step in as a peacemaker. Chen Jiaying had been too proud lately, and everyone was starting to dislike her. Haha, all right, Deputy Director Chen, we've only looked at half of the candidates. There's still the other half. We can't give them no chance at all. The girls have waited in line for so long. If we really can't find anyone at the end, the 2 leaders will have to decide. After all, this isn't the mountain city. Hearing this, Chen Jiaying's heart tightened. She was too anxious. This was the final station, and everyone was gathered. It wasn't just her decision anymore. Yes, I was too impatient. It's mainly because there are better candidates from the mountain city. Please don't mind. 2 leaders. Lu Shi, let the next group come in. Wang Haiyan, sitting across a long table from Chen Jiaying, quietly smiled. She thought Chen Jiaying was used to taking charge in the mountain city and hadn't realized what was coming. Just wait and see. When she returns to the Yen City art troupe, the group she chooses will give her a hard time. Hey, Hayo. The performers on stage brought Wang Haiyan's thoughts back. She glanced at the 5 people and frowned slightly. How come all the martial artists are here? Sigh. Where are the talented dancers from Huaqing? Chen Jiaying heard the girls' shouts and couldn't help but laugh out loud. She quickly covered her mouth and raised her chin to glance at Wang Haiyan. Wang Haiyan wasn't interested in her now. She only cared about the leader's expressions.
Sigh.
Her mind was anxious. Things couldn't go on like this. If it continued, Huaqing would lose its spots next year. Thinking for a moment, Wang Haiyan couldn't hold back anymore. She was about to stand up and leave when she saw a new group of 5 entering. She only took a quick look before immediately calming her mind and smiling. Jiang Cha-Cha followed the 3 people ahead inside. Although she didn't know what to do to pass the test, she wasn't foolish. She decided to learn from others. The other 4 people looked nervous and tense, but she appeared confident and natural. Hey, these few are quite outstanding. The team leader and political officer, hearing the nearby praise, looked up curiously. Their sharp eyes immediately focused on Jiang Cha-Cha, though the others weren't bad either. Haha, is this the top talent from Huaqing? The 4th person from the left is really good, proportions, posture, and temperament, all excellent. She looks ready for a big stage. Chen Jiaying had already planned how to mock Wang Haiyan after the event, but when she heard the leader's praise, she suddenly looked up. She glanced at the 5 people standing in the middle and froze in surprise. No, impossible, right? Isn't Huaqing all about meow meow? The kind that can't even be fixed. She followed the leader's gaze and immediately saw Jiang Cha-Cha. She wasn't the tallest, but she was definitely the most outstanding. Her skin tone was different from the others, and her aura. Chen Jiaying's eyes widened with shock. Even the best talent from her mountain city couldn't compare to her. And the other 4 also showed real skill. Wow, Wang Haiyan really is cunning. She started from the bottom, and now the leader's eyes lit up, making it easy to get into the troupe. Her heart sank from cloud 9 to the bottom of a valley. But she didn't give up. She wasn't here just to be a decoration. She coldly looked directly at Wang Haiyan and said, "It seems Huaqing's talent is here. Deputy Director Wang, you're hiding something, using those less capable people to impress the leaders." That's not a good example. Wang Haiyan felt relieved when she saw Jiang Cha-Cha and Qin Yunduo. Hearing Chen Jiaying's sharp words, she no longer held back and responded directly. "It's not my place to interfere in arrangements. Everyone is here because they admire our art troupe and came to audition. I wouldn't dare interfere." Chen Jiaying looked coldly at Jiang Cha-Cha and the others in the middle, then suddenly sneered and turned to the 2 sitting in the center. "Leader, political commissar, we've been watching for so long. Our eyes are tired. Why not try something new? Let's have the people from Shancheng and Huaqing compare themselves. It will be fresh, and we can see if these few from Huaqing are really top talents. If they can't even compare to those from Shancheng, then maybe they shouldn't join our art troupe." Hearing Chen Jiaying's words, Wang Haiyan's heart tightened. She believed in her niece's skills, but she didn't know the others well. What if, because of this competition, the leaders decide Huaqing's talents aren't good enough? Then Huaqing's group might be ignored again, just like before. Leader Qi and Commissar Lan exchanged glances and agreed with Chen Jiaying. They were here to pick the best, and from the moment these 5 entered, they could tell they all had talent. They whispered a quick plan to each other. Then Lan Nen looked up and faced the 5. "Comrades, you've heard Vice Director Chen's words. Do you dare to accept the challenge?" Qin Yunduo raised her eyebrows but said nothing. Chao Chuyu on her left made up her mind. She had to join the art troupe, so if there was a challenge, she would face it bravely. I dare. Chao Chuyu and a girl named Lu Yu, standing next to Jiang Cha-Cha, stepped forward to answer. Qin Yunduo subtly looked at Wang Haiyan, then also stepped forward. Jiang Cha-Cha, from the corner of her eye, saw Qin Yunduo lift her foot and followed. The last person didn't move. She looked calmly at Lan Nan and asked, "Leader, how do we decide the winner or loser?" Lan Nan suddenly smiled and looked seriously at them. "Loser? You wouldn't want to lose, right? Because if you win, you'll join the art troupe directly," Yenching continued confidently. "And what about those from Shancheng? Does it matter if they win or lose?" Chen eagerly responded, "Of course. Our mountain city. If we lose, they go straight home. If we win, they join the art troupe. Is that fair?" Qin Yunduo looked at Wang Haiyan, who blinked, then quickly followed Rinshui. "Fair. That's fair. How is that fair?" Mountain City was chosen through an exam, and they're already confirmed to join the art troupe. Chen Jiaying anxiously spoke. Although she didn't think these people were better than those she picked from Mountain City, from what Commissar Lan seemed to think, they looked more promising. What if? Chen Jiaying thought, if Wang Haiyan is close to someone from Huaqing and she isn't, then when competing for the director position, she would lose without a fight. That's not acceptable. Lan Nan said impatiently, "Isn't this your idea for a contest? Since it's a contest, how can there be no winner or loser? Do you think the people you chose are better than these girls from Huaqing?" Chen Jiaying wanted to say more, but Lan Nan simply ignored her and stood aside. "Lu Shi, go call the 6 people from Mountain City." The 6 from Mountain City arrived quickly, standing clearly on one side. Lan Nan directly explained the rules of the contest and the penalties for losing, which made the 6 from Mountain City burn with determination. Because if they're sent home, it means they are cut off from the art troupe. They would do their best to stay. The ones who should leave are those from Huaqing, who can't be helped. Let's do one-on-one matches. Each of you pick a dance you prepared. We'll choose on the spot. No discussion. The better one stays. Wang Haiyan looked at her niece standing nearby, then suddenly patted Lu's shoulder. "These two don't match up." Lu Yun immediately nodded and suddenly spoke. "Commissar, one side has 5 people, the other 6. "That doesn't match." Lan Nan looked and saw it was true. The leader of the Huaqing publicity team, who was standing with the leaders, wanted to speak up about their team members. Although since last year, the art troupe no longer selected people from the publicity team, she still wanted to try. Before she could speak, Lan Nan already had a plan. She casually pointed at Jiang Cha-Cha. "How about this? This comrade can work hard and compete with 2 people." Jiang Cha-Cha was attracted by a strange, delicious smell drifting from somewhere. Her nose twitched slightly. What a wonderful aroma. She was starting to feel hungry. After going out later, she will definitely go buy some delicious food. Thinking about the ration coupons Chen Hongmei gave her yesterday, she couldn't help but smile happily. Lan Nan saw that the girl was still smiling, and she was genuinely curious about how good this girl's skills really were. Moreover, she wasn't just randomly guessing. She had discussed with Lao Qi to test how deep this girl's talent was. After all, they really needed someone who could be a bright star on stage. All right, then let her go. Since she wants to be first and last, let her start and finish first. Let's begin. Jiang Cha-Cha was still thinking about tasty food when suddenly Qin Yunduo pinched her waist. "Did you hear that? You're first and last. Don't get too excited. I know you're very capable and calm." Jiang Cha-Cha looked at Qin Yunduo with confusion. Qin Yunduo was annoyed, but because it involved all 5 of them, she gritted her teeth and explained again. Meanwhile, the people from Shancheng had already started dancing. Jiang Cha-Cha watched her intently. Seeing her movements and dance skills, Qin Yunduo thought she was quite talented. Feeling a bit nervous, she nudged Jiang Cha-Cha. "Are you confident in the dance you prepared?" Jiang Cha-Cha didn't reply. She was memorizing the person's dance moves. Soon, the people from Shancheng finished their performance. She confidently looked at Jiang Cha-Cha and smiled proudly. "Report to the leader. The performance is over." Lan Nan glanced at Qi Wen and saw him nod. "All right, return to the team. Comrades from Huaqing, go ahead." Qin Yunduo was so nervous, she didn't know what to say. She wanted to reach out and pull Jiang Cha-Cha back, but Jiang Cha-Cha had already stepped forward. Chen Jiaying was also very pleased with Shancheng's performance. She watched the flower vase from Huaqing step forward and stay silent for a long time, then sneered. "Ha, what? Afraid now? We don't have time to wait for you. If you want to dance, dance." If not, go back. Jiang Cha-cha suddenly looked up, her bright eyes glinting as she shot a quick glance at Chen Jiaying. Then she started dancing the same dance that the girl from Shancheng had performed earlier. Every move, every smile, and every expression copied exactly from the Shancheng girl. But with her lighter, softer, and more powerful movements, even outsiders could see the difference between the two.
Wow.
She's amazing. She watched Shancheng's dance once and was able to copy it perfectly, even better. Yes, it turns out she is the most hidden talent. A few girls from the mountain city were stunned. They didn't expect that just moments ago, no one could pick out a promising candidate, and now suddenly, there was a top performer. As Jiang Cha-cha finished her dance with a bow, applause erupted in the room. Good. Very impressive. It seems you're not just overconfident. You really have some skill. What do you think, Captain Chiyun? Lan Nan looked at Jiang Cha-cha with admiration. She only watched the dance once, and she could perform it perfectly, even better. This is the kind of talent their art troupe needs. Very good. Director Wang, it looks like the best talent is from Huacheng.
Fine.
She wins. Wang Haiyan was even more excited. This comrade not only has a good face, but also genuine confidence.
Why?
She should perform what she prepared, not just copy others like a parrot. Chen Jiaqing was also surprised by Jiang Cha-cha's performance. She wasn't just a pretty face. But as soon as she heard Jiang Cha-cha wanted to join the art troupe, she immediately opposed. Did we say she should perform what she prepared? The competition is about showing your own skills. If you think it's unfair, then let this comrade from Huacheng perform again for the Mountain City team. If they learn to do better than her, then Mountain City wins. Do you agree, comrade Chen Jiaqing? Chen Jiaqing eagerly looked at the Mountain City team, but only saw a few people avoiding eye contact. So, comrade Chen Jiaqing, since Mountain City can't do it, just shut up and watch the matches on both sides. The people from Huacheng saw Jiang Cha-cha go first and completely humiliate the Mountain City team. They felt a huge relief and became more confident. Chao Chuyu, Qin Yunduo, Lu Yu, and Ren Shui all performed easily and won their matches. In the end, Jiang Cha-cha performed the same dance as her opponent and completely defeated the Mountain City team. Wang Haiyan watched Huacheng's overwhelming victory and couldn't stop smiling. She went over to talk to them. Chen Jiaqing was furious that all her carefully chosen Mountain City talents had lost to Huacheng's team, and she glared angrily at Jiang Cha-cha and the others before leaving. The girls from Mountain City also couldn't accept losing and ran away. Lu Shi, go check on them. Don't let anything happen. Yes, political commissar. Qian looked at Jiang Cha-cha with admiration. He was very pleased with this girl. By her own effort, she boosted the morale and confidence of the remaining 4 people in Huacheng. She is a promising talent suitable for large events and a top performer. Haha, very good. Huacheng is still impressive. Especially this comrade. What's her name? Wang Haiyan quickly realized this was a good chance to show off in front of the 2 senior leaders of the cultural troupe. She gently nudged Qin Yunduo, who immediately spoke up. Reporting to the leader, my name is Qin Yunduo. Reporting to the leader, my name is Chao Chuyu. My name is Ren Shui. My name is Lu Yu. Reporting to the leader, my name is Jiang Cha-cha. Qian thought that although the start of this trip to Huacheng was quite troublesome, the results surprised him. Good. You comrades are very good, brave, confident, skilled. Well done. Congratulations, the Yen City Cultural Troupe welcomes you. Haha. Thank you, leader. Jiang Cha-cha was happy. Her bright future was about to begin. Thank you, leader. Thank you. Chao Chuyu's eyes filled with tears of excitement. She could go back and explain things to her mother now.
Gao Zhunyu.
How dare you still show off in front of me? Now I am part of the Yen City Cultural Troupe. Ren Shui's serious face also subtly relaxed a little. Haiyan, Huacheng is just these few people. Stay here few more days. We'll take the others back to Yen City first. Remember to bring back the good talents from our cultural troupe. Hearing this, Wang Haiyan excitedly raised her hand in a military salute. Yes, Captain. I promise to complete the task, Captain and Political Commissar. When Jiang Cha-cha left the Huacheng propaganda team, it was already noon. She was a bit unhappy as she patted her flat stomach. The state-run restaurant fell through again. Jiang Cha-Cha, a voice called from behind. Jiang Cha-Cha turned her head and saw Chen Yunduo running toward her. Why are you walking so fast? There's still something to do. Jiang Cha-Cha looked puzzled. Haven't we already passed the recruitment process? Chen Yunduo caught her breath, rolled her eyes at Jiang Cha-Cha. They haven't given you the proof yet. Did you handle the grain transfer work? And if you don't get an introduction letter to go to Yen City, how can you leave Huacheng and catch the train? Jiang Cha-Cha didn't know about these things, so she could only foolishly respond. What should I prepare? Chen Yunduo felt speechless, but thinking about how fierce and vengeful this girl seemed, she decided to speak up. Otherwise, she might be completely defeated in the arts troupe later, and she couldn't bear to have her spirit shattered. Here, take this proof of acceptance into the arts troupe to the street office to transfer your food relationship. And remember the last detail. We meet at Huacheng train station at noon the day after tomorrow. Don't miss the time. Jiang Cha-Cha looked at this girl's fierce expression and wanted to laugh. She seemed like her good friend, Shy Grass, from the spiritual world. Okay, does Comrade Yunduo have anything else to ask? Chen Yunduo pouted cutely and hummed. No, nothing else. Just don't be late. I'm leaving now. By the way, you did really well. Deputy Director Chen doesn't like people from outside Shan City, but you danced exactly like Shan City and slapped her hard. That was impressive. But Chen Yunduo hesitated and looked at Jiang Cha-Cha. But you can't treat me like that. We're on the same side. Chen Yunduo, what are you doing? Deputy Director Wang is looking for you. Coming. Chen Yunduo looked back at Jiang Cha-Cha before leaving. Remember, we're on the same side. Jiang Cha-Cha nodded. After she left, she silently looked at her palm. Who did she slap? She hadn't even made a move. She couldn't figure it out, so Jiang Cha-Cha decided not to think about it and headed home. Meanwhile, Qi Yun and Lan Nan, who were sitting happily in the train carriage on their way back to Yenching Military District with the main team, couldn't help but feel excited. Jiang Cha-Cha. This girl is good. She's got spirit. That's what soldiers should have, enthusiasm. Lan Nan understood what he meant, but was still a bit worried. But she's already offended the Chen family girl. Later, Chen family girl might cause trouble for her in the arts troupe. Qi Yun snorted coldly. Then we'll promote Wang Haiyan to director, and pick 2 of the best from the rejected candidates in Shan City to balance things out. Anyway, by the end of the year, we must win the big performance in Yenching. We want a clear victory. Ningqing can only be left behind by us. When Jiang Cha-Cha returned to the steel factory staff quarters from the Huacheng propaganda team, she looked completely disheveled. The cold wind was fierce, and she was sweating all over. Jiang Cha-Cha, what are you doing? Why are you sweating so much in this cold weather? Did you go somewhere bad? Jiang Cha-Cha was too tired to speak and simply ignored her, heading straight home. But the other person kept following her, not giving up. You don't know? I'm getting married. Aunt Wang found me a good match. They gave me a job, unlike someone who stays at home all day. You're so unlucky. Aunt Wang wanted to introduce you too, but... Haha, anyway, I got the job now. Oh, congratulations. You mean Aunt Wang, right? You succeeded. Just go now, I'm busy going home. Jiang Cha-Cha was really tired. She had gone with Chao Chuyu, but on the way back, she forgot the small path she took and had to walk a long way around. She even met a big dog and got scared, rushing back home. Now she really didn't want to talk to anyone. Humph, you're just jealous. I have a job now, but you probably only have to choose from men others don't want or go to the countryside. You're still stubborn. Let's see how long you can keep it up. What do you mean I'm stubborn? Just because I have a job doesn't mean you don't. Huh, what are you so proud of? My job isn't temporary. Jiang Cha-Cha didn't want to hold back anymore. She cut her off and made her angry. What? No way. Where did you get your job? What do you do? Why should I care? She got too close and, in her excitement, spat on Jiang Cha-Cha's clothes. Jiang Cha-Cha frowned and suddenly pushed her away. What are you doing? What my job is has nothing to do with you. Stay away from me. You spat on my clothes. That's disgusting. Zhao Xiaoxiao was caught off guard and was pushed. Her eyes widened with anger, and she clenched her fists, veins bulging on her forehead. She opened her mouth wide, spitting everywhere. You dare hit me? I'm not someone to mess with.
Ah.
She raised her hand to punch Jiang Cha-Cha, but Jiang Cha-Cha calmly slapped her, causing her to stumble sideways. You dare hit me? Wanna try again? Better not, or it'll be uneven. Looks weird. Hearing Jiang Cha-Cha's words, Zhao Xiao curled up on the ground, throwing a tantrum and rolling around. Help! Jiang Cha-Cha is bullying me. There's a bad girl in the family building. After calling out for a long time without anyone coming out, everyone was busy cooking and had no time to pay attention to these things. Jiang Cha-Cha saw how stubborn and unruly she was, so she turned around and went home directly. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiao was on the ground, messing up her clothes so badly that no one paid attention to her. In the end, she covered her face and hurriedly ran back home, as if escaping. Mom, I told you. That Jiang Cha-Cha from the Jiang family is so mean. Oh no. What should I do? You troublemaker. These clothes are new, and now they're all torn up. Smack smack. You're really careless. We don't have extra clothes at home for you to mess up. If you can't wash your clothes properly, leave some fabric from your bride price at home to compensate us. Mom, listen to me. Stop hitting. It hurts. Jiang Cha-Cha returned to her room, tidied herself up, changed into clean clothes, and disdainfully threw the clothes she just wore into a basin, planning to boil water and wash them in the bathroom. Clatter, clatter. Annoying. Spitting such dirty saliva on others is so disgusting and infuriating. Cha-Cha has always loved cleanliness, even in the spiritual realm. Her space was always stocked with spiritual rain to wash herself every day. But now there's no spiritual rain, so I can only wash my clothes myself.
Sigh.
But once I go to the military district, life will be better. Well, it won't be long before these hard days are over. Jiang Cha-Cha happily scrubbed her clothes, humming a song she heard on the radio earlier.
Splash.
The sun is shining high. Flowers are smiling at me. The little birds say, la 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 la. The door was opened, and Jiang Qinghe hummed a song as he walked in. The two siblings' voices overlapped, and behind him, Chen Hongmei also arrived home. Wow, you two siblings found some money today, or had some lucky break, and still have the mood to hum songs. Chen Hongmei said as she placed her keys heavily on the table and gave Jiang Qinghe a firm tap. Your sister knows how to wash clothes, and you should also change and wash your clothes. You've been away for a few days, and everything smells bad. Don't you smell yourself? You stink to death. Jiang Qinghe looked at Chen Hongmei in surprise. No, Mom, Hurry up, you look as ugly as a piglet, and your family has also been affected by your smell. Jiang Qinghe saw that Chen Hongmei was indeed a bit off, so he didn't dare say much and quickly went back to his room. Chen Hongmei saw her son go back to his room, open the door and window to air out the house. Once the breeze blew away some of her frustration and anger, she prepared to go to the kitchen to cook. But then she heard Jiang Cha-Cha singing happily. She was very angry. Jiang Cha-Cha, why are you happily singing? Don't you know you're worrying about yourself? Your aunt is also worried about you, and the family is worried too. Why are you not worried and still singing? Jiang Cha-Cha was scooping water into a basin and singing at the same time, not hearing Chen Hongmei's voice in the living room. Chen Hongmei was both angry and anxious, shouting, Cha-Cha. Jiang Cha-Cha finally peeked out from the bathroom, obediently looked at Chen Hongmei. Mom? You're back. Chen Hongmei was so angry she couldn't get mad anymore. Seeing her cute and obedient daughter, she completely lost her temper. She took a few steps forward, squatted at the bathroom door, and gently pinched Jiang Cha-Cha's face. Cha-Cha, Mom's boss doesn't agree, Mom. I don't have work anymore, hee. Before Chen Hongmei finished speaking, she heard Jiang Cha-Cha say she had a job.
What?
When did you get it? Don't lie to me, Mom. Jiang Cha-Cha forcefully pulled her face back and took Chen Hongmei to the dining table. La la la, Mom. I'm going to join the army. Hee. Huh? Chen Hongmei was stunned in place. What? Jiang Qinghe, who was just about to go to the bathhouse after coming out of his room, was also surprised. Jiang Qinghe looked at Jiang Cha-Cha happily smiling, hurried over to her and reached out to feel her forehead. Cha-Cha, are you sick? Are you out of your mind? Joining the army? You? Where are you going to join the army? Chen Hongmei was stunned and silent. Her daughter said she wanted to join the army? Jiang Qinghe kept chattering around Jiang Cha-Cha, but Cha-Cha was too lazy to talk to him and pushed him away impatiently. Yes, I'm joining the army. I have the official notice with a stamp. Oh, Mom. Tomorrow you can go with me to the street office to get the proof. I'm going to Yenching. Jiang Qinghe quickly grabbed the paper from Cha-Cha's hand, looked at it carefully, then suddenly smiled. Haha, Cha-Cha, it looks like you're going to the cultural troupe. Wow, my sister is impressive. The military district cultural troupe has accepted you. What? The cultural troupe? An artist soldier? Oh. Cha-Cha, my girl is really amazing. Chen Hongmei also snapped out of her daze. She was so scared just now, thinking Cha-Cha might be going to fight as a soldier. She was startled. But it's the cultural troupe, not fighting. That's good. She was very happy with her daughter's job. Chen Hongmei reached out to Jiang Qinghe. Let me see. Wow, our family has a talented artist now. Haha, perfect for my beautiful girl. And Yenching is better than Huaqing. Yes, yes, yes. It's always good for girls to go to big cities. Chen Hongmei's main thought was for her child, especially her daughter, to go to the city. She remembered how she had moved from the village to the city and was now living a good life. It wasn't hard for her to help her family a little. She knew that bigger cities offered more opportunities. So she felt no sadness about Cha-Cha leaving Huaqing for Yenching. Instead, she was even happier. Cha-Cha, if you were going to a regular workplace, I'd definitely go with you to help you get things ready. But you're joining the army. The army is good, with strict management and safety. It's perfect for a young girl like you. I have no worries. I just need to prepare things for you. Chen Hongmei smiled brightly, full of pride in Cha-Cha. I thought our family would settle in Huaqing forever, but I didn't expect my girl to go to such a big place as Yenching. Haha. Cha-Cha, are you leaving tomorrow or another day? Cha-Cha thought about Qin Yunduo's words. They said to meet at the train station at noon the day after tomorrow. She also told Chen Hongmei what Qin Yunduo had said. Mom, we'll meet at the train station at noon the day after tomorrow. But I still need to go to the street office. Got it, got it. Mom will take leave tomorrow to help you. Your brother, sister, and Yunyun will be with me. I'll also get everything ready for you. Cha-Cha saw her so excited and happy, and she couldn't help but smile too. Her good days were about to begin. Chen Hongmei finally calmed down and quietly handed the admission letter stamped by the cultural troupe to Jiang Cha-Cha. Here, Cha-Cha, you should keep this safe. Forget it. Just leave it with me, so you won't lose it. All right, Qinghe, go quickly to Yunyun's state-run restaurant and ask Master Zhu to buy some meat. I will go prepare things for Cha-Cha. She quickly put the admission letter into a cabinet in the living room and locked it, then hurried out. Jiang Qinghe followed her instructions and hurried to where Yunyun was working. As for Jiang Cha-Cha, Chen Hongmei told her to stay at home. Seeing both of them leave, Jiang Cha-Cha remembered her clothes hadn't been dried yet. She quickly went to the bathroom, washed her clothes again, and then stepped outside. As soon as she stepped out, the sun suddenly appeared, making the sky very bright, just like Jiang Cha-Cha's cheerful mood. Sunshine in the sky, flowers are smiling at me. Hey, Cha-Cha, you're so happy today? I see your mom and brother are back, so why did you run out again? Next door, Qian Xiaomei heard Jiang Cha-Cha singing. She rolled her eyes, then after a quick glance, suddenly spoke. Jiang Cha-Cha didn't turn around and just replied, Something came up. What's the matter? Is it important? I also have something to talk to your mom about. She moved closer to Jiang Cha-Cha and unceremoniously reached out to touch her face. She thought the girl was really tender and suddenly had another idea. Oh, I have something good to tell you and your brother. Jiang Cha-Cha felt very uncomfortable, as if something dirty was staring at her. She quickly turned around, dried her clothes, and held a basin in front of her, her eyes cold. Wait until my mom comes back to talk about it. She'll be back soon. After saying that, Jiang Cha-Cha turned and went home. Qian Xiaomei couldn't keep up and could only watch her slip away from her sight. Why are you running? This is such a good thing that others wouldn't even dare to think about. Really, young people just don't understand. Chen Xiaomei. All right, I was just about to find you, you heartless, mean person. You want to learn from others and make big money, but you don't even look at yourself. What kind of person did you find for my daughter? He looks like a fat fish, with a face like a land god, and his hands are shorter than my grandson's. And you still dare to say you're going to marry my daughter? You must be trying to test my iron palm. Chen Xiaomei shrank back at her shouting and hurriedly ran away. The person followed closely behind to chase her, leaving only the quiet of the family apartment building. After a while, only the sounds of doors and windows closing could be heard. Jiang Cha-Cha was no exception. She had just returned home when she heard the shouting. She quickly peeked out to listen secretly. Good, I knew her intentions weren't pure. She's still eyeing my family. I'll tell comrade Chen Hongmei. Say what? Okay, Cha-Cha. You don't care about me at all. You're going to the arts troupe without telling me. I didn't even know you're going to Yenching. Are you really willing to leave us and go so far away? Seeing Jiang Yunyun and Jiang Qinghe come back, Jiang Yunyun looked quite aggrieved. She immediately stepped forward and held her hand. Yunyun, wasn't the third sister's boyfriend in the army? You opposed it. I thought you didn't like soldiers, so Jiang Yunyun pouted and stubbornly leaned her head on Jiang Cha-Cha's shoulder. But why are you going to Yenching? I can't bear to see you leave. How long will it be before I see you again? Why do you want her to stay in Huacheng without a job and go to the countryside? You're grown up now. Do you think we're still kids who stay together every day? Or maybe you should just carry Cha-Cha around your waist wherever you go. Chen Hongmei's cold voice sounded. Jiang Yunyun immediately felt her body tense up. Jiang Cha-Cha suddenly remembered what she had just said. The two looked at each other and felt like the sky was falling. Later, when Jiang Qingyu came back, she would definitely scold them. The two slowly turned their heads to look at Chen Hongmei and Jiang Qinghe behind her. Jiang Yunyun stubbornly glared at Jiang Qinghe and muttered, unkind, not telling the truth. Jiang Cha-Cha looked at Chen Hongmei innocently, noticing the things she was holding in her hand, and quickly changed the subject. Mom, what did you buy? Chen Hongmei responded irritably. Buy what? I didn't buy anything, just some food. Unkind, and now you even help hide things from the family. Come into the house with me. She was the first to step over the door, passing by Jiang Cha-Cha and Jiang Yunyun. Brother, you have no conscience. You didn't remind us. When sister comes back, she'll say it's your fault and make you clean up. Exactly. We're supposed to be good siblings, but you just want us to get scolded. Seeing no one else coming in, Chen Hongmei shouted sharply, hurry up and come inside. Do I have to use a feather duster to call you? Jiang Cha-Cha and Jiang Yunyun tiptoed into the house, shrinking like little quails. Behind them, Jiang Qinghe watched their timid looks and couldn't help but laugh. Haha. Jiang Qinghe, you also come in. Why are you showing everyone the meat in your hand? Are you announcing to the world that you want to eat meat? Are you so clueless? Jiang Qinghe's smile was still on his face. When he heard Chen Hongmei's voice, he didn't have time to hide his smile and quickly stepped inside. Seeing his unhidden smile, Chen Hongmei was even more furious. Close the door. Just close it and go take a shower. You smell terrible. You're an adult now. Don't you know how to keep clean? Jiang Qinghe still held the meat in his hand, standing there blankly with a puzzled look. Mom, didn't you tell me to find Yunyun? I didn't even have time to shower before you sent me to buy meat. Chen Hongmei shot him a sharp look. Jiang Qinghe immediately understood and carried the meat to the kitchen. Then he went back inside, grabbed his things, and headed out to the bathhouse. After the door closed again, Chen Hongmei immediately started questioning Jiang Cha-Cha and Jiang Yunyun. Jiang Qingyu, Jiang Lianqing, and Jiang Qingshan were the last to return today. They met downstairs and went home together. As soon as they entered, Jiang Qingyu smelled the delicious aroma of meat, garlic sprouts stir-fried with meat. Mom, is something good happening today? Why are we eating meat? And it smells so good, garlic sprouts stir-fried with meat. Jiang Qingyu said as she headed to her room to put down her bag. After washing her hands, she went to the kitchen. Do you need help? My dear mom, my two good sisters Jiang Cha-Cha and Jiang Yunyun were busy one washing vegetables, the other cooking, so they didn't dare look up at Jiang Qingyu. Chen Hongmei responded with a hum. Humph, I wouldn't dare trouble you. You're so independent, almost ready to get married, aren't you? Jiang Qingyu was surprised and suddenly looked at Jiang Cha-Cha and Jiang Yunyun. Jiang Cha-Cha. Jiang Yunyun. Well, you. Enough, stop shouting. Go outside and wait. Dinner is ready. Jiang Qingyu had no choice but to walk out slowly and sit silently on a stool in the living room. The others in the living room also heard what they said. Jiang Yenching looked unhappy and slammed the newspaper on the table. Qingyu, are you seeing someone? Jiang Qingyu looked at Jiang Yenching nervously and nodded shyly. Yes, not long. He's in the army. We used to be classmates, and we keep in touch by writing letters. After he graduated, he joined the army. Hearing this, Jiang Lianqing's anger eased a bit. He used to have a few older cousins who, when they were teenagers, had their own ideas. In the end, they ran away with workers from the family, causing a big fuss. He was worried his daughters might follow the same path. After all, he's a man and understands some of men's bad thoughts. Now that he heard his daughter say her boyfriend was in the army, he naturally felt more positive. Plus, his daughter always came home on time and behaved well, so his mood improved. He's in the army? Has he been promoted? Did he say anything? Jiang Qingyu quickly nodded. She was most afraid at home of not her mother's bad temper, but of Jiang Lianqing, who rarely spoke. He got promoted to deputy squad leader. He said he would come to visit once he's back from leave. Jiang Lianqing was somewhat satisfied but still wanted to warn her. Alright, since he's in the military, it shows he's promising, capable, responsible. But Dad has to say this. If you cause any trouble before you're married, I won't be soft. I might even break your leg myself and keep you at home, not letting you go out again. After seeing her obedient nod, he was satisfied. He didn't forget the other boys nearby. He picked up his teacup and took a sip. You boys too. Men should have boundaries and rules. Qing Shan. Qing He. Qing Cheng. Do you hear me? The three brothers nodded seriously and in unison.
Yes, Dad.
We won't do anything inappropriate. Jiang Lianqing then relaxed his brow, satisfied, and nodded with a smile. Time to eat. Chen Hongmei was not just standing idly in the kitchen. She listened carefully after hearing Jiang Lianqing warn his daughter and son. Her heart felt a bit more at ease. She thought that dating was okay, but girls shouldn't be careless or disrespectful, and boys should have rules too. Since the children's father spoke, she didn't need to keep nagging. At the dining table, Jiang Cha-Cha and Jiang Yunyun kept helping Jiang Qingyu with food. Big sister, this is delicious, you should try it. Big sister, this is your favorite, eat more. Big sister. Listening to the repeated big sister, Chen Hongmei felt annoyed. She couldn't even enjoy her meal peacefully. Enough, just eat your food and be quiet. Jiang Cha-Cha and Jiang Yunyun had no choice but to put down their chopsticks, looking nervously at Jiang Qingyu's face. Before they could see her reaction, Chen Hongmei spoke again. By the way, Cha-Cha has a job now, and it's a really good one. And she found it all by herself. The others looked surprised. In their minds, Cha-Cha was pretty and well-behaved, but when it came to working, they shook their heads. What kind of job? Is it suitable for Cha-Cha? It was Jiang Lianqing who asked. He cared a lot about his children's education and future. If it was a tiring job in a factory, he wouldn't agree for his kids to do it. He believed that raising children and teaching them right from wrong wasn't just for earning money. He knew people should have goals. Chen Hongmei understood his point. Neither of them liked to accept a life of just following the flow. It's the army, in the cultural troop. What do you think? Suitable for Cha-Cha, right? Chen Hongmei rolled her eyes at him and gently scolded. Stop talking nonsense. RTT is a performer in the arts troupe. Honestly, before she got this job, I couldn't think of what she was suitable for. But now, with this job, I suddenly feel there's nothing more fitting for her than this. Jiang Qingyu was also very surprised. The three sisters didn't look bad, but they could be ranked. Among them, Jiang Tt was the most beautiful, and she also had the best figure, tall and with long legs. Tt, you're really amazing. The arts troupe is tough to get into. My sister is so impressive. By the way, did you get into the arts troupe directly? Jiang Tt nodded. Before she could speak, Chen Hongmei eagerly opened a nearby cabinet, took out the acceptance letter from the arts troupe, and placed it on the table. She crossed her hands on her hips, full of happiness, and said, "Of course. Look, the acceptance letter is right here." It even has the Yen City Arts Troupe's official stamp at the bottom. The Jiang family members all leaned in to look at the paper again and again. Jiang TT was too busy to pay attention to that. She was hurriedly trying to clean her mouth and fill her empty stomach. After all, she had only eaten breakfast today before rushing out. Later, she was delayed at the Huacheng propaganda team. When she came out, the state-run restaurant was already closed, and she took a wrong turn. When she finally got home, she was stared at by rude people. So, Jiang TT only had one meal today. It was the first time she had only eaten once in this world, and she was very hungry. Next to her, Jiang Yunyun looked at the official stamp of the Yen City Arts Troupe on the paper and then at the fragrant TT beside her. Her feelings of reluctance grew stronger. She worried that if TT didn't get a job, she would have to go to the countryside or work in a factory, which she didn't want. Indeed, such a beautiful and soft girl like TT was very suitable for the arts troupe. Jiang Yenching looked at the official stamp of the Yen City Military District Arts Troupe in front of him. Usually reserved, he couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, he remembered that he had come from Hashang City to Huacheng, thinking his ancestors would settle here forever. But unexpectedly, his child was talented and managed to get into the Yen City Arts Troupe from Huacheng, moving from a small city to a big city. That was incredible. Great, TT is doing well. Mom and Dad are very happy. The arts troupe job is good. We hope TT will work hard and strive in the troupe, strive to be promoted early. Jiang Lianqing still felt a little guilty, thinking he had misunderstood his daughter. After all, he used to think that his 4 daughters weren't interested in work, always eating and playing lazily. He didn't expect her to suddenly shine. So Jiang Lianqing misunderstood her, only realizing later that Jiang Cha-Cha was not just fond of eating and playing, but something more surprising, something he couldn't understand. But at this moment, he was very happy. His children had ability and ambition. As a father, he couldn't ask for more. Hongmei, have you packed the kids' things? Cha-Cha is a girl, and it's not convenient to carry too much on the way to Yenching. Let's focus on the essentials first. We'll see what to prepare for her when she writes back. The army is different from other places. We must follow the rules. Chen Hongmei nodded. She had already considered this, so she didn't buy much during her trip, just some snacks. Jiang Cha-Cha didn't understand these things. She thought her parents' worries were enough. The family atmosphere was just right. Jiang Qinghe also shared his good news. Mom, Dad, and my brothers and sisters, Jiang Qinghe, will no longer be a temporary worker starting next month. I've been promoted. Haha, see, now our family has a full-time worker. Today is a good day, a very good day. Jiang Lianqing and Chen Hongmei were even more delighted. Oh, my son is really capable. Good, good, good. You and your siblings work hard. Your grandparents in the afterlife will be at ease and happy, and they will bless their descendants. It's a pity we can't burn paper offerings for them now. Chen Hongmei's face suddenly changed. All right, Lianqing, the children are doing so well. I believe your parents are happy too. Today is a double celebration. Jiang Qinghe and Jiang Qingshan also said a few words. Jiang Lianqing calmed down and joined everyone in the celebration. That night, after washing up, Jiang Cha-Cha changed into her pajamas and was about to lie down when Jiang Yunyun ran over and got into her bed first. Jiang Cha-Cha looked at Jiang Yunyun on her bed. Yunyun? Are you going to sleep with me today? Jiang Yunyun gently nodded her head. You'll be leaving for Yen City the day after tomorrow. I will miss you so much. But Mom is right, the art troupe suits you. It's simple there and there aren't many bad people.
But,
Cha-Cha, when you go, you must send me letters often. Jiang Cha-Cha pulled her feet onto the bed, covered herself with the blanket, and turned to hug Jiang Yunyun. Of course, I will miss you too. Jiang Yunyun snuggled into the blanket a few times, wrapping her arms around Jiang Cha-Cha, and softly whispered in her ear. Cha-Cha, I tell you, when you go to Yen City and don't know anyone, if someone tries to bully or manipulate you, You must fight back hard. Don't let them bully you. If you don't stand up for yourself, they will only bully you more. Especially because you're so pretty, they will definitely be jealous of you. Jiang Yunyun was worried, but Jiang Cha-Cha couldn't help but laugh. Haha, Yunyun, I'm not someone anyone can bully. In the Jiang family's eyes, Jiang Cha-Cha seemed harmless, like a cute little bunny. That's because the family was harmonious, with kind parents and siblings who got along well and had no bad intentions. But if she were alone outside, she wouldn't be easy to mess with. After all, she was a clever girl, and she needed some tricks to survive in this spiritual world where two powerful factions existed. Jiang Cha-Cha opened her eyes, looking at the ceiling of the Jiang family from unfamiliar to familiar, listening to Jiang Yunyun's breathing in her arms. She also felt reluctant to leave the Jiang family. Since arriving in this world, she had been here, and she could feel her closeness to her family in this body. Maybe this is what blood ties mean, something Jiang Cha-Cha, a spirit elf from the spiritual world, never experienced before. But now, she truly felt it. Isn't this also a kind of fate? Jiang Cha-Cha gently pinched Jiang Yunyun's sleeping face. Yunyun, we've always been the best friends and family. The next day, the weather cleared after several days of gloom. Chen Hongmei, thinking about her daughter leaving for Yen City, didn't rush her to get up. Instead, she let Jiang Cha-Cha sleep in peacefully. The other members of the Jiang family also didn't bother her to wake up. By the time Jiang Cha-Cha got up, it was already noon.
Creak. Today you said.
Oh, I see. That's right, you are going to the street office with me. Jiang Cha-Cha yawned and spoke with sleepy eyes. Chen Hongmei looked at her daughter yawning, feeling very confident inside. Only she, Chen Hongmei, could have such a beautiful and talented daughter, working in the arts troupe. However, the Jiang family didn't make this public. Since things are still tense outside, it's better to stay low-key and quiet. As Chen Hongmei thought about this and watched Jiang Cha-Cha, she couldn't help but be surprised. Her long, curled eyelashes and her charming eyes, which looked a little moist from yawning, made her very attractive. Plus her small, cute face. This girl is truly stunning. Luckily, my daughter is talented enough to join the military arts troupe, or else. She didn't dare to finish her sentence. Jiang Cha-Cha saw Chen Hongmei's mouth move, but didn't understand what she said. She looked at her with confusion. Mom? What's wrong? Chen Hongmei sighed. It's nothing. I was just thinking that you're leaving for Yenching tomorrow.
I feel a bit sad.
Also, I haven't told your grandparents yet. If they knew how talented you are, they'd be so happy. Jiang Cha-Cha also missed the dried fruits and candies from Taoshi village. Thinking of those sweet and sour fruits, she couldn't help but lick her lips. Should we go to Taoshi village today? Chen Hongmei wanted to, but she had many things to do today, so she decided not to. No time. I'll tell them later when I have time. Your grandparents will understand. Jiang Cha-Cha nodded and went to wash up. After she finished, mother and daughter headed to the street office. The street office where the Jiang family is located is different from the one Chen Hongying works at. But thanks to Chen Hongying's connections, Chen Hongmei gets along well with the staff there. When they arrived at the street office, the staff who had been cold and unfriendly to outsiders immediately changed their attitude and greeted Chen Hongmei warmly. All right, girls, the policy of going to the countryside is from higher up. We can't do much to help. Instead of causing trouble here, you'd better find a way to see if your family has a job for you, or else. Yes, before it's too late, there's no point wasting time here. We can't make decisions. Just go quickly. Jiang Cha-Cha saw a few girls around her age crying at the street office. Curious, she looked at one girl, but was ignored with a glare. Jiang Cha-Cha responded with a simple eye roll and shook her head, then looked away. The girl was very angry but dared not cause trouble at the office, so she just glared fiercely at the back of Jiang Cha-Cha's head. After these people were asked to leave, the staff became more friendly toward Chen Hongmei. Hongmei? Oh, you're a special guest. It's been a while since you came here. Did you only visit Sister Hongying? Yes, Hongmei hasn't been here for a while. I've been thinking about her, someone said. Chen Hongmei took Jiang Cha-Cha into the street office. Oh, you're thinking of me? Maybe you're thinking of my fruit? Someone joked. Everyone laughed. Exactly. Your fruit is so fragrant and tasty. Luckily, Hongmei, or else where would we find such good food? Yes, sit down quickly. Hey, is this Hongmei's daughter? She's so pretty. Such a lovely child. Why didn't you bring her here earlier for us to see? Chen Hongmei, being familiar with her colleagues, sat down comfortably and pulled Jiang Cha-Cha to sit with her. When others praised her child, Chen Hongmei didn't hold back and praised her daughter in return. She's pretty, but I still like Sister Lu's daughter best. She's hardworking and capable, famous in our street. Lu Xiao was very happy to hear this. Humph, I didn't know you. You're usually so busy. Since you're here, you can't leave without staying a while. Chen Hongmei looked a little bitter. Oh, I know you're thinking of me, but I can't stay long today. I have to finish some work after helping you with your affairs, she said. Lu Xiao and the others looked at Chen Hongmei's face, but didn't see anything wrong. What's the matter? They asked. Chen Hongmei took out an acceptance letter from her bag and placed it gently on the table. Cha-Cha got accepted into the Yen City art troupe. She has to leave tomorrow. I'm reluctant, but I have to let her go. So I brought her here to transfer her food ration registration, she explained.
Oh, I thought it was something serious, they said.
This is great news, Hongmei. You really have patience. If my daughter got into the art troupe, I would definitely make a big fuss so everyone in the neighborhood would know. Exactly, this is a big, happy event. Sister Hongmei, your daughter is amazing. However, Chen Hongmei looked worried. Sigh, I can only talk openly in front of you sisters. Here, a mother worries about her child traveling a long way. Yenching is not like Huaqing, and I worry more in front of my parents. Lu Xiao reached for a special paper nearby and carefully checked the acceptance letter from the art troupe on the table. That's true, but as the saying goes, a good nest is better than a borrowed one. No matter how nice the place is, home is the best. But sister, don't worry. My niece has such a good job, much better than those other girls earlier. Ahem. All right, Xiaomin, stop talking about this. Seeing that she had made her point, Chen Hongmei smiled too. Xiaomin is right. Besides not being in Huaqing, I am very happy with Cha-Cha's job. It's respectable and suitable for a girl. Once she's a bit older and gets married and has children, I'll feel at ease. Meanwhile, Chen Hongmei was chatting with others, while Jiang Cha-Cha sat nearby, bored, looking at the slogans on the wall. Women can hold up half the sky. Unity is strength. Soon, the meeting was over. Chen Hongmei took the paper and felt relieved. She carefully packed her things into her bag and took a sip of water. Sisters, I have to go now. My daughter's train is tomorrow. When I have some free time, I'll definitely bring some fruit to thank you all. Lu Xiao and the others weren't polite. They smiled at Jiang Cha-Cha and her. Sure, such good-meaning fruit can't be missed. We also want to share the happiness of your daughter with our families. Yes, sister. When you're free, tell us how you teach your children. Your kids are all capable. Chen Hongmei chatted with them for a while before leaving the street office with Jiang Cha-Cha. Once outside, Jiang Cha-Cha was very happy. Finally out. Their looks were so intense, I felt like I was the roasted meat in their eyes. That's right. After all, our neighborhood office hasn't heard about that girl joining the art troupe. You're quite popular. I almost left early, but I knew they'd start talking about family matters later. Let's go home now. Jiang Cha-Cha nodded and walked away with Chen Hongmei. Chen Hongmei and Jiang Yenching were thinking about what to prepare for their daughter's long trip. She was going to the military district art troupe, and they worried she might not be able to carry everything. So, they gave her 100 yuan and some tickets. The saying, a poor family has a bright future, is always true. When going out, money is more useful than things. The rest of the time, Chen Hongmei kept telling Jiang Cha-Cha to be more careful outside because people can be tricky. Finally, after dinner, the family lined up to wash up. Jiang Cha-Cha's ears, which had been buzzing all day, finally quieted down. At night, Jiang Yinyan still shared a bed with Jiang Cha-Cha. She wanted to talk to her, but fell asleep after just a few words. She had worked hard at the state-run restaurant during the day and was too tired to stay awake and chat. Jiang Cha-Cha, thinking about leaving her family tomorrow for a completely new place, felt a bit anxious and had trouble sleeping. But hearing Jang Yunyun's steady breathing, she soon fell asleep too. Maybe she was worried about something, so she woke up early the next morning. Cha-cha, you're awake? Get up quickly. Mom went early to buy meat to make dumplings for you. They say, dumplings on the train, noodles off the train. When you arrive, you should try a bowl of noodles too. Hearing Jang Yunyun's voice, Jang Cha-cha was a bit surprised. Yunyun? You didn't go to work today? Jang Yunyun shook her head, smiling happily at Jang Cha-cha. Everyone who could take leave did, and since we're the best, I have to see you off at the station. Jang Cha-cha was very happy. She quickly got up and dressed. Jang Yunyun came over to help her braid her hair. Cha-cha, remember to write me letters when you get there. Jang Cha-cha nodded. After her hair was done, she took the comb and helped Jang Yunyun redo her hair. Look, we have the same braid. People will know we're sisters just by looking. Yes. Let's go eat dumplings. After washing up, Jang Cha-cha sat on a stool. Jiang Qingcheng brought her the dumplings. Looking at Jiang Cha-cha seriously. Fourth sister, you're the prettiest sister I have. You're going to Yenching now, so from now on my sweets can only go to Xiaoyu. Sigh, Jiang Cha-cha couldn't help but laugh at this little kid. Haha, you're really, haha, too focused on girls. Don't forget to save some for me to eat when I come back. Jiang Qingcheng shook his head and muttered, fresh sweets are the best. Nearby, Jiang Qingshan and Jiang Qinghe shook their heads. Where does this kid get so many close girlfriends? Luckily, he's still young. After Chen Hongmei came out, seeing them joking around, she couldn't help but urge Jiang Cha-cha. All right, Cha-cha, stop paying attention to him. Eat quickly while it's hot. After you're done, our family will send you to the train station. Once Jiang Cha-cha finished eating, Jiang Lianqing reminded her of some things before heading out to work. He also wanted to go to the train station, but it was too much of a fuss and not suitable for their family. Most of their grown children now had jobs, and being at the family apartment building was too noticeable. Chen Hongmei also told Jiang Qingshan and Jiang Qingyu to go to work, leaving her, Qingshan, and Yunyun to see Cha-cha off. As for the youngest, Jiang Qingshan, he was forced to be sent back to school. Usually, they thought the train station was far away, but today, the Jiang family members didn't notice at all. Without an invitation letter, they couldn't enter the train station. Chen Hongmei looked at the time and couldn't help but remind Jiang Cha-cha more. Be sure to take good care of yourself outside. Don't lose weight. Oh, and most importantly, if you start dating, tell the family. Don't hide it. Girls need to protect themselves well. Jiang Yunyun looked at Jiang Cha-cha with tears in her eyes, her voice trembling. Cha-cha, remember what I told you. Don't let anyone bully you. Remember to write me letters. Cha-cha, my older brother still hasn't taken you to a state-run restaurant for a meal. When you have time to come back, I'll take you there. Oh, and this is from me and your second brother. Keep it safe. Buy whatever you want to eat. Jiang Cha-cha was very touched. She couldn't describe this feeling. It was like a mysterious hand squeezing her heart. Mom, Yunyun, big brother, I will take good care of myself in Yenching. Once I get familiar with the place, I'll buy you delicious food. Chen Hongmei's sadness was eased by Jiang Cha-cha's words. She helplessly patted Jiang Cha-cha's head. All right, go inside quickly. Remember to eat and listen to what Mom said. There are many bad-hearted people outside, so be careful and don't forget to eat every day. Jiang Cha-cha nodded, looked at the three people in front of her, then turned and went inside. Jiang Yunyun watched her back, tears almost falling from her eyes. Chen Hongmei also felt reluctant, but she remembered how she had come from the village to Huaqing, and now her daughter had gone from Huaqing to Yenching. Her reluctance gradually faded away. All right, let's go home. Qingshan, you should go to work now. Yunyun, are you? Yunyun suddenly looked up, wiped her tears, and showed a determined face. I want to go. I want to work and earn more money to buy good food for Cha-cha, and send it to her. I can't let her miss out on the delicious food from home. Chen Hongmei and Jiang Qingshan looked at her sudden change, feeling surprised, but having ambition is a good thing. Okay, then Mom will go to work too. Let's go. At this moment, Jiang Cha-cha just arrived at the train station and saw the troupe from the art group. Before she could walk over, Qin Yunduo came over. Jiang Cha-cha, quickly give me your ID and other documents. I will give them to Auntie and Director Wang later. Jiang Cha-cha nodded, took out 2 pieces of paper from her bag, and handed them to her. The two then headed toward the line. Wang Haiyan looked at Jiang Cha-cha and couldn't help but smile. Comrade Jiang Cha-cha, why are you only here now? Beside her, Rin Shui and Chao Chu looked surprised and a bit envious of Director Wang's attitude toward Jiang Cha-cha. But they didn't feel resentful. After all, Jiang Cha-cha truly had the ability. As for the other two, they felt a bit upset. Chen Jiaqing, who had worked hard to stay in Huaqing, and Qian Lianhua both looked unusually displeased. Chen Jiaqing didn't speak up herself, but she gave Qian Lianhua a meaningful look. Qian Lianhua regarded Chen Jiaqing as her lifesaver. Without her, she might have returned to Yenching with those 5 people. Now, she wanted to flatter Chen Jiaqing as much as possible. After receiving her look, Qian Lianhua spoke without thinking. Comrade Jiang Cha-cha, you really have no respect for leadership. We, along with 2 directors, are waiting here for you alone. You're late and haven't apologized to the leaders? Jiang Cha-cha was feeling very emotional right now. After hearing her words, bye-bye, Qian Lianhua looked at her with some displeasure. Isn't the meeting at 12 o'clock? Where am I late? It's already 12 now. If you arrived early, it's because you didn't follow the rules. The meeting was supposed to be at 12, and it is at 12. If you arrived early, who changed the time? Qian Lianhua was stunned. Everyone was waiting for her, and she still refused to admit she was wrong and even blamed herself for arriving early. She sniffed and snorted coldly. Humph, you really are. Wang Haiyan didn't get involved in these matters. As long as her people didn't suffer any loss and nothing serious happened in front of her, she pretended not to see or hear. She looked down at her watch, and when the minute and hour hands aligned, she raised her voice seriously. Line up in order, form a single queue, and get on the train in an organized way. Qin Yunduo quickly pulled Jiang Cha-cha, and the 2 of them lined up at the front, one behind the other. Chao Chuyu and Rin Shui and others also quickly lined up behind them. Before Qian Lianhua and Chen Jiaying could react, Wang Haiyan had already looked over. She gave Chen Jiaying a fake smile and then shifted her gaze to Qian Lianhua. Comrade Qian Lianhua, do you not understand my command? Frightened, Qian Lianhua immediately moved to the back of the line. Seeing she wasn't causing any more trouble, Wang Haiyan relaxed and looked at Chen Jiaying. Comrade Chen Jiaying, we are on different sides. Count the people and get ready to board the train. Yes, Director. When Wang Haiyan heard Chen Jiaying call her Director, she was even happier than when others called her that. But now, outside, at a busy train station, Wang Haiyan kept her composure and led a few people to the platform to prepare for the train. As the train whistle sounded, Wang Haiyan and her team quickly boarded the train. They belonged to the military district, bought their tickets together, so they had seats next to each other. This is our seat. You can sit wherever you like. Remember, be disciplined and well-behaved. After speaking, Wang Haiyan sat down in one of the seats. Qin Yunduo was the first to sit down, right next to Wang Haiyan. Jiang Cha-cha looked around at the other seats, then chose a window seat and sat down. The remaining people quickly sat down, and Chen Jiaying sat with Qian Lianhua. As the sound of the train whistle came again, Jiang Cha-cha looked out the window at the scenery rushing past. Only then did she realize the train had started moving. It's quite amazing. Chao Chuyu, sitting beside her, nodded in agreement. Yes, this is my first time riding a train. Jiang Cha-cha didn't expect anyone to reply to her, so she turned to look and saw it was a familiar face.
Có mắt cao quý.
I didn't expect us to have such a connection. Chao Chuyu was surprised that Jiang Cha-cha knew her name. Although they had some interactions, they weren't close. She also thought Jiang Cha-cha was a bit temperamental. She didn't speak during the contest, but still managed to humiliate the 2 people from Shancheng. By this time, those people still hadn't realized Jiang Cha-cha had little formal training. She had simply performed so well that she fooled everyone. Do you know about Yenching? Do you know what good food there is?
Cao quý.
Yenching is north of Huaqing. It's a bit far, but not too close. So, by the afternoon of the next day, the train arrived at Yenching station. During the train ride, Chao Chiyu's opinion of Jiang Cha-cha completely changed. She secretly glanced at Jiang Cha-cha, who was sleeping peacefully beside her, looking helpless. She thought Jiang Cha-cha was someone who held grudges and was hard to get along with. But after spending some time with her, she realized she was just easy to deceive. And she loved to eat. She liked everything. Even the snacks her mother brought felt new and exciting. But Chao Chiyu was quite happy about this. Since they entered the same art troupe and probably lived together, it was better to get along well than to be petty. Moreover, Chao Chiyu knew the leaders valued Jiang Cha-cha. If she was difficult to get along with, even if they argued, the leaders wouldn't interfere. She had experienced similar situations before. Wang Haiyan watched the train slowly pull into the familiar Yenching station. She stood up and clapped her hands. Cough, cough, comrades, we've arrived in Yenching. There are vehicles outside the station waiting for us from the art troupe. All right, wake up your brains. Line up quickly when you get off, and get ready for the many things ahead. Jiang Cha-cha was also awakened by the noise. She rubbed her eyes and took out a handkerchief to wipe her face. Cough, cough, comrade Chiyu, have we arrived? Chao Chiyu nodded and looked at Jiang Cha-cha, whose face was rosy and fair. She thought for a moment and took out a handkerchief to wipe her own face. All right, get off the train, line up, and leave the station. After Wang Haiyan gave the order, Qin Yunduo quickly stood up and lined up. Jiang Cha-cha and the others also gathered their belongings and stood up. When the train stopped and the doors opened, everyone got off first. Once everyone was outside, Wang Haiyan gave the signal, and Qin Yunduo led the way out. After Jiang Cha-cha and the group left the station, she saw that the city was very different from Huaqing. The air felt very different, much drier than in Huaqing. Jiang Cha-cha missed Huaqing already, even just after arriving in Yen City. But Wang Haiyan didn't give her much time to think. She looked around and spotted a military vehicle in the distance to the east. She immediately led her team over. There was a green military truck parked nearby, with a soldier standing beside it. Wang Haiyan approached, and the soldier looked over at the same time. Their eyes met, and Wang Haiyan nodded. Hello, Director Wang. Thank you for your hard work. Hello, Comrade He. Everyone is here, so we can head back to the military district. Wang Haiyan nodded at Chen, who immediately understood, and led her team onto the vehicle. Once everyone was on board, Wang Haiyan's grandfather opened the passenger door and was about to get in when he heard Hishinian say, Director Wang, please wait a moment. Brigade Commander Fu from the troops has returned from a mission, and we need to pick him up before heading back to the military district. Wang Haiyan was surprised and asked, Is it Brigade Commander Fu Chang'an from our military district? Hishinian nodded excitedly. Yes, Brigade Commander Fu. His security guard has something to attend to, so the military district assigned me to pick him up too. Wang Haiyan looked at the excited young officer and smiled. It was no wonder. Brigade Commander Fu Chang'an was well known, not just in Yen City's military district, but probably in others as well. He came from a good family, but he was even more impressive himself, tough and formidable. Wang Haiyan had met him once, and just his presence made her feel a shiver down her spine. All right, we can wait. Since the military district assigned you this task, we'll follow the leader's arrangements. Hishinian nodded in response and kept a close eye on the station entrance, afraid of missing Brigade Commander Fu Chang'an. Since taking on this task yesterday, my colleagues in the convoy have been very jealous. They used to complain about their own colleagues in the cultural troupe, but now they wish they could swap places with him. At Yenching train station, Fu Chang'an finally arrived after 2 days and nights on the train. He carried his luggage in one hand and hurriedly stepped off the train. Inside the station, Fu Chang'an usually doesn't wear his military uniform for special missions. Instead, he wears a black linen suit and a black coat. Although he was in a crowd of black, blue, and gray, his clothing didn't stand out. Yet, the black on him didn't seem subtle. It made him very noticeable instead. He felt the intense gazes around him. His face darkened, and he quickly walked outside. When he finally reached the entrance, he looked around but didn't see his guard, Chi Shoan. He was about to head back to the military district.
Futuan? Futuan.
Over here, Suddenly, a somewhat unfamiliar voice called him from the east. Fu Chang'an looked up and saw a man he didn't recognize. But since the man was in a military uniform and there was a military vehicle behind him, Fu Chang'an decided to go over. Heo Shinian tried hard to control his excitement and stay serious. But as Fu Chang'an got closer, he couldn't help but raise his hand in a salute and cheerfully shout, "Commander Fu, Comrade Chi has something to tell you. The military district sent me to pick you up, along with the comrades from the cultural troop." Some young women who had come out with Fu Chang'an saw Heo Shinian, and their eyes sparkled even more. "He's a soldier. I knew he looked so righteous. Such a handsome soldier. I wonder if he has a wife." Fu Chang'an, with good hearing, caught these words and felt annoyed. But he couldn't bother to respond, so he chose to ignore it. He nodded at Heo Shinian, saw Wang Haiyan in the front passenger seat also nodding and waving, then opened the back door and sat down. Heo Shinian quickly got in the car and slowly started the engine. The people in the back compartment felt relieved when the car finally started. Qin Yunduo let out a deep breath, and her face looked much better. "Phew, finally we're leaving. The Yenching military district cultural troop is so much better than others." Jiang Cha-Cha didn't understand what was different, but she picked up one piece of information. Her good days were coming. Thinking about the good things the ants had said would happen to her, Jiang Cha-Cha smiled happily. In the front seat, Fu Chang'an felt a rare chill down his back. He frowned, thinking that the clothes his mother bought weren't as warm as military uniforms. He decided to change into his uniform as soon as he got home. When he wears his military uniform, he never feels cold behind his back. Shinian, sitting in the back, was doing his best to drive carefully, worried about embarrassing himself in front of Commander Fu. So, they took at least 10 minutes longer to reach the military area than usual. However, Wang Haiyan and the others in the back were very pleased with Shinian's driving skills. As for Fu Chang'an, he was so focused on the cold feeling behind him that he didn't notice anything else. He kept reviewing his mission in his mind and paid no attention. Once they arrived at the military area, Fu Chang'an immediately opened the door and got out quickly. He hurried home to change clothes because he had to write a report about his mission. Wang Haiyan watched Fu Chang'an walk away and then showed a look of admiration in her eyes. "This military area really praises Commander Fu too much. I think he's quite good, like a noble young man from the past," though a bit colder. Shinian nodded beside her. Today, he almost didn't recognize Commander Fu. After Chen Jiaying finished tidying up the team, Wang Haiyan quickly led her people toward the cultural troop. Jiang Cha-Cha sighed and followed the group, comforting herself. Although the journey was tough, she believed good days were coming soon, and she wouldn't mind the small hardships now. The cultural troop was in the opposite direction from the main troop, in the same military region but not connected. In the dance room of the cultural troop, Lan Nan and Chi Yun were already waiting. Chi Yun looked at the clock in the dance room, then looked at Lan Nan with some confusion. Wasn't the train supposed to leave at noon yesterday? So they should have arrived at the cultural troop today. Why haven't they arrived yet? Lan Nan was also worried, afraid something had happened on the way. Just as she was about to get up and look outside, they heard a knock on the door. "Report to the group leader and political commissar. Wang Haiyan and her team have returned. Please give instructions." Chi Yun and Lan Nan immediately stood up and looked seriously at the door. "Bring the team back." Chi Yun and Lan Nan looked at the orderly group in front of them, smiling broadly. "Comrades, welcome to the Yen City Art Troupe." Clap, clap, clap. Lively applause filled the dance room. Chi Yun adjusted his glasses and looked at the tired faces of the group, deciding to keep it brief. "Comrades, since you are here, you must follow orders. Follow the military district's command. Follow the leaders. You are not allowed to act recklessly or do your own thing." Chi Yun's words weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. "All right, it's getting late. Director Wang will take you to your dormitories to rest. Tomorrow, you will start training directly. Remember, as performers on stage, if you don't practice for a day, you know it. If you don't practice for 3 days, the professionals will notice. If you don't practice for 10 days, the audience will see. Our art troupe will not allow such people to stay." After speaking, Chi Yun stood up and left. Lan Nan looked at Wang Haiyan. "Comrade Haiyan, The new comrades from other places are already arranged in their accommodations. Just assign a few of them to the same dormitory. Tomorrow, bring all the new students together for morning exercises. Yes, political commissar. Lannan carefully looked at Jiang Cha-Cha, thinking, she really is a beautiful girl. Everyone else looks exhausted, but she's even more attractive, full of spirit. No wonder she was chosen as a top talent by the military district. Her looks and skills are both excellent. All right, Comrade Haiyan, take them there. Remember to go to the logistics office to get their supplies. After the two leaders left, Wang Haiyan immediately arranged for Chen Jiaying to settle into a dormitory, then took them to the logistics office to collect supplies. Comrades, in the military district, we must follow the rules. The members of the art troupe are also soldiers. Wearing military uniforms in the troupe is mandatory for everyone. Starting tomorrow, I don't want to see your regular clothes in the troupe, not from me or any other leaders. Qin Yunduo responded excitedly. Since joining the troupe, she was eager to wear her uniform every day and show it off. Yes, Director Wang. Wang Haiyan looked at Qin Yunduo with satisfaction. Her niece had done well this time. The others behind her, except for Qian Lianhua, looked a bit unhappy, but the rest didn't seem to care much. The art troupe is not a place where you can rely solely on connections. Here, it's all about your own skills. Having connections helps, but not having them doesn't matter much. Finally, after carrying a big bag into the dorm, Jiang Cha-Cha sat down on her bed. She watched as the person next to her quickly made their bed. After resting for a moment, she started to make her own bed slowly. Director Wang just told us that the cafeteria is on the other side. Do you want to go get something to eat? Lu Yu suddenly asked. She thought it was still early enough to go and get familiar with the place. Chao Chuyu thought about the food she brought with her. Never mind, it's late now. The cafeteria probably doesn't have anything left to eat. I'll just finish my snacks and eat at the cafeteria tomorrow. The others nodded in agreement. They still had some dry food, so they decided to eat it now. I'm not going either. I'll just eat some snacks in the dorm and then go wash up and rest. Traveling by train is so tiring. Me too. I plan to rest well. I heard that the art troupe's training is very intense. We must show our best today. Qin Yunduo also joined in, taking a deep breath and speaking nervously. It's really strict here, much more demanding than the local propaganda team. I've been dancing since I was young, but when my aunt came back and only took me for a few days, I couldn't handle it. Chen Lianhua, who also lived in this dorm, couldn't help but speak up. Yes, when I arrived, Deputy Director Chen told me to rest well and keep up with the training. There are people who were sent back before because they couldn't keep up. As they talked, everyone suddenly became anxious. They quickly ate their snacks and went to wash up and rest. Jiang Cha-Cha also went along with the others, lying on her bed. She slept on the top bunk and stared at the ceiling nearby, lost in thought. She wondered why, after coming to the military district, she still hadn't experienced the carefree life her aunts talked about. And from what she heard from these people, the art troupe still seemed very tough. Did she come to the wrong place? The others on the bed hadn't fallen asleep yet. Qin Yunduo wanted to learn more about her roommates, because they seemed closer. Why did you all want to join the art troupe? She asked. When Chao Chu thought about telling Chao Chunhua the good news that she had joined the art troupe, her unpleasant face suddenly broke into a smile. Haha, I originally passed the audition for the Huaqing propaganda team, but unfortunately my grandparents favored their eldest granddaughter and took my spot. Later, I thought, how can a local propaganda team compare to the military district art troupe? So I decided to work hard to get in. I love dancing, and since my aunt is here, she told me that the art troupe is very good, so I always wanted to join. I am too. Ren Shui suddenly remembered that there was Jiang Cha-Cha, who hadn't spoken yet. She was very curious to know why Jiang Cha-Cha wanted to join, because Jiang Cha-Cha was indeed very talented.
So, Cha-Cha?
Why do you want to join the art troupe? Jiang Cha-Cha was lost in thought when she suddenly heard someone calling her. She let out an "ah." Ren Shui had to repeat her words again. Jiang Cha-Cha blinked. When she left, Chen Hongmei had said that outside. They were strongly controlling indulgent behaviors. She was told not to talk much outside. Chen Hongmei even gave her a red treasure book to help her if she was unsure about anything, so she could look it up and find answers. Jiang Cha-cha quietly opened her red treasure book that she kept beside her pillow. She flipped to a page and immediately read aloud. Learning is a lifelong career. On the road of learning, anyone who wants to stop will fall behind. Whether you are a big shot or a rookie, never give up learning. The others in the dormitory listened to Jiang Cha-cha recite emotionlessly, looking stunned. Suddenly, Chen Yunduo clapped her hands and said, "Well said. Comrade Jiang Cha-cha is the most enlightened among us. Indeed, we need to keep working hard in the art troupe." The rest of the group fell silent and clapped along. However, Chao Chuyu still felt something was off. Why did Jiang Cha-cha on the train seem different? Why did she change so much after joining the art troupe? All right, let's go to sleep. It's probably time to turn off the lights. Clap. As soon as Chen Yunduo finished speaking, the lights went out. Everyone lost interest in chatting and closed their eyes to sleep. Jiang Cha-cha listened as everyone went quiet and stopped asking questions. She looked at the red treasure book in her hands in the dark, feeling very happy. Comrade Chen Hongmei is very experienced, and indeed, this book is very useful. Since then, whenever Jiang Cha-cha didn't want to talk but had to, or had to answer questions, she would take out the red book and respond with the words inside. Mom said that what's in the book is never to be questioned. It's always right. Outside the window, the moonlight was faint. Jiang Cha-cha held the red book and fell asleep peacefully. At the military compound in Yenching, at the Fu family's house, when Fu Chang'an returned this afternoon, Fu Changyu was also at home. She looked at the tall man in a black coat at the door and was a bit surprised. "Aunt Yun, have we moved someone into our compound again?" Aunt Yun was sent by the organization to take care of Old Master Fu and Old Lady Fu, and also to handle family chores. Hearing Fu Changyu's words, she paused her actions, thought for a moment, and then replied, "I don't know for sure, but recently, several families have moved out, leaving some houses empty. Maybe new people have moved in?" Suddenly, Fu Changyu saw the face of the man in the black coat outside. His mouth was wide open, and she shouted in surprise, startling Aunt Yun.
Ah!
"What's wrong?"
Did you see something, Changyu?
Fu Chang'an, who was pushing the door open, was called out again by her. "Dad, Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, come out quickly. Haha, my brother. Haha, my brother." Hearing Fu Changyu shout, the Fu family members all came out. Now that they heard her calling, they had already come to the living room. Old Lady Fu looked at her handsome grandson standing at the door and smiled. "Haha, I told you, old Fu, the one most like you is Chang'an. Look at him, in his youth, wearing a coat, just like Chang'an. So handsome." Old Master Fu looked a bit shy as he looked at his wife and then at his handsome grandson. Is Chang'an arranged for a blind date by you? Is he willing?" Fu Changyu was still laughing uncontrollably. When she heard the old man's words, she was even happier.
"Grandpa."
"Haha, Grandpa, you're right. But my brother actually has to rely on looks to find a match." "Mom, this time you found a fairy." Fu Chang'an gave a cold glance at Fu Changyu. She sensed danger and quickly covered her mouth, but her shoulders still jerked with nervousness. She couldn't hold back her feelings. Lu Huimin looked at her handsome son and felt proud. He was her son after all. But when she thought about her daughter's matchmaking plans, her face darkened. Matchmaking? He didn't even go, and I had to apologize to others. His stubborn nature must have come from someone. "I don't want to bother with it anymore." She said this, but everyone knew that if someone introduced a girl she liked to her son, she would still try to set them up. Seeing the family come to watch the fun, Fu Chang'an frowned. Her clothes weren't warm and were a hassle. She decided she wouldn't wear them again. Thanks to Lu Huimin for her kindness. "I hope you mean what you say and don't make me go on more awkward dates with strange people." After saying this, she went upstairs to her room. Such a stubborn person. It makes me so angry. Why not go on a date? Why not wear the coat I bought? Just wear his military uniform every day, Lu Huimin shouted angrily behind Fu Chang'an. Grandma Lan Fu chuckled softly and glanced at Grandpa. "Who else?" "Our family's old stubborn ox, of course." Grandpa Fu was surprised and looked at his wife. "Are you talking about me?" Lu Huimin didn't say anything now. She didn't dare interrupt when her mother-in-law mentioned her husband. Yun auntie, how about this? Doesn't my brother look good in his outfit? No, one of the girls like him. If it were me, I would like him too.
Ha ha.
I thought he went on a date.
Ha ha.
That's so funny. I'll tell others about it someday. Fu Chang'an quickly changed her clothes and stood at the top of the stairs, seeing Fu Changyu laughing happily. Her face turned cold. Fu Changyu, yes, do 100 push-ups. Fu Changyu looked very happy, but her face showed sadness. Her smile was gone, replaced by a sad look. She looked pitifully at her grandparents, who quickly got up and left. Mom. She had to turn around and ask Lu Huimin. Lu Huimin was also afraid that this stubborn kid would talk too much and make her angry. So she quickly ran away. Mom's going to help Aunt Yun prepare some delicious food for you. After exercising, you need to replenish your energy. As a family of soldiers, we must keep both our strength and nutrition up. So Fu Changyu watched everyone leave. Even the kitchen door was closed by Lu Huimin. She shouted in despair, "Ah, Fu Chang'an, you're my nemesis." Next to her, Aunt Yun was quietly smiling as she tidied up the tea table. The Fu siblings really seemed to have a unique trait. At 6 o'clock, the army horn sounded on time, and everyone in the dorm woke up immediately. Hurry up, wash up, and get ready. We need to go to the cafeteria soon, or there won't be any food left. Chen Yunduo remembered the ration ticket Wang Haiyan gave her yesterday and kept urging her roommates. When they finished getting ready and headed to the cafeteria, many people were already there. Everyone was dressed in military uniforms, mostly from the cultural troupe, including a few men. Jiang Cha-Cha and her group entered and caught the attention of some people in the cafeteria. Especially Jiang Cha-Cha, who looked even more beautiful in the green military uniform. A few people nearby looked at her and suddenly spoke. Du Lanyuan always boasts about how good-looking she is. Who would have thought that our real star of the cultural troupe is right here? Yeah, she's so fair, has a nice nose, and her little mouth is bright red. I wonder if she's wearing makeup. How do you think she ended up like this? Jiang Cha-Cha ignored these gazes. She was very hungry, and for her, eating was a big deal. But she didn't know how to get food, so she moved closer to Chen Yunduo and gently tapped her with her finger. Aren't you going to eat? When Chen Yunduo saw so many people staring at them, she felt a little nervous, especially because their looks were quite critical. She became a bit timid, trembling slightly. Unexpectedly, Jiang Cha-Cha came to her rescue. She immediately looked up at Jiang Cha-Cha. Seeing her beauty, she seemed to feel less nervous. With a ration ticket, let's go quickly. We're going to eat.
No.
Her aunt gave her food coupons that would last a week. After all, they still needed time for the authorities to investigate and approve them before they could officially join the art troupe. How come the coupons are almost gone after just one day of eating? The others nearby were also very surprised. Chao Chi looked a bit worried and said, "Cha-Cha, you're eating so much. If you gain weight, it won't be good." As dancers, being a bit heavier can affect our performance. Jiang Cha-Cha was already sitting on a stool, starting her breakfast. Last night, she had made up her mind. Even if her life with her aunts was a little different from the good days she heard about, it was still better than having to go to the countryside to farm. So she couldn't afford to neglect herself. She shouldn't have a good life and still go hungry, right? Jiang Cha-Cha looked at the few dishes in the others' bowls and silently shook her head. She really didn't want to. Seeing Jiang Cha-Cha shake her head, Chao Chi didn't say anything more. As for the others, they didn't know her well enough to comment, and after all, this was Jiang Cha-Cha's own matter. Meanwhile, the others were once again shocked. Oh my, I heard that the person in charge of bringing them here is Officer Meng. If she's eating like that, I think her good days are over. Is she the star of the art troupe? Or just a pig? The men in the troupe all know to stay in shape, and she's probably the one eating the most. It's really embarrassing. Jiang Cha-Cha chewed slowly and finished her meal, making sure she didn't waste a single grain of rice. The others watched her finish eating and felt a bit strange. If she gains weight, will she still stand out as much? Satisfied and full, Jiang Cha-Cha looked at her watch. This was a watch that Jiang Yunyun had specially bought for her, even using her savings from past New Year's. She was going to work hard and earn money. One day, she would buy a watch for Jiang Yunyun in Yen City too. Comrade Yunduo, what are we going to do next? Chen Yunduo looked at Jiang Cha-Cha's flat stomach and said, "It's amazing. Where did you eat that from?" Jiang Cha-Cha touched her still flat stomach, which had no fat at all. "Of course, I ate it in my stomach." "All right, let's go." "Where are we headed?" Chen Yunduo kept staring at her belly and nodded absent-mindedly. "Let's go to the dance studio." They quickly took their bowls and placed them in a large bucket nearby before leaving the dining hall. When Jiang Cha-Cha left the dining hall, she ran into the chef who had served her food. The chef looked very happy to see her. "Oh, are you heading to practice? Today for lunch, I made plenty of noodles for you. Eat as much as you want." Jiang Cha-Cha was very happy and nodded repeatedly. "Thank you, uncle. My name is Jiang Cha-Cha. I'll chat with you another day." Master Zhu was overjoyed. He often boasted about his cooking skills, but being assigned to the arts troupe made him angry. Those people ate only a little, claiming it was to keep their figures. It was rare to find someone who appreciated his cooking. He was very happy. He waved at Jiang Cha-Cha enthusiastically. "All right, uncle will wait for you." The dance studio was already being used for warm-up exercises by a group that arrived 2 days earlier than Jiang Cha-Cha and her friends. When Jiang Cha-Cha and the others arrived, Chen Yunduo followed Wang Haiyan's instructions from yesterday and chose a corner to start stretching and opening their hips. Jiang Cha-Cha looked around at the others in the big room. Seeing they were all doing similar stretches, she also moved a little. But her flexibility now was far beyond everyone else, except compared to when she was an elf. Seeing Jiang Cha-Cha move so easily, everyone in the room was stunned at first, then they all stretched harder. "Oh, ouch. Ugh, it hurts. I can't lose. Who is this person? So amazing." As for Chen Yunduo and the others, they ignored Jiang Cha-Cha's movements. They knew their own talent was not as good, so they followed their own pace. Overexerting would only be counterproductive. Outside the dance studio, the team leader and political commissar looked pleased. Qian spoke happily. "Comrade Cha-Cha is really impressive. She is strong herself and can motivate those around her. I think these new comrades will catch up with the veterans very soon." Lan Nan nodded in agreement. She looked at Jiang Cha-Cha, who was as flexible as a flowing water, and suddenly had an idea. "Captain, the year-end performance is coming soon. Why don't we try something new this time? We can select performers together, regardless of whether they are new or experienced. Just focus on their abilities. Those who are capable should take the lead, and those who are not should step back. I believe our art troupe can become even better." Qi Yun's eyes lit up when he heard this, but he didn't immediately agree. Instead, he said vaguely, "The dance team might be able to do it, but for the vocal team and others, we still need to see the quality of the new members." Lan Nan didn't say much after hearing this. Instead, she turned around and patted Meng Li on the shoulder. "Meng Li, you should train them well these days." "I believe they have great potential," Meng Li nodded seriously. "Yes, leader. All right, you go ahead and get busy. We're leaving now. Remember to set the rules for them. The art troupe isn't just a local publicity team. We're also the face of the military district." Meng Li nodded and watched the leaders walk away. Then she looked inside through the window and saw that the relaxed atmosphere she usually saw when she arrived was completely gone today. She felt very satisfied. In her mind, the soldiers in the art troupe are soldiers too. Laziness is the biggest mistake. She didn't expect that these new recruits wouldn't need her to set rules. They were good. Meng Li also carefully observed the candidates the leaders liked. They had steady hands and legs, no sweat on their foreheads, steady breathing. Truly impressive. Meng Li smiled slightly in satisfaction, but in the next moment, her expression turned cold. Inside the dance room, many people were struggling to keep going, but seeing Jiang Cha-Cha and the others, they kept pushing themselves to persist. I'm so tired. I feel like my muscles are numb from the pain. I've broken out in sweat. This person is really something. Meng Li waited outside for about 5 more minutes before pushing the door open. "All right, today I am somewhat satisfied with you. That's enough. The morning practice is over. Rest for 3 minutes. During these 3 minutes, I will check your movements from the past 2 days. Yes. Meng Jidao. In the corner, Zhang Cha-Cha and the others saw that the others were resting and that Meng Jidao was coming over. They immediately stood up straight and called out in unison, Meng Jidao. Meng Li nodded gently. She looked at the few people besides Zhang Cha-Cha. Line up from left to right to register. 1. Qin Yunduo. 2.
Gao Gui. 3.
Lu Yu. 4. Qian Lianhua. 5. Ren Shui. 6. Zhang Cha-Cha. You all arrived 2 days late. They have already been practicing for a few days. I heard Zhang Cha-Cha is very talented and skilled. So I will perform once. You watch the movements, remember them, and then teach them. If they can keep up today, they can join us. The faster they learn, the sooner they can join everyone. Before Qin Yunduo and the others could react, Meng Li had already started demonstrating the movements. After a minute, Meng Li left to check on the others' practice. Only a few people looked at each other in surprise. Qian Lianhua felt she was doomed. She had just joined the dance troupe but almost got kicked out again. Now, with Meng's guidance, she felt hopeless and close to tears. Zhang Cha-Cha, can you do it? I heard if we can't, we might be sent back.
You.
Boo-hoo. Yeah, Cha-Cha. Did you understand Meng's movements? Chao Chu still had hope for Zhang Cha-Cha, but Meng's demonstration earlier was much easier than their previous practice. She only remembered the beginning and the end. Zhang Cha-Cha thought carefully and slowly copied Meng Li's movements. Although her performance wasn't as refined and perfect as Meng's, she had completely learned the steps. Meng Li, watching Zhang Cha-Cha's effort from the front, saw a spark in her eyes. Really good. You have talent. Seeing her start to teach the others, Meng Li began checking everyone else's movements. Yi Taohua, your turn. Clap, clap. Meng Li had previously thought these people had potential, but today, after watching Zhang Cha-Cha, she was unmerciful with her critique. Practice more. Can't you even face the mirror? How did I teach you? If you do this move, even a clumsy chicken would look unique. If you want to go on stage with such skills, are you aiming for fame? Get down and practice. And you? You're not better either. Are you tired of your waist? Where should your cross be? You can't even stand properly.
Get down.
Listening to Meng Li's scolding, Lu Yu and the others felt terrified. Luckily, they had Zhang Cha-Cha, otherwise. Meanwhile, Zhang Cha-Cha, who was repeatedly demonstrating the moves, listened to Meng Li's voice and felt something was wrong. She realized she was about to get scolded again. She had come to the wrong place. Zhang Cha-Cha confirmed this and pouted, feeling utterly helpless. However, upon reflection, she felt it was okay. She had prepared herself mentally last night and received a promise from the cafeteria chef this morning. Zhang Cha-Cha calmly accepted her role in the art troupe, feeling very relaxed. Zhang Cha-Cha practiced her moves dozens of times. The others remembered most of it, but they still weren't very skilled. She broke out in sweat and didn't want to dance anymore. She stood aside to rest and watch the others. Meng Li saw Zhang Cha-Cha doing nothing and had some thoughts, but she was too busy to care about her now.
She just wanted her to stop slacking.
Zhang Cha-Cha, keep moving and practicing.
No slacking.
Tomorrow, come to the front to dance. No, now. Come now. After a long time, Zhang Cha-Cha counted that this was the 5th time her stomach growled. She felt a little upset. Why weren't they allowed to eat yet? Meng Li looked at the group, who were slightly better at the moves, and finally decided to be kind and let them go. All right, that's enough for today. Practice stops here. Don't forget to stretch your legs tonight and remember the moves. After saying this, she looked at Zhang Cha-Cha and left. Zhang Cha-Cha was very happy. She could finally eat. She remembered her mom's words about eating dumplings on the bus and noodles when getting off. Today, she was determined to eat her fill. Chunyu, Yunduo, and everyone, do you want to eat noodles? I'm so hungry. Let's go eat together. Next to her, Sun Jiejia heard Zhang Cha-Cha and couldn't help but speak up. Comrade Zhang Cha-Cha, eating noodles can make you gain weight easily. We're dancers, so it's better not to eat. Besides, if you get used to being hungry, you won't feel hungry anymore. Jiang Cha-Cha sighed and shook her head without hesitation. She didn't want to listen. When she came to Yenching, her family had warned her to take good care of herself.
How could she not eat?
She ignored the others and looked firmly at Chao Chiuyu and Chen Yunduo. The two chosen ones nodded helplessly. Let's go.
We'll accompany you.
We'll eat a little less. After Jiang Cha-Cha and her group left, the person who had spoken earlier was surrounded by a group of people.
Who are they?
Thinking they're so special because of their talent, eating like pigs. Let's see if she can still stay in the art troupe when she gets fat. Judja, next time don't be so kind and warn her. Let her get fat. Exactly. Don't be so naive. Ignore her. Arrogance? I don't believe there aren't more talented people among the older members. Sun Jejia lowered her eyes, a hint of darkness flashing in her gaze, but she kindly said, "It's okay. Maybe she hasn't eaten enough at home. We shouldn't say these things. It's my fault for speaking out." Jiang Cha-Cha happily ate her buckwheat noodles in the cafeteria, unaware of the gossip behind her back. Cha-Cha, do you always eat like this? Chao Chiuyu watched as her bowl was quickly finished and couldn't help but ask. Jiang Cha-Cha nodded and wiped her mouth with a napkin. Yes, I eat a lot, right? Chao Chiuyu shook her head with a complicated look, hesitated for a moment, then said, Cha-Cha, while your appetite is normal among us dancers, you eat quite a lot. You should know that even a small weight difference can affect your movements and dance posture. Chen Yunduo nodded in agreement. Although she had her own thoughts, Jiang Cha-Cha had patiently taught them for a long time today, so she couldn't just ignore it. Is that so? Jiang Cha-Cha looked thoughtfully at her empty bowl. Yes, I need to control my eating, but my weight won't change much, don't worry. Thank you for reminding me. Chao Chiuyu and Chen Yunduo exchanged glances, but said nothing more. Anyway, she was favored by the leaders, so they believed she would get opportunities in the future. After lunch, everyone prepared to go back to their dorms to rest. Chen Yunduo returned to her dorm and started thinking about her outfit. She thought about how she had come to the arts troupe, full of beautiful girls everywhere, and she couldn't look like a country girl. But after unpacking her luggage, she suddenly realized they couldn't wear casual clothes, only training uniforms and military outfits. Oh no, what should I do? I can't wear my regular clothes, only the same training and military uniforms as everyone else. That makes me less noticeable. Chen Yunduo sat on a stool, feeling down as she looked at the pretty dresses in her suitcase. Next to her, Ren Shui and others started giving her ideas. Hey, you could start with makeup and hair. Try to look as white as possible to hide your flaws. Cover your face with white makeup, then style your hair differently. That way, you can stand out more. Yes, that makes sense. Since we can't touch the clothes, we can start with the face and hair instead. Chen Yunduo immediately began thinking with the others about how to do their makeup. Hey, do you have any makeup? I only have some face cream and a lipstick, but I didn't bring the lipstick from home. Ren Shui shook her head. She used to have quite a lot, but now she has nothing. Lu Yu rummaged through her luggage and pulled out a half-used eyebrow pencil, acting like a treasure.
Tajda.
Hey, I have one, no, half an eyebrow pencil. Before joining the art troupe, Chao Chiuyu wasn't very well off at home and didn't dare spend money on these things, worried that Chao Chunhua would take them away. I don't have any. I've never worn makeup. Everyone looked at Jiang Cha-Cha, who was fiddling with her watch. Cha-Cha? Jiang Cha-Cha was about to shake her head but suddenly remembered she had blush sent by a flower spirit in her main space. She had plenty, but never used it before.
So,
Jiang Cha-Cha blinked. Yes, now she could use it. I have blush, and it's really beautiful. The girls in the dormitory finally gathered enough items. But Chen Yunduo was still a bit unhappy. No, we still need lipstick. You know, lipstick is the key to finishing the look and can brighten your face. When we have a holiday, let's go shopping at Yenching department store and buy some lipstick. Then everyone in our dorm can wear pretty makeup. The girls agreed enthusiastically, and Jiang Cha-Cha was also looking forward to it. Since we can't do makeup now, let's think about a new hairstyle. Chao Chiu thought if we can't do makeup, we can at least style our hair. We're going to the dance studio tonight anyway, so there's still time. Sounds good.
We
Are you guys going to style your hair? Can I join? Sun Jejia, very friendly, pushed the door open and barged in without hesitation after hearing their conversation. Jiang Cha-cha glanced at her, but said nothing. The others felt a bit annoyed by her rudeness, but didn't say anything. For a moment, the whole dormitory was quiet, and no one responded to Sun Jejia. But Sun Jejia wasn't embarrassed. She sat casually on Chen Lianhua's bed. Are you talking about hair? Why aren't you saying anything? Qin Yunduo forced a smile and replied, Oh, you. I also want to join in. Yunduo, I think your braids look nice, but they should be two separate braids, like lotus flowers. You need to style your bangs to the front. Sun Jejia was very blunt as she pointed and gestured in Jiang Cha-cha's dorm. Ren Shui, you should. Oh, and our talented girl from the art troupe, Comrade Cha-cha, right? You need bangs too. They should go over your eyebrows because, you look good everywhere, but your forehead is a bit, how should I say? Jiang Cha-cha sensed Sun Jejia's malice and felt annoyed. Thinking of Yunyun's words, she decided to give this person a serious lesson for trying to bully her. So Jiang Cha-cha coldly snorted, Really? Since you've been giving advice in our dorm, why don't I show you how it's done? Don't worry, I'm quite skilled. Jiang Cha-cha directly held down Sun Jejia and, using a pair of scissors from someone nearby, gave her a new hairstyle. Your face is too long for bangs. I'll style them back. Also, long hair isn't suitable for you. Short hair would be better. Wait a moment. Oh, your hair looks quite thick, so I'll trim some off. While giving instructions and working, she snipped a few times, completely changing Sun Jejia's look. Sun Jejia tried to break free, but was held down by Ren Shui. Don't move. Cha-cha is helping you out of kindness. It'll be over soon. I know you're anxious, but don't worry. Sun Jejia was furious, but afraid that struggling might cause Jiang Cha-cha's scissors to hurt her face, so she glared fiercely with her eyes. She wouldn't let Jiang Cha-cha get away with it. Even if she was the star of the art troupe, daring to cut her hair, she would make her leave the troupe. After Jiang Cha-cha finished styling Sun Jejia's hair and was satisfied, she let her go. All right, you wanted a new hairstyle to join us, and it's done. No need to thank us. Although you barged in without courtesy, we won't mind. Sun Jejia touched her short, awkward hair and glared at Jiang Cha-cha fiercely. Fine, just wait. I will report to the leader and have you kicked out of the art troupe. Jiang Cha-cha watched as she changed her face, cried out, and ran away. She wasn't worried at all. This person could pretend to be pitiful, but she was the real schemer. Who else could act so helpless like her? Cha-cha, Cha-cha, we will definitely stand by you. When the time comes, just say we fought together. It was her own idea to come here. They didn't do much. They just aren't good at their skills. Sun Jejia was crying and making a fuss in the girls' dormitory of the art troupe. In the end, she really annoyed Wang Haiyan. When Wang Haiyan arrived, Sun Jejia's followers immediately started complaining. Director Wang, Jiang Cha-cha is bullying a comrade. Look at what she did to Jejia's hair. It's all chewed up like a dog's. What should we do? Yes, she even forced Jejia to cut her hair. We can't stay with someone who bullies comrades like this. At this moment, Sun Jejia was pretending to be mute, but she didn't hold back her tears, crying very pitifully. Wang Haiyan was used to dealing with this kind of scene. She thought having more girls might cause trouble, but she didn't expect it to be Jiang Cha-cha. However, in her view, Jiang Cha-cha wouldn't really bully her teammates like that. Listening to the chatter around her, Wang Haiyan's forehead veins twitched. All right, go call Jiang Cha-cha, and all of them over. Director Wang, they're already here. And they're acting so confidently, not feeling any shame at all. Bullying a comrade, this kind of person is just disgusting. Wang Haiyan looked at the speaker with a calm expression. So, you want to be the judge? Were you there at the time? If you were, why didn't you help Sun Jejia? The person hesitated and finally shrank back into the crowd. Sun Jejia's eyes flashed with impatience, but her tears fell even more fiercely. When Qin Yunduo and the others approached and saw her pretending, they were very angry. Ren Shui eagerly explained what had happened. The others were still unhappy with her attitude. Jiang Cha-cha shouldn't have cut Jejia's hair like that. It will take a long time to grow back. Renshue looked at Sun Jijia calmly and said bluntly, but she insisted on trying a new hairstyle in our dorm. Does that mean she can boss us around? We truly wanted to give her a new hairstyle, but who knew? Sigh. It's because our skills are not good enough. Chao Chuyu nodded along and sarcastically said, Comrade Sun Jijia, it's also your fault. Who asked you to come uninvited and speak your mind about joining us? Sigh, next time, Cha-Cha will have more experience and will definitely make you look better. Jejia was stunned, almost crying, and the people beside her also had nothing to say. Sniff, I was too familiar. I thought since you all were few days late to the art troupe, Jejia, don't cry. I feel so guilty, so sad, and so upset. Cha-Cha spoke, and Chen Yunduo and others moved aside to let her through. Everyone saw her fair face, with her nose and eyes slightly red, as if she was about to cry at any moment, and they all felt a bit dazed. Don't be sad. Jejia, you're also too selfish. Why did you insist on joining us without wanting a new hairstyle? You pretended not to see how uncomfortable we felt when you forced us. You're too selfish. You always think only of yourself. You ignore how we all feel. You're a selfish person. Sun Jejia was stunned by Jia Cha-Cha's calm and gentle attitude. Everyone around also fell silent, looking at Jia Cha-Cha's pitiful face, and they thought she was right. Jejia is just a selfish person. From now on, they should stay away from her to avoid being hurt. Wang Haiyan sighed, realizing this was quite interesting, but she knew it was her turn to speak. Enough. Both of you are at fault, but the one who started it is more to blame. Sun Jejia, why did you go to their dormitory without permission? That's rude. She looked at Jia Cha-Cha again. Seeing her pitiful face, she hesitated because she felt sorry for her.
Jia Cha-Cha.
Well, don't show off your skills anymore. Don't touch your hair yourself. If you really want to change your hairstyle, there are barbers in the army. Don't mess around and look like you've been bitten by a dog. Okay, go back now, pack up, and practice in the dance room. Don't go to others' dorms casually. Stay out of trouble. Wang Haiyan finally warned everyone here, next time I catch you running around without permission, it will count as 1 strike. 3 strikes, and you'll be sent back. The army doesn't tolerate rule breakers. Soon, Wang Haiyan and Jiang Cha-Cha and the others left. Most of the people around Sun Jejia also dispersed, eager to watch the show. She ended up losing more than she gained. She failed to trick Jiang Cha-Cha and her friends, and instead, she ended up with a bad haircut. Downstairs, the veterans from the art troupe heard the commotion upstairs. Many looked at Du Longjin's dorm and sneered. Ha, the people upstairs really don't know the rules. They're noisy and unruly.
But,
Haha, I heard a star from the art troupe has caught the captain's eye. Do you think Du Longjin can be so proud? Who knows? Du Longjin isn't bad either. I want to see who's stronger when they face off. You guys are really something. Don't you think about what will happen if the newcomer beats us? Can you still show your faces? Du Longjin was practicing on her bed, kicking, stretching, ignoring the noise outside. But she clenched her fists tightly around the bed frame, showing her inner unease. At the Jiang family home, Jiang Yunyun was off today. Seeing the sunny weather outside, she decided to wash and dry Jiang Cha-Cha's quilt so she could use it when she returned. She didn't want Cha-Cha to come back to a used, old quilt. Cha-Cha deserved soft, fragrant bedding. Jiang Yunyun carried the quilt to the water basin. Just as she turned on the tap, someone suddenly appeared beside her. Without a word, they grabbed Jiang Yunyun. Jiang Yunyun, are you working at the state-run restaurant? Jiang Yunyun pulled her hand back, frowned, and looked at the person. She didn't recognize them. None of your business. Don't bother me. She was busy washing Cha-Cha's quilt. Next to her, Li Wang was unhappy. He gritted his teeth and grabbed Jiang Yunyun's hand again. Jiang Yunyun, your older brother and sister all have jobs. Can you give me this job? I'd be very grateful. If you don't, I might have to go to the countryside after the new year. I can't go to the rural areas. I'm just a girl, and if I go there, Jiang Yunyun smirked inwardly, but showed a look of disgust on her face. This person's face was really big. These days, a job is the foundation for a family's livelihood. She opened her mouth, ready to give him the job. But she thought, what a shameless person. Jiang Yunyan didn't want to indulge her either. Her work wasn't her own, and she still had to buy things for Cha-Cha. So Jiang Yunyan threw the wooden hammer aside and stared intently at Li Wangdai. Suddenly, she turned her head and shouted loudly at the residential building. You're just dreaming. You want me to give you a job?
Bah.
Shameless. I'm not your parents. If you don't have a job, you ask your family, not me, someone I don't even know. Are your parents all gone? Your family is extinct? As a girl left alone, the government will take care of you. Li Wangdai's proud expression immediately disappeared. She thought Jiang Yunyan, who grew up in a big factory compound, was shy. But she didn't expect her to shout loudly outside the residential building. She was so scared she wanted to run. She had done the same before, and those wealthy young ladies were generous. As long as she pretended to be pitiful, they would give her money or sweets. But she didn't expect to hit a wall with Jiang Yunyan. Quickly, Jiang Yunyan grabbed her. Help! Ladies, catch the bad person. This person isn't from our compound. Is she a scammer or a thief? Catch the bad person. Suddenly, everyone in the compound was drawn out by Jiang Yunyan's shout. Hey, that person definitely looks unfamiliar.
Who is she?
Why did she come to our compound? What are you doing here? Confess honestly. Otherwise, we'll call the police. Yeah, these days anyone comes to our place. I even lost 2 pancakes earlier. Hey, don't say it. I also lost 2 pieces of clothing I was wearing. Seeing that people had gathered, Jiang Yunyan immediately took this shameless person and told everyone about her request for a job. Some people looked at Li Wangdai with disgust, but others' eyes turned as they thought about the jobs at the Jiang family. Since outsiders dared to ask for work, as neighbors, wouldn't they be closer? Naturally, they could also get a share. With this in mind, those with hidden motives chose to watch silently. Li Wangdai sneaked a sly look at the crowd, feeling amused. These people were even more disgusting than those wealthy young ladies asking for favors. But Jiang Yunyan, your family has so many jobs. Giving me one wouldn't hurt, and it could save my life. I will thank you forever. Some insincere neighbors nearby heard Li Wangdai's words and smiled slyly. One person among them looked anxious. Who was she? An outsider daring to ask for a job in their residential building? Zhang's family should have given her the work. She looked around and saw some people starting to get interested. She couldn't hold back and blurted out, "No way. Who do you think you are? Even if Zhang's family has many jobs, they can only give them to us neighbors. None of your business. Outsider. Get lost." That's true. Zhang's family has so many jobs. It's understandable that outsiders are interested. If I got a share, I wouldn't be jealous. Yeah, we're all neighbors. It's better than giving outsiders. Jiang Yunyan saw Zheng Duoduo finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. Some others also supported her, and she felt very happy. Today, she had prepared a big show for Zheng Duoduo. Jiang Yunyan's face darkened, and she glared fiercely at Zheng Duoduo and the people talking. Ha, dreaming in broad daylight. Sister-in-law Zheng, what are you saying? So, you also want a job for my family?
Bah.
Shameless. Your mother is interested in Uncle Wang, and you're also eyeing other people's jobs. Shameless. Seeing that the other neighbors seemed indifferent, Jiang Yunyan snorted. Want a share of the work? That's easy. Aunt Yen has 3 jobs at home. Ask her to give you one. She's old and should stay home to rest. Oh, Aunt Chen has 4 jobs. She can spare 1 or 2 for us neighbors. The people Jiang Yunyan pointed to immediately looked at her with disgust and turned to Zheng Duoduo. Bah, you little tramp. Your mother is interested in old Wang, and you're interested in jobs. You're all the same disgusting. I think your father is dead and you're just a wild kid, a jerk with no roots. Trying to get a free job? What's wrong with you? Do I owe you something? She raised her hand to slap her. The others, if they had jobs at home, went straight for Zheng Duoduo, kicking or slapping her. Jiang Yunyan winked at Li Wang and loudly said, "You see what happens when you try to take someone else's job. It's better to rely on yourself. Who taught you to do this?" Probably her good man's mother. Seeing Zheng Duoduo in a miserable state, Jiang Yunyan was secretly happy. Serves her right. She deserved it for wanting her family's work. Luckily, she noticed in time. All right, go away. Don't come back here again, or I'll hit you every time I see you. Just leave. Li Wangtai tightly clenched the note in his hand and nodded casually. Phew, your big yard is really disgusting. I only think about it, but your neighbors are always scheming against you. Humph, we'll see. If one day she really tricks you, that will be my revenge. Just wait and see. Li Wangtai's eyes were full of hatred for them. Finally, he left with a parting word. In the past, I asked the wealthy young lady for money or things, and she always gave. But you guys won't give? Humph. If you don't, forget it. But if I find out you're just pretending to work and not really doing anything, I will report you for learning from the wealthy and taking things for free. He ran off quickly, leaving the others who overheard his words. They became even more aggressive toward Zheng Duoduo, all wanting to beat her down once, so she wouldn't dare to think about their belongings again. Still dare to think about my job. Shameless. Phew. Your mother isn't a good person, and neither are you. Jiang Yunyun, don't let her go either. Fight her together. Beat her hard. She keeps talking about the wealthy. Catch her. Jiang Yunyun let Li Wangtai run away, pretending to shout. She escaped. Ants, we can't be soft. We have to keep the job for ourselves. Otherwise, she'll say she wants to report us for learning from the wealthy and giving things away for free. Oh no, this could lead to exile. After she finished speaking, Jiang Yunyun noticed the ants were even more determined. One of the ants, Wang, even sent someone to inform Zheng Duoduo's mother. When she arrived, she also joined the fight. Jiang Yunyun watched with a big smile. That ant Wang was quite clever. Humph. After this, who dares to target her family? Shameless Zheng Duoduo, just married in and already trying to cause trouble. Next time she tries to scheme again, she will be dealt with each time. La la la, the sun is out, I climb the hill. Reaching the top, I want to sing.
La la la, I must wash te clean.
Oh, I miss my soft, fragrant tea. Later, I will write her a letter. Jiang Cha-Cha was practicing her basic skills when suddenly her ears itched. Lu Yuxian, sharp-eyed, saw this and asked curiously, Cha-Cha, why are your ears red? Is someone thinking of you? Jiang Cha-Cha paused, touched her red earlobes that looked like beads, and thought of Yunyun. She nodded. Yes, it must be Yunyun thinking of me, my twin sister. A few people nearby thought she was Jiang Cha-Cha's partner, and they stared at her out of curiosity. When they realized she was her twin sister, they all turned away in disappointment. Humph. Enough, let's get back to practice. Director Chow will be here soon. In the evening, after dinner, Jiang Yunyun vividly told her family about the good deeds she did for them today. You guys don't know. That scene today was crazy. All kinds of strange creatures appeared. When Li Wangtai heard about it, he said, Wow, they're so jealous they want to get a job from us. What a joke. We have jobs and others do too. Why should they be jealous of us? That's shameless. Jiang Qingyu immediately gave Jiang Yunyun a big thumbs up, full of admiration. You're amazing, Yunyun. You're like a modern-day Zhuge Liang. Because of what you did today, no one in the steel factory compound dares to envy our jobs anymore. I'm glad you're my sister. If you were my sister-in-law, I'd be scared of you causing trouble for me. You're a real troublemaker. Jiang Yunyun, surrounded by her family's gazes, puffed out her chest proudly and brushed her fine hair from her forehead. Of course, anyone who envies our jobs is our enemy. To deal with enemies, we must show no mercy. Next to her, Jiang Qingcheng, with messy hair, looked a little scared and hid behind Chen Hongmei. Mom, my fifth sister is really scary. She probably wouldn't treat me like that, right? Jiang Yunyun immediately changed her expression, glaring sharply at Jiang Qingcheng. I will. How dare you favor your lover over your sister? Jiang Qingcheng, you didn't give me any candy this week. I asked you several times to invite me to eat, but I never got any. Listen, I will definitely become the troublemaker in your family. I'll scare away your boyfriend and make you a single man who only scratches his feet. Jiang Qingcheng, hearing Jiang Yunyun's words, immediately ran over to fight her, and they started fighting around the living room. Others, like Jiang Yenching, looked at the two fighting with a sense of moderation and didn't say anything. He lowered his head and blew on the tea leaves in his cup. But thinking about how outsiders were jealous of his family, he wasn't planning to let things go easily. After all, he was a rare skilled worker at the factory. He could handle a few troublemakers. Jiang Yunyun, don't think you can be the troublemaker. Jiang Qingqing couldn't catch Jiang Yunyun and shouted in frustration. Troublemaker? Clearly, I'm the protector of the family. The cultural troupe, Qi Yunkai, was sitting at his desk when there was a knock. Come in. Lan Nan brought the political review materials for the new comrades this time. Her expression was a bit complicated. Old Qi, there are 2 people among the new comrades with some issues in their political reviews. Hearing this, Qi Yun immediately put aside his other tasks and took the materials to look at them. It's the top 2 documents. These people. We warned before bringing them in to check, but they still managed to slip in some questionable individuals. Truly ignorant. Qi Yun quickly scanned the 2 problematic reviews, his face looking grim.
Bang!
He threw the documents onto the table.
Lu Shi.
Call over the 2 officers from Jiangcheng and Yenching for me. Lan Nan was feeling very annoyed now. These 2 troublemakers almost caused chaos in their troop. If she hadn't checked the outside situation and if her aunt's casual reminder hadn't come, she might not have noticed, and both she and Qian could have been in serious trouble. By the way, Commissioner Lan, it's also hard work for you. Please go to the training grounds outside and call over these 2 from Jiangcheng and Yenching. Quietly send them away tonight. Arrange for someone to make sure they are sent back, straight to their own places, and then report directly to the political department. Lan Nan's palms were sweating. She closed her eyes for a moment, then nodded and left. Report, the 2 officers have arrived. Come in, Qi Yun shouted angrily. The 2 officers were very nervous, but since Lu Shi was behind them, they dared not refuse to enter. Bang! Lu Shi closed the door outside. The 2 officers immediately realized their help had been exposed. Their faces turned pale as they lowered their heads. Qi Yun started scolding fiercely. You really have guts. I told you not to get involved with anything like this, but you went ahead and took money to sneak people in. That's a violation of military rules. It's a serious ideological mistake. Still trying to cheat the leaders with false hope? Do you want the Yenching cultural troupe to be disbanded? Don't you know the situation outside? We've repeatedly warned you not to get involved with capitalists. Your courage is really impressive. Qi Yun was so angry he was spitting and suddenly poured himself a glass of water to calm down. If it weren't for the efforts of the top leaders standing up for us and clearing the way, you all would be holding us back, showing no kindness or loyalty. That's enough talk. It's just wasting my breath. Soon, the political department leader will give orders. Your ideas are too big, and I can't tolerate you anymore. When the 2 heard this, they suddenly looked up in panic. Company commander, we're sorry. We'll return the items we took. We don't want them anymore. We were confused. This is our first time doing something like this. Please don't tell the higher-ups. Yes, we're sorry. We'll return the people and give back the items. No one will know about this if you just turn a blind eye. Company commander. Qin Yunhua coldly glared at the 2 and snorted without saying anything. Lu Shi, put them in confinement. Wait for the leaders to decide. Meanwhile, Lan Nan found Meng Li and spoke briefly. Meng Li then told her to take the people away. On the other side, Qin Yunduo noticed Commissar Lan taking Sun Jiejie and a few others away. Curious, she nudged Jiang Cha-Cha beside her.
Cha-Cha, look.
Why is the Commissar taking Sun Jiejie and the others? Did they get caught doing something yesterday and get warned? Jiang Cha-Cha ignored her. Unwilling to give up, she nudged Chao Chiyu, but suddenly heard Meng's voice. Qin Yunduo. Yes, Qin Yunduo was very nervous. She wondered why Meng was targeting her. After standing up, she secretly glared at Chao Chiyu, signaling her not to warn her. Chao Chiyu, now wishing she could hide completely in her own world, lowered her head even more. Meng Li watched from the stage clearly. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She looked at Chao Chiyu with a mischievous smile. Comrade Chao Chiyu. Chao Chiyu looked up in disbelief, seeing Meng's mischievous grin, and replied with a worried expression. Yes, today we're trying something new. A new move. Demonstrate in pairs. Qin Yunduo and Chao Chiyu, you 2 go first. Come on, step up. Chao Chuyu and Qin Yunduo exchanged a look and reluctantly went on stage. After Meng Li showed them the moves, loud groans suddenly echoed through the dance room.
Ah, ouch.
It hurts, it hurts. Bang, Meng Li swung her baton. Be quiet, take a deep breath. Don't scream so hard you hurt yourself. The musicians next door were startled by their loud shouting and stopped playing their instruments. Zhou Mingming made a mistake on a note and immediately stopped. Wow, Director Meng from next door really lives up to her nickname, the Butcher Meng. These newcomers are better off under her care. They scream so loudly every day. Not even pigs are that loud when they're slaughtered. As soon as he finished speaking, a slap landed on the back of his head, making his head tilt forward. Who hit me? Why are you talking about the dance team? If you make another mistake, I'll make you sound like a pig being slaughtered, believe it? Hearing that it was Director Zhao from the next room, Zhou Mingming quickly smiled and tried to flatter him. Hee. Director Zhao, you're the kindest director we have. I'll start playing now, and I'll play well. Zhao Guangming's cold gaze swept across the training room. Everyone immediately got to work, listening to the music he was tuning, as he slowly walked outside. When he reached the corridor outside, Zhao Guangming immediately pricked up his ears to listen to the sounds from next door. Oh, ouch, it hurts. I can't take it anymore. It's killing me. Shut up. Don't yell. Breathe properly. Zhao Guangming listened for a while, then made a few approving sounds. Suddenly, he thought of something, crossed his arms again, and headed back toward their training room. TSK, it's definitely Director Meng. She makes the art troupe look like a slaughterhouse every day. Oh, what a tragedy. Qi Yun and Lan Nan hurriedly handled the people with issues in the political review, then quickly called a meeting with all the instructors of the art troupe. They emphasized the consequences for those two individuals. Don't think you can take chances. The political review is very strict. If there's even a small problem, the military district won't accept them. Those who are sent back will have to face the consequences themselves. The two new recruits can't escape either. They've already been discharged from the army and sent to a farm for reform. I hope you take this as a warning. Qian spoke seriously from the stage, while Lan Nan sat nearby with a serious expression. The higher-ups were very dissatisfied with them, especially since the advantages of the Yenching art troupe had diminished in recent years, and now this incident had happened. Some leaders even said that if by the end of the year the military district performance in Yenching and Ningqing still couldn't show a clear difference, they would consider disbanding the cultural troupe. Qi Yun sternly warned everyone. Seeing the worried expressions on everyone's faces, his anger still hadn't cooled. Comrades, the higher-ups are already very unhappy with us. They said directly that if we don't achieve good results in the end-of-year performance, they will consider disbanding the cultural troupe. His words broke the silence in the large meeting room, causing everyone to panic. Captain? This political commissar, we don't know what those two people did. Lan Nan looked at the noisy crowd below and knocked hard on her teacup.
Bang, bang, bang.
Enough. Ultimately, it's because our Yenching's strength has declined. The strength of other military district troops has improved, so our results aren't as good as before. It's related to the political review, but we also need to look at ourselves. Qian also looked serious as he addressed them. Comrades, our Yenching cultural troupe has always been the best in everyone's mind. But in the past 2 years, after Ningqing rose, I thought we would push forward under pressure. Instead, we became even weaker. This is our problem. We need to change. Report. I suggest we focus on basic skills and propose that the top performers rehearse separately, aiming only for first place. Meng Li stood up and made a suggestion. Qian looked at her with satisfaction. If Meng Li hadn't been injured and had to step back, she might have achieved even more. Report. We can also gather ideas from the team members. Anyone with new thoughts should share them, combining everyone's new ideas to prepare thoroughly for the end-of-year performance. Yes, and we can take this opportunity to identify some members with average abilities and send them to nearby publicity teams, helping us find and train more talented individuals. Lan Nan watched everyone, led by Meng Li, turn their decline around and offer their suggestions. She nodded in approval. Very good. Morale is the most important thing for us as soldiers. We can suffer defeat, but we must never give up. For the end-of-year performance, only first place matters. Only first place. First. Chi Yun and Lan Nan exchanged a glance and let out a slight sigh. All right, starting tomorrow, everyone should exercise more. By Friday, submit your performances. We must choose the best one to showcase our strength. Yes, at the arts troupe dormitory, Chen Yunduo heard someone knocking and quickly went to open the door. She was surprised to see Director Meng. Director Meng, you, quickly, tell the others to go to the dance studio to pick up their dance costumes and work IDs. After collecting them, go back and review your evening practice. Tomorrow morning, gather at the training ground. After saying this, Meng left for the next dorm, leaving Chen Yunduo confused. Who was that? Inside, a few people saw Chen Yunduo standing blankly at the door. When they approached, they saw no one there. They gently pushed Chen Yunduo. What's wrong? Chen Yunduo immediately looked up. Hurry, let's go get our dance costumes. Oh, and our work IDs and ration books. Next month, we should get our own salaries.
Haha.
We're no longer extras. Chao Chuyu and others were also very happy. Jiang Cha-Cha was excited too. Yunduo, how much will our salaries be? What about the ration tickets? Are there any other benefits? Let's go. We'll find out once we check. The group hurried toward the dance studio. Report. Director Meng told us to pick up our dance costumes. Go in. Chen Yunduo and the others quickly entered the room. Who's that? I haven't seen this director before. I don't know. Isn't Director Meng leading us? Don't talk. That's an officer from the old team, surnamed Wu. Don't be fooled by her smile. She's just as fierce as Director Meng. Jiang Cha-Cha and the others stood at the back, feeling a bit nervous, seeing so many unfamiliar people in front. Hey, do you know who those people are up front? Chen Yunduo quietly asked her teammate. They're veterans. They've been here for a while. Didn't you notice their faces? They look so disdainful, like their eyes are on top of their heads. TCH. Another person turned around to join the conversation.
Exactly.
They think they're so great, holding up their chins and looking down on others, as if anyone cares about them. Clap, clap. Wu Peiwen looked around, saw most people had arrived, and clapped her hands to signal everyone to be quiet. She stepped onto the stage, her sharp eyes scanning everyone. Comrades, I am Wu Peiwen, guiding the veteran comrades. Starting tomorrow, after mixed training of new and old soldiers, I will be your instructor. If you need help, you can come to Meng Li or to me. The veterans in the front row immediately clapped, and the girls behind also started to applaud. All right, the leaders of the art troupe have decided that new and old soldiers will train together. The goal is simple: survival of the fittest. Whether you're a new or experienced comrade, if you fall behind or can't keep up, you'll be sent back to the local propaganda team immediately. No exceptions, everything depends on your ability. The newcomers, like Jiang Cha-Cha and her friends, quickly accepted this because they had just joined the troupe and didn't fully understand the procedures. However, Du Lonjian and others at the front were upset. Instructor Wu, didn't there used to be 3 chances? If you failed the assessment, you were sent back. How is this different? Wu Peiwen shot them a sharp look. She hated being ignored when she spoke. How could they interrupt her? Look, you all are too relaxed and careless. The new comrades understand one thing. In the army, obeying orders comes first. You've all become so seasoned that you forget what it's like to be new. I think the leadership's decision is good. Hearing this, the person spoke blushed with embarrassment and lowered their head silently. Wu Peiwen's face was serious as she raised her voice. This decision is not up for discussion. It's just a notice. You all understand that. If you get sent back, don't come crying to me. The dance studio fell silent. Everyone clenched their teeth, especially the newcomers. They had just arrived and were at a disadvantage competing against the veterans, but they refused to give up. Seeing that everyone's spirits had lifted somewhat, Wu Peiwen was somewhat satisfied. She took a document from nearby and began to read.
Du Lonjian.
Come forward to receive your paycheck. The veterans will collect theirs and go back to the dorms. New members, after getting your work IDs, go to the side to pick up your dance costumes. Hejia, Lu Xiaoyan. Soon, the veterans finished collecting their paychecks and left. It was now the newcomers' turn. Wu Peiwen looked at the faces of the new members, quickly regaining her focus. She needed to memorize these new faces well. Jiang Cha-Cha. Standing at the back, Jiang Cha-Cha hesitated. She thought she wouldn't be called so soon, but it turned out she was the first among the newcomers. Come on, Jiang Cha-Cha stepped forward. Today, she was dressed in a military uniform, white shirt on top and army green pants below. Although these are common clothes in the arts troupe, they gave her a special charm that was hard to describe. Your work ID. The dance costume is on the side. Pick it up yourself. I look forward to your performance. Yes, Director Meng Wu. Wu Peiwen had heard of Jiang Cha-Cha's name. He looked at her face and muttered, she does look quite nice, but good looks alone are not enough. She needs to prove she's worth the level 22 officer allowance. Cha-Cha? My little aunt told me that the arts troupe will be training us really hard soon. Oh, thinking about surviving under Director Meng, and now having to train with the veterans, our days are really tough. It was Chen Yunduo speaking. She sat on her bed, resting her chin on her hand, looking worriedly at Jiang Cha-Cha on the top bunk across. Jiang Cha-Cha was changing into her dance costume on the bed. Hearing Chen Yunduo, she replied casually, don't worry. Everyone in our dorm, including Director Meng, is quite satisfied. At worst, it'll just be some loud yelling like a pig being slaughtered. She slowly got off the bed and teasingly looked at Chao Chuyu, who was folding clothes. Chao Chuyu blushed when she heard Jiang Cha-Cha.
Oh, no,
I don't yell loudly, like Yunduo. Anyway, Yunduo's voice is famous in the vocal group. Director Zhao even asked her to consider joining their team. Haha. I can vouch for that. I ran into Director Zhao at dinner, and he did say that. Haha. Pfft, you guys are done for. Yunduo will get you back.
But
I also heard what Director Zhao said. Chen Yunduo, angry, rushed over to Jiang Cha-Cha and Chao Chuyu. All right, you two little ladies, it's hard to find us. You dare to mock me, so watch out. Jiang Cha-Cha and Chao Chuyu couldn't dodge in time and were caught. Hey, young ladies, you make it easy for me to find you. You dared to mock me, so I'll punish you. Punish you to spend the day with me. Dream on. Jiang Cha-Cha, am not for sale. Besides, someone like me isn't to be toyed with. Jiang Cha-Cha glanced softly at Chen Yunduo beside her.
Humph.
Well said. I am not an ordinary girl. Come with your mountains of gold and silver if you want to ask me. The onlookers around them cheered happily. All right, stop now. Don't cause trouble, or tomorrow when the senior team members see us, they'll criticize us again. The noise is too loud. Sigh, so annoying. They really think they're better than us. When they make noise, why don't they get scolded? Exactly. They act like they're so proper, but they're even worse when they argue. Ren Shui and Qian Lianhua spoke with some anger. Let's just be patient. It's not the right time to cause trouble.
We don't want to be sent back now.
Everyone nodded in agreement. That made sense, but Chao Chuyu suddenly had an idea on how to put those proud senior team members in their place. Cha-Cha, we shouldn't let them get too cocky. We'll be training together soon, right? That means plenty of chances to compete. We rely on you. Just like when you competed in Yenching. Crush them completely. Make them afraid to act tough anymore. Chao Chuyu's suggestion was approved by everyone.
Yes.
Cha-Cha is the best. She can definitely outshine the senior team members and show them that we speak with strength and skill. We'll make them gape in surprise. Our Cha-Cha is extraordinary. Jiang Cha-Cha also cooperated well, standing very straight, head held high, chest out, stomach in, looking straight ahead with a firm gaze. Yes. Everyone listened to the team. Hey Cha-Cha, you look so good in that dance outfit. Your figure is amazing. Your chest, waist, and hips, so different from us. Qian Lianhua was suddenly captivated by Jiang Cha-Cha's figure in the dance costume. She wore a tight black long-sleeve top that hugged her full upper body and a red and black skirt pants combo. The red lace-edged skirt matched with black tight pants. This made Jiang Cha-Cha's legs look especially long, combined with her tall height. Chen Yunduo gasped loudly. Not fair. Why do we look less good than Cha-Cha in the same clothes? Such a stark contrast. Sigh, I won't appear in front of the instructors anymore.
Don't worry.
Even if you don't wear your dance uniform and choose other clothes, the instructors won't notice you because they only see Cha-Cha. Chao Chiyu quietly walked over to Jiang Cha-Cha. She couldn't help but reach out her salty hand to touch Jiang Cha-Cha's slim waist. She was surprised to find she could cover Jiang Cha-Cha's tiny waist with just one hand.
Cha-Cha.
Your waist is so thin. Where do you put all the food you eat?
Boo-hoo.
I shouldn't have watched you eat happily and secretly added snacks for myself. My face has gotten rounder. Everyone's eyes returned to Jiang Cha-Cha's waist, which had no extra fat. Cha-Cha, be honest. Confess and cooperate, or else you'll have to eat in the cafeteria alone. We'll all go on a diet together. Jiang Cha-Cha was confused. She couldn't exactly say it was because she was a fairy before, and after coming here, her body also improved naturally. Since she left home, she had learned many things. These strange stories could easily be seen as superstitions and be criticized or punished. Thinking of being sent away and criticized, Jiang Cha-Cha shook her head quickly. She couldn't be sent away. I'm just eating normally, not eating much, and I practice a lot every day. So you all should practice more too. Take a walk after meals to keep your figure. The others rolled their eyes at Jiang Cha-Cha. Humph. Hee. Jiang Cha-Cha covered her mouth and giggled secretly. Being a former fairy made her different from everyone else. Only she knew her secret, and it felt great. Bed check. Hearing a distant voice, Jiang Cha-Cha and the others quickly tidied up their dormitory and returned to their beds. Soon, the officials arrived. These are the discipline officers from the arts troupe. They swept their sharp eyes over everyone. All present and accounted for. All right, the new recruits are checked. Move out. They came and went like a gust of wind. Jiang Cha-Cha and the others hadn't fully reacted yet. Oh, our tough days are starting. The first few days were better. Renshua lay on her bed, looking up at the wooden board above, and gently kicked it. Don't you think so, Luyu? Luyu felt the board shake and looked down. Renshua, I warn you. Be more careful when you sleep. Don't kick my bed again, or I'll deal with you tomorrow. Nian Shue's face suddenly turned red and she argued, I didn't do anything. You must have been asleep and remembered wrong. I always sleep properly. Luyu gently snorted and shook her head. Why are you blushing and acting guilty? Remember, today you're not allowed to kick the bed. Be good, or tomorrow we'll change beds. You sleep on top and I'll sleep below. You can kick the ceiling all you want. Haha. Wow, Shue, I didn't know you kick the bed when you sleep. Haha. Nian Shue quickly covered her head with the blanket, making a muffled sound. Sleep, sleep. Wake up early tomorrow. The next morning, the alarm went off at 5:40 sharp. Jiang Cha-Cha heard the alarm and slowly opened her eyes. She took her watch from under her pillow and looked at the time. Wow. Why did the alarm go off so early today? Usually it's at 6. Chen Yunduo always woke up when she heard the alarm because she had trouble getting out of bed. If she stayed lying down longer, she couldn't get up. Today, she also got up as soon as she heard the sound. She looked out the window at the training ground and saw many people already standing there. She immediately called the others in the dorm. She tapped each bed. Cha-Cha, Chuyu. Hurry up. People are already at the training ground. We can't be late. I'll go get water, and when I come back, everyone brush your teeth and wash your face. Just touch up at the public water station on the way. Hurry up, Chen Yunduo shouted, and then ran out with a basin of water in a flurry. At the public water station, there weren't many people yet. After she filled the basin, more people arrived, and Chen Yunduo had to dodge and hide her way back to the dorm. The water room was very noisy. Excuse me, I need water, I need water. Don't rush, don't rush. You're stepping on me. Who's that? Stop pushing in. After Chen Yunduo grabbed a basin of water, she placed it on the ground, supported herself on the ladder, and took a deep breath.
Phew.
I almost got trapped inside the water room and couldn't come out. Luckily, you all didn't go, or it would have taken so much more time. Quickly, take your cups and toothbrushes, scoop water, and brush your teeth. My basin is already cleaned, so don't complain. Jiang Cha-Cha finished washing up quickly. She put on her training jacket, walked over to Chen Yunduo, and cupped her face. Thank you, Duo. We're lucky to have you. Chen Yunduo looked at Jiang Cha-Cha's face, still a bit red, and thought she was very beautiful. Her hand felt so soft and fragrant. She was starting to feel confused. Hee hee cha-cha. Someone nearby watched Chen Yunduo's love-struck expression and completely lost their sleepiness. They kept smiling while washing up. Jiang Cha-cha was also amused by Chen Yunduo's expression. She blinked and asked, "Will you have breakfast with me today?" Chen Yunduo seemed to be under a spell, nodded vigorously. "Yes, let's eat together." Jiang Cha-cha's smile became even brighter. She suddenly snapped her fingers. "Yunduo, we're leaving now." Chen Yunduo snapped back to herself, looked at everyone in the dorm watching her, and pouted. "You all don't understand. Cha-cha smells so nice, and her hand on my face feels soft. If I were a man, I'd want to get close first." Chao Chu couldn't bear to watch and turned her head away, stepping outside. "Hurry up. If you were a man, you'd just go to the other dorm. Want to get close? Dream on during the day." Chen Yunduo looked out the window, then quickly pulled Jiang Cha-cha and ran outside. "Hurry up. Roll call is coming. Let's go." The others quickly followed. After wiping their face at the water room, they headed straight down to the 3rd floor. When they reached the training ground and caught their breath, Instructor Wu and Instructor Meng were already looking at the roster, ready to call roll. Jiang Cha-cha saw this and gently patted her chest. "Good thing I wasn't late. Just by a little. Tomorrow, we need to be even faster." Hum. Wu Peiwen looked at the group on the training ground with a blank expression, cleared her throat, and said, "Today, everyone needs to come up and introduce themselves. Since it's the first day with new and old team members mixed together, it's good for everyone to get to know each other. Starting with the senior members, Du Lanwan, Yi Xinyun, Tong Li." Jiang Cha-cha watched these senior members lift their chins proudly, and she found it really unattractive. "TSK, they are indeed too proud. They just arrived earlier than us, and their performance isn't even that great. If they were really good, the leaders of the art troupe wouldn't be trying to weed out the weaker ones. It just proves these senior members aren't capable." Ren Shui, who was naturally straightforward and daring enough to ask questions to leaders in Huaqing, wasn't afraid of these senior members. She was really annoyed by their attitude. They had no achievements, yet they still talked about being seniors. It was a joke. Ren Shui openly spoke her mind, not afraid of these people. In fact, she hoped these senior members would get angry, giving her a chance to challenge them. She wanted to show these seniors that the newcomers could walk with their heads down and not lift their chins high anymore. Moreover, what she said was true. In Yen City, the past 2 years hadn't been impressive, and that was partly because of the abilities of these senior members. As the saying goes, if you lack ability, you should keep a low profile. But these people, at their age, still act so arrogantly despite having no achievements. If that's the case, don't blame the newcomers for putting them in their place. Anyway, Ren Shui only cared about one thing: strength. Speak with strength. If you have real ability, you won't need to show off or pretend to be superior. The new colleagues around her nodded quietly in agreement. Exactly. Everyone knows that Yenching has improved a lot in the past 2 years. If Yen City relies on these people again, they might even lose the top spot this year. Yeah, with their chins in the air, they act like everyone wants to see them. If Jiang Cha-cha had their skills, she wouldn't just lift her chin. She could turn around and look at us with her backside. Chao Chiyu and the others burst out laughing. "What are you talking about? Cha-cha is a rising star in the art troupe. Her face is so beautiful, and talking about her backside is just disgusting." At the front, Meng Li, Wu Peiwen, and the senior members all heard this clearly. Meng Li did not get angry, but smiled instead. These new members are really energetic and ambitious, which is good for their weak art troupe. It seems that combining training with both new and old members works well. She also quite likes Ren Shui. Ren Shui is talented, though not as good as Jiang Cha-cha, but she is already among the top new members. Wu Peiwen, standing nearby, looked a bit unhappy. She just found out this morning that she works with Meng Li as the leader and her as the assistant. She felt a bit upset about it. Now, hearing what the new members said, she thought that maybe the old members were too proud. But after all, they are the senior members. When new members first join, everyone looks at the seniors. Meng Li glanced at Wu Peiwen. Seeing she was silent, she decided not to say anything either. She looked at the senior members, still feeling confident, but she didn't dare to stand up to any challenge. Meng Li felt very disappointed. Luckily, their recruitment went well this time. Otherwise, the champion of this year's military district performance might go to Yenching. After a moment of silence, Meng Li stopped paying attention to the senior members and focused on the new ones. Seeing their faces full of defiance, she couldn't help but smile. Now that the new members have met the seniors, it's time for the seniors to meet the new members. Starting from the first person in the front row, come up and introduce yourself. One by one, the new members stepped forward to introduce themselves. Ren Shui looked at the first 3 rows and calculated that it would take a while before it was her turn. Suddenly, she had a new idea. She was always impatient and wanted to act now. She quickly moved her hand and nudged Lu Yu beside her. You look at them. They heard what I said, but didn't say a word. They're just pretending to be proud. I thought they were really confident, but it turns out they're just soft. Since that's the case, hey, do you want to help us get some benefits? She winked at her dorm mates. Of course I do. Ren Shui nodded happily. She believed their dorm was not here to waste time, but to pursue goals and be young people with ambition.
Great.
Later, we'll go up together. Just follow my lead. It was soon their turn. Jiang Cha-Cha and the last row of members went up to introduce themselves. Ren Shui exchanged a glance with a few others and led the way forward. Jiang Cha-Cha and the others quickly followed, imitating the older team members by holding their heads high, as if they couldn't see the people around them. Once the group was in position, Ren Shui coldly glanced at the senior team members standing at the front. They quickly saluted the 2 instructors, saying, reporting to the 2 instructors, Ren Shui, reporting to the 2 instructors, Jiang Cha-Cha, reporting, and so on. Meng Li was somewhat familiar with these people, having been with them for several days. When she heard them introduce themselves to her, she slightly raised an eyebrow. These troublemakers, huh? But I also want to see how strong the senior team members are. They can't be that bad, right? Today will be the day to find out. Wu Peiwen, standing nearby, was a bit confused. It was fine if they introduced themselves one by one, saving time. But why did they not do it in front of the senior team members and instead focus on the 2 instructors? Your self-introductions are for the senior team members, not for us. Hearing this, Ren Shui also adopted the attitude of the senior team members, turning her head disdainfully and giving them a sharp look. Reporting to Instructor Wu, the military district and the troops are places where strength matters. The art troop is the same. But these senior team members do not have the strength or character that I respect. So we don't think they are qualified to know us, because each of us here is stronger than they are. Lu Yu, unwilling to show weakness, loudly added, reporting, I agree. Besides, do you see them trying to get to know us? Their chins are almost pointing to the sky. Can they even see who we are? Qin Yunduo also quietly added fuel to the fire. Aren't they just relying on being senior team members of the art troupe? But if they had any achievements, we would acknowledge that. Strong people have strong personalities. I just think they're pretending and doing a bad job at it. If they lack strength, why act like seniors and juniors? No wonder Yenching dares to say he wants to surpass Yenching and be number 1. Wu Peiwen was stunned. These new recruits are so bold. The senior team members, listening to these young soldiers arguing all day, also felt their anger rising. They were the senior team members, the veterans. These newcomers, based on seniority, should show them respect. The result was that these people, just now, were talking big and acting tough. They saw that Director Meng didn't give them a good look, and now they dared to be even more arrogant and disrespectful. They no longer needed to show respect to Director Meng. Liu looked at Du Lonjian, who was frowning nearby, and she lowered her head before suddenly smiling. Serves them right. They tried to form cliques among the senior team members, but now they were being pulled down by the new recruits. She was often excluded by Du Lonjian and her group, but there was nothing she could do.
Directeur Outrely valut Du Lonjian.
Plus, because Du Lonjian was good at forming alliances, she always got the main roles and performances, leaving others on the sidelines. Seeing that the new recruits had made a big fuss today, Liu immediately wanted to take advantage of the situation, even if it meant offending Director Wu. She really didn't want to see Du Lonjian and her group's faces anymore. She calmly looked at Du Lonjian sitting in the front row and added fuel to the fire. TSK, Du Lonjian, aren't you one of our top senior team members? Why not just show everyone your strength and knock down these new recruits' pride? Let everyone see what a top star you are. Sun Jiran, standing next to Du Lonjian, was not happy. She glared fiercely at Li Yu. What are you talking about? With just a few of them, how could Lonju make a move? And what's a top star? A leading star? The leading star of the art troupe has always been the main performer in big shows, and Lonju has always been that. They didn't believe the rumors outside that these new recruits were not only beautiful, but also very talented. If they were really that talented, why weren't they chosen for the art troupe when they were young? They only came now, showing their talent is obvious. They're just being promoted because the higher-ups are under pressure from Yenching. Moreover, many of the senior team members had been selected into the art troupe since they were young, but none of them could compare to Du Lonjian. Suddenly, Li Yu understood what Du Lonjian and her followers were thinking. She sneered and looked at the legendary top recruit standing next to that troublemaker. She had a gut feeling that this person was definitely stronger than Du Lonjian. But Du Lonjian and her group didn't dare to speak. When she responded, Li Yu was completely unafraid. The new recruits had challenged her and the senior team members to this extent, so she naturally wasn't afraid to fight back. So Li Yu and the two people beside her, who were usually on the fringes of the team, looked at each other and then all stepped forward confidently. Reporting to the instructor, since this new comrade says the art troupe relies on strength, let's compare. We veterans are not like others, showing off fancy moves and tricks. Wu Peiwen stood coldly to the side, watching. She was very unhappy that the newcomer was causing trouble at this time, as if challenging her authority as the veteran leader. She was even more angry and resentful that her veteran team members didn't listen to her and stepped out on their own. Wu Peiwen remembered these three and thought she would teach them a lesson later. Before she could speak, they had already taken the initiative, acting as if they were heroes. How funny! But Wu Peiwen's face showed no sign of her anger. She even pretended to admire the three of Li Yu. Then she looked directly at Meng Li, hoping she would speak and calm down these new troublemakers. This was during early training, not a competition. Moreover, Wu Peiwen looked at the new recruits with a mysterious expression. Did they think they could compare with her top performers? Probably not. It was clear they were trained by Meng Li, the butcher, and had no discipline. It seemed the top performers the leaders admired before were just superficial, meant to confuse Ning City. Meng Li understood Wu Peiwen's meaning, but she didn't want to settle things quietly. This was a good chance, not only to see the difference between new and old soldiers, but also to directly assess the strength of the Yen City art troupe. Besides, the attitude of these new members looking down on the veterans was openly disrespectful, even daring to say they would rely on strength. And those veteran members spoiled by Wu Peiwen, she found it painful to watch. They thought their experience was enough to control the newcomers, but they didn't realize they were forming cliques, which was quite eye-opening. Honestly, after seeing how Wu Peiwen's veterans performed today, she shook her head. If De Lanjuan and the others performed again, she was sure they wouldn't even keep their positions. Wu Peiwen's idea of choosing team members by team votes during performances was flawed. She didn't realize her team was deeply divided. At this moment, Meng Li thought Wu Peiwen was really quite clueless. No wonder the leaders decided to let her be the main leader and Wu Peiwen assist. They probably already noticed her problems. This is probably the reason why their art troupe's atmosphere and strength are gradually declining. The experienced members who can perform on big stages keep sticking together. The direct leaders are clueless and ineffective, and new members never get a chance to stand out. As for the main performer in their group show, Du Lanwan, she has some talent, but is stuck in her ways and hasn't improved at all. Not to mention Yenching, now she might even struggle to beat Ren Shui. Wu Peiwen noticed Meng Li kept silent and kept observing the senior members she approved of. She was also quite unhappy with Meng Li. Could it be that Meng Li is trying to embarrass herself by using these new members? Thinking this way, Wu Peiwen believed that Ren Shui and others were just talking about strength from the start. Their disrespect for the senior members was actually disrespect for herself. After all, saying the senior members have no strength means she herself can't lead these people well. She had hoped for these newcomers before, but now she felt it was a waste of her time to watch these unruly new members. Wu Peiwen thought she had figured it out and finally let go of her anger. She coldly shot a glance at Ren Shui and Jiang Cha-Cha. You newcomers are really rude. The seniors are the seniors after all, you. Her face grew colder as she spoke, and she didn't bother to say more. She simply scolded coldly. Enough. Fine. Our art troupe has always relied on strength. We only want the best, the most talented. Since these newcomers are brave, energetic, and dare to challenge the veterans, and the veterans are willing to respond, that's great.
I support that.
Suddenly, Wu Peiwen was interrupted. She looked like a rooster crowing but was suddenly choked by the neck, stretching her neck forward. Angrily, she shook her head and glared at Meng Li, about to scold her. But then she realized that beside Meng Li was Commissar Lan, and the person who just spoke was also the commissar. Wu Peiwen had to hold back her anger and curse, standing aside with a puffed-up face. After a while, her anger faded, and she couldn't be angry anymore. There was nothing more to say. After all, the commissar was here. What else could she say? But she snorted. She wouldn't just let this go. Later on. Anyway, Wu Peiwen was married to the Fu family, and the higher-ups had to consider the Fu family's reputation. Thinking this way, Wu Peiwen immediately calmed down and stood quietly to the side, watching everyone coldly. Lan Nan noticed that Wu Peiwen's veteran team members were sticking together. She then suggested to Captain Qi that Meng Li should lead, with Wu Peiwen assisting. Unexpectedly, Wu Peiwen didn't seem to understand her intention and even protected Du Lanjian and the others. This made Lan Nan both angry and disappointed. Fortunately, Meng Li and some of the new recruits from Huaqing performed quite well. Lan Nan glanced at Wu Peiwen out of the corner of her eye. She saw that Wu not only didn't reflect on her actions, but also kept herself out of the situation. Her face turned cold, and her sharp gaze fixed directly on the three veterans who stepped forward. All three of you are doing well. The match between old and new team members is something I and the captain are looking forward to. Why not take this opportunity? Recently, we've been practicing different skills, so let's see who performs best. Since three veterans are missing, Du Lanjian and the two people beside her can join in. Du Lanjian felt that competing with the newcomers lowered her status, but since the political officer had called her out, she looked at Wu Jingdao standing nearby. She silently vowed to defeat these arrogant newcomers and give them a good lesson, so Wu Jingdao would have a reason not to train with them anymore. Du Lanjian didn't like these newcomers. They seemed restless, especially the two on the far right. One was too sharp-tongued, the other too charming. The others would just be background. She smiled mysteriously, then nodded to the political officer and turned a step forward. Yes, sir. When the three chosen by the officer stood ready against Ren Shui and others, Du Lanjian saluted the officer. Reporting, sir. The match is fair, but as seniors, if these new team members embarrass themselves and lose, they should apologize to us collectively and avoid us in the future. Her followers quickly agreed, reporting, we support Du Lanjian's statement. They must apologize collectively, and those 6 should each come forward to apologize individually. Lan Nan looked at Li Yu and the other 2 who hadn't spoken. She was curious about what they thought. How about you 3? Li Yu and the others, Tai Lanqi and Zhou Xiaoju, were stunned. These 3 from Du Lanjian's group really didn't hold back. Once they spoke, they made a big statement. Were they heading straight for causing a split between the old and new team members? Everyone is part of the art troupe. If they are not united, how can they present themselves well? These people seem clueless and have no useful ideas. Li Yu, with her short hair, shook her head confidently and clearly. Political commissar, whether new or old members, we are all part of the art troupe. The new comrades just think we are proud and want to see if we really have the confidence. In the end, we are all comrades in the same team. I don't agree with Sister Lanjuan's words. We are just exchanging ideas and learning from each other to improve. Isn't that a good thing? This made Lan Nan a bit surprised. It turns out there are still clear-headed people among the veterans. Meng Li also looked at Liu. Although Ren Shui and the others were still unhappy with the attitude of the older soldiers, they had to admit that this comrade's words sounded very nice and convincing.
Among
the veterans, there are still some who can speak well. But I remember her attitude was a bit proud before. Jiang Cha-Cha smiled and quietly said, "At least she came earlier than us, so a little pride is normal. She's not like those others who only look down and ignore people." Chao Chu nodded in agreement. Exactly. Those people need to be taught a lesson. I took a look at their dance costumes earlier and got some dirty looks. Besides, if you want to show your strength, you need to hold your head high. Just like Cha-Cha, she's so talented, and we all listen to her. Jiang Cha-Cha. She didn't want anyone to listen to her. She didn't form cliques and could hide whenever the spirit world tried to form factions. Lan Nen showed no particular expression, just waved her hand. Comrades, just have a friendly competition. As for winning or losing and the punishment, the team leader and I will decide. Lu Shi, has the team leader returned? The team leader's secretary behind Lan Nan shook her head. Report to the commissar. The team leader will only be back in the afternoon. Lan Nan thought for a moment. Since that's the case, the new comrades have been practicing for over 2 months. Has Meng Li arranged their routines? Meng Li looked at Ren Shui and the others. She had demonstrated the moves to Jiang Cha-Cha on the first day, so her roommates probably learned them well too. Yes, they've practiced. What does the commissar want?
Lan Nan not that.
All right, that's settled then. Tonight, there will be a social event for the soldiers in the main hall. Each group will perform a short play, and the soldiers will decide the winner. It's fair and just. After all, they're the ones who'll watch the year-end performance too. Only by understanding their opinions can we improve. Meng Li had no objections. Wu Peiwen was confident, and Du Lanjun looked even happier. She was waiting for the newcomers to apologize. Dismissed. Haha, Lanjun, we're sure to win. Let's show those new recruits what real discipline looks like. We've been in the art troupe for 2 years already. They really have no idea what they're doing. The new recruits were also surrounded by people. Ren Shui, are you confident? We'll be performing on stage, and people will be watching. Oh no, I'm so nervous. Meng Li wasn't worried at all. She glanced at Jiang Cha-Cha and the others, who looked perfectly calm, then turned and left. Don't worry, someone said with a grin. We have a secret weapon. Ren Shui winked playfully, making everyone around her laugh and walk away. Once they were gone, she looked at Jiang Cha-Cha with a troubled face and pouted. Cha-Cha, we have to win. We can't lose. Are you sure we can do it? Jiang Cha-Cha pretended to look worried and glanced at Ren Shui. Oh no, what should we do? It's the big stage and all the soldiers will be watching. TSK, TSK. Ren Shui believed her and almost burst into tears. Her eyes filled with tears as she looked pitifully at Jiang Cha-Cha.
Cha-Cha.
We really can't win? It's okay. Even if we lose, I'll take the blame myself. Don't worry, even if they make things hard for me, I won't quit the art troupe. I'm a fighter with strong spirit. Qin Yunduo and the others burst out laughing at her words, their laughter echoing across the training ground. Haha, Xuezi, you're too funny. A fighter? More like a little warrior. Exactly. Look at Cha-Cha's face. She's clearly teasing you. Haha, I always thought Yunduo was our cheerful one, but you're just as good at making people laugh. Careful though. If the patrol hears you, you'll be sent to a reflection class. Nian Shui let out a sigh, looked up at Jiang Cha-Cha's happy face, and realized she was teasing herself. She angrily reached out and gently touched Jiang Cha-Cha's face.
Humph.
For the compensation you owe me.
I've liked your face for a long time.
If those things didn't exist now, I would definitely worship them to help me change my face successfully. Jiang Cha-Cha raised her hand to touch the side of her own face that Nian Shui had just touched. Tears suddenly came to her eyes, and she looked on the verge of crying. She also placed her hand over her heart and smiled at Nian Shui warmly. Shui, are you willing to take my face away? Aren't we good friends? Are you going to abandon me? Nian Shui ignored her image and laughed wildly. Of course. With your face, I can easily handle those people, Seeing that Nian Shui wasn't fooled, Jiang Cha-Cha stopped her act and looked bored. Alright, let's get straight to the point. Let's discuss how to deal with those people. On the other side of the training ground, the senior team members had already started practicing under Delanjuan's lead. Hearing their occasional laughter, Delanjuan turned her head to look over. Seeing them laughing so much, she curled her lips and thought, still want to beat them? Delanjuan finally relaxed, feeling no more worries, and stretched herself confidently. Don't hold us back, you three. If you do, well, I guess Coach Wu won't tolerate you either. She also warned Li Yu and the others, showing her attitude that Coach Wu was first and she was second. Li Yu and the others ignored her. Their real target wasn't the new team members, but Delanjuan and her group. They would show all their strength so the team leader and the political commissar could see their true skills. Jiang Cha-Cha looked at Delanjuan and her team practicing, shook her head, and said, if we use Coach Meng's moves, we definitely won't be as skilled as them. Plus, they have experience on big stages. Our chances of winning are slim, and even if our moves are better and more outstanding, this time it's about teamwork. Our coordination is far behind theirs, so once we get on the big stage, it will be obvious. If outsiders vote, we will definitely lose. Nian Shui and the others also looked at Delanjuan's team. Their skills and coordination were indeed flawless. Cha-Cha, do you have a new idea? Li Yu looked at Jiang Cha-Cha's face and suddenly felt confident that she could handle her well. Jiang Cha-Cha raised an eyebrow at Li Yu. I do have a new idea. Come over here. After leaving the training ground, Wu Peiwen immediately followed Lan Nan to the political commissar's office. She looked at Lan Nan with a dissatisfied expression.
Lan.
I think it's a mistake to train new and old team members together. Look at today, things almost got out of hand. The new members don't respect their seniors at all. If this continues, it will be chaos. Lan Nan looked up sharply at Wu Peiwen. She didn't rush to respond. She crossed her legs, clasped her fingers, leaned back, and waited for Wu Peiwen to continue. Wu Peiwen felt a bit uncomfortable. She gently moved her foot. Suddenly, she smiled at Lan Nan in a friendly way. Auntie, I'm right. It's true that new and old team members shouldn't train together. Didn't you see they almost fought today? Wu Peiwen blinked and then added, also, I've always been one of the main performers for the stage shows. Now they want me to be Meng Li's assistant. I don't want to do that. Lan Nan waited patiently for her to finish. Then she took a sip of water, ready to give her a serious talk. She couldn't believe Wu Peiwen dared to call her Auntie. She knew exactly what kind of person she was training. Yenching openly said that the one opera troupe in Yenching was not doing well anymore. Yet, Wu Peiwen was still arguing about her role as deputy. Seeing Lan Nan silent and drinking water, Wu Peiwen thought she had listened and agreed. She hesitated, considering the new team members who didn't seem close to her compared to Delanjuan and others she got along with. She hesitated and then spoke again. Besides, Delanjuan and the others have performed on big stages many times. I think with their experience, they won't lose to Yenching. How about I take charge of the year-end performance? I promise Delanjuan won't lose. Lan Nan was amused by Wu Peiwen's bold words. She couldn't help but laugh. She thought, what a narrow-minded person. She didn't understand how her aunt could let such a complicated daughter-in-law join the Fu family. It was really frustrating. No, she must find time recently to visit Aunt Biao. Don't let this irresponsible person upset her and make her sick. Lan Nan looked at Wu Peiwen, who was still talking loudly at her desk, making big promises. She simply closed her eyes and let out a deep sigh.
Humph.
If you're so capable, why don't you go on a big stage yourself? See if you can shake things up and produce some water. When that happens, we won't say we're the best, but we will definitely leave a strong impression. Wu Peiwen was talking to herself as if she was already in charge of the arts troupe. Suddenly, hearing Lan Nan's words, her mouth opened slightly.
Huh?
Aunt Biao, why do you speak so harshly? Are you still a relative of the old lady? Lan Nan slammed her teacup onto the table with a loud bang, spilling the water inside. She ignored the spill and kept pounding the table, venting her anger.
Bang, bang, bang.
People who know her are her relatives, but those who don't might think she's the lady of the house. And what about the new team members disrespecting the old ones? Are those veterans in their 70s and 80s needing comfort, care, or even help with daily chores? Lan Nan stood up directly, pointing at Wu Peiwen's head and scolding her. Calling you a fool is an insult to fools. Your head is just a bunch of mush. Or maybe it's burnt and turned into glue. Wu Peiwen had never seen Lan Nan so angry. She trembled in fear and avoided her gaze. Lan Nan wasn't finished. Her words kept sharp and biting. You don't want to be deputy? Look at the people you've brought, cliques and factions. Are you trying to create a separate group in the arts troupe? Do you even have the ability? She slapped the table several more times. Wu Peiwen felt as if she was being slapped in the face. I've told you many times. Don't call me Aunt Biao at work. I said it so many times, but you always ignore me, acting like it's nothing. And about your work, have you improved? Has your team made progress? The only thing I see growing is your weight. Lan Nan was too tired to look at Wu Peiwen anymore. She covered her eyes with the back of her hand. Look at yourself. You're the heaviest among all the arts troupe leaders. You still don't know how to control yourself and instead act so proud. Is your life just meant to grow fat? Lan Nanue became angrier and kept raising and lowering her hands, while also pacing back and forth. She really wanted to twist Wu Peiwen's head off and take out the glue inside. You really don't know how to improve yourself. Our art troupe is already in a tough spot, but you don't care at all. You're only thinking about your own position. Did your mother give birth to you while sitting on an official seat? Were you obsessed with power from the moment you were born? It's unreasonable and ungrateful. Causing trouble. You really are. Wu Peiwen was so frightened by Lan Nanue that she wondered if her aunt might go crazy from being scared. Seeing her dance around wildly, Wu Peiwen swallowed hard. She was the only family the old lady had, so she didn't want to make her so angry she'd go insane. If that happened, she might be kicked out of the Fu family. Wu Peiwen thought a lot. Suddenly, she didn't hear Lan Nanue's voice anymore. She looked up and saw that she had stopped somehow. Then, she suddenly spoke with concern. Auntie, oh no, Commissar Lan, have you recovered from your illness? Do you want to see a doctor at the military hospital? Dr. Li is very good, and the old lady trusts him a lot. Lan Nanue suddenly shouted loudly, pointing at the door, Get out.
Leave now.
Wu Peiwen hurriedly ran out of Lan Nanue's office in a panic, rushing out of the art troupe. She felt that if she didn't leave quickly, the teacup in Lan Nanue's hand would fall on her head.
She
was quite aware of danger. After fleeing the office building as if her life depended on it, Lan Nanue indeed smashed the teacup in anger. Stupid fool. You're driving me crazy. Darn it. Hearing the noise, Wang Haiyan and Chen Jiaying from the next office looked over silently. Seeing Wu Peiwen hurriedly fleeing, they both chuckled quietly. Chen Jiaying, noticing their shared amusement, suddenly frowned. She crossed her arms and looked at Wang Haiyan with a mischievous smile, her tone full of schadenfreude. Oh, our director Wang, aren't you worried about Wu Guiding? I heard Wu Guiding and Commissar Lan are relatives, so in last year's big performance, we leaders could only watch from the sidelines. The roles were already decided. With such close ties, if she takes a fancy to your position, would you give it up for her or for him?
Ha!
When Wang Haiyan heard that Wu Peiwen was related to Commissar Lan, her pupils shrank slightly, but her face remained calm and steady. After hearing Chen Jiaying's words, she even laughed out loud. Haha, worried about me? Don't you know she's working as a deputy for Meng Li? Jiaying, although you fly around more freely than Haiyan, you can't be completely unaware of what's happening at home. Besides, she's already Meng Li's deputy. Why would she still be interested in my position? You might be in more danger, little sparrow. Chen Jiaying's eyes widened in anger, glaring at Wang Haiyan. But she still felt a chill run down her back from Wang Haiyan's words. Could Wu Peiwen really do that? If she wanted to be director, she would have already done it. What neither of them knew was that before they went out to recruit new members, Wu Peiwen did have that idea. But she didn't expect the director position to be decided so quickly, which made her worry at home for several days. Wu Peiwen left the art troupe and headed toward the military district compound. She thought she could go in as usual, but this time, soldiers at the gate stopped her unexpectedly. "Comrade, pass." Wu Peiwen hadn't been there for a while. Hearing pass, she was stunned. She looked at the soldier in confusion. "What pass?" "I'm from the Fu family inside the compound, not an outsider. Besides, I used to go in directly without a pass." The soldier looked serious, and hearing Wu Peiwen mention the Fu family, he showed no sign of leniency.
Pass.
Non-permanent residents and outsiders must have a pass. Wu Peiwen thought about how she had been scolded by her mother's relatives today, and now she couldn't get into the compound. She felt dizzy with anger.
What?
What do I need to do besides a pass to get in? She compromised, trying to see if there was another way. But the soldier only repeated 3 words. Pass. Wu Peiwen's head felt like it was about to explode. It was as if she smelled glue inside her brain. Suddenly, Wu Peiwen patted her head. "I must be losing my mind."
Glue?
"No, I have a good head. It's all because of that old woman Lan Nan." Humph. From then on, no matter if she threatened or sweet-talked the soldier, it was useless. They only accepted the pass. "All right, I'll come back later." Wu Peiwen completely lost her temper. She was afraid that if she got angrier, it would seem even more strange. Just now, she smelled something like glue, and she made a dismissive sound. "Okay, I got it. I'll come back later." Wu Peiwen turned to leave, but her sharp eyes caught sight of a military vehicle approaching from ahead. She wanted to see if she knew the people inside, and if they could help her get in. Although her day hadn't gone smoothly, she still felt a bit lucky. Third brother. Old third. Fu Chang'an saw Wu Peiwen blocking the road ahead and helplessly signaled his guard to brake.
Screech.
The soldier quickly saluted, and Wu Peiwen also approached the vehicle. "Old third, are you going home? Take me with you. I don't know what kind of permit they made at the gate today, and they wouldn't let me in. I just want to go see Grandpa and Grandma." Fu Chang'an nodded slightly, signaling the guard to drive on. As Wu Peiwen passed by, she smugly snorted at him when she saw the permit. Fu Chang'an looked straight ahead with a cold expression. He wasn't very familiar with his cousin's wife and had only seen her a few times. Since it was only a few minutes to get home, he could tolerate it. But Wu Peiwen didn't think they were strangers. She kept staring at Fu Chang'an from the front seat. "Chang'an, are you seeing someone? Do you want me to introduce you to a girl? Our art troupe has some really beautiful and wonderful girls." Fu Chang'an immediately shut her up with a word. Grandpa asked Comrade Fu Changcheng to come over tomorrow. He must have done something great again. Remember to tell him when you go back. Wu Peiwen looked worried and conflicted when she heard this. Oh no, the unworthy family member has made Grandpa angry again. Sigh, it's so embarrassing compared to others. Why can't he be like his third brother? Wu Peiwen also wanted to ask Fu Chang'an about her man, but suddenly the car stopped. "Brother? Are you busy lately? Why are you coming back every day?" Outside, Fu Chang'yu was watering the vegetables and saw the familiar military vehicle at the door. She immediately understood that Fu Chang'an had returned. She looked unhappy and said she really didn't want that annoying Fu Chang'an to be at home. Sigh, her freedom has been lost again. Suddenly, she saw that Fu Chang'an's car had another person inside, a woman. She immediately put down her water bottle and rushed out. "Did you bring a girl home? Are you really dating someone? Last time, you said you weren't dressed up to look like a matchmaker." "Fine. You didn't tell the truth in front of your sister." Fu Chang'an looked disgusted and turned away from Fu Changyu, walking straight inside. Wu Peiwen came around from the other side of the car, smiling brightly. "Changyu, it's me, your second sister-in-law." Fu Changyu was still hoping to see some fun with Fu Chang'an, but as soon as she heard Wu Peiwen's voice, her face froze with curiosity. Wu Peiwen cheerfully stepped forward and took Fu Changyu's hand. "Changyu, are you watering the plants?" "Oh, no need for you to do that. Second sister-in-law will handle it." Without paying much attention, Wu Peiwen quickly finished pouring water from the bottle and neatly set it aside. "Come on, Changyu, let's go inside." She pulled Fu Changyu forcefully into the house. "Sigh, Changyu, you don't know, I just found out today that we need a permit to enter our Fu family now. I wasn't prepared at all. I almost couldn't get in today." Luckily, I ran into Chang'an, but Chang'an doesn't usually come back often, right? Isn't he busy with the army? Wu Peiwen still wasn't giving up. She was thinking about introducing Fu Chang'an to a match. After all, he's the heir of the Fu family. If his wife is one of us, then she could have a say in the family in the future. Fu Changyu grew up in the compound and was quite clever. Hearing this, she avoided the main issue and only responded vaguely about the permit. She said she didn't know about Fu Chang'an. Then she mentioned that Fu Chang'an was very strict with her and that she wasn't free to do as she pleased. Does the permit also need the army district stamp? Wu Peiwen was very surprised. She thought her family could handle it easily, but now she saw it was so strict. But, looking at the main courtyard of the army base, she figured she had to get the permit too. After all, she wasn't a dangerous person. Besides, they say that meeting someone can lead to friendship, and she's still working under her grandmother's niece. As soon as she entered the house, Wu Peiwen remembered her purpose and immediately let go of Fu Changyu. Aunt Yun, where's Grandma? I want to see Grandpa and Grandma. Aunt Yun was carrying a medicinal meal when she came out of the kitchen. Hearing Wu Peiwen's voice, she smiled and replied, Yes, Peiwen. The old lady is inside, and the old man went out for a walk. Wu Peiwen looked at what Aunt Yun was holding and asked if it was for the old lady. After getting an answer, she directly took over Aunt Yun's task. Aunt Yun, you go do other things. I'll deliver this to Grandma and chat with her. Aunt Yun didn't stop her. She handed over the item quickly and turned to continue her work. The organization sent her to do this work, and they pay her every month. The Fu family is kind to her, and old Master Fu and the old lady are great heroes. She can't slack off. Fu Changyu watched Wu Peiwen take the medicinal meal to her grandma's room, her brow slightly furrowing. Is it still about the art troupe? TSK, girls in those places cause a lot of trouble. It's better to stay simple, just deal with grains and vegetables. They are much easier to get along with than people. Treat them well, and they will surprise you sooner or later. Fu Changyu drank a glass of water in the living room and called out to the kitchen, Aunt Yun, I'm going to school today, so I won't be home for dinner. No need to save me food. Please tell the family. Aunt Yun was cleaning when she heard Fu Changyu's words. She quickly went to the kitchen and grabbed a lunchbox. Here, Changyu. Since your eating habits aren't regular at school, eat something before you go. This is what Grandma advised. You must take care of yourself. Young people can endure, but as you get older, you'll realize health is the most important. Fu Changyu chuckled and responded briefly, then quickly took the lunchbox and left. As she walked, she muttered to herself with lively, interesting expressions, I don't want to stay at home. It's just that the cold-faced king is here. There's also my vegetable garden at home. School can't give me land, but who made Fu Chang'an such a powerful guy at home? Two tigers in one mountain don't get along. When he has a wife, I'll see how I persuade her to deal with him. Sometimes, Fu Changyu silently wished in her heart that Fu Chang'an would find a fierce wife, so he could taste what it's like to be angry but unable to speak out. Old Master Fu and his wife lived in the backyard. Originally, this house was a small villa divided into front and backyards. But the old man and the old lady didn't like living in a multi-story building, feeling it wasn't as convenient as a bungalow. So, they asked the logistics department to build a single-story house in the backyard. Since then, the two of them have lived in a simple house. At that time, there was a movement to renovate the family housing in the military district compound. Many senior leaders asked to learn from the Fu family and said they couldn't get used to living in apartment buildings. They wanted either small courtyards or small houses built in the backyards. So, the logistics department of the military district worked for a long time and built small houses in the backyards of these senior leaders' homes. As for some middle-aged officials who also wanted their houses renovated, the logistics department simply rejected their requests. The leaders of the logistics department also criticized these young officials at a meeting, saying that the senior leaders were thinking about the military district. After all, the older leaders were too old to climb stairs easily and could have accidents. If these older leaders had accidents because of climbing stairs, everyone from top to bottom would be affected. But these young officials' requests were seen as causing trouble and adding burden to the logistics department. They even said that if they felt they couldn't climb stairs anymore, they would apply to retire. Then they wouldn't need to live in apartments anymore. After this decision, except for the small building at the front, no one else dared to ask for house renovations. Wu Peiwen carried medicinal food and walked through the corridor to the backyard. To her surprise, the backyard was locked. She couldn't knock on the door with her hands full, so she called out, "Grandma? Grandma, it's Peiwen. I'm here to visit you and Grandpa today." Wu Peiwen spoke softly, looking very polite and respectful. Lan Fu was busy in the open space in the backyard, messing around with her flower gun. But no matter how she arranged it, something felt off. It seemed very different from Lan Nan's movements. She casually swung it a few times, planning to let Lan Nan show her how to do it next time. This had become her new hobby, learning new things now and then. It helped her exercise her body and keep her mind active, so she wouldn't go senile and become a burden. Lan Fu was not an ordinary person. When she was young, she joined the Red Party with her rebellious spirit and fought her way through hardships. After settling down, she retired and often learned new skills from younger generations. She was not from a humble background either. Her ancestors were quite influential with many high officials. But she only had one daughter as her main heir and a distant cousin from her extended family. Unfortunately, her cousin also died young due to illness, leaving behind a niece. Luckily, she found this niece later. Otherwise, the Lan family would have been left with only her. After thinking about Lan Nan, Lan Fu suddenly remembered the past events of the Lan family. Her father used to be a successful scholar, if not for certain circumstances. He might have become a high-ranking official. However, Lan Fu didn't hold high hopes or expectations. She was very clear-headed and grateful that she had joined the good Red Party. After all, her father being an official, or her husband being an official, was not as good as her being an official herself. Anyway, Lan Fu was very happy with her current life. As for her father, she thought silently, "Father, it's not that I don't think of you, but right now there's a crackdown on superstitions outside. When I leave, I will bring you respect. Still, I should thank you for leaving me some things." Lan Fu smiled as she thought about this. Knowing her old father, if he found out her current thoughts, he would be furious, scolding her loudly and pointing at her. Unfilial daughter. I am truly a failure, having raised such an unfilial girl. Thinking of these words, Lan Fu suddenly laughed, but her eyes were full of sadness. She sighed and shook her head. "Forget it. This old man has been gone for so long. I can't be bothered to argue with him." She took a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from her forehead when she heard Wu Peiwen's voice outside the door. "The door isn't closed. Just push it open." Wu Peiwen saw the old lady's words and immediately smiled, leaning her elbow to open the door and walking in. "Grandma, I brought you some medicinal food. Why are you taking medicine? Is there something wrong with your health? If you're unwell, we should go to the hospital to check it out, no delay." Wu Peiwen placed the medicinal food on the small table, gently lifted the lid, and stirred it with a spoon twice. "Grandma, the temperature is just right. You can start eating the medicinal food now." Lan Fu's eyes brightened with relief. She never expected her granddaughter-in-law to think of these things. Maybe it was because the fourth grandchild recently got married, and after seeing her busy a few times, she became anxious and came here to show her concern. She silently walked over, casually picked up the spoon, and stirred it twice. "No problem. I'm in good health. It's just that now it's no longer winter. Aunt Yin always cooks some medicinal dishes every year, saying they help boost the body from time to time." Wu Peiwen immediately agreed enthusiastically. "Oh yes, Aunt Yun is so thoughtful. We grandchildren and grandchildren-in-law haven't thought of that yet." Blue Fu was quietly eating her medicinal food, so she didn't have time to answer Wu Peiwen. Wu Peiwen didn't think much of it. In her mind, the old lady was just as formidable as the old man. Moreover, her mother-in-law had looked down on her family background at first, but in the end, it was the old lady who decided that Wu Peiwen could only marry into the family if she followed her grandson's wishes. Wu Peiwen felt much closer to the old lady than to her own mother-in-law. After all, the old saying that mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law never get along was true, but the old lady's mother-in-law and her daughter-in-law didn't have that kind of relationship. While the old lady was eating her medicinal food, Wu Peiwen silently looked around the small courtyard. She noticed that some new items had appeared out of nowhere, including a flower spear. Wu Peiwen quietly remembered these new things, planning to ask Aunt Yun later if Zheng Rong, who was as scheming as a beehive, had come back to flatter the old lady. Suddenly, a chime sounded as a ceramic spoon clinked against the bowl, snapping Wu Peiwen back to her senses. She quickly stood up, took a white cloth from beside her, and handed it to the old lady. "Grandma, wipe your mouth." Blue Fu saw the cloth handed to her and sighed helplessly. She pointed to a floral handkerchief on the other side of the shelf. "That one is for wiping your mouth. This white cloth is for my face." Hearing this, Wu Peiwen blushed with embarrassment and hurried over to exchange the cloth. "Grandma, here you go." Blue Fu took the cloth, wiped her mouth, then bypassed Wu Peiwen's hand and threw the cloth into a nearby basin. At that moment, she finally looked at Wu Peiwen, noticing a hint of gloom in her expression. She realized that her granddaughter-in-law was working under Blue Nan at the cultural troupe. Blue Fu had already seen through Wu Peiwen's intentions. She didn't want to beat around the bush and asked directly, "Peiwen, tell me, what brings you back today?" Wu Peiwen had wanted to make a few excuses, but seeing the bright eyes of the old lady, she felt as if her thoughts had been seen through. She had no choice but to sit in front of the old lady, half acting cute and half complaining. "Grandma, you don't know? I am being bullied to death by my relatives at the cultural troupe." Blue Fu listened and, instead of feeling worried, became even more interested. She has been very bored these past 2 days. Her older sister went back to their hometown to visit family, so she feels like she has no one to talk to. Her daughter-in-law came to tell her some interesting news, and she wants to listen carefully. Wu Peiwen started talking excitedly. "Some new soldiers have arrived. They are very proud and look down on the old soldiers I trained. Recently, there was an order for both new and old soldiers to train together. Then, Annie asked me to be the assistant to someone else." Wu Peiwen said this with a feeling of unfairness, almost crying. The old lady thought that the art troupe's recruitment was done well this time. They finally got some lively, energetic new soldiers. She said to herself, "The year-end performances and the military district shows these past 2 years have been quite something. Even I, an outsider, can't stand them." She criticized the dances, saying they looked soft and lacked structure, not very attractive. It was a shame because they were from the military district art troupe. However, after hearing Wu Peiwen talk about the new soldiers, many of whom had strong personalities, she felt very pleased. She hoped these spirited soldiers wouldn't cause trouble with soft, dull dances again. The more Wu Peiwen talked, the more she felt sorry for herself. It was really the fault of those new soldiers, but she ended up getting scolded by Lan Nan, that old woman. She thought that today she had made her feelings clear. Maybe the old lady would speak up for her with Lan Nan? Wu Peiwen didn't ask for much, just hoped no one would oppress her. Or maybe she could be assigned to lead the old soldiers alone. But when she looked up at the old lady's reaction, she saw her smiling happily. "Good. I like soldiers with strong personalities. Back in the day, I was also young and rebellious, which helped me follow the Red Party all the way here. I already told Lan Nan not to keep bringing crying little girls to the military district." This time, she finally listened. Lan Fu was happy but suddenly saw her granddaughter-in-law with tears and a look of grievance. Her face turned serious as she looked at her. "Peiwen, as a soldier, you must remember blood, sweat, but no tears. Always keep your identity in mind." Wu Peiwen was stunned. She didn't expect the old lady to miss her subtle hints and even warn her. She immediately stood straight, held her head high, and the grievance in her eyes disappeared. "Yes, grandmother," she bit her lower lip, feeling a bit unwilling. She was disappointed that her visit didn't accomplish anything, especially with those annoying new soldiers in the art troupe bothering her. Lan Fu understood Wu Peiwen's meaning, but she didn't plan to help. Young people need to rely on themselves, and what could an old lady like her do? Buried up to her neck in her own affairs? Her attention was more on Lan Nan, who had brought many spirited new soldiers this year. She was very happy and hopeful about that. In her mind, even a woman soldier should have the courage of a soldier. However, she was annoyed by the girls in the art troupe before. She looked at her daughter-in-law and wasn't satisfied with this delicate girl. But when she thought about her second daughter-in-law's plans, she decided to go along with her grandson's wishes. It turned out her decision was right. She looked at a small building outside. The person her second daughter-in-law liked had been sent to the northwest because of a wrong direction. Sigh. Even though it's winter now, the wind outside is still strong. Lan Fu thought about many things outside and said with some helplessness. Wu Peiwen didn't hear clearly. She lowered her head, about to ask, when she heard Aunt Yun calling out, "Old lady." "Peiwen, it's time to eat." Lan Fu stood up and Wu Peiwen immediately followed her out. At the dining table, Wu Peiwen sat one seat away from the old lady. Next to her was Lu Huimin, the eldest daughter-in-law of Grandma Fu, and the mother of Fu Chang'an and Fu Changyu. Lu Huimin looked at Wu Peiwen with a smile, softly encouraging her to eat more. Wu Peiwen nodded efficiently. She definitely wanted to eat more. Since she married Fu Changcheng, she only stayed with her in-laws for a short time before moving out on her own. They weren't the type to save money, and Wu Peiwen worked in the art troupe. Putting on makeup and dressing up cost a lot, so they could only save on food. Seeing the table full of dishes, Wu Peiwen swallowed her saliva twice. "All right, Auntie. I shouldn't be polite with you and Grandma." "Haha, I never see myself as an outsider." Lu Huimin nodded happily, and while speaking, she used a clean pair of chopsticks to serve her a piece of meat. "Yes, that's right. You should eat more. You need to nourish yourself well. When you're well-nourished, having children will be easier too." When Wu Peiwen heard that, her face turned red, and she looked a little embarrassed. Her mother-in-law had urged them before, but Wu Peiwen thought about her current position in the art troupe and tightened her fingers slightly. "Hee, Auntie, I'm not in a hurry. I'll listen to him. Besides, our art troupe just welcomed new members recently, and I've been quite busy with work, so." Lu Huimin took a sip of hot soup and glanced at Wu Peiwen. She wanted to say something but realized she wasn't her mother-in-law, so it was better not to interfere. She opened her mouth but then closed it again, turning her head to glare at her son sitting across from her. Fu Chang'an noticed it right away, but he couldn't be bothered to deal with his mother's unnecessary fussing. He quickly picked up some braised ribs with potatoes and ate them one bite after another, which only made Lu Huimin even more upset. Wu Peiwen noticed the silent tension between her aunt and Fu Chang'an and suddenly remembered the social event the army was hosting that evening. Since Du Lanjun was also performing, Wu Peiwen thought for a moment, then put down her chopsticks and gently wiped her mouth. She looked at Fu Chang'an, then at Lu Huimin. "Annie, I actually came home today to invite the younger ones in the family to watch the big performance at the hall. There won't just be new shows from our art troupe, there will also be many young men and women there to meet and talk." Lu Huimin's eyes lit up immediately. She almost wanted to dress up her son right then and send him over. She stopped eating, grabbed Wu Peiwen's hand, and asked eagerly, "Peiwen, did you say there's a social event tonight? That can't be right. Why didn't director he tell me about it?" Wu Peiwen could clearly feel how anxious Lu Huimin was about Fu Chang'an's marriage. After all, this was the first time her usually composed aunt had held her hand so tightly since she married into the family nearly a year ago. Feeling a bit proud, Wu Peiwen nodded confidently. "Yes, there is a social event. Maybe it was arranged in a hurry. I heard about it from Political Commissar Lan. But this time it's different. Our art troupe is also performing, so the atmosphere will be even better than usual." When Lu Huimin heard that it was Lan Nan who mentioned it, she was sure it must be true. She immediately turned to the elderly lady beside her.
"Mom,
"Did Lan Nan tell you who's going to this social event?" "Tomorrow, I must go find Ishulan. She didn't tell me about such an important matter, and I feel so disappointed." Lan Fu was starting to get a headache even while eating. Her daughter-in-law, from a noble family, is kind and generous, handles the household well, and is very proper. But there is one thing. Since her son, her grandson San, was 20, Lu Huimin has been worried about his marriage. Now that Chang'an is 26, there's still no result. Over the years, this old lady has heard her daughter-in-law complain hundreds of times. However, Lan Fu looked at Zhongling, handsome and talented Fu Chang'an. The old lady didn't want to pressure her grandson along with his wife. He looks cold and elegant, with a charming demeanor, and is the most like the young man who once went to war. Ignoring his cold aura, Lan Fu thinks her grandson is the most filial, looks the most filial, and is just as capable as the young old man and herself. She can still see the handsome face of her young husband in her aging years. Unlike now, when he frowns or pouts, he looks like a dried orange peel, wrinkled and no longer showing his youthful charm. Fortunately, there is Fu Chang'an. Otherwise, as an old woman, she wouldn't believe her young husband is so handsome and charming. So, among her children and grandchildren, Lan Fu is most pleased with and likes Fu Chang'an the best. That's why she's been mediating between her daughter-in-law and grandson.
But
this time, Lan Fu suddenly felt a strange, inexplicable sense of happiness. It wasn't unpleasant. Plus, her fourth grandson recently got married. The old lady thought about her husband's age and how they had already sworn to build a family together. Suddenly, she didn't want to mediate anymore. She took a nearby tissue to wipe her mouth. Chang'an, your second sister-in-law told me about the lively gathering. There's a performance and many people chatting. You should go. Fu Chang'an was quietly eating when he heard Wu Peiwen mention the gathering. He knew his mother would start fussing again. Now that his grandmother also spoke up to support, Fu Chang'an helplessly put down his chopsticks, swallowed what was in his mouth, wiped his lips, and looked at his grandmother. Grandma, Blue Fu immediately interrupted him before he could finish speaking. Enough, Chang'an. You're already 26. You got married and started a family earlier this year. In a couple of years, when your siblings are all married, are you planning to become a troublemaker? Fu Chang'an couldn't help but laugh and cry at his grandma's way of thinking. No matter what, he would never become a troublemaker.
But
he knew that this time, once Grandma spoke, he couldn't argue. It was better to go along with it and just play along.
All right, Grandma.
I'll go see what's happening this time, but next time, you have to support me. Help me resist Sister Lu Huimin's attacks. Blue Fu rolled her eyes at her grandson and waved her hand. Okay, I won't take sides. One time I support each of you. This time, I support Huimin. Next time, I support you. Fu Chang'an got the promise he wanted and stood up to leave. But he thought about how today's trouble was caused by his second wife, and he remembered what his grandpa had said a few days ago about his second son. Fu Chang'an smiled slightly. Since his wife caused him trouble this time, he should return the favor. He thought marriage debts should be paid back, and figured his second brother could handle it. Uncle Yen, where did Grandpa go today? Yen Aunt was tidying up the yard. Without looking up, she replied, he went to visit an old friend at the Yenching machinery factory. Said he wouldn't be back until evening. Fu Chang'an was thinking of visiting his grandpa, but when he heard how far away it was, he immediately gave up the idea. Yin An, I'll go out for a bit. When I come back, if Grandpa is home, please let me know. Sure.
Got it, she replied.
Wu Peiwen was very happy when she heard Fu Chang'an agreed to attend the social event. She thought that as long as Fu Chang'an went, she could help create opportunities for Du Lanjian. When they got together, she would not only have a closer relationship with her sister-in-law in the Fu family, but also have more people to speak up for her in the arts troupe. Wu Peiwen's plan was very good, but she didn't forget to show off her achievements in front of Lu Huimin and Blue Fu. Grandma, Auntie, don't worry. I am going to the hall today too. When I come back, I will bring you news. Even if Chang'an isn't interested in tonight's social event, our women's troupe still has some female soldiers. Lan Fu nodded without saying much. She suddenly became interested in letting her grandson go see for himself. It wasn't urgent whether it worked or not this time. As for Lu Huimin, she was happy that her son was going to the social event, but Wu Peiwen's words were not what she wanted to hear. She came from a noble family and cared about her daughter-in-law's background. She thought the girls in the women's troupe were not suitable, but Lu Huimin was very thoughtful and considerate of others. She wouldn't let Wu Peiwen notice her true thoughts. Interestingly, her ideas somewhat matched the old lady's. She thought it didn't matter if it was the right time or not. What mattered was that Chang'an could go. After all, if there was a chance now, there might not be another. Grandma, Auntie, I'll go now. I need to get to the hall early. My work with the women's troupe isn't finished. I'll visit you next time. When Lu Huimin heard this, she didn't say much. She stood up and waved to Auntie, who quickly came over carrying some things. Peiwen, it's hard to come home and not rest much. But since you still have work, Auntie won't keep you. These are some things I prepared for you and Chongqing. You young ones must take good care of yourselves. I noticed you've looked a bit thinner lately. Eat more. Auntie is waiting for good news from you, so she can give her sweet grandson a big red envelope. Got it. Lu Huimin gently patted Wu Peiwen's hand with a meaningful look. Seeing her shyly lower her head, Lu Huimin smiled and exchanged a glance with the old lady. She took the basket from Yun Auntie and handed it to Wu Peiwen. Here, this is what I brought back for you. Wu Peiwen held the basket and felt it was a bit heavy. She glanced inside and saw some fruit and cosmetics from the department store. She looked at Lu Huimin excitedly. Auntie, you are so kind to us young ones. You think of everything. Oh, they're my children. I love all of you. After hearing Wu Peiwen, Lan Fu lowered her head and smiled. She thought to herself, honestly, when it comes to knowing how to treat people, this eldest daughter-in-law surpasses all the other daughters-in-law and the eldest daughter combined. She can take care of everything in many aspects. All right, isn't there still work for the art troupe? Go ahead and get busy. By the way, Peiwen, Grandma has one more thing to say. It's better to listen to Lan Nan in the art troupe. That girl is quite clever. Wu Peiwen nodded politely, but only she knew what she was really thinking. Well, Auntie, Grandma, I'm leaving now. I'll come to see you another day. Wu Peiwen carried her basket and left the Fu family. Lu Huimin saw the old lady also stand up and go back to the backyard. She was happy that her son finally went to the social event today, and she happily helped Aunt Yin clean up the dishes. Hey, Sister Yin, do you think Chang'an will meet a girl he likes today? And then come back and tell me he's dating someone? Sister Yin was surprised and just smiled politely, not daring to say much. She had been at the Fu family for a while and had seen Lu Huimin get upset when her son had no girlfriend and refused to date, or when she got angry at the matchmakers. Sister Yin didn't dare answer Lu Huimin's question. She lowered her head and hurriedly finished cleaning up. She immediately refused Lu Huimin, who wanted to follow her to the kitchen for a chat. Hee, Huimin, there aren't many dishes here. I can handle it myself. You go and do your work. By the way, didn't Changyu say her room was missing a shelf? Lu Huimin suddenly remembered that her daughter had mentioned her room needed a shelf because she wanted to set up a potted plant inside. Yes, I almost forgot. Thanks to you, Sister Yin. Otherwise, Changyu would be fussing again when she gets back. I'll go ask the logistics department now. If they don't have one, I'll ask the carpenter if he can make it. Seeing Lu Huimin leave, Sister Yin finally relaxed and shook her head. She almost got caught. If Chang'an hadn't gone today, or... Thinking about how Lu Huimin, a gentle person, was so angry, Sister Yin shivered. Wash the dishes, wash the dishes. Today, I won't leave the kitchen. In the art troupe, Jiang Cha-Cha asked Qin Yunduo to help her borrow 2 swords from her Aunt Wang, the director. Jiang Cha-Cha practiced with the swords twice. At first, she wasn't used to it, and the 2 swords flew everywhere. The people nearby practicing their moves were almost hit, but soon, they stopped hearing the sound of swords hitting the ground. When they hesitated and looked back, they saw Jiang Cha-Cha already starting to twirl the swords gracefully. The next moment, another hand moved, and both hands danced with the sword, leaving the others stunned. Wow, TT, you can dance and fight with such ease. Exactly. She's Jiang TT. She's not an ordinary person. Dancing is one thing, but she can definitely handle more challenging moves. Jiang TT had already clearly distinguished herself from ordinary dancers in Lu Yu's group. Wait, just now the sword was flying everywhere, and Rinxue looked surprised as Jiang TT began to incorporate powerful sword movements into her actions. The others also looked amazed, except Lu Yu, who watched Jiang TT with admiration. The mistake earlier must have been because of those 2 swords, not TT. Chao Chi sighed and pushed Lu Yu gently. All right, let's get back to practice. TT is so talented. We can't hold her back. She moves lightly, and we can manage, but our coordination isn't as good as Delanjuan and the others. We must not lose. The others nodded in agreement. Yes, we can't lose. As long as we don't make mistakes, we will definitely win. Time passed quickly, and soon it was evening, the start of the social event in the hall. Lanwan, hurry and change into your performance outfit. I'll do your makeup now. Those little girls think they can beat us veteran performers? They're overestimating themselves, old team member Yi Xinyun said disdainfully. Nearby, other veterans who were friends with Delanjuan echoed casually. Exactly. Look at how many big stages Lanwan has performed on. Those newbies will probably be so scared they'll tremble on stage, like a soldier performing a trembling dance after eating the wrong medicine. That's right. These people, sooner or later, will have to bow and apologize to us. Delanjuan looked at her beautiful reflection in the mirror, a slight smile on her lips, her eyes full of confidence. Before Wu came, she didn't look down on competing with those people. But after Wu's visit, thinking of what Wu said, that Commander Fu Chang'an from the military district, the star of the region, would also come, she realized she couldn't miss this chance. If she succeeded in catching Commander Fu's attention and then married into the Fu family, Currently, Wu Peiwen only cares about her own status. When the time comes, she will take action, and the art troupe will become her personal domain. Delanjuan's eyes suddenly flashed with sharpness and ambition. She slammed a wooden comb onto the table. Don't worry, we won't lose. The people nearby naturally praised Delanjuan highly. She listened to their kind words, but felt it wasn't enough. She wanted more. Oh, Tongli, I asked you to check on those silly girls. Did you do it? Tongli, standing to Delanjuan's left, immediately puffed up her chest proudly. Of course. Lanwan, you don't know. Those silly girls just went to the cafeteria to eat. They're as dumb as pigs.
They.
Little clowns. Hearing this, Delanjuan relaxed her brows and picked up her eyebrow pencil to continue shaping her eyebrows. I'm not worried about us. It's Li Yu and the others. TSK. Those girls. Forget it, Lanwan. They're just there to support you. I don't bother with these three. I think they'll be kicked out of the art troupe sooner or later. Delanjuan blinked her curled eyelashes, which she had curled with a firewood stick, and looked very satisfied with what her people said. All right, let's speed up. Let's go to the backstage of the hall early and wait. We must be the first to go out. When the time comes, if those embarrassing moments happen, it won't be our problem. Delanjuan didn't care about apologies or not. If anyone dared to provoke her, she wouldn't be satisfied until she completely suppressed them. She was determined to make those unworthy people embarrass themselves today, ruin their reputation in the art troupe, and ensure they would never rise again. Next year, they wouldn't get promoted and, finally, they would be expelled. Delanjuan happily admired her beauty in the mirror. Having her in the art troupe was enough. As for being the most outstanding star, once she became a joke, that word would never appear again. Why do you want me to go with you? Zhong Qi's eyes widened in surprise, still with tea leaves hanging from his lips. Rewinding to earlier, Zhong Qi had finished his work in the office and was happily drinking tea, thinking about going home to enjoy the delicious meal his wife cooked. Suddenly, I heard someone knocking at the door. I looked up in confusion and immediately spat out my tea. Without bothering to wipe my mouth, I proudly turned to the visitor and said, "Hey, isn't that our former friend, Commander Fu Chang'an, who cut ties with us a few days ago? Why has he suddenly come to our place after the rain has stopped?" Hearing his sarcastic tone, Fu Chang'an raised an eyebrow and said with a meaningful look, "Oh, what's this? You've married a wife and now you've become a big eunuch? Well, with how well you serve and follow behind, it's not wrong to say you used to be a top servant close to the noble people." Hearing this, Zhong Qi was so scared he immediately stood up and pulled Fu Chang'an inside, trying to close the door. But Fu Chang'an stopped him.
Enough.
Why are two grown men hiding in the same room? Just leave the door open. Zhong Qi, being a civil servant, naturally couldn't compete with Fu Chang'an, who was a martial arts champion. Your words are sharper than a knife. No wonder you're still single at your age. Fu Chang'an sat down in a chair, looking at Zhongqi with disgust as he listened to his sticky, affectionate words. He didn't hold back and said bluntly, "All right, go back to your own bed if you're feeling horny. But let me remind you, you're talking like a palace chief steward. Be careful not to hurt yourself and turn into a eunuch." Zhongqi was stabbed again by Fu Chang'an's words. He peeked outside and saw no one, so he felt a lot more at ease. He snorted and returned to his seat, giving Fu Chang'an a big eye roll. "You really are. It was just that my wife wanted to introduce you to someone, but I didn't know about it. Besides, what's wrong with Dr. Wang? She's pretty and nice, and she's good at her work. My wife was just thinking of us, her friends, and she introduced her good friend to you." Fu Chang'an stared at Zhongqi with intense eyes, making his scalp tingle.
"Ah, all right.
I told my wife not to arrange these things anymore. Lately, I've been caught between you and my wife, feeling like a sandwich. Neither side is right. I knew it. As a grown man, don't hold a grudge against me. I just finished comforting my wife. It was hard enough that you're not angry anymore, so." Zhongqi wanted to invite Fu Chang'an to his house for dinner, but was worried she might bring another friend over. He didn't say anything but felt a little sad for his lonely friend for a second. Still, he didn't want to leave his wife alone. After all, last time his wife was angry, he slept alone for a long time. Today, he finally made her happy, so he wouldn't treat himself badly. Then Zhongqi suddenly had a bright idea and said, "I definitely have to go home tonight, but I'm big and eat a lot. I'll go have lunch with you this afternoon, and in the evening, I can enjoy the delicious food my wife makes and spend time with her." When Fu Chang'an heard this, a smile appeared on his face, and he tapped his fingers on the table. He paused for a moment, then took a sip of tea before speaking. "All right, in the evening, come with me to the hall. There's a social gathering today. You come with me, and we'll forget about what happened last time." Hearing this, Zhongqi couldn't help but cough out the tea he was drinking. This time, not only his face but also his clothes got splashed with tea and some tea leaves. Meanwhile, Fu Chang'an remained completely clean, because when he was about to spray water, Fu Chang'an shot him a quick look, scaring Zhongqi into lowering his head. That's how he ended up like this. "You,
Fu Chang'an.
You really are my ancestor." Fu Chang'an shook his head calmly. "I wouldn't dare. Grandpa Zhong is still here. How could I be your ancestor?" Luckily, Grandpa Zhong didn't hear you say that, or he'd be furious again. Zhongqi was stunned, his face darkening further. He grabbed a nearby cloth to wipe the tea from his clothes. "Humph. Fu Chang'an, you deserve to be a lonely old bachelor for the rest of your life. Hurry up. You go ahead and block the way for me. Don't let me be seen. I was so reckless to choose you as a friend when I was young."
Sigh.
Fu Chang'an glanced sideways at Zhongqi behind him with a smile. Seeing everyone's attention was on Zhongqi, he quickly slipped into a dark, quiet corner of the hall and sat down. This made Zhongqi, who was behind him, nervous and hiding his face as he entered. "Why don't you try looking at people instead of crashing into them?" Zhongqi was hiding and looking around for Fu Chang'an, but he accidentally bumped into a girl.
"Sorry."
"I'm looking for my friend." Since Zhongqi had already hit someone, he couldn't keep hiding. If people thought he was up to something bad, he would be very embarrassed. He looked up at the girl, then quickly looked away in disbelief. He immediately lowered his head. "Oh my goodness, who is this big-browed man? And that red, blood-red mouth looks like he just ate something." Zhongqi was amazed inside, but kept quiet. The girl was Du Lonjian, who had quietly come out from backstage to look for a wealthy husband. She just wanted to find someone, say a few words, and when the show started, she hoped he would see her standing in the middle. She was determined to catch his attention. But she didn't expect to be out for a while and not see anyone who matched Wu Peiwen's description of a tall, handsome, wealthy man. And now she had been accidentally bumped into. Du Lonjian had dressed carefully today and didn't want him to ruin her outfit. She quickly checked her headpiece and dress, making sure nothing was damaged. Seeing everything was fine, she lifted her proud chin and snorted. She said, "You should watch where you're going. Bumping into me while looking around? Do you know there's a performance tonight? I'm going on stage. If you ruin my outfit, Will you go on stage and stand in for me? Du Lanjian was already upset and a little anxious. She was worried someone else might get ahead of her and steal her chance at meeting a wealthy husband. Her eyes showed her anger. You're from the military? I'll report you to your leaders. Zhong Qi frowned and looked up at her, trying to see if she looked serious or just acting strange. She was still dressed in white, like a costume for a show. Zhong Qi was about to warn her seriously. But then he suddenly saw Fu Chang'an sitting in a corner nearby, and his mischievous thoughts grew. I am Fu Chang'an, the leader of the 1st Regiment of the military district. Comrade, are you okay? Sorry, I didn't see you when I bumped into you. Hearing this, Du Lanjian was surprised.
Fu Chang'an?
That's right, Wu guiding teacher was talking about Fu Chang'an, and she was married to the Fu family. She quickly looked him over. He was wearing a military uniform, with 2 bars and a star on his shoulder. Is he a major? She wasn't sure what rank Fu Chang'an held. But she thought for a moment, no one in this military district would dare impersonate him, right? Plus, this person is quite young, already a military officer at the school level. It must be that he is Fu Chang'an, the most outstanding officer in the district, the leader of the military arts troop. Du Lanwan immediately changed her expression, looked shyly at Commander Fu in front of her, and cleared her throat nervously. It's nothing. It's just that I was a bit rude earlier. Commander Fu, please don't mind. I was just worried about messing up the performance of the arts troupe. So, you sit here, and after I perform, I'll come back to apologize. After saying this, Du Lanwan quickly slipped away, afraid of being stopped. She took a step, then turned her head to give a sweet smile. Zhong Qi and the others had completely disappeared from sight. They chuckled softly, laughing as they walked toward Fu Chang'an. On the other side, a familiar face frowned as he watched the whole conversation between Fu Chang'an and Du Lanwan. No, I have to find Dr. Zhang, so she doesn't get left in the dark. Zhong Qi still didn't know the storm that was about to come. He was happy that he had finally paid Fu Chang'an back once. Proudly, he walked up to Fu Chang'an, patted his shoulder. Commander Fu. Ha ha, I'm fine now. Oh, this is so funny. Fu Chang'an slowly turned his head to glance at Zhong Qi, who seemed to be acting crazy. Are you going crazy as a matchmaker? Or did you get into trouble again? Take your claws off my shoulder. Zhong Qi thought about what he had just done and decided not to argue with Fu Chang'an, who was like poison in words. He plopped down beside Fu Chang'an, reached up and tapped his chin. So, why did you agree to Aunt Hui coming to the social? Have you finally decided not to be lonely? And you want me, an experienced guy, to be your advisor? Fu Chang'an looked straight ahead, but his eyes were completely vacant. Shut up. Reflect on yourself. A matchmaker? If I want a wife, she has to serve me. Take care of my rear area. Everyone knows your family is just you serving tea and water for others. You're almost having children yourself. Zhong Qi was so angry, he bit his cheek and glared fiercely at Fu Chang'an, then turned his head and said nothing. Meanwhile, Zhang Cha-Cha and the others were busy making their performance costumes. There was no choice. After all, they went to borrow costumes from the event staff. But they said they hadn't received any notice from above, so they wouldn't lend them any. Liu Yu and the others wanted to argue with someone, but Zhang Cha-Cha stopped them. All right, we probably don't have the costumes we need here. Let's go back and figure something out ourselves. Seeing them obediently leave, the person in charge of the costume smirked. Lanwan was paid quite well. Now I can enjoy some good food. Back at the dorm, the group followed Zhang Cha-Cha's instructions and took out the 2 casual outfits they brought. First were the dance costumes. The skirts must be worn outside. Then, for Yun Duo and Liu Yu, loosen the belts and tie them around your wrists tightly. For Rin Shui and Lian Hua, tie the straps around your ankles. As for Qiu Yu, she should wear the military uniform. Tuck all her hair into the hat. Draw her eyebrows darker. Much darker than now. Oh, just like Director Zhao from the vocal department next door. Qiu Yu was surprised and suddenly asked, Cha-Cha, am I supposed to be a guy? No, it's about gender ambiguity. Haha. No wonder you're called Zhao the director. Exactly. If I had said during rehearsals that something was a bit strange, Cha-Cha's plan is perfect. We will definitely be better than Du Lanwan and the others. All right, Hurry up with your makeup. We'll go straight to the stage on time. No need to stay with those people. In the auditorium, the leaders of the arts troupe had mostly arrived. They didn't bother the young performers, arriving just as the show was about to start. Chen glanced at Lan Nan. Lan Nan nodded silently and went on stage, turning on the microphone. Comrades, to celebrate the successful friendship event today, our arts troupe has prepared 2 dance performances. We hope everyone enjoys the dances and votes afterward. Now, the dance show begins. Next, please welcome the first group. Du Lan Wan and her group quickly went on stage. She looked around for Director Fu, almost walking past her spot.
Lan Huan.
You're there. Lan Wan. Hearing her name, Du Lan Wan stopped. She was startled but quickly composed herself, bowing slightly and smiling at Zhong Qi. Coincidentally, Zhong Qi and Fu Chang'an were sitting right in front of the arts troupe leaders. Qi Yun didn't say anything, but Chen Jiaqing beside him commented, "This veteran is really quick to react and adapt." The first 2 rows of the audience suddenly clapped loudly, catching Fu Chang'an's attention. Is this year's social event so good? There are performances and even voting. TSK, TSK. Old Fu, although you're kind to your friends, aren't you being a bit sneaky? I'm already married. How can I watch the art troupe show? You're up to something. Fu Chang'an shot him a sharp look. Then just shut your eyes. Zhong Qi immediately fell silent. He didn't want to, especially since he was finally enjoying the performance. Why shut his eyes now? Du Lanjian and the others had already started dancing along with the music. Zhong Qi frowned. Why is it always the same dance? It's so ugly. I thought there would be something new and exciting. Anyway, I heard that the Yenching art troupe's performances are better than ours in Yenching military district. Hey, Chang'an, you don't know, but it's really good. Zhong Qi, Qian couldn't stand it anymore. Although what the kid said was true, to prevent Zhong Qi from saying more and making himself angry, he decided to cut him off directly. Zhong Qi's voice was loud enough that people 2 rows behind from the art troupe heard him clearly. They were also a bit far from the young people at the social event, in a quiet and open space, so everyone could hear everything very clearly. When Zhong Qi heard someone calling him, he paused and looked to the other side. Seeing no one there, he nudged Fu Chang'an. Hey, did you hear that? I think someone was calling me. Fu Chang'an couldn't be bothered to respond. He was hoping that the leader of the art troupe, Qi Tuan, would scold him to death. The people from the art troupe were really angry.
Who was this guy?
How could he look down on their performance? And he even said that the performances of the Yenching art troupe were better than those of Yenching. This made the people so angry they didn't even want to watch the show anymore, glaring fiercely at the back of Zhong Qi's head. Qian was also furious at this kid from the Zhong family. No wonder he was friends with Fu Jia, the star of the military district. Zhong Qi's words were sharp, but Fu Jia was like a poisonous peach blossom. This kid was poisoning their art troupe. Seeing that Zhong Qi hadn't noticed him, Qi Yun had no choice but to call out again. Zhong Qi, I'm behind you. Zhong Qi responded with an "oh," turned his head and saw it was Qi Yun, the leader of the art troupe. He immediately turned his head away again and pushed Fu Chang'an hard from below. Quick, what should I do? Oh no, you've ruined me. Why did I have to run into Captain Qi and those people? Fu Chang'an helplessly moved his hand away. Better luck next time. Zhong Qi watched helplessly as Fu Chang'an turned to greet Captain Qi. Captain Qi. Zhong Qi quickly hid behind Fu Chang'an's voice and called out, "Hello, Captain Qi." Qian nodded and smiled at Fu Chang'an, then snorted at Zhong Qi. Zhong Qi, I must visit old Zhong someday and have a talk with him. Zhong Qi, feeling hopeless, nodded. Hee, Captain Qi. My grandpa welcomes you, me too. Seeing Zhong Qi's defeated look, Qi Yun suddenly smiled. All right, just watch the show quietly. Zhong Qi turned away like a lifeless doll, rolled his eyes at Fu Chang'an. Chang'an, oh, you really got me into trouble today. How come Captain Qi is behind us? I feel like I'd rather be dead. Fu Chang'an shot him a cold look and spoke mercilessly. Behave. Didn't you see Commissar Lan just speaking on stage? You should know the art troupe definitely brought people today. Why didn't you keep your mouth shut? Zhong Qi looked at the monotonous movements on stage, muttering, It's true, but I'm not allowed to say anything. Ugh. It's not that you're not allowed to speak, but you said too much and they heard you. Besides, don't let your pride in Changning City ruin your reputation. Fu Changmin glanced at the performance with a helpless shake of his head. He thought it's just a show to set the mood. The real strength of the military district is in their military power. After Delanjuan and the others left the stage, Lan Nanyan appeared serious and took the stage. Now, please enjoy the second group's performance. She immediately stepped down, feeling embarrassed if she stayed longer. Many people in the audience had already expressed their dislike for the uniformity of their art troupe's performances. Her heart grew more anxious for change. Moreover, Delanjuan, standing in the middle, kept her gaze fixed elsewhere, not on her or the audience, but on what the leaders of the art troupe were doing. After Lan Nanyan left the stage, her face grew darker. If Jiang Cha-Cha and the others caused any more trouble, she would definitely give the entire art troupe a harsh lesson.
저기죠.
Yoi. As soon as the singing began, Lan Nen immediately snapped back to attention, looking surprised at Chen Lianhua standing in the middle on stage. Is she singing herself? Without a microphone? Suddenly, the noisy hall fell silent. Only the melodious singing floated through the hall and drifted away into the distance. The others on stage performed their familiar, strong movements, raising their heads, spinning, all in perfect unison. Their movements were softer yet more powerful than Du Lanwan and the others, and they were new, never seen before, refreshing to watch. As the music grew louder and higher, the four of them stood in a line, twisting their waists, swaying their hips, then took 2 steps back. A sudden whooshing sound cut through the hall. Only then did Lan Nan realize 2 more people hadn't come out yet. Could it be? A person dressed in a military uniform, and gender hard to tell, appeared holding a fan, alongside a beautiful sword-wielding woman who looked lively and charming. Jiang Cha-Cha drew her sword, twirled flowers, flirted with her sword, carried her sword on her back, stepped gracefully, and finally pointed her sword steadily at Chao Chuyu's fan. Qian Lianhua's singing suddenly shifted into a gentle, lingering hum. At this moment, Jiang Cha-Cha threw her sword aside, snatched Chao Chuyu's fan, and paired it with her red shawl. The fan moved in Jiang Cha-Cha's hands, matching her light dance steps. The sunlight favored her, casting a warm glow through the high window. Everyone felt Jiang Cha-Cha was like a fairy dancing. Finally, the song gradually softened. Chao Chuyu lifted Jiang Cha-Cha up, and Jiang Cha-Cha placed her fan on Chao Chuyu's face. They stood behind the fan, feeling worlds apart. Clap, clap, clap. The audience below cheered and praised. Great. Such a powerful dance. Wow, it looks like swordplay and shadows. So impressive. The arts troupe really isn't soft. The last scene was the best, like a fairy returning home. Yes, well done. Great performance. I love it. Originally, the girls who came for the social gathering were a bit upset about the arrangement. They thought it was supposed to be a friendly meet, but then the arts troupe was brought in. Wasn't that embarrassing for them? But unexpectedly, after watching such an amazing show, they were overjoyed. Some girls who met their revolutionary partners couldn't help but relate to Jiang Cha-Cha and Chao Chuyu's final move. Shall we set a time to go out for a meal someday? Some soldiers nearby heard the girls' words and were so happy they couldn't stop smiling and nodded eagerly. Whatever you say, Lannan was also very happy. These people are impressive, even coming up with such an unexpected ending. She overheard the girls talking nearby. If many good matches happen, she believes her art troupe also played a part. The leaders of the art troupe sitting behind were surprised. Looking at it now, Meng Li and these new soldiers are indeed more capable. Qian didn't show much on his face, but his excitement was obvious in his eyes. Meanwhile, Zhong Qi at the front was sighing. I said this earlier, this performance is quite interesting, much better than before. Fu Chang'an didn't speak. His deep eyes no longer held the coldness that kept others at a distance. Instead, they focused on the lively, spirited performers on stage. Wang Haiyan and Meng Li were very happy behind the scenes, while Wu Peiwen, just coming from backstage, looked very upset. Director Meng, was this your idea?
Now.
It's even more lively. Mengli shook her head. She hadn't interfered in this matter, wanting to see Jiang Cha-Cha's true ability. She didn't expect her to be so talented. It truly surprised her. I taught them the dance moves, but the choreography and those eye-catching ideas were all Jiang Cha-Cha and her team's own. Especially her final move, lifted by Chao Chuyu. That was the highlight. Wang Haiyan was even happier upon hearing this. With these talented people from Huacheng, her position in the art troupe was completely secure. Fu Chang'an listened to the conversation behind him and silently repeated Jiang Cha-Cha's name. So her name is Jiang Cha-Cha. Thinking of the beautiful, pure girl on stage earlier, his heart involuntarily quickened. He reached out to press his chest, but it was useless. He understood. His heart was disturbed. He silently lowered his eyes, a determined look flashing in his gaze. After leaving the stage, Jiang Cha-Cha and her companions didn't go backstage, but instead went to another dressing room to change out of their dance costumes. Afterward, they returned to the auditorium. The people attending the gathering had already left, leaving only the leaders of the cultural troupe at the front and Du Lanwan, and a few others sitting in the first row on the right. Jiang Cha-Cha and her group sat down directly in the first row on the left. Lan Nan was counting the votes, while Chi Yun and some members of the cultural troupe watched nearby. Lu, the director, looked at the papers Lan Nan had taken out, all of which had the number 2 written on them. He silently glanced at Meng Li. This person usually seems unremarkable, but is surprisingly capable. She's not afraid of the Fu family behind Wu Peiwen. Impressive.
9,
13,
22, 40,
60, 61, 62, 63 votes, 64 votes. Lan Nan counted aloud while showing the results to the members of the cultural troupe. After finishing, she handed the votes to Captain Chi for a double check. Chi Yun rechecked and confirmed, a total of 64 votes, all for the second dance performance. While he was verifying, the others in the troupe also stared with wide eyes. Everyone had a sense of the outcome, but Chi Yun still announced it publicly. He took the results onto the stage, looking serious at both the new and veteran team members. Comrades, the results are in. It's clear and worth celebrating, but it also makes some comrades feel ashamed. Du Lanwan and her group sneered as they glanced at the other side, their lips already curved into smiles, ready to accept praise. As for Wu Peiwen, she knew her side would lose once she saw Jiang Cha-Cha and her team perform and heard the applause from the audience. Angrily, she left without staying to congratulate Du Lanwan and the others. In her mind, these people were no longer worth her efforts. She also realized her new goal, helping Fu Chang'an find a match. She had just gone back this afternoon and mentioned that there was a gathering in the auditorium. Her aunt handed her a basket with a big red envelope underneath.
If
Wu Peiwen couldn't even imagine what reward her aunt might give her, so she left without hesitation. After all, staying would only make her look worse. Suddenly, she understood that as long as Lan Nan remained the political commissar of the cultural troupe, she, as the granddaughter-in-law of the Fu family, wouldn't be bullied. Since her work was going nowhere, she decided to start from her in-laws and win over the Fu family. Wu Peiwen was confident her gains wouldn't be less than holding a minor position in the cultural troupe.
it might even be better that way.
After all, if she hadn't caught Fu Chongqing's eye in the first place, how could she have connected with a Fu family with resources like the art troupe? Wu Peiwen has always been a sensible person who doesn't force things. If one path doesn't work, she can try another. Going back to the Fu family might also let her outshine Jingrong, who always pretends to be perfect, and become the top sister-in-law. So, Wu Peiwen successfully calmed herself down, stopped bothering with work, and went back to the Fu family to please her relatives. Qian looked at Du Lanjian and the others, who were still happily celebrating, and made a quick decision in his mind. Comrades, you have achieved a clear victory. Let's give them a round of applause. Du Lanjian bent slightly, almost ready to stand up and accept apologies from Jiang Cha-Cha and others. But unexpectedly, Qi Yun's words hit her hard. She was so shocked that she sat down suddenly. She and the two people beside her exchanged incredulous looks, panicking. How could this be? It's impossible. Du Lanjian and her friends had always been confident, so they didn't watch Jiang Cha-Cha and the others perform. They were just chatting backstage. Du Lanjian still dreamed of winning over the new recruits and showing off her talents in front of Commander Fu. She thought, when I come out, I'll be the winner. But when they finally appeared, everyone had already left. She was very disappointed. Not only that, she went from imagining herself as the winner to losing badly, completely defeated. The bigger blow came from behind. Qi Yun silently stared at Du Lanjian and the others. The outcome is decided, so this competition is over. However, Du Lanjian, Tong Li, Yixin and those involved in forming factions within the art troupe first detention. After investigation, if confirmed, all involved in faction building will be discharged and transferred back to their hometowns. Qi Yun made this painful decision, even if it meant dismissing most of the veterans and experienced members. He believed it was necessary. He had gone to Yenching and saw that not only were there many talented people, but the most important thing was unity. Everyone worked together and competed fairly for roles. In contrast, in Yenching, they still relied on experience, which prevented progress. The inexperienced had no chance to gain experience, and the experienced couldn't improve. This also led to serious faction-building issues, which was like a cancer in their art troupe. If not removed, the Yenching art troupe would eventually fall apart. After all, this is a military district, where unity is the most important. Qi Yun finished speaking and, ignoring everyone's reactions, walked off the stage. The leaders of the other cultural troops seemed stunned like they had been hit by thunder. After they regained their senses, they looked for Director Qi, but couldn't find her. They could only gather around Lan Nan, talking all at once. Commissioner Lan, this isn't good. I don't like forming cliques, but the year-end big performance is more important. We're all new recruits. Where's our chance to succeed? Commissioner, please help persuade the director. Don't make impulsive decisions. Think it over again. Yes, listening to the chatter around her, Lan Nan didn't hear much clearly. She could only shout, "Enough. Do you have any rules?" The main task of the cultural troupe is to follow orders. Director Qi has already given the command. We just need to carry it out. Lu Shi, take 2 people and send them to the confinement room. I will apply for an investigation team to come and look into this. As for everyone else, disperse immediately. Say one more word, and you'll also be confined. Lu Shi had been standing nearby, without joining the fuss. When she heard Lan Nan's instructions, she responded immediately and, with 2 other staff members, took the stunned Dulan Wan and others away. The remaining people saw Lan Nan walk away, without looking back, and also left. As for Jiang Cha-Cha and the others, except for Jiang Cha-Cha herself, the rest hadn't yet recovered from the shock. Jiang Cha-Cha looked at her watch. It was past 7 in the evening. She touched her stomach, which was growling a bit. I'm so hungry. Too bad the cafeteria is already closed. Chao Chi was thinking about how Director Qi told Dulan Wan and others to retire immediately, which made her break out in cold sweat. Suddenly, she heard Jiang Cha-Cha say she was hungry. She helplessly nudged Jiang Cha-Cha with her shoulder. Cha-Cha, you have such a good attitude. You're not affected at all. A few others nearby nodded and looked at Jiang Cha-Cha with envy. Jiang Cha-Cha also felt helpless. She spread her hands, but the director said that forming cliques and not working together is the problem, right? It's not because of winning or losing that people retire or transfer. What are you all afraid of? Jiang Cha-Cha hit the nail on the head. Yes, forming cliques really was the key issue. Qin Yunduo immediately turned her head, holding Jiang Cha-Cha's face. I asked my aunt to bring some pastries the day before yesterday. I'll treat you. Eat as much as you want. I want some too. Today, we're all heroes. Eat, eat, everyone eat together in our dormitory. The clear laughter of 6 girls echoed through the auditorium. Zhong Qi followed Fu Chang'an out of the auditorium. He was still thinking about the wonderful dance just now. The main performer in the second act was indeed beautiful. Only someone like that could be called a star of the art troupe. But suddenly, he remembered that today's purpose was Fu Chang'an's matchmaking date. He quickly realized this and nudged Fu Chang'an. Hey, is this your matchmaking date? You're really being lazy about it. Don't you think Hui Annie might know? You're underestimating Deputy Blue. Your family's relatives, TSK, 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 they won't cover for you. Besides, wasn't it Grandma Blue who asked you to come? You're not going to do your part. Zhong Qi turned to face Fu Chang'an directly, with a look of someone eager to see the show. Fu Chang'an didn't want to pay much attention to him, but this guy deserved a lesson. He looked at the person rushing over from afar, and then at Zhong Qi, who was happily watching and laughing. He raised an eyebrow. Are you sure the person you should be worried about is me? Zhong Qi was about to nod when he suddenly felt a strong gust of wind behind him. He immediately turned around and was kicked squarely.
Bang!
Zhong Qi, you good-for-nothing. I just married you, and you, shameless as you are, come to the banquet to socialize? Do you think I'm dead?
Puffed.
Just wait, I'll teach you a lesson. Fu Chang'an watched from the side as Zhong Qi dodged and darted, looking quite funny. He chuckled softly, a faint dimple appearing on his face. Fu Chang'an didn't plan to get involved in the couple's quarrel this time, considering it a repayment for his wife's previous impulsiveness. Seeing Zhong Qi's embarrassed figure, Fu Chang'an didn't hesitate and turned to leave. Zhong Qi saw Fu Chang'an walking away and suddenly snapped back to his senses. He grabbed his wife's hand and shouted, "Wife, Dr. Zhang. Dandan, listen to me. I was just here with Fu Chang'an, that scoundrel, for a matchmaking date. But who knew he would cause so much trouble? He even sent someone to notify you." Heartless Fu Chang'an. Dandan hesitated, looking around at the curious onlookers. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she tugged Zhong Qi and headed home. When she got home, Zhang Dandan took out a feather duster and snapped it toward the wooden table, glaring coldly at Zhong Qi. Say it clearly. Make it clear. If there's even a little mistake, I'll beat you until your surname is changed to Zhang. Seeing her holding the feather duster, Zhong Qi felt his legs go weak. This fierce wife was quick to act. Today, Lao Fu came to see me first. Grandma Lan asked him to join a social gathering. You know he prefers to stay single, and he usually refuses these matchmaking events. But he couldn't refuse Grandma Lan, so he dragged me along. Zhong Qi spoke while watching Zhang Dandan's expression. When her face softened a bit, he reached out and helped her sit down. Wife, don't worry. I sat at the back corner with him the whole time. I didn't do anything. Comrade Qi from the art troupe can vouch for me. I was just there to keep Lao Fu company. Zhang Dandan gave him an impatient look. Really? Didn't you also chat happily with a girl? It was a nurse from our hospital who told me. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have known. You're too much. Hearing this, Zhong Qi was stunned. Did he really talk with that girl? And happily? He felt even more wronged than Do-yi. Zhang Dandan was so upset, she almost cried. Zhong Qi didn't say anything. She fully believed what the nurse said. He must have been chatting with another girl. If this was true, Zhang Dandan wouldn't stand for such unfairness. If she couldn't be happy, she'd just handle it herself. Hearing his wife's sobs, Zhong Qi felt heartbroken. He quickly reached out and hugged her. No, wife, you're so wronged. That girl? Zhong Qi racked his brains but couldn't figure it out. Zhang Dandan, with tears in her voice, replied, she said she was from the art troupe, all dressed up with makeup. Suddenly, Zhong Qi remembered who it was. He slapped his forehead. I thought I had talked to that ghost, but it turns out she's not a ghost at all. Hearing Zhong Qi's words, Zhang Dandan stopped crying. She looked curious with tears still on her face and asked, What do you mean, not a ghost? Zhong Qi reached out to wipe her tears, about to explain. But Zhang Dandan moved back quickly. Your hands are too rough. Don't touch my face. Just tell me, what do you mean, not a ghost? Zhang Dandan stared at him with wide eyes, as if he couldn't speak anymore once he started. Zhong Qi found her expression so adorable he almost couldn't hold back a laugh. But he knew her temper well. If he laughed now, Zhang Dandan would only get angrier, and he would end up sleeping in the guest room. Hurry up and tell me, will you say it or not? If you don't, I accidentally bumped into old Fu while looking for Lao Fu and… Haha, you wouldn't believe it, my wife. Hee, I was so amused. Zhang Dandan was suddenly interested. She looked at Zhong Qi, who was laughing so hard he was holding her. "Quick, tell me what happened." He drew her eyebrows thicker than a man's, and her lips looked like those of a monster that had eaten someone, big and bloody. But the funniest part, you wouldn't believe, Zhang Qi paused on purpose. When Zhang Dandan urged him, he continued, "I told her I was Lao Fu, and you know what?" She immediately said, "Oh, Captain Fu.
Officer Fu.
Don't mind her," and she even said she would apologize to Officer Fu after the performance. Haha, I was laughing so much, Zhang Dandan understood. She realized that the woman wasn't interested in her husband, but in Officer Fu. "You really should have told me earlier. I thought." Zhang Qi leaned in and kissed her cheek. "Not at all. My wife is so beautiful and the best for me. I wouldn't even look at other girls." Zhang Dandan was about to ask about Fu Chang'an's blind date today, but Zhang Qi, hearing this, was so scared he immediately picked her up and went into the room. "Darling, don't worry about others.
Just care about me.
I've been sleeping in the guest room for a long time, and only things related to us matter in our home." At the Fu family, Fu Changyu immediately returned after Yun Ant's warning. When Fu Chang'an came back, she was eating delicious braised noodles, slurping non-stop.
I'm starving.
"I stayed in the library at school for a long time today and finished everything Yun Ant brought me. Luckily, my brother went on a blind date today, so I..." Cough, cough, cough. Hearing Yun Ant suddenly cough, Fu Changyu immediately thought of something. She looked up at the door and saw Fu Chang'an standing there, staring at her. She was still slurping noodles when suddenly she was startled by the unpredictable Fu Chang'an. She was so scared that she swallowed an entire strand of noodles, which made her choke. Cough, cough, I cough, cough. After a long while, Fu Changyu finally recovered. She glanced at Fu Chang'an sitting in the living room drinking tea, then quickly finished her noodles. She looked pitifully at Aunt Yun, and they exchanged a look. "Fu. Aunt Yun, I feel so sad. Why did my brother suddenly come back again?" "Boo-hoo. Yun. Changyu, I don't know either. I thought Chang'an would be like before, where the family asked him to go on a blind date, and he wouldn't come back for days. I didn't expect him to act so strangely today. Fu. Sigh, Aunt Yun, I need to exercise again." "Yun, keep it up." The look between Fu Changyu and Aunt Yun ended for now. She stood up and went to Fu Chang'an's side, asking cautiously, "Brother, can I do 50 push-ups today?" After saying that, Fu Changyu was about to go to a spacious place to start. Unexpectedly, Fu Chang'an suddenly pardoned her. "No need.
Today."
Haha, I'm happy. You don't have to do push-ups." "Oh, and I have a comrade from South Province. You wanted to see if you could grow matsutake mushrooms yourself? I'll get some for you." Fu Changyu suddenly turned her head sharply and sat down next to Fu Chang'an, staring intently at his face. There was no trace of surprise in her eyes, only suspicion and fear. Was this still her cold, sharp-tongued brother?
Wow.
"Oh my, brother, are you possessed today?" Fu Changyu's pupils were trembling. She couldn't believe that the words just now came from Fu Chang'an's sharp mouth. She tentatively looked at Aunt Yun, who was also surprised, and nodded at Fu Changyu. Suddenly, Fu Changyu jumped up, disturbing Fu Chang'an's mood of making tea. She got up and went back to her room. Fu Chang'an, this is your first day being a good brother," Fu Changyu shouted loudly. Aunt Yun quickly waved her hand to stop her. "Oh, Changyu, don't shout. Be careful, or Chang'an might turn around and give you a surprise attack. Then your 50 push-ups might not go well." Fu Changyu's excited heart immediately calmed down. She suddenly reached out and covered her mouth, but her trembling shoulders still showed her happiness. She didn't dare say anything more, afraid of attracting Fu Chang'an again. If he changed his mind, she would be the one suffering. But Fu Changyu couldn't help but feel proud and said, "Today the weather is really nice. I'm so happy." At this moment, Lu Huimin opened the door and walked in. She just heard Fu Changyu's words. She looked suspicious and glanced outside at the sky, which had completely darkened. After changing her shoes and coming inside, Lu Huimin picked up a notebook from the cabinet and came over. She reached out and patted Fu Changyu's head, feeling no heat, so she lost interest and sat down to look at her own notebook. While reading, she also complained to Fu Changyu, "Changyu, I told you to eat less of what you grow yourself. Do you think you have experience like the farmers? They have decades of planting experience." Lu Huimin looked her daughter up and down, then pursed her lips. "It's not that I don't support our family, but honestly, your skin color is the only thing that can compare to the farmers. As for farming, that's not your strong suit." Lu Huimin kept talking, flipping her notebook to the next page. "Look at you getting all worked up over nothing. Luckily, the weather is good. Outside, it's so dark no one can see anything. Is this good weather? And this morning and afternoon, wasn't there a strong wind? It blew a lot of sand into the house. You're really quite foolish." After saying this, Lu Huimin felt she had finished talking to her daughter. Her mouth was a bit dry, so she looked at Aunt Yun nearby. "Yunjia, could you please help me heat some soup? I went outside and drank some to soothe my throat. It's so dry outside." Aunt Yun nodded and went to the kitchen to prepare. Fu Changyu was glaring angrily at Lu Huimin. She had wanted to share with Lu Huimin about Fu Chang'an acting strange today, but Lu Huimin's words made her so angry she couldn't speak. Fu Changyu immediately set aside her worries about Fu Chang'an. Feeling very stubborn, she sat down heavily next to Lu Huimin and, wanting to tease her, reached out and took the notebook from Lu Huimin's hands. She confidently said, "Mom, don't look down on people. The things I grow are very good, and I believe that eating what I produce makes me very healthy. Also, my happiness is my own business. It's not because I ate my own crops and went crazy." Fu Changyu cares a lot about this. She and her siblings in the Fu family have taken very different paths. Others have joined the military, gone into politics, or pursued various research fields. Only she has fallen in love with farming. But I must say, she does have some talent. The crops she grows yield more and are more nutritious. However, the taste is hard to describe. Even the best chefs struggle to make delicious dishes with her raw ingredients. Lu Huimin was deeply engrossed in reading a booklet. She didn't expect her mischievous daughter to take the book away. She looked at Fu Changyu with disapproval. "Enough. Just don't make yourself look foolish. Hand over the thing. This is very important and must not be leaked. I finally got Aunt Defong to write this for me." Hearing this, Fu Changyu became curious. She quickly flipped through the booklet, feeling dizzy from all the information. "What is this? A shopping list? Based on table numbers and dish quantities." Her brows furrowed tightly. She couldn't understand what it was. "Mom, what did you bring back? And why did Aunt Defong lend it to you?" Lu Huimin saw Fu Changyu reading aloud and quickly snatched the booklet away. She patted Fu Changyu's bottom and said, somewhat embarrassed, "Sure. Why are you reading out loud? This is something Aunt Defong wrote for me after I begged her for a long time. It's for your brother's wedding banquet. If you keep shouting, Chang'an will hear and start nagging me again." Seeing the booklet being pulled away, Fu Changyu rolled her eyes and rubbed her bottom. "Mom, I think you should stop rushing to do these things. If my brother, that lonely guy, finds out, he might." As she spoke, a sudden idea flashed through her mind, but she didn't catch it fully. However, she started to get some clues. Soon, she would use this lead to figure out why Fu Chang'an was acting strange today. She grabbed Lu Huimin's hand excitedly and asked, "Mom, what did you just say?" Lu Huimin frowned. Since her daughter agreed to learn farming, she no longer looked like a proper young lady. Never mind, at this point, even a refined lady might not be so proper. Your Aunt Defong's gift list for the wedding banquet was just a reference. Neither your second nor fourth brothers held one before, and I have no experience, so I asked Aunt Defong for it." Upon hearing this, Fu Changyu clapped her hands sharply, with a completely alert expression, as if she had uncovered a big secret. "Yes, the wedding banquet gift list. That's it. Today, Fu Chang'an went on a blind date." "That's the truth." Lu Huimin looked at Fu Changyu and truly thought she was acting strangely. "Mom," but before she could say anything, Fu Changyu grabbed her hand again. "Did my brother go on a blind date today?" "No, he probably went to a social gathering." "Haha, I finally figured it out." Fu Changyu looked as if she suddenly understood everything. It turns out Fu Chang'an was so easy to handle because he was returning from a social event. Since attending the gathering made him happy, something must have happened there. Hee, Fu Changyu grinned mischievously, connecting all the clues. The strange behavior of Fu Chang'an was also explained. She chuckled, her heart fluttering with excitement. Who is so clever that they can handle Fu Chang'an's sharp tongue? Lu Huimin looked at Fu Changyu with surprise, wondering what she was rambling about. Your brother should be at home today. Aren't you afraid of him? Fu Changyu pretended to be profound, raising her finger and waving it side to side. No. She confidently placed her hands on her hips, glancing at the staircase. The mountain person has now found a way to deal with Fu Chang'an, this fierce and wicked brother. Auntie is not afraid of him anymore. From now on, the workers, peasants, and soldiers will stand up. Lu Huimin truly regretted giving birth to such a crazy daughter. She sighed helplessly. All right, go ahead and be happy. I want to see the notebook Aunt Defong gave you. When it's time to handle your brother, I won't make mistakes. Fu Chang'an went to a social gathering this time. Next time, if there's such an event, let Peiwen tell me. Since he won't go to a blind date alone, arrange a social gathering for him. Fu Changyu hesitated, wanting to tell Lu Huimin something, but after thinking for a moment, she decided not to. If she told her mother, everyone in the family would find out. Then how could she still use her advantage against Fu Chang'an, her black-hearted brother? Haha. Fu Changyu thought about her plans and laughed happily, like a cat that had just caught a scent. As for Lu Huimin beside her, she completely ignored her daughter and was focused on the notebook she received from her friend. Still, she couldn't help but warn her daughter, you're free to mess around at home, but if you act so wild outside, you might lose your reputation. Hearing this, Fu Changyu pouted and huffed. Fu Chang'an had been upstairs for a while, but he wasn't in his bedroom. Instead, he went to the study. His expression was calm and cold. It seemed like nothing was wrong, but the writing on his paper revealed his thoughts. On the paper, a character for T was vividly drawn. Fu Chang'an was momentarily stunned, put down his brush, and looked at his messy strokes. He clearly understood that his mind was troubled. Since that's the case, I might as well follow my heart. He picked up his brush again and wrote a character for Fu next to the T character. The two characters were side by side. Satisfied, he put down his brush, tidied up his desk, and left. At the art troupe, Jiang Cha-Cha and the others had won a contest. Since the senior members hadn't finished their investigation, Wang Haiyan and Lan Nan asked for a day off for the new recruits. They had been with the troupe for nearly 2 months and hadn't had a break yet. So today, everyone in Jiang Cha-Cha's dormitory slept in lazily. In the middle of the day, they finished getting ready, put on casual clothes, and carefully dressed up to go out for a walk. Cha-Cha, later let's go to the department store together. I'll treat you to delicious spring rolls. You don't know, when I was a kid, my aunt took me to Huacheng, and I craved it so much I had to mention it every time I saw her. Chen Yunduo was packing her small bag, planning to bring more money to buy things. She had quite a few items she wanted to buy. The others nearby nodded in agreement. Yes, Cha-Cha, you played the biggest role in our victory yesterday. Whatever you want to eat, as long as we can treat you, we will. Yeah, how about roast duck? I'll buy one for everyone to share. Jiang Cha-Cha was not shy. She licked her bright red lips and said, I also want to eat sweet osmanthus cake. Done. Haha, let's go now. The Yen City Military District is located within the city, not in the center, but it's not in the mountains or far from the county town like other districts. This makes it very convenient for the families accompanying the troops and the young women in the cultural troupe. When Jiang Cha-Cha and the others left wearing beautiful traditional dresses, most of the new recruits at the door were from their first group. Everyone was happily chatting, especially Chao Qiuyu and Chen Yunduo, who talked to everyone and greeted people everywhere, looking very cheerful. Qian was talking to Lan Nan downstairs at the office building. Seeing these lively new recruits, he smiled and said, Yes, we should get along well like this. Unlike some of the older members who form cliques. It's disappointing. Bringing in fresh blood seems to be a good thing for us right now. Lan Nan also sighed after saying this. She learned some of the inside story through investigators. Some of the previous team members had been pushed out of the cultural troupe because they didn't get along with Du Lanwan and her small group. This was also a failure of the leaders, who only cared about the results and didn't pay enough attention to the team members themselves. If last year's pressure from the Ning City cultural troupe hadn't been so intense, they might still hold onto old ideas, thinking their Yen City troupe was the top among all. Our responsibility isn't small either, especially Wu Peiwen.
She is. Sigh.
Qian looked at the new recruits leaving the troupe and said another thing. Lan Nan was surprised in her heart. She knew Qi Yun was giving her a reminder. Wu Peiwen's old team members had become like this, and her passive attitude and neglect were related to her. Lan Nan thought for a moment and decided not to reuse Wu Peiwen anymore. She had once thought they were all family, and Wu Peiwen was capable, but now it seemed she was better suited to reading newspapers in the office.
Captain, I understand.
Since Wu Peiwen isn't suitable to lead the team at the front, we should transfer her to the office to organize files. As for Meng Li, I think highly of her. Qian looked at Lan Nan with some surprise. No wonder she was the niece of old Lady Lan. She was quite decisive. He nodded without saying much, and his brow relaxed. All right, that works. Meng Li is indeed good, but we can't just dismiss her like before. You still need to keep a close eye on her. The higher-ups won't allow us to cause trouble like this again. Qi Yun finished speaking and then left. Lan Nan nodded seriously, watching him walk away. She thought that this time, the situation was like a painful but necessary healing for the art troupe. Thinking about the 15 veteran members she would send away tonight, Lan Nan looked disappointed and frustrated. After a moment, she shook her head and headed straight to the logistics team. Although it was a pity, she had to follow through and transfer them back to their hometowns. Otherwise, the Yen City art troupe would only get worse and eventually disappear. She wanted to personally make sure this was done, then return to give the new members a political lesson. She had to make them remember that forming cliques would lead to punishment, and only unity was the way forward. Jiang Cha-Cha looked at the street, which was very different from Huacheng. There were even more tall buildings here. Wow, this place is totally different from Huacheng. Yen City also has the Great Wall. Next time we have a holiday, let's go see it together. Yes, there are many famous sites here. We must visit them so that when we go home and ask about Yen City, we won't just shake our heads. Chao Chuyu, standing nearby, said and shook her head, making everyone laugh. Yeah, but since we're here, we can see the scenery anytime. Things aren't as easy to buy as we want. First, let's go shopping, and in the afternoon, we need to check in at the dormitory building. Okay, housekeeper got it. Steward Qin Yunduo playfully chased and teased the others, and the people behind also followed, their cheerful laughter attracting passers-by nearby. Yen City department store, Jiang Cha-Cha entered and immediately felt like a fish in the sea. Her eyes lit up. Qin Yunduo and the others understood her well and quickly bought some osmanthus cakes on the first floor for her to hold. Chao Chuyu even reminded her, Cha-Cha, take your time eating. I brought a water bottle with hot water inside. Just relax and shop with us. Jiang Cha-Cha took a piece of osmanthus cake, nibbling slowly while nodding. Let's go, to the second floor. There are fabrics and ready-made clothes. Even though we have military uniforms and dance costumes in the army, don't we want to dress up beautifully when we're on leave and meet people? Yes, and we also need to buy makeup like eyebrow pencils and lipstick we talked about last time. The group pulled Jiang Cha-Cha along and hurried to the second floor. The second floor of the department store has fewer counters than the first floor, but there are many more people. Jiang Cha-Cha looked at several counters, all crowded with shoppers. Are you all planning to squeeze in? The remaining few nodded in unison. Yes, we're here, so we might as well check out the fabrics. If we miss a nice one, we'll regret it forever. Exactly. Let's go to the fabric counters. You, Cha-Cha, and Chi can go to the ready-made clothing counters. If you see something good, just grab it. Now that we have salaries, we can buy what we like. Jiang Cha-Cha followed Qin Yunduo and Rin Shui into the ready-made clothing section. She was pretty, so the staff immediately noticed her. The staff was quick-witted, eyes shining, and pointed at Jiang Cha-Cha, shouting, "Why do you say our clothes are ugly? These are imported goods. If it weren't for a tiny snag on the sleeve, this dress wouldn't be here." Hearing this, the person holding the dress, who also had a bad temper, directly threw the dress onto the counter. "Ha! Your dress is just ugly. It's green and shiny, making me look like a green-skinned person. And you're so stubborn. I spent 50 yuan on this dress. I want a refund. Your clothes are ugly." The clerk was too lazy to argue with her and looked at the onlookers instead. "Everyone listen. She says she wants a refund because she finds the dress ugly, not because of quality issues. Since that's the case, as long as this lady wears it and doesn't look ugly, it proves it's not our clothes' problem. So, would you be willing to try it on?" Jiang Cha-Cha had just finished the last bite of her osmanthus cake. She coughed lightly, looked up at the clerk, and everyone finally saw her appearance. Her skin was as white as jade, and her eyes were very beautiful, like clear spring waters filled with springtime feelings. Next to her, Ren Shui frowned. The clerk was talking to others, ignoring them and Cha-Cha. Suddenly, she saw the clerk's mouth move. She understood the lip movements, thought for a moment, and decided it was worth it. She quickly reached out and touched Jiang Cha-Cha. "Cha-Cha, you can try it on." Jiang Cha-Cha didn't mind, but since Ren Shui spoke up, she agreed to try. "All right." The clerk immediately moved the counter's barrier aside and helped Jiang Cha-Cha put on the green coat. Then she pushed her to the front of the counter, smiling happily at everyone. "Look at this. I'm saying it's not the clothes that are ugly. It's a people's issue, not our department store's clothes. Besides, when I bought these clothes, another man paid for them. Why didn't you say the clothes were ugly then? Now you want a refund? No way." Everyone didn't pay attention to what she was saying. They all looked at Jiang Cha-Cha because she looked so good in the clothes. A few young women and younger women nearby started shouting, "Comrade! Comrade! Are these clothes still available? We want to buy them. They look so nice. I want to wear something like that. I'm not as pretty as her, but these clothes look really good on me. Yes, I want one too. Give me one. I do too. I want one." The sales clerk, Jiang He, saw that she had proved the honesty of their store, so she had Jiang Cha-Cha change out of the clothes and place them on the counter. "Comrade, it's clear our clothes are not ugly. You can't return them. Please stop bothering me, or I will call the store security." Hearing the comments from the people around her, the woman frowned, wrapped the clothes in her arms, and ran away. Meanwhile, the sales clerk quickly got busy. Many people wanted the same green coat as the one just now. She smiled happily, thinking her taste was good. She had brought a pretty girl to try on the clothes, and she had sold all the expensive, flawed coats. Thinking about her bonus at the end of the month, Jiang, he was very happy. "Take your time. We also have the same coat that the comrade just wore in all sizes. No need to rush." After changing out of her clothes, Jiang Cha-Cha left the counter and was with Ren Shui. She was curious. Did the sales clerk promise her something good? "Xiao Shui, did the sales clerk say anything special when she asked me to try on the clothes?" Ren Shui nodded, smiling as the number of people around her decreased. "Yes, she said there would be nice clothes for us later, and the prices are affordable." "Great.
Great.
Cha-Cha is really our lucky star in the dorm." Next to them, Chen Yunduo was very excited. She had just liked several pieces of clothing. The department store in Yenching had more variety than in Huacheng. Hearing about the affordable prices, Jiang Cha-Cha also had some ideas. She only had 2 months' salary now, plus the 100 yuan her parents gave her before going out. Buying things for the whole family was a bit tight. If there are discounts from insiders, she could buy a lot for her family today. Jiang he worked for a while, completely buying out the flawed foreign trade goods in her cabinet, then immediately waved to Jiang Cha-Cha and the others. She opened the partition and let the 3 of them in, then took a sip from a nearby water bottle. Suddenly, her eyes caught sight of the military water bottle hanging on Chen Yunduo. She immediately got excited and pointed at the water bottle. "Is this a military water bottle? Are you soldiers from the cultural troop?" Chen Yunduo didn't expect this girl to be quite perceptive and nodded. "Yes, we're out on leave today to go shopping." When Jiang he heard they were from the cultural troop, she was very excited. "Wow, soldiers from the cultural troop. You are really impressive, beautiful, and good at dancing." Especially this girl. She must be a star performer in the troupe, right? Even if not, she must be the prettiest. So lovely. Chen Yunduo wasn't interested in being praised for her skills, but when she heard Jiang He say she was pretty, she gave her a look that said, "You have good taste." Jiang He was amused by Chen Yunduo's look. Haha, hello, my name is Jiang He. I work at this counter. I'm Jiang Cha-Cha, from the Yenching cultural troupe. I'm Ren Shui, also a comrade of Cha-Cha. I'm Chen Yunduo. Jiang He looked happily at them. Are there any clothes here you like? If not, I have more in my cabinet. Earlier, while talking to Chen Yunduo, Jiang Cha-Cha and Ren Shui had been watching for a while, each with their own target. Can I see this one, and this one, they asked. Jiang He took down the items Jiang Cha-Cha pointed to one by one. These 3 are wool coats. They may not be as fancy as those in the foreign exchange district, but our country's own products are still good quality. And they're cheaper than in the foreign exchange district. Chen Yunduo and Ren Shui saw Jiang Cha-Cha pick 3 different coats and were surprised. Cha-Cha, are you really going to buy so many? We can't wear that many. Jiang Cha-Cha nodded. I'm buying for my family, my mom, my sister, and my twin sister, one each. Chen Yunduo and Ren Shui finally relaxed, relieved. They had been worried she was going to keep them for herself. Hey, the 3 items TT chose are really nice. I'm going to buy one for my mom too. Yeah, I want to buy one as well, so my mom won't complain about me spending money carelessly. Hee hee, I'll use clothes to keep her quiet. Jiang He watched them happily buying whatever they liked, feeling very envious. She quickly packed the selected items and kept track of the bill. Jiang He, I still want to try on this balaji. Ren Shui also liked a pink balaji. Little Shui, I like that one too, but I won't compete with you. Jiang He, let me see the green balaji. I just saw TT wearing green and I realized green is really beautiful. Plus, it makes you look fairer. Jiang TT and her friends picked out many clothes. She almost couldn't control herself, but when others came over, she stopped. Jiang He was calculating the bill nearby, clicking the abacus beads loudly. Everyone around was nervous, thinking, is she counting for so long? How much will it be? TT, you bought 3 women's coats, 3 men's jackets, and a small military uniform. The total is 86 yuan. I can give you a discount. Let's say 80 yuan. Jiang TT quickly took out 80 yuan from her pocket, along with 6 military coupons. The people nearby gasped at the price. Chao Chiu tugged at Jiang TT's arm and whispered in her ear, TT, you only have 2 months' salary. We're all level 26 workers, earning only 38 yuan a month. You just spent over 2 months' worth of salary. There are still 10 days until payday. Hearing this, Jiang TT felt something was wrong. Isn't her monthly salary 50 yuan? But she was clever enough not to say it out loud. I had some money from my family when I went out. Besides, I only bought this once. Next time, I'll wait until I get a raise to buy things for my family. Chao Chi listened to Jiang TT's explanation and didn't say anything more. But she didn't want to send things home, especially with Chao Chunhua still there. She was afraid they'd take advantage of her again. The others also didn't plan to buy and send things home now. They thought they'd just bring them back during the long holiday. After Chen Yunduo and Ren Shui paid, the group didn't linger and moved on to the next target. Jiang He watched a few people leave and looked at them with envy. So nice. The soldiers in the cultural troupe are really handsome. The shop assistant next door also saw Jiang Cha-Cha and the others carrying large and small bags as they left. She looked at their backs with a bit of jealousy. Bah, wasteful people. Just because they have pretty faces, they think they can spend freely? Don't they consider if any men want them? TCH, after saying that, she immediately went to bother Jiang He. She stood in front of Jiang He's counter, casually chewing sunflower seeds, then spat out the shells onto Jiang He's counter. Her eyes flicked around, but her face looked kind and motherly. Her words, however, had a suggestive tone. Jiang He, is that person who returned the item again? You're too easy to bully. If it were me, I'd slap her twice and send her flying. Let's see if she dares to come back. She pointed a sunflower seed shell at Jiang He's face. You're just a young girl with a thin skin and poor social skills. If it were me, that woman's face would be ruined today. Oh, and haha. Maybe those few people who bought clothes earlier will come looking for you too. Those ones don't look like they're rich. Jong-hee looked at her pockmarked face and short, round body with a blank expression. She wondered how the manager of the department store could be involved with someone like her. It really proved the saying, even dung outside can smell good. Really? I wouldn't dare. Hitting someone means calling the police. I don't want to lose my job just because I got angry and let someone take advantage of me. Don't you think so? Jong-hee looked pitiful, as if she was worried about losing her job. Lee-yen clenched her teeth in anger, ready to retort, but before she could speak, Jong-hee's sarcastic voice came again. Yenching, you don't know. Those people are all from the Yen City Military District's cultural troupe. They're official workers, not to mention, these artistic soldiers are both pretty and talented. They're nothing like that returner, who's got bad intentions. Lee-yen understood that Jong-hee was talking about her as the bad-intentioned person. She trembled with anger. She threw away her sunflower seeds and pointed at Jong-hee. But Jong-hee suddenly smiled. Haha, Yenching, what are you doing? Gossiping? Why are you suddenly so emotional? Don't get upset. Girls get sick more easily when they're angry. I heard from a relative that she once got so angry just from talking, she fell ill. You don't know, Jong-hee suddenly stopped speaking. Lee-yen saw that she stopped talking and became curious about what was wrong with this relative, so she said the last thing she would ever regret. What's wrong with her? Jong-hee chuckled and hiccuped. She finally got so angry she died. Hiccup, Jong-hee. You wait for me. I will deal with you sooner or later. Lee-yen realized that this mischievous girl was secretly teasing her again. She was so angry she tapped her foot and stomped in place. A manager passing by saw this and asked, Comrade Lee-yen, what are you doing? Seeing her backer arrive, Lee-yen thought she could report Jong-hee for her behavior. But suddenly, she remembered she had just said she would slap a customer, and she felt guilty and swallowed her words. It's nothing. I was just talking to Jong-hee. I wore too little today and am cold. After saying this, she winked flirtatiously at the manager and tried to flirt with him, but Jong-hee interrupted her directly. Also, manager, you always emphasize hygiene. Look, there are sunflower seed shells on the ground that Comrade Lee-yen spit out. The manager looked at Lee-yen and saw her flirtatious eyes, then immediately ordered, Jong-hee, just clean up here your counter. Follow. Jong-hee was not a pushover. She crossed her arms and looked at the two like two piles of poop. How come the manager and Sister Yen are so close? These are her sunflower seed shells. Am I supposed to wipe her butt? I don't have that kind of relationship with her. Poof, the manager, hearing Jong-hee's words, immediately shook his head and waved his hands, wishing he had more mouths to clarify. No, I was just looking at your counter. Since Lee-yen made it dirty, she should clean it herself. I don't have that kind of relationship with her, After saying this, he quickly slipped away. The other salespeople around understood what was going on between these two, and exchanged glances with amused expressions. As for Lee-yen, she was afraid these people might find out something. She glanced sideways at Jong-hee for a moment, then finally squatted down and picked up her sunflower seed shells. At the post office. Hello, comrade. Do you have a letter for me? From Yenching, recipient Jong Cha-cha. Yes, there are 3 letters. It's been a long time. Why haven't you come to pick them up? If they stay too long, we can't be responsible if they get lost. Jong Cha-cha took the 3 letters handed to her by the staff at the window, feeling very happy.
Thank you, comrade.
I work in a cultural troupe and usually don't have time to come out myself. Sorry for the trouble. After saying this, she hugged the letters and was about to leave, but she was stopped. Wait, are you from the Yen City Cultural Troupe? Jong Cha-cha nodded politely. The staff member looked at her and smiled. Oh, I see. You don't need to leave your letters here. You can have your family send them directly to the military district. Just pick them up at the guard room when the time comes. Cultural troupe? Another voice interrupted. Jong Cha-cha turned her head and saw a man she didn't recognize. He looked quite handsome, tall and slim, and was wearing glasses. Are you also from the cultural troupe? Jong Cha-cha asked curiously. The man spoke in a very familiar tone, as if he knew the troupe well. Could he be a fellow member? Sun Shuwen smiled softly and pushed his glasses up on his nose. No, but I really admire soldiers. When I heard you say you're from the cultural troupe, I couldn't help but say something. Jiang Cha-Cha blinked gently, her eyelashes fluttering like fans. Oh. She then turned her head and smiled sweetly at the staff behind the counter. Thank you, sister. Next time, I'll tell my family to send the letters directly to the military district. After saying this, Jiang Cha-Cha stepped out. Seeing her quick steps, Sun Shuwen followed without hesitation. Across the street from the post office, under a big tree, Chen Yunduo and others were waiting for Jiang Cha-Cha. It's getting colder these days. I heard Yen City is even colder than Huaqing. After all, it's in the north. Not the farthest north, but it still snows in winter. A gust of wind blew, and Chen Yunduo shivered as Chao Chiyu finished speaking. Haha, Chiyu, you're a dancer, so you should be better at resisting the cold than most girls, right? Chao Chiyu rolled her eyes at Chen Yunduo and kept pacing with her head lowered. What if I'm delicate? If you're not cold, then don't move. Chen Yunduo's feet started to move, but her mouth was stubborn and refused to speak. I just feel a bit numb in my feet. That's all, not cold. Chao Chiyu smiled mischievously at her, shaking her body playfully. Wow, it's really cold. So cold. SSS. Suddenly, everyone around shrank back a little. Chiyu, what are you doing? You're involving us too. Chao Chiyu giggled, knowing she was being playful. All right, stop messing around. Cha-Cha is coming out now. Liu kept watching the post office door, worried that Jiang Cha-Cha hadn't seen them. I'm telling you, if we go back to the art troupe, we can't mess around like this. I heard they'll strictly enforce discipline, eating snacks, staying up late. Those will get us scolded or even sent to political classes. If it's serious, like Delanjuan and others, they'll be discharged and transferred. Rinxue also looked serious as she warned them. Hearing this, the others felt even colder and shivered again. Now I really feel cold from inside out. Yeah, not just the weather's cold, my heart feels cold too. What's cold? Cold? Oh. Sorry, I took a bit longer. Cold? Then let's go back quickly. While they were talking, Jiang Cha-Cha approached. She just heard them talking about feeling cold. She realized her body no longer reacted to hot or cold, so the cold weather didn't bother her much. But she looked at her friends with some concern. Come on, let's go. Don't catch a cold. No, Cha-Cha is just joking. We won't get sick. Our bodies are strong, like soldiers. Even though we're in the arts, we're still tough. Liu stepped forward, holding Jiang Cha-Cha's hand with a smile. Yeah, Cha-Cha, it's not our bodies that are cold, but our hearts. Jiang Cha-Cha looked confused at everyone, then decided not to get involved in their emotional talk. All right, I've finished everything. My friends, wait for me. Let's head to the art troupe. Let's go. Time to go back. The 6 of them linked arms, ready to step forward. Hey, wait. Miss, no. Comrade, wait, please wait a moment. Sun Shuwen followed Jiang Cha-Cha out of the post office, but he didn't see her go to the opposite side. Instead, he looked around the entrance of the post office from both sides, almost missing her. When he finally found her, he realized she wasn't alone. However, he hesitated only briefly before rushing over and stopping her. Jiang Cha-Cha didn't mind being called to her. In the past, her friends in the spiritual world called her Cha-Cha or Spirit Fairy. Now, her new friends also call her Cha-Cha, or strangers just call her Jiang Cha-Cha. She didn't think the term, comrade, was meant for her. The others also didn't think they were being called. Just a moment ago, they had been standing under the tree for a while. So, the 6 of them continued walking confidently forward. Seeing that he had already called out, Sun Jiwen noticed the person was pretending not to hear him. His eyes darkened. Comrade. Comrade from the art troupe. At this moment, Chen Yunduo stopped and let go of Chao Chi's hand. She turned her head and looked at the man with 4 eyes, who was about 4 or 5 steps away. Who was this person?
Who are you?
How do you know we're from the art troupe? The others also loosened their hands and turned around. Yeah, who are you? Why are you calling us? Seeing that Jiang Cha-Cha also turned her head and pointing at her, Sun Jiwen said, I need to talk to this comrade. Huh? Why do you want to see her? Chen Yunduo and Chao Chiyu exclaimed in unison. Sun Jiwen felt very impatient. If it weren't for... He forcibly pulled at the corner of his mouth. Well, I have something to say to this comrade, but I don't know you, she replied. Jiang Cha-Cha had just taken osmanthus cake and stuffed it into her mouth again. It was only after swallowing the cake carefully that she responded to him. Sun Jiwen looked shocked, as if he couldn't believe it. The paper he was holding was squeezed so tightly that it was deformed. How can you not know me? We just met at the post office. I'm Sun Jiwen. Jiang Cha-Cha nodded when she heard post office. She had a good memory. They had only met briefly at the post office, but she truly didn't recognize him. We saw each other at the post office, but I really don't know you, she said. Sun Jiwen's anger grew stronger, but when he looked at her pure, flawless face, he suddenly felt he could forgive her moment of forgetfulness. It's okay. I really want to meet you. These are a few poems I wrote. Please enjoy them. We'll meet again during your next holiday. Sun Jiwen quickly stepped forward, hurriedly handed the paper to Jiang Cha-Cha, and then left. Leaving Chen Yunduo and others confused, Lu Yu was the first to react. She quickly reached out and took the paper from Jiang Cha-Cha's hand. With a furious look, she said, Ugh, what kind of toad dares to think about our beautiful girl in the troupe? A lecherous, disgusting man, dirty and smelly, and he even shoved his trashy paper into Cha-Cha's hands. Shameless. Lu Yu looked at the poem on the paper, her face turning pale. No matter if we drift apart in the end, as long as we once felt happy, I won't regret it. Hope you treat me sincerely. I won't be perfunctory. Flowers don't speak. The wind doesn't tell. Rain doesn't startle. You have entered my heart. Ugh, so disgusting. What kind of rubbish is this? Nonsense, and some of it is written in pinyin. Is this a poem from an illiterate? Chao Chuyu and others also took a look at the paper, feeling sick. My goodness, does this person want to date Cha-Cha? I can't believe it. Ren Shui glanced disdainfully at the papers in others' hands and mocked. Using these papers to wipe your butt would be more hygienic than reading this trash. Chen Yunduo was quite curious. Cha-Cha, have you never seen him before? Jiang Cha-Cha nodded. No, I just saw him at the post office earlier. He inserted a sentence into the conversation but didn't say anything meaningful. Ren Shui suddenly grabbed the papers from others, crumpling them into a ball. All right, let's go quickly. We'll be late. When passing by the public restroom, Ren Shui threw the ball of paper inside. Hey, who throws things in the toilet? Be careful. I'll come out and deal with you, the person inside shouted, startling everyone. They looked at each other, unsure of what to do. It was Qian Lianhua who had the experience. She lowered her voice and shouted, Isn't it free paper? Why are you throwing it away? Don't make me come out and clean up. After shouting, she led everyone away. Ha ha ha, that made me laugh so hard. Ren Xiaoxue, your aim isn't bad. Yeah, it was so funny, I almost got caught. The woman in the public restroom quickly wiped herself, crumpled the paper, and started to scold as she opened it. That darn person threw paper at me while I was pooping? Suddenly, her eyes widened as she stared at the words on the paper. As long as you've been happy before, no regrets? Such disgusting words, and still no regrets. Which sneaky couple writes notes like that? So gross. She tore the papers into pieces and threw them into the toilet. So unlucky. Ugh. Shameless couple. If I catch you, I'll report you to the authorities so you get in trouble. The woman in the restroom was shouting loudly, but Jiang Cha-Cha and the others didn't know. However, Qian Lianhua was completely shocked. On the way back to the performance troupe, Chao Chiyu put her arm around Qian Lianhua's shoulder, looking excited. Wow, Lianhua, I didn't expect you to be so clever. Haha, but I agree, that poem from the illiterate person should just be thrown away in the toilet. At this moment, Ren Shui was also very excited. It was her first time doing something mischievous, and she was throwing trash into the public restroom. But she still tried to encourage everyone. Haha, I've never dared to do something like this in Yenching, even on my own turf. But here in Yenching I did it. We're really brave. Jiang Cha-Cha was also very happy. It was her first time feeling the joy of having friends. She thought, this place is definitely better than the spirit realm. That woman probably didn't expect a bunch of girls to throw notes, but we didn't mean to hit anyone. And Lianhua was so quick. Thanks to her, our dorm is really complete. Qin Yunduo and Liu also laughed happily and grew closer to Qian Lianhua. Earlier, because Qian Lianhua was from Shancheng and due to the competition in Huacheng, everyone had some misunderstandings. But after this, everyone truly became united. I didn't do much. I just had this experience back in the countryside. Qian Lianhua shyly shook her head and modestly declined. Chao Qiuyu wouldn't let her retreat into her shell. Holding her hand firmly, he said, "Our dorm is incomplete without you. We need you too. Okay, let's go. We're running late." Yes, the 6 of us are great teammates, friends, and comrades. Lianhua, don't be modest. Let's go. The group happily ran out of the art troupe and hurried back in a lively rush. At the military district, Fu Chang'an was still thinking about how to get close to Jiang Cha-Cha when Zhong Qi pushed open his office door.
Fu Chang'an.
You're really making me mad. Yesterday, I risked being scolded by my wife to go to the social gathering with you. I didn't expect you to be so unkind. You just left me behind and ran off. You're really... Fu Chang'an shot him a glance, and Zhong Qi immediately shut up. He looked at Fu Chang'an's lonely face, thinking to himself, forget it. Old Fu doesn't have a soft, sweet wife to keep him company at night, so he can only sleep alone. Sigh, unlike me last night, I sneaked around and stole some moments. All right. I won't bother you. I have a big heart and won't argue with you. But you owe me a favor. I was badly treated yesterday and almost didn't see the sun today. Zhong Qi acted generous, but Fu Chang'an was too tired to bother with him. Get lost. I heard that Leader Qi from the art troupe went to the army hospital yesterday. I wonder if he was visiting Grandpa Zhong. Hearing this, Zhong Qi immediately stood up in a panic, pacing nervously. Oh, Chang'an, if I hadn't gone yesterday, I wouldn't have offended Leader Qi and my wife. I just barely escaped my wife's anger, and now Grandpa Zhong might scold me again. My life is really tough. Zhong Qi looked at Fu Chang'an with a pitiful expression, as if saying, if you don't help me, I won't leave. Fu Chang'an put down his work and looked at Zhong Qichuan, who was smiling happily. You're not really looking like someone who just survived a dangerous situation. You seem quite cheerful. Zhong Qi chuckled and winked at Fu Chang'an. Old Fu, my wife is somewhere nearby. I have my ways. They say strong women are afraid of being bothered, but between us, it's just a matter of smoothing things over.
Haha.
As for my grandpa, you know how it is. I can't compare to you or Mimi in front of him. Zhong Qi kept joking around, his face full of expressions so lively that Fu Chang'an couldn't see his real features clearly. Fu Chang'an paused, seeming to suddenly understand how to get Jiang Cha-Cha back into his bowl. Strong women are afraid of being bothered, and with the water nearby, Auntie is still in the cultural troupe, right? This gave Fu Chang'an a clever idea about Jiang Cha-Cha. His mind was full of plans for her. Poor Cha-Cha, she didn't know anything about this. Well, she felt a little embarrassed, but she still stayed close to Jiang Yunyun. Meanwhile, Zhong Qi was making silly faces, pretending to be pitiful to get Fu Chang'an to help. But Fu Chang'an suddenly drifted off in thought. Zhong Qi, annoyed, quickly walked over and slammed his hand on Fu Chang'an's desk.
Bang, Fu Chang'an.
Will you help me or not? Fu Chang'an calmly snapped out of his thoughts, looked at him lightly and said, How can I help? Your wife needs to be comforted by you. Do you want me to do it? You probably want chaos in the backyard. Maybe even change the family name to Zhongfu? Though you don't mind, I refuse. My innocence is only for my wife. Zhong Qi was so angry, he wanted to bite Fu Chang'an. How could Fu be so annoying? It made him so mad. But he didn't expect that Fu Chang'an was much stronger. The star of the cultural troupe was known for her looks, but the military district star was called the Soldier King for her strength. Zhong Qi lunged forward and ended up being pinned to the ground by Fu Chang'an.
Ah.
Fu Chang'an, you're so ruthless. We grew up together, childhood friends, and you. His grip on my arm loosened a little, and his tone was cold. Shut up. Aunt Defong told you to study more, but you said you wanted to raise pigs. Now look at you, what a mess. Can you really call us childhood sweethearts? A complete illiterate. Zhong Qi lay on the ground, grumbling angrily. Humph, you're the one raising pigs. Your whole family raises pigs. I've been saying it all along. Fu Chang'an was amused by his shamelessness, but Zhong Qi wasn't wrong. His family now farmed land and raised pigs. It was quite something. He didn't bother to argue with Zhong Qi, who was not very bright, and released him. You're right. The Fu family does have someone raising pigs. Okay, the ground is cold. Get up. Fu Chang'an stood straight and nudged him with his foot. Hurry up, or someone might come in. Zhong Qi snorted. Come in if you want. I'm not ashamed. Help me up. Fu Chang'an's eyelids twitched, but he finally reached out and helped him up. After getting up, Zhong Qi seemed full of energy again. He dusted off his clothes and asked curiously, You said your family has someone raising pigs? Who is it? Is it Grandma Lan's new hobby? That's strange. Grandma Lan is supposed to be a refined lady, even more elegant than Aunt Hui. Zhong Qi looked incredulous, and Fu Chang'an couldn't help but laugh at his vivid imagination. But he wasn't planning to hide this fact. He straightforwardly told him, It's the old master.
Huh?
Grandpa Fu is raising pigs? Zhong Qi was stunned. After confirming with Fu Chang'an, he quickly ran back to his grandfather's place at the army compound.
What?
Grandpa Fu is raising pigs? He was secretly pleased, thinking that Fu Chang'an had shared a little secret with him. Since his grandfather retired, he often liked to talk to Grandpa Fu about things. Now, with this little-known secret, he could distract him. He chuckled to himself, another narrow escape. Yeah, I heard it from my grandpa. Only you and I know about this in the entire compound. How about it? Does your grandson treat you well? Zhong Aigua looked at his only grandson and snorted proudly. It's okay. But Zhong Qi knew his grandfather well and could tell he was secretly very happy. Ha ha, I just found out another little secret about Grandpa Fu. Zhong Qi nodded along with his grandfather, but before he could feel happy, he suddenly heard Zhong Aigua loudly say, No, I want to raise pigs too. I want to raise more pigs than Grandpa Fu. Zhong Qi's smile froze on his face. His neck moved mechanically, making a clicking sound. Huh? Grandpa, what did you say? Zhong Aigua looked very determined. I said I want to raise pigs too. Zhong Qi's heart sank. Still, he asked again, but a few days ago, you said you wanted to study and read like Grandpa Fu when he was young. Smack. His grandfather slapped his forehead. His head buzzed, and if you asked how he felt, it was clear his grandpa was still strong and full of energy. Zhong Aigua also angrily said, I said I want to raise pigs, and you say I want to read books. Are you my grandpa, or am I your grandpa? I'm your grandpa. Although Zhong Aigua thought Zhong Qi was just agreeing with him, he still felt something was off. But he didn't think too much about it. His mind was now focused on Fu Jingxian. This old man didn't know what was happening, but he suddenly wanted to raise pigs? Haha, this time he was going to win. Everyone knew that old Zhong was a rural kid, much more experienced than Fu Jingxian, who was a scholar. So Zhong Aigua directly ordered, Grandson, find me a piece of land too. Haha, old Zhong, want to raise pigs. Next year, when we slaughter pigs, mine will be bigger than Grandpa Fu's. Ha ha ha. Zhong Qi closed his eyes in despair. He really brought this on himself. He ran away from being beaten and scolded, but now he was the one who decided to raise pigs. Old Zhong had too many past mistakes. Whatever Fu Lao did, he followed along. But Fu Lao was good at learning new things and changing his interests from time to time. His grandpa could only imitate poorly, learning nothing right, and he loved to follow along and cause trouble. Thinking about how his parents had already cleaned up his grandpa's mess a few times made Zhong Qi feel hopeless. He asked desperately, Grandpa, do you really have to learn to raise pigs? Can we plant some crops? Or start a new project so Fu Grandpa can learn from you? When Zhong Aigua heard this, his eyes lit up suddenly, then he thought of something and quickly waved his hand. No, farming is nothing new anymore. Besides, you pig brain, don't you know that Grandpa Fu's granddaughter, Zhuang Yu, is also farming? He's probably learned it from her at home. Zhong Qi completely gave up, staring blankly at his hands. Going to see Grandpa Fu was a mistake, and coming here was even worse. He could already imagine the final scene. That pig would definitely be the one he raised.
He didn't want that.
Zhong Aigwa saw that his grandson didn't reply and looked at him fiercely. Zhong Qi, why aren't you talking?
Why don't you want to help Grandpa?
I support you in everything you do every day. Zhong Qi, lost in thought, looked at his grandfather. Thinking about his past experiences, he became completely upset. Really? You support me? Grandpa, you used to be a brave soldier, but I think you're better suited for secret work. Everyone knows you always say you support me in front of me, but secretly you're encouraging my parents to discipline me. Zhong Aigwa, feeling guilty, touched his nose and lowered his head. After a moment, he quietly looked up at Zhong Qi, who was glaring at him angrily. He immediately buried his head even lower. He mumbled, well, Grandpa is also afraid that he's getting old and his thinking is stiff. And you're not my son, you're my grandson. I can only show support in my words and actions, but in reality, it's still up to your parents. Zhong Qi snorted and crossed his arms silently. Seeing that Zhong Qi wasn't speaking, Zhong Aigwa became anxious. Zhong Qi, if you don't speak up, I'll... Why? Zhong Aigwa immediately pretended to be pitiful. Oh, old people talk nonsense now. This grandson is also disobedient. I just want to think for the family. Raising pigs gives me something to do, so I won't bother the kids anymore. Oh, he said this while covering his stomach. Grandpa Zhong had been shot in the battlefield before. At that time, there were no medical facilities, so he had to endure the pain himself. Seeing his grandfather like this, Zhong Qi could do nothing but nod in agreement. However, he kept praying in his heart. Wife, if later your man starts raising pigs, please don't dislike me or refuse to sleep with me.
Okay.
But Grandpa, I still need to find out where Grandpa Fu is raising pigs lately. Even though I only have one son and grandson, my grandson is so filial and loves me. That makes me happier than old man Fu with his many children and grandchildren. Grandpa, can you change your way of talking? I can memorize everything you say. Zhong Qi refused his grandfather's sweet words. When he thought about taking over the pigs his grandfather no longer wanted to raise, he couldn't swallow that sweet treat. His face darkened. Zhong Aigwa knew his own people well and could tell from Zhong Qi's expression what he was thinking. Feeling guilty, he looked around and finally slipped away. After getting some clues, Fu Chang'an was ready to act quickly and bring the person into his own territory.
Speed was key.
He also didn't want this matter to keep affecting him, so it was better to make the person legally his and solely his. That way, he wouldn't always be worried. Jiang Ti didn't know that Fu Wang was already preparing to take action. She was currently frustrated, rubbing her quilt and bedsheets. Oh, the ants say so many good things, but it's all fake. Nothing needs to be done, just wait to eat. It's all a lie. Jiang Ti was getting annoyed while washing. She used a lot of force, but others only saw her as cute and funny. Ti, what are you washing? Why do you suddenly look angry while washing? Hearing the voice, Jiang Ti turned her head and saw Chen Yunduo. She quietly told her what she had heard from the ants. At this moment, things were heating up. If people thought she was just enjoying life and longing for capitalism, her whole family would be implicated. Chen Yunduo listened to Jiang Ti's words and was stunned. Seeing Jiang Ti's worried face, she couldn't help but laugh. Haha, oh dear, comrade Jiang Cha, you really make me laugh. Are you laughing because of these words that you came to the art troupe? Jiang Cha nodded while rubbing her blanket. Yes, after hearing that, I decided to join the army. But I didn't know how to sign up, so I thought of a simple way, just looked in the newspaper. I saw that the art troupe was recruiting in Yenching, so I went there. On the way, I even met Chiyu. Chen Yunduo really didn't know what to say. She gently patted Jiang Cha-Cha's head with some emotion. Cha-Cha, let me tell you some good news. Those people are probably talking about men in the army. Haha, not us girls. Jiang Cha-Cha responded with an, oh, but quickly processed it herself. She had already accepted it. She was just a bit annoyed earlier because she was irritated while washing the blanket. It's okay. I've accepted it, and now I really like the art troupe, especially you guys. Chen Yunduo smiled and gave Jiang Cha-Cha a playful look. Of course. With us here, the art troupe is something special. After washing and drying the blanket, Jiang Cha-Cha returned to her dorm. Seeing everyone looking at her with smiles, she gave Chen Yunduo a stern look. Chen Yunduo immediately chuckled foolishly. Hee, it's my fault. I just found it so funny I couldn't help sharing with everyone. Chen Yunduo laughed out loud, and everyone in the dorm also started to laugh. Cha-Cha you. Ha, you're so cute. How come you believe what those aunties say? Ha, ha, but Cha-Cha's thinking isn't impossible. I heard that some men in Rongqing are the type to do housework and take care of children. Really? Chao Chiyu and others stared at Qian Lianhua in shock. No way. Although everyone now says women can hold up half the sky, women still do most of the housework. Even the March 8th Red Flag Bearer award considers household chores. Li looked confused and said. Qian Lianhua nodded confidently. Some really do. While everyone was still in shock, Jiang Cha-Cha suddenly looked excited and asked, Are those men only in Rongqing? Qian Lianhua looked at Jiang Cha-Cha, nodded, then shook her head. Well, our mountain city also has some. Jiang Cha-Cha was still hoping that Qian Lianhua would mention other places, but she didn't. She looked down in disappointment. Oh, I guess I won't be able to enjoy the good days the aunties talk about. Someone nearby was laughing so hard they couldn't speak. She couldn't comfort Cha-Cha, so she gently nudged Ren Shui with her shoulder and signaled her to say something. Ren Shui hesitated, then suddenly remembered that dance classes could be learned, and that men could be trained too. So she said, Cha-Cha, you shouldn't think like that. Look, you're so pretty, you're in the art troupe, and most importantly, you're very capable. You're a level 26 worker now, right? When you get married. Before she finished, Jiang Cha-Cha shook her head. She looked at her with confusion and said, No, I'm a level 22 worker. This surprised everyone in the dorm. Chen Yunduo and the others thought everyone earned the same, but it turned out Jiang Cha-Cha earned much more.
What?
Oh my gosh. Cha-Cha, we're all level 26 workers. We earn 38 yuan. Chen Yunduo was dazed, unsure if she heard right. Jiang Cha-Cha had sensed something was off when she was at the department store, but she didn't say anything then, since there were others around. Now she didn't hold back and shocked everyone in the dorm. But they weren't jealous or anything. They knew Jiang Cha-Cha's strength was real, and the leaders had their reasons for her level. Even if they showed all their strength, they couldn't compare to Jiang Cha-Cha. So they just accepted their slow wage increases. Cha-Cha, I envy you even more. Me too. Envy. Jiang Cha-Cha felt a little shy as she looked at everyone staring at her. She raised her small hand and said, Ahem, next month when I get my paycheck, I'll treat everyone to a state-run restaurant, okay? That's perfect. Yes, definitely. And make sure to eat all the food Cha-Cha likes. Hearing that, Jiang Cha-Cha hesitated for a moment, but then nodded in agreement. Chen Yunduo watched Jiang Cha-Cha obediently nod across from her and couldn't hold back her laughter. I rushed over to Jiang Cha-Cha, repeatedly pinching her small face. Cha-Cha, promise us you won't let those bad men get close to you. You're so adorable. No, I still need to find a guy who can talk about flowers with me. Ha. Everyone in the dorm burst into loud laughter. The issues with Dylan Wan and others were quickly resolved. The leaders of the art troupe were very determined this time, just wanting to remove this rotten part as soon as possible. However, they didn't completely give up on these people. They sent them back to their hometown propaganda teams. After all, these people had good skills, so they wouldn't be completely abandoned. Whether they could adjust their mindset and settle into the propaganda team later was no longer the art troupe's concern. Since Lan Nan returned, she was busy every day training the soldiers of the art troupe in the morning and checking the dorms at night. The atmosphere in the art troupe changed a lot. Even Master Zhu from the cafeteria said that more and more people were able to eat well recently. After dinner, Jiang Cha-Cha and the others went back to the practice room to train again. Jiang Cha-Cha wore a black, tight-fitting outfit with tight pants and a short skirt underneath. Her hair was tied up in a high bun. She had her right leg resting on the wall, her left leg crossed and straightened. Slowly, her right and left legs formed a straight line. She held onto a nearby rack and slowly leaned forward. Oh my, Cha-Cha is getting stronger. If I try that move, I bet I'll hurt and scream loudly. Li Meiju, standing nearby, sighed as she gasped, feeling her muscles ache just watching. Liu also nodded. Yes, we should learn from Cha-Cha. Her future looks bright. After Dulan Wan and the others left, the art troupe merged the new and old soldiers, training everyone together, managed by Meng Li. Li Yu and the others were happy about this. Meng Li was fair and only cared about results, so they kept working hard to improve. Lan Nen watched the happy scene in the practice room and felt satisfied. But she knew she still had to set some strict rules. Comrades, it's great to see everyone practicing so actively. But remember to take care of your health and not overtrain, or you might hurt yourselves. Alright, let's head back to the dormitory. Rest is important for better progress. By the way, tomorrow morning we will meet at the training ground for a run, and afterward there will be a lesson on moral education. Finally, Lan Nen looked at Jiang Cha-Cha and nodded with satisfaction. Everyone disperse now. Go back to your dorms early, rest well, and don't run around or make loud noises. Breaking the rules could lead to deductions from your allowance. After Lan Nen left, the members of the art troupe dared to breathe freely. Honestly, I used to think joining the art troupe was for life. I never imagined some might transfer back. We need to work harder. Chen Lianhua had been feeling uneasy. Before joining the troupe, she almost got sent back, and then she saw what happened to Du Lan Jian and others. Recently, she had been practicing hard but felt she hadn't improved much. Jiang Cha-Cha put on her coat and walked over, patting Chen Lianhua's hand. It's okay, Lianhua. Let's work hard together. Our 6 dorm mates must stay together. Li Meiju, who was a bit different from the new recruits, disagreed. We should all stay together. We're comrades in the art troupe now. Li Yu and others also joined in, blending well with everyone. Yes, we're all comrades in the art troupe. Cha-Cha, you can't just favor Lianhua. We want to be included too. Qin Yunduo suddenly pulled Jiang Cha-Cha into her arms, acting bossy. Who dares to steal our brother Chao's beauty? Be careful, you might get taken away tonight. Everyone played along with her. Li Yu pointed at Chao Chuyu and said loudly, Chao Ji, it looks like your little brother has been scheming to steal your girl. Look, she's in her arms now. Chao Chuyu quickly stepped forward and pulled Jiang Cha-Cha into his arms, sternly saying, All right, I knew you had dirty thoughts about my girl. Here's an opportunity. Go ahead and gouge out your eyes as an apology. Yes, apologize. Deal with her. If she dares to covet our star of the troupe, take care of her. Qin Yunduo couldn't stand against everyone and rushed toward Chao Chuyu. Then you can't just keep her all to yourself. Let me go. Ah. Everyone argued, laughed, and returned to the dorms. On the other side, Meng Li, who had been watching them from afar, suddenly got a new idea for a performance during the lively playtime among Jiang Cha-Cha and her friends. Although this act isn't quite ready for the big show, it can be used in the military district's cultural troupe competition, Meng Li muttered to herself. In Huacheng, the early morning at the mechanical factory's residential area was still noisy and busy. Recently, there was more tension and urgency in the air. A few days ago, the local authorities announced that all eligible high school graduates who were unemployed would be required to go to the countryside next spring. This caused a lot of fuss in the residential area. It was okay for daughters, but if the boys left, families would lose a worker. That was a big problem for some families. Even more worrying was that no one knew how long they would be gone, or if they could return. What if the boys settled down in the countryside? Everyone became more anxious about finding jobs. The prices for temporary work went up, and now jobs were very hard to find. The noise outside didn't affect the Jiang family at all. Inside, the smell of sweet potato porridge filled the air. Chen Hongmei was very happy, humming a tune and singing happily as she enjoyed her breakfast. After taking a sip of hot porridge to warm herself, Chen Hongmei put down her bowl and looked happily at Jiang Liansheng. Liansheng, you don't know. I asked our leader if Cha-Cha could take over my job, but she didn't want to. Now she actually came to ask if I want to sell my work. Haha, do they think I'm stupid? Now jobs are so hard to find. If I sell my job, I'll be left with nothing. Everyone at the table nodded in agreement. Jiang Yunyan also spoke up.
Yes.
Recently, I've met many classmates who keep saying that going to the countryside is for the country's future. They tell me not to settle for temporary work and that going to the countryside will bring honor to the family. They want me to sign up. Mom, How can there be such foolish people? Don't I earn enough money every day? Jiang Qingshan couldn't help but speak up. He had been very troubled lately. Everyone kept coming to him, saying they wanted to date him or even marry him immediately, and asking him to give them a job from his family. Mom, I've also met many girls recently, and before Jiang Qingshan could finish, Chen Hongmei immediately understood. Yunyan was doing okay, but even if she was convinced to change her household registration, she wouldn't be able to get it. As for Qingshan, if he was tricked by others, the family would become unstable. Chen Hongmei immediately made a decision and looked seriously at the older children in the family. Here's the plan. Recently, after work, Qingshan will go to the state-run restaurant to pick up Yunyun and bring her home. The same for work. Also, Qing He, when he comes back, I will tell him to have her go to and from work with Qing Yu. I think that girl is bold enough to try to get close on her own. Jiang Yenching nodded in agreement. That's right. These girls don't even bother to hide their intentions, trying to get jobs or benefits without effort. It shows they have bad intentions. You must be careful not to fall for it. Jiang Qingshan nodded, and Jiang Qingcheng also responded.
Dad, don't worry.
I only sit with my classmate. I don't get close to other girls. Jiang Liansheng was choked by his younger son. He wanted to say something but looked into his bright eyes, hesitated, then finally pursed his lips and lowered his head to eat porridge. Jiang Qingyu and Yunyun were amused by him. Yes, your good classmate. Nobody beats a good classmate, Yunyun said sarcastically, pinching his chubby face. Eat more and you'll get fatter. Then your classmate won't want to be close anymore. You little flirt, Jiang Qingcheng, with his face pinched, spoke unclearly, biting his words. Just joking. We're fine. The others in the Jiang family watched the siblings play around when suddenly there was a knock at the door. Hongmei, Chen Hongmei, you have a package. Yenching sent you something. Come and open the door. Suddenly, the dinner table fell silent. Jiang Yunyun quickly stood up and opened the door. What is it? Let me see. Is it something sent by TT? This package looks a bit big. The Jiang family members also came over. Jiang Yunyun handed the package directly to Jiang Qingshan behind her. She took the letter and started reading, smiling as if TT was right there whispering to her. TT said she was doing well, and she even earned a level 22 salary. Now she makes 50 yuan a month. TT is really impressive. Jiang Qingshan and a few others gathered around, while only Chen Hongmei was at the door chatting with the mail carrier. Thank you, sisterly. Come in and have some water. You have such a big package. You should have called me downstairs. I could have asked my family to get it. There's no need for you to carry it up. You're working hard. The mail carrier rolled his eyes at Chen Hongmei. That's right, such a big package. But is this from your daughter? Why did your daughter go to Yenching? What is she doing there? Chen Hongmei's cheerful and bright voice responded. It's my daughter, my fourth daughter. Her name is Cha-Cha. Oh, she recently got into the Yenching art troupe, so she went there. Downstairs, someone by the faucet looked surprised and glanced toward the Jiang family upstairs. Some people who were eating at home also heard Chen Hongmei and came out with their bowls.
What?
Hongmei, isn't your Cha-Cha being sold to the village to be a silly wife? Yeah, isn't it true that someone said you sold your daughter to earn bride price, so you could find wives for your other sons? How come you say your daughter went to the Yenching art troupe? Is that true? The mail carrier looked blankly at Chen Hongmei and then at the neighbors who had come out with bowls. Huh? Hongmei, why are you still selling your daughter? Chen Hongmei's face, which had been glowing with happiness, suddenly darkened. She glared fiercely at the neighbors who were talking nonsense. Then she rolled her eyes at the mail carrier with annoyance. What are you here for? Weren't you here to deliver a package for my daughter? You already knew it was sent from Yenching, so why are you asking? You're really making me angry. Jiang Yunyun finished reading the letter. When she heard the neighbors outside talking about how her daughter Cha-Cha was sold to be a silly wife, she was so angry she stormed out. She grabbed one of the neighbors and looked at her panicked face. Who is talking nonsense outside? My Cha-Cha has already gone to the Yenching art troupe. Selling her to be a silly wife. Who would marry your family? Oof. Others nearby, holding their bowls, stepped back, afraid Jiang Yunyun might suddenly go crazy and smash their bowls. No, it wasn't me. Wasn't it the daughter-in-law from Aunt Wang's family who said that? The person Jiang Yunyan grabbed was so frightened, she jumped back. Jiang Yunyan let go of her and rolled up her sleeves, ready to fight at the Wang family. Just then, Aunt, he shouted, Wang family's daughter-in-law, don't run. If you have the ability, tell your daughter to marry a fool. If you can do it, then don't hide. Jiang Yunyan looked in the direction of Aunt He's gaze and immediately saw the troublemaker who had just entered the yard. She stepped forward quickly, grabbed her hair, and gave her a sly smile as she looked at her sideways. Do you think your mouth is a trash pit? Spouting foul words all day and making our family smell bad.
Tell me.
Why are you talking badly about us? Wang's daughter-in-law wanted to argue, but as soon as she opened her mouth, more people interrupted her. You said it yourself. Not long ago someone mentioned that Zhang's fourth son hadn't been seen for a while, and you said he must have been bought by Zhang's family to marry someone else for a bride price. Yes, and you didn't just say it once or twice, and every time you avoided talking about Zhang's family. Hearing this, Jiang Yunyan's grip tightened even more, wishing she could tear out all her hair.
Ah.
It hurts.
Wang Yun.
You coward. Are you even a man? Your wife is being bullied, and you don't stand up for her. Wang Jun was pulled back by Aunt Wang, who looked at him with disgust. If you go, I will kick you out with this trashy woman and the one who talks nonsense. Do you know how many problems she's caused since she married in? Wang Jun listened to Aunt Wang and struggled less. In the end, he turned around and went home. Aunt Wang saw her son leave and followed him, thinking this trash isn't worth her dropping her breakfast. After hearing the neighbor's words and confirming it was her, Jiang Yunyan worked hard to deal with her.
Get out.
If I hear you mention our Jiang family outside again, I will punish you every time I see you. After making her threat, the women's director arrived when she heard the noise. Seeing Wang's daughter-in-law on the ground, she rolled her eyes in frustration. Wang family's daughter-in-law. I've cleaned up your mess many times already. What did you cause this time? Mrs. Wang was rolling on the ground and making a fuss. Director, I didn't do anything this time. I'm just worried about Jiang Cha-Cha's safety. I haven't seen her go out in days, and I'm afraid Jiang's family might sell her against her wishes. I care about her, but Jiang Yunyan beat me up like this. I'm so sad. The women's director listened and couldn't help but laugh. Should Jiang's family thank you? I told you to worry about your own family. Other people's affairs are none of your business. Mind your own business. Go clean the public toilets. From now on, you'll be responsible for the public toilets in the courtyard. If I hear anyone gossiping and disturbing everyone again, they'll also go clean toilets. Disperse. Disperse. Jiang Yunyan watched Mrs. Wang's wife walk away in defeat, feeling happy as she clapped her hands and brushed off the dust. Humph. Someone needs to be taught a lesson. Hey Hongmei, did Cha-Cha really go to the Yen City art troupe? What position does she have? What does the troupe do? Yes, I hadn't heard about it before. The neighbors only found out at this moment that Jiang Cha-Cha had joined the art troupe. Everyone was even more envious. The Jiang family was lucky. All the children had jobs. Suddenly, Aunt Sue remembered something and shouted loudly, Hongmei, what exactly does this art troupe do? Can my tiger also try to join? After she spoke, everyone around laughed. A young daughter-in-law responded, Aunt Sue, you're wrong. Haha, do you think tiger's build is suitable for dancing? You'll probably make everyone laugh to death.
Ha ha ha.
Yeah, haha. Tiger, I told you, Aunt Sue wants you to dance and perform in the troupe. Aunt Sue finally understood that the art troupe was for dancing. She thought it was some special good job and said it was in the military district. TCH, Hongmei, I think you're all educated people with jobs. Why are you letting your kid go dance? If this was before, that kind of work wouldn't be respectable.
You.
Sigh, Aunt Sue was speaking somewhat sarcastically. Some neighbors nearby couldn't stand it and responded to Aunt Sue. Andy, you're just falling for the trap of being uneducated. The art troupe is part of the military district, made up of cultural soldiers who perform for the heroes and leaders. Do you think just anyone can get into it? It's not really for people like us to watch. From my point of view, your descendants won't be interested in the art troupe's performances, and you're still here picking and choosing.
Tise.
Aunt Sue suddenly got annoyed and snapped back, but she was quickly pulled away. All right, everyone stop talking. TT going to the art troupe is a good thing for our steel factory. It's a happy event, so don't cause trouble at their door. Oh, by the way, Hungmei, your Qingshan kids are probably all grown up now. When will you have a wedding celebration? Chen Hongmei blushed as she chatted with the neighbor. Jiang Yunyun stood nearby, watching Aunt Sue's back. She was just tired now. After grabbing and hitting Aunt Wang's wife earlier, she was exhausted. Otherwise, she would have told Aunt Sue off for being illiterate. It's embarrassing to be so rude. You're not even acting properly yourself. What a joke. Big sister, second sister asked you to come see the clothes. I'm coming. Jiang Yunyun happily turned around to look at the clothes TT bought for her. This weekend, no going out. I heard a few girls got lost outside and haven't been found. Recently, no one is allowed to go out during rest time. Qin Yunduo suddenly ran in to give everyone bad news. Jiang TT was about to cross her legs when she heard she couldn't go out and froze. Huh? So we can't go outside to buy delicious food? Next to her, Liu also looked surprised for a moment. But after hearing Jiang TT, she couldn't help but remind her, TT, you can't just think about eating. You haven't worn a real performance costume before. Once you do, you'll realize you eat so much you can't even fit it all in. If you ruin the costume, you'll have to pay for it. Chao Chiyu burst out laughing and then said pitifully, Liu, you don't know. TT has been in the art troupe for almost 3 months. She just eats, and I get tempted too. Sometimes I indulge myself with food. Last time I weighed myself, I was within the limit, but I gained 2 pounds. Sigh, lately I haven't even had dinner, because I'm afraid of gaining more. Winter is the easiest season to gain weight. Liu looked at Jiang TT in surprise. She had heard people say that Jiang TT could eat a lot, but thought it was just a rumor. She didn't expect it to be true. But her gaze swept over Jiang TT, who was lying on the ground with her legs crossed. Her long legs, her hips higher than hers, and her slim waist that she could pinch with one hand. Liu also reached out and gestured, and indeed, she could hold it with just one palm. Her gaze moved upward. The tight training suit tightly wrapped her chest, but it was still clear that she had 2 big, round breasts. Liu sighed with envy, thinking, why is my body the same as before? Others. I really envy them. Cha-cha, you've gained some weight where you should, but not at all where you shouldn't. Huh? Sister Liu, what are you saying? Liu looked at Jiang Cha-cha's confused eyes and thought again about her figure. She was both pure and alluring, truly a top beauty. She couldn't hold back anymore. She grabbed Jiang Cha-cha's hand firmly. Cha-cha, why does heaven not let me be a man? If I could just be a woman, that would be fine.
But why?
Why do I want what Cha-cha has? Boo-hoo. Jiang Cha-cha felt a bit sad that she couldn't go out during her vacation this time. I'm also unhappy. Why can't we go out? We haven't even visited the scenic spots in Yenching yet. Liu was sad about her own situation, and Jiang Cha-cha was unhappy about hers. They shared their feelings, feeling a bit of mutual sympathy. Suddenly, the door of the practice room was knocked. It was Meng Li. She looked at everyone inside, who were getting restless because they couldn't leave the military area, and sternly warned them.
Enough.
You can't go out? I think you shouldn't go out. Your minds are already elsewhere. Don't you know there's a big performance in a month? Meng Li frowned and scolded them harshly, making everyone hurriedly resume their practice. If the first place isn't from Yenching or not ours, then just wait. Next year, Ningchen will definitely change the location of the big performance. Hopefully, they'll hold it where they are. If that happens, Yenching will be humiliated big time. A few of you aren't focused. That's enough. Don't take your vacation now. Just follow the usual training schedule. The group looked unhappy but dared not argue. They silently lowered their heads and continued practicing. After observing them, Meng Li then looked at Jiang Cha-cha with a much gentler tone.
Cha-cha.
Come here. Meng Li thought of a performance idea that would be perfect for the big show. Captain Qi mentioned that Ningqing had made a big move, saying their old routines had been figured out by others, so they couldn't use them anymore. Recently, she had been thinking about a new routine and finished writing one just yesterday. However, she still felt something was missing. She remembered how Jiang Cha-Cha had choreographed her own dance and added some new elements for the stage performance, which looked quite impressive. This time, she wanted to ask Jiang Cha-Cha if she had any ideas. Looking at Jiang Cha-Cha in front of her, Meng Li gently asked her to come to the office. "Come with me." When the two of them left, the others inside the room started to complain. Now our holiday is over. I wanted to go shopping for clothes. Our butcher Meng really has two faces. He's gentle and caring to Cha-Cha, but to us, he's like a strict teacher. Meng the butcher, boo-hoo, it's like he's turning into Cha-Cha. Yeah, but I don't want to become Cha-Cha. I just want a break. Their complaints reached the other side, where the choir was. Zhao Guangming heard this and looked proud as he watched his team. You see how kind I usually am to you all? Look at this. Meng the butcher, Director Meng's dance team is crying again.
Poor guys.
Jiang Cha-Cha followed Meng Li to the office. Meng Li kindly handed her a glass of water. Drink some water first. Jiang Cha-Cha obediently took a sip, then put down the glass and looked at Meng Li. Meng Li smiled gently and took out her script list, handing it to her. Cha-Cha, we're using a new script this time. I wrote it. Take a look and see if you have any new ideas or suggestions. Jiang Cha-Cha quickly read through the script. It was somewhat similar to their previous performances on stage, but she thought it could be improved. Director Meng, I think we could. The Red Army's cause is the greatest. Our performance is also meant for the soldiers. We should create a show that touches their feelings. That would be a good performance. Hearing Jiang Cha-Cha's words, Meng Li's eyes lit up. Finally, she found someone who shared her feelings. After Jiang Cha-Cha finished speaking, Meng Li was so excited she couldn't hold back. Cha-Cha, as long as we plan well and practice hard, this will definitely be our best. Meng Li got so excited that she started talking a lot. Over the past 2 years, she had been watching the faces of the Yenching and Yenching art troupes. This time, she was determined to wipe out their shame and firmly establish Yen City as the top. She was so thrilled she couldn't contain herself. I can probably guess what Yenching and Yenching have been doing this time. It's just ballet and traditional dance. We should stick to our own folk dance and beat their foreign dances.
Haha.
Meng Li kept talking to Jiang Cha-Cha nonstop. Still wanting to compete for first place? Dream on. Our Yen City art troupe is the strongest in the entire military district. If I, Meng Li, stay, I want to stay with the best. After a while, Jiang Cha-Cha was so sleepy, she kept blinking her eyes. Suddenly, there was a knock on Meng Li's office door. Director Meng, someone at the door is looking for your dance team. Jiang Cha-Cha was startled awake. She looked at the soldier behind her, and then at Meng Li. Then I'll go back first, Director Meng. Meng Li was confused. Who was looking for her team?
Who could it be?
At the door? The main gate. The honest soldier nodded with a smile. He said he's looking for Comrade Jiang Cha-Cha. He registered his information at the military district gate. For me? Director Meng, may I take a leave to go there? Jiang Cha-Cha thought it was her family from Jiang coming to visit. She was very happy and eagerly asked Meng Li for leave. Seeing her eyes fluttering as if she was about to fall asleep just now, Meng Li looked quite alert now. He squinted slightly, but couldn't resist Jiang Cha-Cha's pleading expression. He waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead, but you must practice hard afterward. Follow the program we just discussed. We must make a big impression. Jiang Cha-Cha saluted crisply and replied, yes. She then followed the soldier toward the military district gate. Comrade Jiang Cha-Cha, get in the car. The gate is still a bit far. Jiang Cha-Cha looked at the military jeep in front of her, her eyes wide with curiosity. It was very different from the big truck they took last time. She liked this car because she could sit on the seat instead of in the truck bed, bouncing around. Looking at the scenery outside the military district, walls and trees, very plain, Jiang Cha-Cha still felt happy. After all, last time she was in the truck bed and couldn't see outside. With a creak, the car stopped. The honest soldier smiled at Jiang Cha-Cha. Comrade Jiang, the comrade is waiting for you at the door. Jiang Cha-Cha nodded, unfastened her seatbelt, opened the door, and got out. She nodded to the soldier inside the car. Thanks, Comrade Liu. Goodbye. Jiang Cha-Cha quickly headed toward the main gate. From afar, she looked around but didn't see anyone. She quickened her steps to the gate.
Huh?
No one is here. She looked left and right but still saw no one. She pouted in disappointment and lowered her head. I thought Yunyun was coming. She missed her family very much, especially Jiang Yunyun. Suddenly, a familiar yet strange voice reached Jiang Cha-Cha's ears.
Cha-Cha.
Jiang Cha-Cha, you finally came out. Do you know how much I missed you? We are so in sync. At the post office, I looked at you the moment I saw you, and you looked at me right away. Jiang Cha-Cha was startled by his words, almost losing her balance. She quickly looked up and realized it was the man from the post office. Could it be that she had met the crazy person that Chiyu mentioned? Why is this person still at the art troupe? Jiang Cha-Cha's mind was buzzing. On one side, she was disappointed because he wasn't from Jiang's family. On the other, she was scared. What is this person doing? How did he find the art troupe? Sun Jiwen was still performing there, trembling as he raised his hands and passionately expressed his feelings. Since meeting Jiang Cha-Cha that day, he felt that such a beautiful and talented girl was perfect for him. One was involved in literary work, the other was a cultural soldier in the art troupe. Naturally, they had common topics. So, he decisively abandoned the wealthy girl he had been flirting with and the neighbor girl he had tricked into moving to the countryside. He decided to focus all his feelings on Jiang Cha-Cha. They were truly soulmates. Sun Jiwen thought he was doing well, believing his poem, even with missing limbs and pinion, could win Jiang Cha-Cha's heart. But after returning home, he waited a long time without receiving a reply from Jiang Cha-Cha. He went to the post office to ask and was told she hadn't been there again. Sun Jiwen was extremely disappointed, but soon he made up a reason in his mind. It must be that the art troupe is too strict, not allowing her to go out or send letters. Since the mountain doesn't listen to me, I might as well become the mountain. Then they would be even more romantic. So, he went straight to the art troupe, determined to see Jiang Cha-Cha. He thought Jiang Cha-Cha must also be hoping for his poetry. Unbeknownst to him, his little tricks on those nonsensical poems were actually being fed to the toilet. Only the toilet knew his true intentions. Cha-Cha, do you know Sujimo? My teacher in my heart. The person I most want to become, Sun Jiwen said, reaching into his pocket to take out a few pieces of paper, then took a few steps forward.
Cha-Cha.
This is my latest work. I believe you will like it. This is my effort, and I hope we can be soulmates. Jiang Cha-Cha watched him come toward her, her heart pounding with fear. She quickly stepped back several times.
Stop.
I don't know you. What are you doing? Jiang Cha-Cha was very angry. She thought her family members had come, and she happily ran out, only to find this strange person. He came over and said some weird things. So annoying. She didn't know him, and she wasn't interested in soulmates. Her soulmate was puggier, okay? You, comrade, this is a military zone. Unauthorized persons are not allowed to approach. And if you harass female soldiers, you'll be detained. His deep, powerful voice carried a slight magnetic tone, like distant war drums echoing, captivating but also cold and heavy in tone. Before Sun Jiwen could see who was speaking, he shivered in fear. Sun Jiwen felt a little scared when he heard this, but when he turned and saw Fu Chang'an in his military uniform, he immediately straightened up. He shook his bangs away from his eyes, looking assertive and strong, and said confidently to Fu Chang'an, "Comrade, if you don't understand our relationship, don't talk nonsense. Cha-Cha and I are spiritually connected. Besides, I haven't even entered, and I have registered the necessary information. I'm not a bad person." Fu Chang'an smirked slightly, his eyes showing a cold, distant expression. Really? Spiritually connected? Do you have a marriage certificate? Without it, you're just a troublemaker here. And those rogue poems in your hand are proof. Sun Jiwen showed no fear at all and looked very confident. Comrade soldier, I think you misunderstood me. Fu Chang'an didn't have time to talk much with him. He was feeling very annoyed and coldly looked at him. Now, shut your mouth and move aside. Sun Jiwen was scared and took a step back. He wanted to pull Jiang Cha-Cha to retreat with him, but Jiang Cha-Cha glared at him in disgust. I don't know you. Don't come near me again. If you do, I will. I will report you for harassment. After saying that, Jiang Cha-Cha looked at Fu Chang'an, feeling a bit scared of him, and muttered, "Thank you." Then she turned around and ran away. Fu Chang'an was amused by Jiang Cha-Cha's reaction. He glanced at Sun Jiwen still standing nearby. "Comrade, this is a military area. Unauthorized people should not stay here casually. Otherwise, you might be mistaken for a spy or someone with bad intentions." After speaking, Fu Chang'an got into a nearby jeep, lazily leaned on the seat, lit a cigarette, and took a sniff. A frog dreaming of eating swan meat. He then rolled down the window, resting his arm on the edge, and looked at Sun Jiwen with a faint, almost teasing gaze. Sun Jiwen clenched his fists tightly, his eyes full of anger, both at Jiang Cha-Cha and at Fu Chang'an. Despicable. Flirting with one person after another.
Bah.
I don't care about you anymore. He then put his hands in his pockets and turned to leave. Fu Chang'an watched Sun Jiwen leave with his own eyes before slowly snuffing out his cigarette. He threw away the cigarette butt, started the car, and drove into the military zone. When passing the guard post, the soldier on duty saluted him.
Commander Fu. Fu Chang'an nodded.
Suddenly, he remembered something. He eased his foot off the accelerator. This is a restricted military area. Unauthorized personnel should not approach. Find someone to show their ID. No ID, no response. Yes. Commander Fu. After giving the orders, Fu Chang'an felt a bit more at ease. He pressed the accelerator and drove away. On the way back, Jiang Cha-Cha was still a little angry. Just one look, and I understood everything? When I was a little fairy, I didn't know how many species I understood. So annoying. I thought Yun Yun and the others were excited and went over happily. Now I have to walk so far back. So annoying. Jiang Cha-Cha muttered as she walked, and that fierce soldier, he's as tough as the white wolf from the spirit world. I thought I was going to get scolded just now, but luckily, Jiang Cha-Cha patted her chest and smiled with relief. As for Fu Chang'an, who thought he was showing off his dominance in front of Jiang Cha-Cha, he had no idea that he only left her with a fierce-looking image. Finally, Jiang Cha-Cha returned to the art troupe. Not far away, Qin Yundua's voice was heard. "Cha-Cha, where did you go? Come here, I need to talk to you." Coming, Jiang Cha-Cha quickly ran toward the crowd outside the dance studio. Fu Chang'an sped straight to the training ground, pulled the handbrake, got out of the car, and quickly prepared for training. His gear jingled loudly with his speed. Seeing Fu Chang'an training so intensely, the soldiers nearby stopped to watch. Who upset him? He's pushing himself so hard right from the start. No wonder he's called the Soldier King. With that body, we can only look up to him. Fu Chang'an's bodyguard was also doing his daily training. Some curious soldiers tapped his shoulder. "Hey, do you know why the captain is acting like this today?" The bodyguard looked at Fu Chang'an, who had already finished one lap of obstacle course and was starting the second, then shook his head without speaking. "No idea. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. If the captain is acting strange, why aren't you practicing harder? When it's your turn, see if you still have time to ask about this." A soldier with a square face overheard and glared at the bodyguard. "Good job, Qi Xiuan. You dare hide things from your brothers? Comrades, today we'll train Xiao Wenzi so he doesn't slack off around the captain. Let's go." A few company commanders and battalion leaders immediately gathered around. "Yeah, Xiao Wenzi, let's train today." Qi Xiuan was chosen as Fu Chang'an's bodyguard not because of his family background. On the contrary, his overall ability was outstanding within the regiment, even among the division. He moved his left foot back, clenched his fists, and demonstrated a fighting stance. Just training. I've learned the real skills from the captain." This statement made everyone more eager to fight. The team admired Fu Chang'an, and they didn't agree with Qi Xiuan's words. In their team, who didn't learn the true skills from Fu Chang'an. "All right, let's practice. We'll do a rotating battle. The winner stays in charge. Let's see who can fight to the end. Okay, clap, clap, clap." In the end, everyone in the team gathered around to watch their rotating sparring. Fu Chang'an finished his 6th lap, finally releasing the anger in his heart. Just now, at the door, he almost couldn't hold back and wanted to punch that so-called poet. Luckily, Jiang Cha-Cha was nearby, and he still had some sense of reason. He knew they were at the military district gate, and he was still in his military uniform, so he couldn't act out. Otherwise. Fu Chang'an closed his eyes tightly, then suddenly opened them, looking sharply in the direction of the art troupe, like a wolf eyeing prey. I need to get my food faster, or else the frogs will come and steal my flowers. After removing his gear, Fu Chang'an casually wiped the sweat from his forehead. 2nd Battalion Commander. Here, Fu Chang'an looked at a few people still sparring in the rotating battle nearby, a slight smile on his face. Since everyone is so disciplined, there should be a reward. Everyone gets one. Put on your gear and run 10 kilometers cross-country. Finish before 7 p.m. Yes, the team quickly responded, put on their gear, and lined up to head towards the back mountain. Fu Chang'an watched the orderly departure of the team, then turned and headed to the dormitory. Clatter, clatter. Cold water poured over Fu Chang'an's head and down to his feet. Soon after, he finished his shower, put on clean military clothes and a hat. He headed to Blue South's house, took a special cigarette and a pound of tea from his locker, and went outside. He got into a jeep, started the engine, and stepped on the gas. After leaving the military district, Fu Chang'an glanced at the nearby Golden Monkey cigarette. He usually didn't smoke, but keeping some at the military district was more convenient. Sometimes, when he was under pressure or feeling down, lighting a cigarette and smelling it could help him relax. A few days ago, Zhong Qi took the cigarettes from his dorm. There were only a few left in the car. This cigarette was something he had stubbornly taken from his old man's office. Thinking of his old man's reluctant, heartbroken expression and his own curiosity about how he knew his father hid cigarettes in the office, Fu Chang'an's eyes softened, and a slight smile appeared on his face. Even his usual indifference and coldness seemed to fade a little. Thinking about how my old man, in the end, pitifully begged me not to tell his wife, Lu Huimin, about him secretly hiding cigarettes, I found it quite funny. That old man used to be in reconnaissance. Now, he can't even hide cigarettes in the office without being caught. TSK. The car quickly drove into the government compound. Fu Chang'an took the cigarettes, tea, and some meat and vegetables he bought from a private restaurant outside, and went to the front door of the innermost building to knock. Bang, bang, bang. Coming, the neighbor next door saw Fu Chang'an and hurried to inform his family. Here he comes again, that military relative from the Lan Nan family. Quickly, let Xiao Ling come down. Recently, Lan Nan has been busy catching members of the art troupe. She returned late to the government compound. Just as she set the dishes on the table, she heard the knocking. She washed her hands, wiped them, and went to the door. I told you many times to bring the keys. I've been busy lately, still sorting out the art troupe. The big performance is coming soon. You, Comrade Ren, should focus on your work. I'm just playing around in the art troupe. Lan Nan opened the door with a helpless look, not even seeing clearly who was there, and turned to go inside. Fu Chang'an didn't mind and followed in. He also wanted to tease Aunt Biao a little. Without making a sound, he gently placed the things he brought on the table. Grandma. Chang'an. Oh, you're here. I missed you so much. A little boy ran over quickly, hugging Fu Chang'an's leg. Chang'an, I told you I learned 2 moves from you last time. My classmates admire me now. This time, teach me 2 more moves. I want to surprise them tomorrow. Hearing her son's voice, Lan Nan hurried out of the kitchen with a bowl. Seeing it was indeed Fu Chang'an, she looked surprised. After placing the bowl on the table, she gave him a playful, reproachful look. Chang'an, you're really something. You come here without saying a word. If Wei hadn't called you, I'd think Wei's dad was back. Really? You didn't eat, did you? Go wash your hands and eat together. Seeing Fu Chang'an go to wash his hands with the little boy, she looked at the extra things on the table. Are you not treating Aunt Biao as family? Coming here with so many things, take them all back. The sound of the door lock turning was heard. Ren Yenching pushed the door open, and his deep, steady voice rang out. What instructions has our Commissioner Lan issued now? I saw a jeep parked outside. Has Chang'an come to our house? Before Fu Chang'an could speak, Lan Nan's husband, the third in command of the Yenching government, returned. He looked at Yenching and nodded. Older cousin's wife. Hey, sit down, sit down. It's been a while since Chang'an visited. Have you eaten? Let's have some together. Yenching hung up his coat, washed his hands in the kitchen, and then sat beside Lan Nan. What did you just say you brought back? Lan Nan rolled her eyes at him, picked up her chopsticks, and served him some food, signaling him to eat quietly. But Yenching didn't want to be quiet. If he shut up, his cigarette might slip away. He could only look at Fu Chang'an and wink at him. Seeing the signal, Fu Chang'an immediately spoke to Lan Nan. Annie, this tea was dug out from my grandma's place. Are you sure you don't want it? When Lan Nan heard this, she knew her aunt had some good tea that wouldn't leak out. How did this kid manage to get so much tea from her grandma? She put down her chopsticks, looked at Fu Chang'an's expression, but couldn't tell anything, so she gave up and asked directly. Tell me, kid. You came to see me and brought good tea from my aunt's place. You must have a request, right? Ren Wuwei, being mischievous, immediately shook Fu Chang'an's hand. Chang'an-ji, don't worry, if my mom doesn't help you, I will when I grow up. He even patted his chest to show he's a man of his word. The couple across from them smiled helplessly. Huh. You should first change that mischievous attitude of yours. I don't trust you to handle things. Fu Chang'an nodded, about to speak, when a knocking sound interrupted the peaceful atmosphere of the Rin family. Bang, bang, bang.
Lanya, Lanya.
It's me, Su Maisie. I need to see you. Lan Nan looked at Yenching and Fu Chang'an. Seeing the knocking continue outside, she had no choice but to get up and go to the door. With a creak, Lan Nan only opened a crack, looking at the neighbor Su Chunju and her daughter at the door. She already knew what was coming. What are you? Oh, sister, we saw that you had guests at home. You must be very busy, so I thought since my daughter and I have nothing to do, we could come and help you. Su Chunju pulled her daughter in without hesitation and looked at Fu Chang'an and Yenching sitting in the living room. She pushed her daughter forward. Wow, Vice Provincial Ren is also at home? We came to visit, thinking your family is usually busy. My daughter has nothing to do, so she can come and help you sometimes. Yenching knew very well that they came for a specific reason. He gave Fu Chang'an a teasing look. Seeing his cold expression and knowing he was getting impatient and worried he might say something harsh to embarrass them, Yenching had to speak up. Comrade Su, we appreciate your kindness. We're neighbors, so there's no need to trouble you too much. Oh, no trouble at all. It's not a problem. My daughter is very diligent and doesn't ask for anything in return. I just hope you can find her a good family. Someone honest with a good job, preferably in the military. We're not picky. Before Yenching could say anything, Fu Chang'an spoke coldly. Auntie, I've never heard of housekeepers needing to find partners for themselves. Besides, people usually choose their partners carefully. No one wants to be with someone too ugly. His words stunned everyone in the room. But he wasn't finished. His sharp gaze swept over the girl's face. I don't like this girl.
She's not pretty and has no sense.
If you want to help, why are you just sitting in the living room instead of helping in the kitchen?
You.
Boo-hoo. Su Chunju's daughter was so angry she ran off crying. She was furious, but out of consideration for Yenching and Lan Nan, she left with her daughter. Lan Nan slammed the door loudly and came over, giving Yenching a look. Isn't he usually good at talking? Yue looked at the door, and then at Fu Chang'an. Chang'an, is she trying to set you up? Ignore her. Let's eat. Fu Chang'an patted Yue's head and handed him a piece of meat. Lan Nan sat back in her seat, helplessly glancing at Fu Chang'an, who was helping his son serve food. You, kid, at least give the girl some face. Besides, aren't you planning to find someone to marry? I think she's about the same age now. Fu Chang'an raised his eyebrows and quickly responded to her words. All right, then my cousin's wife should find me the most beautiful girl. I want the most beautiful one. Lan Nan initially didn't realize anything and happily nodded in agreement. Sure, your cousin's wife. I work in the arts troupe. We have many beautiful and talented girls. Hey, the most beautiful one, you wanted her before, right? Well, now I really have one. She's from Huacheng, very talented in dance and also very pretty. As Lan Nan spoke, she suddenly sensed something was off. She paused and looked at Fu Chang'an. Wait, this doesn't seem like he's just here to ask. Why does it feel like he's bringing an answer? She turned her head to look at Yenching, who smiled and nodded. Annoyed, Lan Nan snorted at Fu Chang'an, slammed her chopsticks on the table. Good job, Fu Chang'an. You're here to trap me with your words, huh? You clearly know what's going on inside, but you're pretending. Tell me, when did you start eyeing the star of our arts troupe? Fu Chang'an also put down his chopsticks and honestly admitted, didn't we meet at the auditorium last time? Cousin's wife, just tell me, will you help or not? Lan Nan was about to agree directly, but suddenly remembered something. She waved her hand. No, not right now. TT is busy with her work. She looked at Fu Chang'an to see his reaction. Seeing he had no objections, she continued, didn't you also say before that she should focus on her career and serve the country? TT is the same. Plus, as a dance team member, she's at a disadvantage. Marriage and having children might delay her. Right now, she's in her prime on stage. As she spoke, Lan Nan felt a bit emotional. She had married late and, after marriage, was indeed affected by household chores. Now, seeing those young girls on stage, she couldn't help but feel a little nostalgic. She truly valued Jiang Cha-Cha's talent and ability. Moreover, she could see that the girl was increasingly enjoying the stage. Fu Chang'an had only been eager to quickly bring her into his own circle, not thinking about these issues. Now, hearing her cousin's wife, he realized he might have been rushing things. Grandma Biao is right. Comrade Chairman once said that women can hold up half the sky. I also can't think whatever I want. I must respect the opinions of women colleagues. Seeing the situation, Yenching also joined in to ease the mood. Chang'an just wants to meet her special someone sooner. When I was young, I was the same. Once I liked you, I wished I could meet you today and marry you tomorrow. I was afraid someone else would take you away.
Haha, lei nan klærte ren Yenching.
She didn't mean to reject Fu Chang'an. She just wanted him to wait a little longer. Chang'an, the big performance is coming soon. The cultural troupe has a lot to do. If Grandma Biao mentions this to Cha-Cha now, she probably won't have the energy to think about it. You should wait a bit longer. When the Yen City Cultural Troupe beats Ningqing and Jiangqing thoroughly, Grandma Biao will personally help you arrange everything. I promise it will be done properly. Thinking of her husband's words, Lan Nan added casually, also, Cha-Cha and the others can't leave the military district recently. No one else can take them away. Fu Chang'an nodded happily. He wasn't a stubborn person, he was just a little anxious before. Moreover, the old lady of the Fu family, Comrade Lan Fu, is a very capable and independent woman. Naturally, he supported Jiang Cha-Cha's work in the cultural troupe. Seeing the two of them finish their little contest, Yenching quietly smiled to himself. It seemed that the military's flower wasn't uninterested in girls, and she had high standards. She liked only the best. Chang'an, come. Let's try the good tea your Grandma Biao loves. I only dare ask for this at home, or I'd get scolded. Fu Chang'an nodded, and the two went to the nearby sofa to drink tea and chat. After Fu Chang'an left, Lan Nan dipped her feet in water and looked at Yenching by the bed. Suddenly, she smiled and said with emotion, Hey, you don't know. Since Chang'an was 20, his mother said he was difficult to deal with, picky and unwilling to date girls. Every time, he either scared girls away or didn't show up. Now, he's fallen for Cha-Cha himself. Yenching was reading a collection of poems by the chairman, understanding as he read. Hearing his wife, he only said, That's just how a monkey has its own way. No one can say for sure about fate. By the way, is that girl really that beautiful? Of course. Our girls in the cultural troupe are beautiful, elegant, and have good figures, right? They are like blooming flowers, and Tao Tao is among them, like a fairy among flowers, full of charm.
Ren Yenching nodded.
All right, that's one thing off Aunt Biao's mind. Didn't you say she's been worried lately? Afraid Chang'an will keep teasing her forever? Turns out, she's the one seeking him out. Lan Nan wiped his feet with a handkerchief, put on slippers, and stood up to fetch water. Hey, let me do it. You've been working hard lately with the art troupe, and you still have to take care of Wei Wei. I'll pour the water. Lan Nan watched him quickly carry away his footbath, and a small smile appeared on his face. He pulled back the blanket on his side and lay down. Yenching, who had just returned to the room, also got into bed. He reached out and hugged Lannan, feeling a bit guilty, and said, "Wife, I'm sorry. You used to be a beautiful girl on stage, and Wei Wei." Lannan turned around and hugged Yenching, resting her head on his chest, and chuckled softly. "But now I feel the happiest with you and Wei Wei. Thank you for always supporting me." "Yenching, thank you." Since designing the show, Mengli has been stricter every day. Today, step on the scale. Those who don't meet the requirements must lose weight before the first big rehearsal. It's a must, not just try. This time, everyone must perform on stage, no replacements. So, everyone, be responsible for yourselves and for the art troupe. Mengli stood in front of the scale, serious, checking each person's weight one by one. "Pass, pass. Watch out, you're about to be overweight."
Pass, good.
"Some are too thin." Pass. After checking everyone's weight, Mengli was satisfied that no one was overweight, but her face showed no joy. "All right. For tomorrow's big performance, we will select roles. Those who want to participate, please sign up. The main roles will be chosen through auditions." Mengli sat on the steps, waiting for people to sign up. Liu looked at Jiang Cha-Cha, bit her lip, and raised her hand. "Director Meng, I want to sign up." With her leading, several others also raised their hands. "I'm in."
Me.
"Me too." Mengli recorded 6 names in her notebook. When she didn't hear anyone else, she looked up. "No one else wants to sign up?" This time, not only the leaders are choosing, but our cultural troupe members can also vote. "Are you really not signing up? Don't you want to show yourself to the leaders?" After Mengli finished speaking, Chen Lianhua and a few others raised their hands. "Cha-Cha, we want to compete with you too." "Yes." Jiang Cha-Cha was sitting nearby, still lost in the smell of the pork in the air, not quite back to herself. Mengli also heard Qin Yindua's voice and sensed something was wrong. She quickly glanced at the registration form and then looked at Jiang Cha-Cha, who was daydreaming. "Jiang Cha-Cha, you're not signing up? What are you doing?" Jiang Cha-Cha, lost in her thoughts, was pulled back by Mengli's shout. She obediently smiled at Mengli. I signed up, Director Meng. I was just waiting for everyone to finish talking before I say anything." Mengli gave her a warning look, stood up seriously, and said, "Everyone, do your best tonight. Show your best side. We will only look at the best and most suitable. But don't put too much pressure on yourselves. This time, everyone will be in the show." Everyone in the room cheered happily, clapping loudly.
Wow.
"Director Meng, you're amazing. Ha ha ha. We can finally go on stage." The cheers reached the nearby vocal team. Zhao Guangming was worried about how Mengli might cause trouble for their vocal team this time. Unexpectedly, he suddenly heard the cheers from the dance team. He looked around confused, lips moving in surprise, unable to believe it, and asked, "Is that cheer from the next room?" "Yeah." Zhao Guangming wanted to sneak out and take a look. He couldn't believe that Mengli's team was cheering, not just screaming. "Just do your regular practice first. I need to go out for a bit." When Zhao Guangming left the practice room, everyone in the room whispered, "Humph. Who doesn't know he's gone to gather information?" "Humph. Exactly. I want to go see too, but we don't have any news, so it's easy to get caught. How about sending a representative? I'd be willing to go and check." "No way." Everyone opposed together. Zhao Guangming sneaked over to the dance team's practice room, planning to secretly see what was going on. But he was caught by Mengli. "Zhao Guangming, what are you doing?" Zhao Guangming looked awkwardly at Mengli. Before he could explain, he was caught in her office. "Since you're here, let's discuss the type of music you will perform this time." Mengli led the way, with Zhao Guangming walking behind her, looking miserable but funny. Soon, voices of arguing came from Mengli's office. Zhao Guangming was so angry, he shouted loudly, "Good job, Mengli! You butcher! Today, you finally came after me, the pig." Zhao Guangming looked like he was about to be forced into a bad situation. He raised his hand forcefully, but Mengli gently put her hand down on her sturdy desk. No, he couldn't hurt himself fighting with Mengli. Zhao Guangming sat down heavily, looking troubled. He rubbed his head and said, "Big sister. Can I call you big sister? Do you know how exhausting it is to perform so many pieces? I'm not as ruthless as you." My team members are treasures. If you're willing to bother your team, I can't do that. No. Change the music. Meng Li already expected him to refuse. She wasn't upset, but calmly sipped her tea and said slowly, "All right, I can reduce one piece. But this time, you have to show your best skills. We're aiming to completely beat Yenching and Jiangcheng. Use your best instrument. It will be more effective, Zhao Guangming." Huh? Meng Li smiled politely, but with a hint of sarcasm.
She replied, "Yes."
The leader said I should prepare, and they will just watch the rehearsal. Zhao Guangming looked hopeless. He knew the butcher wouldn't let him go. Because of the upcoming casting for tomorrow's big performance, the members of the dance troupe worked hard to practice, including Chen Yunduo and others, so Jiang Cha-Cha could only go to the cafeteria alone for dinner. Jiang Cha-Cha didn't want to disturb everyone, so she quietly slipped out, sticking close to the wall. Outside, it was already dark. Jiang Cha-Cha secretly hoped that Chef Zhu at the cafeteria still had some food left. Listening to her stomach growl, she clenched her teeth and ran toward the cafeteria under the moonlight.
But
Jiang Cha-Cha saw the cafeteria door tightly closed.
Ah!
Why did Chef Zhu close so early today? I want my delicious meat. Jiang Cha-Cha looked pitifully at the cafeteria door. She didn't realize how adorable her expression was at this moment. Are you here to eat? Master Zhu received guidance from Meng and heard that you haven't been having afternoon meals lately, so Jiang Cha-Cha turned her head with tears in her eyes. Why? Of course, there's a big performance coming up. Last time, Yenching brought a newcomer, Lin Mimi, over. The wind could blow her away, and they said our Yen City art troupe is just like pig farmers, making the performers so fat. They wonder if the performers on stage are just fat pigs. Maybe Meng is worried you'll hear such words this time. At this moment, Jiang Cha-Cha's mind was no longer on whether they were pig farmers or not. She looked at the girl sitting on the cafeteria steps, munching on a pig's hoof, and gently shifted her foot. How did you get that pig's hoof? Can I trade with you? For money or tickets? The girl was happily eating when she suddenly heard Jiang Cha-Cha's words, looked up sharply, and froze. Are you a flower? Jiang Cha-Cha looked confused. A flower? No, she was a tea spirit, probably a tea plant, right? Zhuning saw she didn't answer and looked at the two pigs' hooves in her lunchbox. After thinking for a moment, she took one out and handed it to Jiang Cha-Cha. Here, I heard from my dad that you're the prettiest dancer in the troupe and also eat the most. I didn't expect to meet you here. My name is Zhuning. I sing in the vocal team. Seeing the delicious-looking pig's hoof in front of her, Jiang Cha-Cha couldn't help but walk closer. I can pay you with money or tickets. Zhuning shook her head, pushed the pig's hoof into Jiang Cha-Cha's hand, and signaled her to sit down with her eyes. No need. I'm just curious if what my dad said is true. You don't look like you eat that much, and you don't have much flesh on you, no extra fat. Jiang Cha-Cha was enchanted by the pig's hoof. She took a bite before replying to Zhuning. Me? Not that much. It's just that they don't eat much, so I stand out. But I like to eat all kinds of delicious food. Hearing this, Zhuning's eyes lit up. She couldn't find anyone in the vocal team who loved to eat as much as she did. I love eating too. Every time the art troupe has a holiday, my dad makes me delicious food. Next holiday, if there's good food, I'll save a piece for you. Jiang Cha-Cha chewed the fragrant pig's hoof and nodded vigorously. Okay, I have something good for you too. Jiang Cha-Cha took a small metal box with tea paste out of her pocket and handed it to her. Here, this is my own stuff. You can use it to wash your face. Zhuning saw that Jiang Cha-Cha was sincere and kindly accepted it. Next time you want something, just tell me. I'll ask my dad to make it. It definitely won't be worse than today's pig's trotters. They smiled at each other. After a long while, Jiang Cha-Cha quietly slipped back into the practice room, sticking to the wall and returning to the corner. Jiang Cha-Cha was about to feel proud that she had gone out without being noticed, but then Chao Chu caught her hand. Tell me, Cha-Cha, where did you go? You still smell like pork trotters.